Chapter 601. Arnos's figure flickered through the air like a ghost, each movement carrying the power to tear through space. His speed was so great that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. One could only sense a powerful aura rapidly passing through the air. The powerful figures along the way felt this suffocating pressure and involuntarily retreated. Even the usually arrogant demons were no exception. The demon general stationed in the Lin Hai region turned pale instantly upon detecting Arnos's presence. He immediately reported the news to Vlad via magical communication. "Lord Vlad, Arnos has appeared. He's rushing southeast." The demon general's voice trembled slightly. Upon receiving the news, Vlad frowned, a hint of surprise and unease flashing in his eyes. Southeast? Why would he go there? Could it be? Vlad suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically. He immediately ordered, "Quick! Send a message to the Grand General immediately. Arnos's target is Addix. He's gone to find Addix." The surrounding demon generals, upon hearing this news, all showed expressions of shock. Arnos is going to find Addix? Are they planning to join forces? Join forces? Humph. Vlad sneered, a sinister glint in his eyes. Arnos is clearly looking for trouble. He's not the kind of guy who would cooperate with someone. We must immediately inform the Grand General and tell him to prepare. Arnos moved with incredible speed, almost no obstacle could stop him. He easily crossed the Lin Hai district, traversed the unclaimed wasteland, and gradually approached the border of Velis. Before him stretched a vast, boundless desert, yellow sand swirling in the air, heatwaves blazing. Arnos stood at the edge of the desert, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He murmured softly, "The Velis desert. I finally returned. This time, I will win." Whoosh. Suddenly, a scorching storm swept in, its intense heat abruptly halting Arnos's movements. He stood firmly on the soft sand, his broadsword gleaming coldly in the sunlight, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. "I knew you come." A deep, authoritative voice echoed from the sky. Immediately afterward, a colossal fire eagle descended from the heavens, the heat emanating from its outstretched wings nearly igniting the surrounding air. A tall figure stood atop the fiery eagle's back, none other than humanity's strongest warrior, Addix, the desert eagle. Arnos narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Addix, you should know why I'm here." Addix leaped from the fiery eagle's back, landing steadily on the sand. His gaze was calm and profound, as if he had already seen through everything. "I heard you awakened, and your strength has improved. It seems you came prepared." "Humph." Arnos snorted, raising his greatsword slightly, the blade pointing directly at Addix. "I must defeat you. I am humanity's strongest, not you." Addix shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "That's just an empty title. If you want it, take it. My only goal now is to break through to the god plane and achieve true immortality." Arnos grinned, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "It's been hundreds of years, and you still haven't broken through? Don't waste your energy. There are limitations in this world. Even if you exert all your strength, you can't break through." But Leo succeeded. Addix's voice held a firm tone. Arnos laughed loudly, his laughter filled with disdain. "Ha ha ha. That was just a coincidence. Because Constantine's ritual caused the aura of the divine plane to leak out, the space became unstable, which gave him the opportunity. Do you think you can have such luck? Then what about Grin? How do you explain that?" Addix retorted. Arnos's expression instantly turned serious, a complex look flashing in his eyes. "I don't know about Grin's situation, but it's definitely not something you can break through by simply going into seclusion. Elena has been searching for clues Grin left behind, hasn't she? That says it all." Addix shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Elena is both Grin's apprentice and his lover. What's wrong with her searching for Grin's clues? Besides, if you don't put in the effort, even if the opportunity comes, you won't be able to seize it." Arnos pointed his greatsword forward, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Humph. What's the use of cultivation? Improving strength still depends on fighting. Only through fighting can you touch the threshold of breakthrough. As long as I can defeat you, I have a chance to break through again. Do you think that's possible? You defeated opponent?" Addix also drew his long sword, the blade gleaming fiercely in the sunlight. Arnos's face showed no fear, but rather was filled with a thirst for battle. "It's no use. I'm not the same person I used to be. After the trials of Morphos's dream, my spirit has become much stronger, and your words won't shake me. I was indeed lacking in strength when I challenged you back then, but times have changed. You will eventually become a stepping stone for my breakthrough." Before the words were even finished, Arnos unleashed his domain. The wind domain? A crimson aura instantly expanded, enveloping Addix's figure. The air within the domain seemed to come alive. The wind elements, under Arnos's control, became incredibly violent, threatening to tear everything apart. Seeing this, Addix unhesitatingly unleashed his scorching domain. A scorching aura instantly spread throughout the area, making the already scorching sand even hotter, as if to incinerate everything. The collision of the two domains destabilized the entire space, filling the air with violent magical fluctuations. Arnos felt a burning sensation on his skin and was slightly surprised. It seems you haven't made no progress all these years. Addix's lips curled into a faint smile. Just like you said, you're not the same person you used to be, and naturally, I'm not the same person I used to be either. Arnos shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. But that's not enough, Addix. Show me your true power. With that, Arnos swung his great sword, unleashing a violent horizontal slash that shot out with a force torn through the air, heading straight for Addix. Addix pushed off with both feet, his body instantly soaring into the air. The Fire Eagle let out a loud cry, swooping down to catch Addix safely. A large part of Addix's strength came from his perfect coordination with the Fire Eagle. The Fire Eagle not only provided him with great mobility, but also provided him with a continuous supply of fire elemental support in battle. Arnos was already familiar with Addix's moves, so he wasn't surprised. He stretched out his left hand, and clenched it tightly at the Flame Eagle in the air. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred, forming an invisible giant hand that reached out to grab the Flame Eagle. Addix let out a soft whistle, his body radiating the light of fire magic. The Flame Eagle's speed suddenly increased, leaping forward more than 10 meters in a flash, narrowly avoiding the attack. You can dodge it once, but can you dodge it a second time? Arnos sneered. He slashed with his sword in his right hand, while his left hand clenched and unclenched repeatedly, violent attack magic blooming everywhere in the air, as if to tear the entire sky apart. Addix carefully observed his opponent's movements, constantly directing and assisting the Flame Eagle in dodging with magic. The clash between two top-tier powerhouses caused the magic power in the entire area to be mobilized, becoming extremely unstable. Boom! Addix seized the opportunity, urging the Flame Eagle to dive down, throwing several huge fireballs, each about 5 meters in diameter, towards Arnos. The fireball, radiating intense heat, seemed poised to incinerate everything. Arnos snorted coldly, swinging his great sword and cleaving the fireball in two. The fragments crashed to the ground, exploding violently, and kicking up countless grains of sand, obscuring all vision. Arnos, I see you're not having an easy time in my domain, Addix said mockingly, rising even higher. Arnos used his wind elemental power to disperse the surrounding dust, coldly replying, Don't be too happy yet. I knew you used this move against me, and I already knew how to counter it. Oh! Addix raised an eyebrow. Tell me then. Arnos bent over, his muscles bulging, radiating explosive power. It's simple, I defeat you in one strike. Addix was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, you said you want to defeat me in one strike? Am I deaf? Say it again. Arnos's eyes gleamed, and the wind elemental power around him surged wildly. Even his domain trembled slightly. Addix frowned. He naturally knew the purpose of Arnos's domain, and this was precisely what he feared. In fact, Arnos's domain power was extremely strong, called the wind control domain. Within this domain, Arnos was like a wind god, able to manipulate the surrounding natural winds at will. However, his domain had always had a flaw. It was extremely vulnerable to windless environments. For a mage, creating a windless environment was actually quite simple. All it took was a small magic stone. Addix didn't even need a magic stone. As a seasoned fire mage, he could easily create a windless realm using fire magic. Therefore, Addix struck first, channeling his fire power to envelop himself. The intense heat burned away the air, creating a windless realm around him. Arnos, however, remained unfazed. Instead, a smile played on his lips. You're oversimplifying things. Do you think I'd be limited by something like this? With that, he vanished from his spot. Addix's eyes narrowed. He had never seen Arnos use such a technique before, nor had he even heard of it. The next moment, a cold light flashed, and caught off guard, Addix only had time to cast a fire shield. With a crack, the fire shield succumbed to the pressure, a deep crack appearing in it. Fortunately, Addix's defensive magic was strong enough to prevent it from shattering. TCH blocked it? Arnos appeared not far away, a hint of regret in his eyes. What happened? Addix was confused. In his memory, Arnos didn't know teleportation magic, but just now, Arnos had indeed teleported. Could it be that he learned this magic in a dream? But that was too far-fetched. Arnos didn't give Addix much time to think. He cast that strange teleportation magic again, disappearing from his spot. This time, however, Addix was prepared. He immediately urged his eagle to shift about a meter to the left, then quickly retreated. Sure enough, another slash came, flying past to his left. Arnos sneered from another direction. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Then, he teleported, appearing from an unpredictable spot and launching an attack. After blocking dozens of attacks, Addix was starting to feel the strain. Arnos was known for his ferocious attacks. Very few could withstand 2 rounds against him. Even Peter, known for his defense, couldn't say he could completely defend against Arnos's attacks. However, Addix noticed something. He wasn't just passively taking hits, he was constantly observing his opponent's movements, looking for an opportunity. And soon, he had an idea. Addix took a deep breath, his mind focused intently. Whoosh! Another slash came from behind, but Addix didn't react this time, seemingly oblivious. However, the next moment, he unleashed a powerful burst of fire elemental magic, launching his strongest attack. Heavenly Fire Meteor. A colossal flaming boulder appeared high in the sky, crashing down towards the ground with earth-shattering force, its trajectory aimed directly forward. Arnos, you are no match for me. Addix murmured, then his fiery eagle let out a soft cry and performed a backflip in midair. The wind blades grazed his hair, severing a few strands. When Addix turned around, Arnos was no longer there. The next moment, a roar erupted from ahead. Ha! Facing the oncoming heavenly fire meteor, Arnos had no choice but to muster all his strength. His raging wind elemental magic surged into his broadsword, and he slashed upwards with all his might. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the massive fire meteorite struck Arnos, who had suddenly appeared, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the meteorite exploded violently, flames shooting skyward and the earth trembling. Thump! Arnos crashed heavily to the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Cough cough. Why? How did you know my next location? Addix looked down at him calmly and said, Your move is indeed troublesome, but it's nothing to me. I figured out the mechanism of your attack. Before, your movement direction was always random, sometimes advantageous to you, sometimes even to me. This shows that although you can teleport, the direction is not under your control. So I started observing the pattern. I quickly discovered it was the wind. Your teleportation direction always aligned with the direction of the natural wind, which means its essence is still your domain power. Therefore, by sensing the direction and strength of the wind, I judged your next landing point. It seems I guessed everything correctly. Arnos's face darkened. He hadn't expected his killing move to be seen through so quickly. Chapter 602. You're right. Arnos's voice was particularly cold in the gale, his figure appearing and disappearing in the sandstorm, as if he had become one with the wind. This move of mine is called wind concealment, a product of combining wind step and wind control domain. These past years, I've been trapped in a dream world. Although I can't move freely, I'm omnipotent in the dream world, which has actually stimulated my abilities, allowing me to create my own unique combination magic. Addix stood on the back of the flame eagle, his gaze fixed intently on Arnos. He nodded, a hint of admiration in his voice. I must say, you are indeed very talented. But you have indeed lost. Let this battle end here. No! Arnos stood up again, his gaze as resolute as iron, a trace of blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth, but his fighting spirit remained undiminished. I haven't lost yet. Let's continue. Addix frowned, a hint of impatience in his voice. I already broken your strongest spell. Is there any point in continuing? Heh. Arnos chuckled twice, his laughter laced with mockery and madness. Strongest spell? No, that's not my strongest spell. Addix, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Addix took a deep breath and shook his head helplessly. I don't want to fight you anymore. Did I kill everyone in Velis? A glint of madness flashed in Arnos's eyes, his tone cold and resolute. I can immediately abandon the attack on the demons and march south. You can try if you don't believe me. Addix's eyes narrowed sharply. He had no doubt Arnos would do such a thing. He remained silent for a moment, then finally said in a deep voice, Then this time, if I defeat you again, you better go back obediently, understand? Ha ha! Arnos laughed wildly, his laughter filled with boundless fighting spirit and ambition. All right, it's a deal. But if I win, you must not interfere in my affairs with the Norma Empire again. Addix's heart skipped a beat, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. So this is your purpose. You really intend to attack the Norma Empire? Arnos grinned, his smile cruel and ruthless. Of course. Those despicable Norma people actually took advantage of my absence to wreak havoc on my empire. I must settle this score. Especially that Annie, I must find her and torture her to death to vent my hatred. Adix frowned. Although Annie's previous occupation of the Central Military District and her role in the split within the Harry Empire were somewhat related, the current situation is ultimately a result of long-standing internal problems within the Harry Empire culminating in a concentrated eruption. Instead of seeking revenge against Annie, it would be better to examine our own shortcomings first. Nonsense! Arnos roared, veins bulging on his forehead. How could the people of Harry be so loyal and skilled in battle? Look at them now, aren't they united again? Adix sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm. Isn't that all because of you? What would they do without you? What would happen? Don't you have any idea? Jack is capable enough, but look at him. Can he command the commanders of the various military districts? If he had that ability, would there even be an anti-magic alliance? Faced with Adix's barrage of questions, Arnos' face darkened considerably. He gripped his broadsword tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. I will verify what you said, but Annie won't escape responsibility either. I said I make her pay, and I will. Adix knew he couldn't persuade him with just a few words, and could only sigh. Even if you defeat me, and I don't interfere in your affair with Annie, there's still Elena. She doesn't have my good temper. If you push her too far, the Harry Empire might truly cease to exist. Arnos sneered, a hint of mockery in his eyes. What is that woman Elena planning? You? We don't know, but I know she won't interfere. Adix paused, gleaning important information. You mean Elena helped Annie for ulterior motives? Wasn't she only helping the Norma Empire because of Green? Of course not. Arnos' eyes held a hint of mockery. Don't ask me, I won't tell you. If you're smart enough, guess for yourself. Elena isn't as harmless as you think. Think back to why she parted ways with Green. Adix's mind immediately flashed back to some old memories. Elena was certainly no ordinary woman, otherwise, she couldn't have built a behemoth comparable to the Holy See in just a century. The Adventurers Guild, this mysterious organization, is second only to Divine Beast Mountain in overall strength, but it doesn't have a fixed territory, not even a headquarters. Its current headquarters in the Kingdom of Sharia is only temporary. It also doesn't have its own army, only adventurers of varying strength scattered throughout the land. No one knows exactly how the Adventurers Guild operates internally. Perhaps only a handful of high-ranking members are aware of its intricacies. Therefore, the Adventurers Guild never worry about being targeted, because there's simply nowhere to be targeted. Almost every town has a branch or mission post of the Adventurers Guild. Even if a branch is taken down, it's useless. Instead, the guild will blacklist the member, making them a target for adventurers worldwide. Currently, the only part of the organization that's known to the public is the managerial level, which is divided into 5 tiers. The lowest tier is the 5th level manager, who usually manages a branch in a smaller town. The highest tier is the 1st level manager, like Jafari, who is generally responsible for a specific area or external communications. The ranks above that are unknown. As the founder and president of the Adventurers Guild, Elena rarely appears in public. The last time she did was when she was fighting orcs, and her strength was in no way inferior to Bidix's. This woman was once a legend, the apprentice and lover of Emperor Grin of Norma. However, after Grin established his kingdom, he didn't make her empress, but instead severed all ties with her. During that time, Elena frantically searched the world for Grin's whereabouts, but it seemed he was deliberately avoiding her. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find a single clue. At that time, Elena was only at the Fengyuan realm. In the days that followed, her strength began to advance by leaps and bounds, and she founded the Adventurers Guild, gradually rising to her current position. So what exactly is Elena planning? Adix murmured, frowning. However, the next moment, a wind blade struck, which Adix dodged by sidestepping. Why don't you think about it after this? Arnos looked at him with a half-smile. Adix nodded. Fine, I consider other things after I defeat you. Defeat me? This time, I won't give you any more chances. Arnos' figure flickered and disappeared again. Humph. Same tricks. Do you think they work on me? Adix growled, urging his flame eagle to spread its wings and soar through the air. Unexpectedly, Arnos appeared directly in front of Adix, a ferocious smile on his face, swinging his great sword. Adix frowned, swinging his own sword to meet his opponent's. With a clang, the immense force sent Arnos flying into the air. Huh? Adix was taken aback, then immediately understood his opponent's intention. He wanted to use the recoil from the battle to maintain his aerial advantage and neutralize Addix's superior air power. "I won't let you succeed so easily." Addix immediately commanded his Flame Eagle to ascend rapidly, quickly surpassing Arnos's current height. "Get down here," he shouted, before unleashing a powerful downward slash. Arnos's eyes flashed, and he parried with his sword. With a clang, Arnos's body slammed into the ground like a cannonball. However, something unexpected happened. Arnos, who had been plummeting, vanished again, only to reappear beside Addix. Addix inwardly cursed, turning around to see his opponent's great sword already slashing down. "Damn it!" Addix forcefully activated his magic, erecting a massive fire shield while simultaneously retreating rapidly on his Fire Eagle. Bang! The fire shield shattered instantly, but fortunately, the Fire Eagle was fast enough to escape Arnos's attack range. Addix's expression was grim as he looked at the cut on the Fire Eagle's left wing, secretly relieved. Had he been any slower, that blade would likely have landed on him. In contrast, Arnos's condition was equally dire. The continuous burning effect of the domain had caused his skin to wrinkle, and the intense pain constantly assaulted his nerves. However, this suffering only fueled his fighting spirit. "Again!" Arnos roared, disappearing from his spot once more. This time, Addix didn't rush into action. Instead, he first sensed the direction and strength of the natural wind, then moved away in the opposite direction. As expected, Arnos appeared downstream of the wind. Due to the distance, he could only attack with slashing strikes. However, ranged slashes are inherently limited in speed, and the Flame Eagle easily dodged them. "Is that all you got?" Addix mocked. "You can't defeat me like this." Arnos didn't answer, but instead merged back into the wind. "Humph. Useless. I already know where you appear next. It's time to end the battle." Addix swung his hand sharply into the air, unleashing the Heavenly Fire Meteor spell once more. However, before he could finish the incantation, a blade of light appeared before his eyes. Addix's eyes flashed. It was too late to activate the Flame Eagle. He could only dodge to the side. Sizzle! The longsword sliced through the leather armor on his shoulder, drawing a spurt of blood. Addix gritted his teeth, his right hand flashing out with a powerful swing of his long sword. A surge of raging fire elemental power instantly coalesced, unleashing a massive, 10-meter-long flaming blade that slashed horizontally. Bang! Flames shot into the sky, but Arnos had already appeared outside the flames. He patted the burning hem of his clothes, extinguishing the fire, and then calmly looked at Addix. "How about it? Do I have a chance now?" Addix turned to look at his slashed shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "A feint, a real attack. Looks like you really improved." Just now, Arnos had pretended to cast wind concealment again, but actually interrupted the spell midway, using his speed advantage to directly attack Addix, who was casting advanced magic. Addix, analyzing the wind, believed Arnos wouldn't be nearby, and thus let his guard down, causing Arnos a great loss. Arnos, like a raging beast, charged forward again with overwhelming force. He knew very well that if he couldn't launch a sustained, fierce attack, the damned burning effect would gnaw at his body like a demon, layering his wounds until he was completely incapacitated. There was no turning back in this battle. Both sides were blinded by rage and locked in a fierce life-or-death struggle. New wounds were constantly being added to their bodies, and blood gushed out, gradually staining their once shiny armor a shocking red. Arnos's attacks grew increasingly frenzied and violent. He held nothing back, unleashing the full power of his being. His movements were elusive. Like a sprite in the wind, his reappearances elusive and difficult to pinpoint. Meanwhile, Addix, relying on the superior mobility of the Flame Eagle summoned by fire magic and his own powerful fire magic, desperately tried to withstand Arnos's relentless onslaught. Bang! A deafening crash, like a thunderclap, echoed. This was the result of another violent collision between the two. The force of the impact was so great that their weapons simultaneously flew from their grasp, embedding themselves deeply in the soft sand below. Simultaneously, the force of the impact sent both men flying backward like kites with broken strings, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Arnos struggled to his feet, his armor tattered and torn, revealing a muscular chest riddled with wounds. 2 severe wounds, one on his chest and one on his abdomen, had even congealed the blood from the intense heat. Even so, a triumphant gleam shone in Arnos's eyes. "Addix, you lost." Addix lay on the ground, his chest heaving. His Flame Eagle had been shattered, and a gaping wound in his abdomen bled profusely. To save his life, he could only use his fire magic to cauterize his wounds, and forcibly stopped the bleeding. But he was clearly too weak to fight any longer. Arnos, you have indeed won, but I advise you, never touch the Norma Empire, or you will regret it. Arnos grinned, his body covered in wounds, yet his aura remained sharp. I won, so it's no longer your choice. Addix, go back and heal your wounds. Don't worry about the rest. Addix didn't speak again, but slowly closed his eyes. He knew this battle was over. From this day forward, the strongest person in the human world had changed, Arnos. The Emperor of the Hari Empire, the youngest peak Supreme Realm expert in the human world. Chapter 603. The earth-shattering battle between Arnos and Addix quickly spread throughout the continent. Addix was severely injured and defeated, while Arnos also suffered a Pyrrhic victory, but he was still victorious. He had replaced Addix as the strongest being in the human world. Addix simultaneously announced his seclusion. Due to his severe injuries, he would not appear for some time. Even so, no one dared to provoke Veles. After all, even a weakened camel is bigger than a horse. Addix was only severely injured, not dead. If he really wanted to fight, no one could stop him. On the other side, Jack and his group also made some gains in their battle against the demons. They further expanded their achievements and recaptured the entire Kozar Mountain military region. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that the demon General Addix had reportedly led a group of powerful warriors to the Veles border to ambush Arnos. However, as a wind elemental mage, Arnos, even severely injured, successfully escaped the pursuit and returned to the royal palace in Stonken City. Damn it! Arnos clutched his injured left arm, his eyes filled with venom. That bastard, Cadix, has no manners whatsoever. He attacked me while I was injured. Luckily, he couldn't outrun me. He lay down on the bed in the secret chamber and let out a long sigh. This was the place he had built for his trysts with the succubus Emma. Now Emma was dead, killed by his own hands, and even her body remained here, hanging on the wall. Normally, whenever there was no battle, he would cultivate or rest here. He looked up at the corpse on the wall and murmured, Emma, do you see? I become the best in the world. Heh, how about it? Do you regret it? Back then, you schemed and lured me step by step into your carefully laid trap, but in the end, it was these traps that made me who I am. I told you that as long as you stayed by my side wholeheartedly, I would guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory, but you betrayed me, Emma, this is your fate. However, faced with Arnos's endless rant, Emma could no longer utter a sound. Her eyes were closed, her body naked, and she was already devoid of any life. Cough, cough, cough. Arnos coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Addix was ruthless. If I hadn't mastered combination magic, I might not have been his match. But he can only stop here. In this world, no one can go to the god realm like Grin and Leo. Unless... that woman. Arnos narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of light flashing within them. Elena, could I say I'm helping you this time? 3 months later, the Hari Empire declared its re-establishment to the entire continent, with Arnos as its emperor. The Anti-Magic Alliance was disbanded. At the same time, Arnos submitted a challenge to the Norma Empire, demanding a fair fight with Annie in the northern wasteland, inviting the top experts from all the major powers on the continent to witness it. If Annie refused the challenge, he would lead the Hari Empire's Iron Cavalry to crush the Norma Empire. It's finally happening. Nicole looked at the challenge in his hand, and sighed deeply. Amata frowned deeply. Even Desert Eagle is no match for him. How could Annie possibly defeat him? Isn't this suicide? Your Majesty, we cannot agree to this. Jonathan worriedly said, but with Arnos leading the army, the strength of the Hari Empire's forces has increased exponentially. We might not be a match for them. Alil said in a deep voice, no matter what, even if we really have to fight, we're not afraid. We trained many strong individuals over the years. We might not be truly defeated. If all else fails, we can ask the Adventurers Guild for help. Reiner shook his head and said, Annie said before, you have to be strong yourself to succeed. Never entrust your safety to others. Besides, Annie planted someone within the Adventurers Guild. According to the information he recently sent, the Adventurers Guild is very likely one of the accomplices in this Hari Empire's attack. Orin asked, are you talking about Bakarlov? He hasn't joined the Adventurers Guild yet. High-ups, is the information reliable? Of course it's reliable. He was personally chosen by Annie. Then, Reiner looked at Orin and asked, how is Annie doing now? Orin shrugged and said, I don't know either. Her secret chamber has never been opened. She hasn't even eaten or drunk anything in the past 10 years. To be honest, I wanted to go in and check on her several times, but remembering her previous instructions not to go in, I refrained. But your majesty doesn't need to worry. Angela is cultivating with her, and so is that thunder white tiger, Xiaoxue. They should be fine, but I don't know when they'd be able to come out. Nicole asked, didn't Annie say before that if there's a very urgent matter, you can use something to call her? Reiner pulled out a talisman from his pocket. You mean this? Eilil objected, and might be at a crucial moment in her breakthrough right now. If our interference prevents her from breaking through, it would be a huge loss. I think we shouldn't use this talisman unless absolutely necessary. Besides, even if we summon her, she's no match for Arnos. Wouldn't that be pushing her into a fire pit? Everyone fell silent. Eilil's words were true. If Annie had already broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, she would naturally emerge. But she hadn't made a move yet, which meant it wasn't the right time. And Arnos was the man who defeated Addix to become the strongest human. No matter how powerful Annie was, she couldn't possibly defeat him, even if she was stronger than him. Then we have no choice but to prepare for battle, Reiner said resolutely. Amit sighed, alas, who knows how many more will die in this battle. Jonathan said, since we're going to fight, my Rambo family will naturally be duty-bound. Everyone can deploy their troops to Rambo City, and I will mobilize the entire territory to prepare war supplies. Oren and Eilil nodded. All right, we move out in about a week. There are many things to prepare for the army's departure. Reiner then said, Nicole, go and communicate with the Adventurers Guild to see if you can get their strongmen to help. Nicole nodded and asked, should we ask the Endless Sea for help again? Reiner shook his head. They're too far away. It'd take a lot of effort for them to come. Let's forget about it, and see how things go. Soon, the Norma Empire responded with action. Arnos naturally didn't hesitate at all, directly abandoning the continued attack on the demon race, and instead transferring his army to the northern frontier military region, pressing directly against the Norma Empire's border. A major battle was imminent, and many forces sent envoys to observe. Velis, Sharia, and the Adventurers Guild, however, directly dispatched troops to assist the Norma Empire. Due to Addix's lingering injuries, Velis was led by the Rain Master Hughes, while Sharia was led by Alonso. Logically, the Adventurers Guild's president should have personally led the expedition against a super-strong individual like Arnos, but in reality, he didn't. The Adventurers Guild's delegation consisted solely of Farid, less than half the number of Velis's forces. Nisel didn't say much. The actions of the opposing side spoke volumes. Farid's strength hadn't even reached the Supreme Origin level, meaning the Norma Empire lacked a single Supreme Origin expert, putting them at a significant disadvantage in terms of sheer numbers. Whoosh! The biting wind, like a knife, tore through the gray clouds, swirling up a flurry of snow. The Hari Empire's iron cavalry stood in formation on the snowfield, their black armor as dark as ink, a stark contrast to the pale white snow. Spears stood in a forest, their tips gleaming with a cold, sharp light. The breath of warhorses condensed into white mist in the air, like silent roars. The soldiers' breathing was heavy and rapid, their muscles taut beneath their armor, awaiting the charge. Across from them, the Norma Empire's legions were equally prepared. Their silver armor gleamed in the snow, seemingly blending into the heavens and earth. Their banners fluttered in the gale, their golden emblems appearing ready to take flight at any moment. Archers had drawn their bows, arrows aimed at the enemy ranks, awaiting the command to unleash a volley of arrows. A stifling silence hung in the air, as if time itself had frozen. The snow-covered ground between the two armies was vast and silent, a death trap no one dared to tread. The howling wind whipped up snowflakes that stung the soldiers' faces, but no one raised a hand to wipe them away. Their gazes were fixed on each other, burning with fighting spirit and unwavering resolve. A major battle was imminent, and life and death hung in the balance. This was the front line at Fana village, near the northern Xinjiang military region. Behind the Norma army stretched the border wall for thousands of miles, fortified with strong defensive works. Even if they lost the first battle, they could retreat and defend. Nickel, the chief commander of the Norma army, looked at the dark mass of Harry's ironclad troops before him and sighed inwardly. Regardless of who won this battle, the outcome would undoubtedly be devastating. At this moment, a figure stepped forward from the Harry Empire's camp, Gaia, whom Jonathan had previously encountered. Listen up, Norma Empire people. Send Annie out immediately, or we will raze the entire Norma Empire to the ground. Nickel took a deep breath and replied, this war is meaningless. You are destroying the hard-won peace. Gaia scoffed, stop with the nonsense. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being impolite. Gaia was about to order an attack when a hand stopped him. He turned around and saw Jack. Your Highness, what's this? Jack said calmly, My brother wants to see just how strong the Norma people are. Let's have a duel. You go. Gaia swallowed, nodded, and then shouted to the opposing side, I give you one more chance. Send anyone to fight me. If you can defeat me, I extend the time by another month. Jack reminded him. I grant you another month. If you lose, prepare to be crushed by our iron cavalry. Nicole frowned slightly and turned to ask, Marquis Jonathan, you know Gaia quite well. What's his strength like? Jonathan sighed. He's one of the 5 commanders of the demon-slaying army, with strength at the 4th level of the Supreme Origin realm. If Annie were here, there wouldn't be a problem, but now? Nicole knew that there wasn't a single Supreme Origin realm expert in the army right now. Sending anyone would be a losing proposition. Sigh, how about I do it. Before Nicole could finish speaking, an aged voice appeared behind him. Huh? Nicole and the others turned around abruptly, only to see Old Cough calmly looking at him. Old Cough, you're only at the transformation realm. How could you possibly be his match? Isn't that courting death? Old Cough chuckled. Whoever goes is courting death. Isn't it perfect for an old man like me with no potential? Young master, I didn't protect you well back then. This time I absolutely can't let anything happen to you. No. Nicole immediately said, this is completely meaningless. We might as well just start a war. Old Cough shook his head. Of course it's different. That Gaia is indeed very strong, but I'm not completely incapable of harming him. Don't worry, let me go. Even if I lose, I can teach him a lesson and let him know that none of the Norma people are cowards. With that, Old Cough began to walk forward. Nicole grabbed Old Cough's arm. No, let me go. Even if I lose, at least I can save my life. Save your life? Old Cough shook his head. You're thinking too simply. There's no one in the Hairy Empire who's kind. He won't give you a chance to save your life. You're the Grand Mage Protector. If you die, where will the army's morale be? How will we fight future battles? Don't stop me. If you don't let me go, I die right here. Old Cough drew his long sword from his waist and pressed it against his throat. This? Nicole was stunned by the sudden turn of events. His right hand, which had been tightly gripping Old Cough's arm, jerked open as if electrocuted, his face filled with terror and bewilderment. Just then, Old Cough seized the opportunity, his figure flashing like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he stood firmly in the center of the arena. Old Cough. Nicole, regaining his senses, cried out anxiously. His eyes were fixed on Old Cough, filled with deep worry and concern. Hearing Nicole's cry, Old Cough slowly turned around, smiling slightly at him, a smile that revealed unparalleled confidence and composure. Seemingly sensing Nicole's worry, Old Cough said softly, Young master, don't worry, trust me. Then, he turned back to face Gaia. Old Cough stood tall and proud, his sharp eyes fixed on Gaia. He declared loudly, Commander Gaia, I am your opponent today. Please enlighten me. His voice, though aged, was resonant and powerful, echoing across the arena for a long time. Gaia frowned slightly upon hearing this, scrutinizing the seemingly frail old man before him. He found it hard to believe that such a decrepit, near-death man would dare to challenge him. Who are you? Gaia finally couldn't help but ask, his tone tinged with contempt and disdain. Old Cough replied without changing his expression, I am Cough Polyria, the Lord of Misty City in the Norma Empire. Gaia's eyes twitched upon hearing this, and he sneered, Humph, a mere city lord dares to challenge me, the commander, with such audacity? He's seriously underestimating me. Old Cough wasn't angered by Gaia's mockery. Instead, he chuckled and replied, dealing with someone as self-important as you is more than enough for me. Gaia felt a surge of anger. What an arrogant old man. Since you're so reckless, don't blame me for being ruthless. Come, let's begin this contest. Chapter 604. Old Cough unleashed his magic power, revealing himself to be at the peak of the transformation realm. Back when Annie was still in Misty City, Old Cough was only at the origin realm. Due to his slow start and advanced age, he found it difficult to progress further, his strength stagnating at the peak of the transformation realm, unable to break through even an inch. However, he didn't mind, focusing wholeheartedly on managing Misty City. Even during the time Olin was seriously injured and unconscious, he took on the management of the entire territory, keeping it in perfect order. Huh? The transformation realm? Gaia was stunned. Wasn't this ridiculous? He, a powerful expert at the mid-stage of the Supreme Realm, was actually going to duel someone 2 major realms lower than him? Even if he won, it would be an unfair victory. Does your Norma Empire have no one else? Sending an old codger like you, are you trying to trick me? Old Cough wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled faintly, Looking down on an old man will lead to great losses. Gaia sneered. I don't even need to use my full strength. Just releasing my domain is enough to kill you. Then you can try. See if you can kill me with just your domain. Gaia didn't hesitate, directly unleashing his domain power. The powerful domain enveloped the entire area, and a chilling aura permeated the air. Old Koff's cloudy eyes gleamed as he carefully sensed the flow of magical power around him. Suddenly, a wind blade struck. Old Koff moved swiftly, the wind blade grazing his clothes before striking the ground with a thud. But when Old Koff looked at Gaia, he found that the other man hadn't moved at all, simply standing there watching him. Isn't it strange? I haven't moved at all, so why can I release wind blades? Gaia laughed. Someone at your level wouldn't understand. My domain is called Wind Blade Domain. Within my domain, powerful wind blades will randomly appear. You better be careful. Old Koff narrowed his eyes slightly. As expected of one of the 5 commanders of the demon-slaying military region, you're indeed formidable, but this alone won't be enough to defeat me. Old Koff's voice sounded remarkably steady in the cold wind. Although his body was no longer young, his eyes remained sharp as knives. He slowly raised his hands. Wind elements began to condense at his fingertips, forming faint streams of air that swirled around him. His movements seemed slow, yet they possessed an indescribable rhythm, as if they were one with the surrounding wind. Gaia sneered, arms crossed, still standing in place, seemingly completely disregarding Old Koff. His domain power was fully unleashed. Every wisp of wind within his wind blade domain seemed to transform into a weapon, ready to tear apart his enemy at any moment. Old man, your wind element is too weak. You can't even break through my domain. What makes you think you can defeat me? Gaia's voice was laced with sarcasm. Old Koff chuckled, you're that confident? What if I injure you? Gaia laughed, you want to injure me? That's laughable. You probably can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Don't talk big. Old Koff said, how about we make a bet? If I can seriously injure you, I win this round. Gaia shrugged indifferently, whatever, you can't possibly hurt me. In Gaia's eyes, Old Koff wasn't even qualified to fight him. A hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. I don't have time to play this boring game with you. Before he finished speaking, Gaia suddenly unleashed dozens of wind blades, each carrying a sharp killing intent, attacking Old Koff from all directions. The wind blades were extremely fast, almost instantly approaching Old Koff's body. Old Koff's eyes narrowed, his body suddenly spinning, his hands moving swiftly. The faint air currents around him instantly transformed into a wall of wind, blocking his path. The wind blade struck the wall, producing a piercing tearing sound. Although the wall barely managed to block the wind blades, it collapsed. Old Koff was thrown back several steps by the shockwave, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. As expected. The gap is too great, Old Koff muttered, but his gaze showed no sign of wavering. He knew the difference in strength between himself and Gaia was like an insurmountable chasm, but he still had no intention of giving up. He raised his hands again, wind elements condensing at his fingertips, forming a weak wind blade. Still not giving up. Gaia's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand and gently waved it, instantly forming a wind blade even larger than before, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, heading straight for Old Koff. Old Koff's body suddenly sank, his feet sinking deep into the ground. He thrust his hands forward, and the faint wind blade met Gaia's massive wind blade. The two forces collided in midair with a deafening roar. Old Koff's wind blade was instantly shattered, but the massive wind blade, still powerful, struck him directly in the chest. Old Koff coughed up blood, his body sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain shot through his chest, as if his ribs had been shattered. His vision blurred, and his ears rang. Old Koff! Nickel cried out in alarm, tears welling in his eyes. Old Koff was his family's old steward, who had served Nickel ever since the old Viscount's death. Even when Nickel was wreaking havoc in Misty City, he remained steadfastly loyal. To Nickel, Old Calf was no longer just his old butler, he was family. Old Calf wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, forced himself to sit up, and once again gathered wind elemental power at his fingertips. Truly tenacious, Gaia's voice held a hint of surprise, but more so a cold, mocking tone. However, this futile struggle will only make your death more painful. Gaia raised his hands again, this time with even more casual movements, as if toying with an ant. Wind blades materialized before him once more, their number increasing exponentially, almost filling the entire space. Each wind blade carried deadly intent, hurtling straight towards Old Calf. A resolute glint flashed in Old Calf's eyes. He knew he could no longer dodge these wind blades. He clenched his hands together abruptly, forcibly condensing the wind element within him into a weak yet resilient wind wall. The wind wall swirled around him, attempting to block the deadly wind blades. Bang! 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 The wind blades crashed relentlessly against the wind wall, producing deafening roars. The wind wall crumbled under the impact of the wind blades, and Old Cough was forced back, blood gushing from his mouth, staining his clothes red. It's over. Gaia's voice was cold and ruthless. He slammed his hands together, and the wind blades within his domain instantly condensed into a massive wind blade, carrying a world-destroying force as it hurtled towards Old Cough. A flicker of despair flashed in Old Cough's eyes, but he still didn't give up. He thrust his hands forward, releasing all the wind element within his body, forming a weak wind blade. That wind blade drew a strange arc in the air, actually piercing through layers of defenses, heading straight for Gaia. A desperate struggle. Gaia sneered, slightly shifting his body to try and dodge the wind blade. However, the wind blade's trajectory unexpectedly deviated, continuing its trajectory towards his chest. What? Gaia was startled, hurriedly drawing his long sword to parry. But another change occurred. The single wind blade split in two, each blade flying past Gaia's long sword from either side, piercing his shoulders with two sharp swishing sounds. Ah! Gaia's pupils contracted sharply as he glanced down at his bleeding shoulder, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He hadn't expected Old Cough to inflict such severe damage. At the same time, Gaia's massive wind blade struck Old Cough's body. Old Cough's body was torn apart by the wind blade, blood splattering through the air, his bones cracking under the strain. His body crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, staining the snow beneath him. No! Nickel shouted, ignoring everyone's attempts to stop him, rushing into the arena and scooping up the dying old man, Calf. Old man Calf. Young master. Old Calf's voice was barely audible, his lips trembling, blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining Nickel's palm. His eyes were unfocused, yet still straining to concentrate on Nickel's face, as if trying to etch that face deeply into his final memory. Don't speak. I take you back, we go find Margot, she heal you, you be alright. Nickel's voice trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, dripping onto Old Calf's pale face. He pressed his hand tightly against the wound on Old Calf's chest, trying to stop the gushing blood, but blood still seeped through his fingers, staining his sleeves red. Old Calf struggled to raise his hand, and gently grasped Nickel's wrist, his strength almost imperceptible. A weak smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, his voice broken and fragmented. Young master, don't strain, this old man is already failing. No! You be alright. I won't let you die. Nickel's voice was almost hoarse, his heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, the pain almost suffocating him. Countless images flashed through his mind. Old Kraft had held his hand as a child, teaching him to walk. He had silently protected him during his rebellious years, he had guided him when he was lost. This old man had long been an inseparable part of his life. Young master, you must take care of yourself. Old Kraft's voice grew weaker and weaker, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. His hand slowly fell, his last ounce of strength fading away. Old Kraft. Old Kraft. Nickel tightly embraced Old Kraft's body, his voice filled with desperate cries. The wind and snow howled past, as if mourning the separation of life and death. His tears blurred his vision, but could not obscure the pain in his heart. Old Cough's body grew colder, yet Nicole held him tightly, as if that could pull him back from the brink of death. However, the wind and snow were merciless, and so was life. Old Cough's departure took away a sliver of warmth from Nicole's heart, leaving only endless regret and loneliness. Old man, you... Gaia clutched his shoulder, his face ashen. He staggered, nearly falling. He glanced down at Old Cough's corpse, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but quickly, his expression returned to its cold indifference. Arnos nodded slightly. It seems the Norma still have some backbone. This old man, with his peak transformation realm strength, actually managed to inflict such damage on Gaia. He's truly remarkable. Go and call Gaia back. The duel is over. Jack immediately stepped forward and brought Gaia back. On the other side, Jonathan also stepped forward and approached Nicole. Nicole, take heart. Old man Kraft has done enough. You must pull yourself together, and not let his sacrifice be in vain. Hearing this, Nicole's eyes hardened. He said to the soldiers beside him, take good care of Old man Kraft. The soldiers immediately stepped forward, and carefully carried Old man Kraft's body away. Nicole took a deep breath and turned around. He knew this wasn't the time to act impulsively. He couldn't waste the opportunity Old Man Kraft had earned with his life. Gaia, you already agreed that if Old Man Koff seriously injured you, he would win this round. Gaia was startled, looking at Arnos with a hint of fear in his eyes. He had accepted this bet without Arnos' consent. Seeing that the other party remained silent, Nickel continued, "You're not trying to renege, are you? So many powerful figures are watching. Is this all the strongest man in the human world can be?" Gaia broke free from Jack's support, turned around, and said fiercely, "But he's already dead. Logically, I should still win. Is that so?" Nickel's eyes blazed. "But the bet didn't mention Old Man Koff. The only condition was that you seriously injure him." Gaia's eyes widened in fury. Wasn't this pushing him into a fire pit? If their operation was delayed for a month because of this, he would likely face Arnos' wrath. Just as Gaia was about to argue, Arnos waved his hand. "Enough." Gaia trembled and quickly knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I didn't lose, I can still." "Enough." Arnos interrupted him. "We Hari people respect the brave. This old man named Koff is quite good. Since he lost, he should admit defeat. There's nothing to argue about. It's only a month, we won't be in a hurry. We come back and crush the Norma Empire a month later." Arnos then ordered, "All troops retreat. Return to the northern frontier military region." As Arnos' order reached the entire army, the Hari Empire's black iron cavalry began to turn around and retreat like a tide. On the wasteland, only the howling wind remained, as if telling the story of the battle's brutality and ruthlessness. Chapter 605. In Ketan City, everyone stood solemnly, silent as they looked at Old Calf lying quietly in the center. Margot angrily demanded, "Why didn't you stop him?" At the time, Margot wasn't on the front lines, her abilities weren't suited for combat, so she remained in the rear and was unaware of this incident. Jonathan shook his head. He threatened to kill himself, so we had no choice. Warren clenched his fist. "Those despicable Harrys, they're shameless. They know we don't have any Supreme Realm experts, yet they still pull this trick." Amida sighed, "What can we do? It's just that we're not as skilled. If someone could break through to the Supreme Realm, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Alil gritted his teeth. "There's still a month left. What are we going to do? Are we just going to wait for Annie to come out? Without Annie, are we just going to be passively attacked?" Margot's eyes flashed, and she turned to ask, "What about the Adventurers Guild? Don't they have Supreme Realm experts?" Amida shook his head. "They only sent Farid, none of the higher-level experts came." "How could this be?" Margot's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. From beginning to end, the Adventurers Guild had always stood by Annie's side. No matter what difficulties Annie faced, they would help unconditionally. Why would they only send Farid this time? Although Farid was a powerful expert from the Fengyuan realm, he was practically useless in this situation. "I go find them." Margot turned and walked out. Amida was about to stop her, but Nicole pulled her back. "Let her go." "But," Nicole said in a slightly hoarse voice, "it's time for the Adventurers Guild to show their true colors." Bang! Farid's door was flung open, and Margot stormed in, her face contorted with anger. She was about to speak when she noticed that Farid wasn't alone. Phineas, Makaro, and Tal were also in the room. "Margot, what's going on?" Makaro stood up, looking at Margot with a puzzled expression. Farid tugged at her sleeve, sighed, and closed the door behind him. He said to Margot, "Come, sit down and let's talk." Margot sat down angrily and cut to the chase. "What's wrong with your Adventurers Guild? Why didn't you send even a single Supreme-level expert this time?" The others exchanged glances. Finally, Phineas spoke up, "Margot, don't be so hasty. We're not entirely sure about this either. The orders from above were just for us to come and provide support. As for how the higher-ups decided, we're also puzzled." Farid said, "Yes, I was genuinely startled when they first put me in charge. After all, the opponent was Arnos, and as a mage at the Fengyuan realm, it would be difficult for me to be of any use in the battle. But that's what the higher-ups decided, and I couldn't do anything about it." "What do you mean you couldn't do anything about it?" Margot roared. "Do you know? Old Man Koff is dead. Farid, Phineas, you should know how much preferential treatment Old Man Koff gave your Adventurers Guild back in Misty City, right? How could you bear to watch him die?" As she said this, tears welled up in Margot's eyes. Phineas stepped forward and grasped Margot's hand. "We're very sorry about what happened to Old Man Kraft. We reported this to our superiors, but with just a few of us, we're completely incapable of withstanding the Harry Empire's attack. Let alone Arnos. We can't even handle his 5th Army commander of the Demon-Slaying Corps." Margot suddenly asked, "Who exactly are these superiors you're referring to?" Everyone was taken aback, then lowered their heads and fell silent. Margot frowned. What, you won't tell me? Are you still Annie's friends? Has all these years worn away your friendship? No. Tal's eyes were troubled. Actually, it was Lord Jafari who relayed the orders to us, but he must have received instructions from someone higher up. Jafari. Margot's heart skipped a beat. What does he mean? No one answered her question. Margot had a bad feeling. If the Adventurers Guild abandoned its support for the Norma Empire at this time, they would be in danger, not to mention the Divine Beast Mountain lurking around, and those guys there might take advantage of their misfortune. Margot didn't ask any more questions and rushed out the door. Asking any further was pointless. The most important thing now was to resolve the current situation. Meanwhile, everyone had already wrapped up Old Koff's body and sent it to Misty City. He was the city lord of Misty City. At least he should be allowed to return and say goodbye to the people. At the north gate of Ketten, the group watched the carriage carrying Old Kraft's body disappear into the distance, their expressions tinged with sorrow. Nicole! Suddenly Margot's voice rang out behind them. The Adventurers Guild is unreliable. Everyone froze, but Nicole calmly turned back. So that's how it is? Amanda frowned. Why would they do this? Was their help to Annie all an act? Oren said, the Adventurers Guild isn't some charity. They must have ulterior motives for helping Annie. Ailill asked doubtfully, I heard that the Adventurers Guild's president, Elena, and Emperor Green were teacher and student, and lovers. Could it be that she helped Annie for that reason? Over 200 years have passed. Besides, Elena isn't a simple woman. Nicole said gravely. We can't let our hopes. We're relying on others now. For the next month, we must prepare for a protracted war. The Norma Empire must not yield an inch. Margot asked, could we have the demons put some pressure on the Harry Empire from the west? Nicole nodded. That's feasible, Your Highness Regent. Can this be entrusted to you? Amanda immediately patted his chest and agreed, I can't contribute much on the battlefield, but this matter is entirely my responsibility. He then whistled, and an eagle spread its wings and landed on his shoulder. He immediately instructed his soldiers to write a secret letter, tie it to the eagle's ankle, and let it carry it away. Nicole took a deep breath. Even with the demon's presence, it will be difficult for us to fight the Harry Empire's army alone. Everyone must hold on. This will be a tough war. As long as we hold out until Annie emerges from the pass, we will win. Good. Jonathan pumped his fist. I risk my life to keep those Harry Empire bastards out of the border. A month later, the demons launched a fierce counterattack in the Kozar Mountain military region, recapturing 2 cities. Arnos, however, paid no heed, sending only 2 detachments back to defend them, while the rest of his army advanced towards the border of the Norma Empire. The 2 armies clashed on the wasteland outside Fana village. The biting wind howled, and snowflakes, sharp as knives, tore through every inch of the battlefield. The iron cavalry of the Harry Empire swept in like a black torrent, their hooves shattering the ice, and splashing up mud mixed with blood. Their armor gleamed coldly in the dim light, and wherever their blades passed, bloody gashes were torn in the Norma Empire's defenses. The Norma Empire's soldiers gripped their spears tightly, their shields forming a formidable wall. Despite being outnumbered, not a single soldier retreated. The Grand Master and Commander-in-Chief, Nicole, stood at the front lines, his voice hoarse yet resolute. For Norma, fight to the death. Before his words even finished, an arrow grazed his shoulder armor, blood staining the white snow. On the battlefield, screams mingled with the clash of swords. A Norma soldier, struck by a heavy sword from the Harry Empire, used his last strength to pierce an enemy's throat as he fell. On the other side, Norma archers aimed in the snowstorm, unleashing a hail of arrows that felled the leading Harry cavalrymen. However, the Harry Empire's supreme experts, like ghosts, plunged into the fray, their swords flashing, and Norma soldiers fell in droves. On the snow, blood and corpses mingled, a brutal scene. Norma's soldiers had built a defensive line with their lives. Their eyes held no fear, only unwavering resolve. The cold wind whipped the battle flags, the Norma emblem on them soaked in blood, yet still flying high. The border battle lasted for a week, with both sides suffering heavy losses. Nicole had no choice but to order a retreat to Croton for defense. Without hesitation, the Harry Empire marched directly to the walls of Ketten. Ketten was the second line of defense. This battle was even more brutal. All the magical cannons on Ketten's walls strained to their limits, spitting countless tongues of fire as they plunged into the Harry army's ranks. Explosions and screams filled the air. But the Harry Empire's soldiers continued their relentless assault on Ketten's defenses. With the presence of powerful figures like Arnos, Ketten faced immense pressure. In less than a week, Kedon fell again. The war unfolded rapidly. The disparity in top-tier combat strength between the two sides was significant. No one in Norma's army could withstand a supreme realm expert. With Kedon fallen, the Hairy Empire's iron cavalry faced no resistance, advancing unimpeded and sweeping through the enemy ranks. Although Nickel wanted to resist, reason told him that now was not the time for a direct confrontation. He overruled the objections of his followers, rejected Jonathan's suggestion of a desperate fight, and led his army back to Rambo's city. Rambo's city became the third line of defense. As the main city of the Rambo territory, its defenses were extremely robust, equipped with new weapons developed by scholars from Douglas and the Magic Academy. Nickel was confident he could hold Rambo's city for another month. Snowflakes were falling. This was likely the last snow of the year. Nickel stood on the city walls of Rambo's city, looking down at the dark mass of the Hairy Empire's army, his heart heavy. In this period of fighting, the Norma Empire had lost nearly 10,000 men, and the Hairy Empire had suffered even more casualties. But whose fathers, husbands, and sons were these soldiers when they took off their uniforms? War is always cruel. The dead are left with only a cold tombstone, rarely a complete corpse. Annie, how would you feel if you saw this? Nicole murmured. She would be very sad. A voice came from behind him. Nicole turned around and saw Oren's haggard face. Oren was already recovering from a serious illness, and the continuous high-intensity fighting had put an even greater strain on his body, making it difficult to cope. Nickel said worriedly, Olin, why don't you go back to your territory and rest? I think Arnos will likely march east directly, targeting the capital, Norma. Your Gore territory should be safe. Olin shook his head. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? What use would I be if I went back? In the past 10 years, my cultivation hasn't improved an inch. Instead, I've been plagued by illness all year round. I'm practically a cripple. How can you say that? Nickel frowned. Do you know how heartbroken Annie would be if she knew you thought that way? Olin didn't speak, quietly walking to Nickel's side, reaching out to touch the cold city bricks, his eyes filled with memories. I'm not a good brother, said Annie. I'm already very grateful that Annie doesn't hold a grudge and still considers me her brother. Looking back on these past 20 years, time has flown by. She has grown to a level that I can never reach. Nicole, I really envy you, your carefree and independent spirit. If I had that courage and boldness, I probably wouldn't have regretted it for the rest of my life. Nicole shook his head. But you still have a chance to make up for the regrets of the past. You not only helped revive the Gower family, but you also saved Annie's life at a crucial moment. I think that in Annie's heart, you are a qualified brother, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to save you. A hint of warmth flickered in Oren's eyes, but a sorrowful expression returned when he saw the soldiers below. And dislikes killing. This scene will remind her of the Marcello rebellion, of the day her father was killed. Nicole sighed. I was unconscious back then, and couldn't help her, otherwise Drew wouldn't have died. Oren shook his head. Marcello was a rare genius. If you hadn't broken through to the Liyuan realm at the crucial moment, the Norma Empire wouldn't exist now. A deep, mournful horn sounded from below, and the Hairy Empire's army advanced once more. The Norma soldiers on the city walls immediately went into battle mode, aiming all their magic cannons at the enemy below. At Nicole's command, all the cannons would fire simultaneously. Just then, Arnos arrived at the front lines riding a massive magical beast, shouting, Nickel, surrender now. Stop your futile struggle. Nickel frowned. Why say such things at a time like this? Nevertheless, he replied, fight if you want. There's no way we Normans will surrender. Arnos sneered. Do you think that stalling for time until Annie emerges from seclusion will solve everything? I advise you to stop dreaming. Although she possesses the holy body of death, light and darkness are bound to clash. This time, fortune won't favor her. Nickel's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean by that? Chapter 606. Arnos chuckled. Of course, it means you have no reason to resist. Do you think Annie will emerge from seclusion before the one from Divine Beast Mountain? Don't forget, which one is the #1 power in the human world? Nicole's eyes narrowed. Yes. Even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse. Even though Divine Beast Mountain has declined and lost Pope Leo, its wealth and resources accumulated over hundreds of years haven't diminished at all. On the other hand, the Norma Empire can only provide Annie with very limited resources. She have to rely more on her own accumulation. But how much wealth can a young mage, who has only been famous for 20 years, have? The answer is obvious. Nicole. It's all right, we believe in Annie. Oren whispered from the side. Nicole glanced at him, then nodded firmly. And always brings us miracles. And this time will be no different. Arno sneered. Humph, truly ungrateful. Back then, Annie took advantage of my weakness, seizing my territory and slaughtering my people. Today, I will avenge her, and see just how far she can endure. Kill her! Kill! In the dimly lit basement of Gore Castle, the dense elemental power almost solidified, and the dark blue magical runes flowed slowly across the stone walls, flickering like breath. And sat cross-legged in the center, her black robes cascading like the night sky. Time had left no trace on her face. Having reached the supreme realm, her lifespan exceeded the normal range for humans, therefore, among the strong, she was still considered a child. Her hands were folded on her knees, a jet-black magic crystal floating in her palms, emitting a captivating dark light. But in an instant, its magic was completely absorbed, and another crystal floated up, taking its place. The air was filled with a magical atmosphere, as if time itself had stood still. Her consciousness sank into the depths of her soul, surrounded by endless void. The whispers of countless spirits echoed in her ears, sometimes wailing, sometimes murmuring. Her deathly body was awakening. Ancient runes surfaced on her bones, each line containing the power of destruction and rebirth. Outside the secret chamber, wind and snow howled, but Annie's secluded training ground was like another world. The power of death and magic intertwined, brewing a transformation powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a powerful aura seemed to ignore the barriers of space, breaking through layers of obstacles and filling the entire chamber. Annie's eyes snapped open, her pupils igniting with eerie green flames that seemed capable of devouring all life. What's going on? Has a powerful being arrived? Annie wondered. Born, standing beside her, also opened his eyes and asked through soul communication, "This aura feels very familiar. Who is it?" Annie shook her head. "I don't know, but it's extremely powerful. It should have reached the peak of the supreme origin realm. The way it's releasing its power so recklessly suggests it's up to no good." Born said in a deep voice, "We don't need to ask to know. It's definitely coming for you. What should we do? Should we go out and check?" Annie fell silent. She was still a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak of the supreme origin realm. If she went out of seclusion now, she might miss the opportunity, requiring even more time and effort later. "I suggest you break through first." At this moment, Dao Quang's voice rang out. Annie said worriedly, "But this aura is coming from the direction of Lanhua's territory. This means the other party has already entered the Norma Empire, and might be at war with Uncle and the others. If I don't go to their aid, they're no match for us." Born said, "It's alright, aren't there still Addix and Elena? They shouldn't just stand by and watch us die." Annie shook her head. Since they were able to reach the Rambo territory, and even unleash such a powerful aura to intimidate me, it means Addix and Elena couldn't stop him. Born frowned. Who exactly is this person? Is there anyone in this world who can render Addix and Elena helpless? "I don't know," Annie said, "but Uncle and the others are definitely in danger. But they didn't come looking for you. Didn't you already? Tell them there's an emergency that requires you to come out of seclusion. They definitely don't want to disturb my cultivation, but then don't let their efforts go to waste." Dao Quang said seriously, "I lend you a hand. I estimate that with another month, you should be able to break through." Annie exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. Thank you, Grandpa Dao Quang." Dao Quang beamed and laughed loudly. "Good, good, good, I give you my old life." With that, Dao Quang appeared directly from Bowen's head, his powerful soul force instantly covering the entire area. "Damn, teacher, you're not young anymore. Can't you take it easy?" Bowen was speechless. Annie closed her eyes again, and with Dao Quang's help, entered a meditative state again. The soul-splitting and merging technique was activated at full power, emitting a booming sound. Now she had to cultivate even harder, striving to break through to the peak of the supreme origin realm as soon as possible. Every day that passed, more Norma soldiers would die tragically on the battlefield because of her, and Nicole and the others would remain in constant danger. Inside the sealed chamber, dark magical runes flickered even more rapidly on the stone walls, adorning the enclosed space like stars. As time passed, Annie's face grew increasingly pale, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The massive influx of magic into her body unleashed a torrent of violent power, raging within her, as if countless blades were piercing her bones and flesh, each breath accompanied by excruciating pain. Her consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, as if she would be swallowed by endless darkness at any moment. Just a hair's breadth. She gritted her teeth, clinging to her last shred of consciousness. However, that hair's breadth was an insurmountable chasm. The backlash from the deathly body grew stronger, her soul felt torn apart, and the wails of countless undead echoed in her ears, attempting to drag her into an eternal abyss. Just as she was about to give way, two powerful forces intervened, one from the Blade Madman, the other from Born. They attacked almost simultaneously, suppressing the power within Annie. At the same time, countless memories flooded back like a tidal wave. And thought of her mother, Eva, who would always gently stroke Anne's hair and whisper, "Child, you must rest. Don't try to carry everything on your own." Then came her father, Drew, who opened his broad arms, a warm smile on his face, and, "Don't be afraid, go forward bravely." And then, there was her uncle, Nickel, the carefree man who would step up in crucial moments. He was Anne's mentor, guiding her from the very beginning, training her through the misty forest, and telling her, a true strong person is not someone without fear, but someone who can face it. His image floated before her eyes, as if he were right beside her, offering silent support. Emperor Reiner, the man with the ever-gentle smile, they had fought side by side, facing countless dangers together. Power is not for destruction, but for protection. His voice seemed to pierce through time, echoing clearly in her mind. It was his favorite saying, his core principle as a ruler. And then, there was old Headmaster Douglas, the always smiling old man. He had once told her when she was lost, "And, your path is destined to be lonely, but don't forget, you are never alone." His words were like a beacon, illuminating the darkness within her. Then, there was Orin, Jonathan, Iliel, Kania. These memories were like a warm current, dispelling the chill within her. Her gaze hardened, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, blood dripping to the ground, seemingly igniting her final will. "I cannot fall. For them, for Norma," she murmured, her voice resolute. The power of the Deathly Hallows gradually subsided under her guidance, and the backlash pain began to lessen. Her soul struggled in the darkness, finally breaking free of its shackles, like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, soaring into the sky. The pain throughout her body receded like a receding tide, replaced by a clear emptiness. Her body seemed to transform into a vast black hole, and raging magical power flooded into her petite frame, merging seamlessly without any resistance. The previously viscous elemental energy within the chamber visibly thinned, and the mountain of magic crystals and cores piled beside her were consumed at an accelerated rate. Finally on the right track? Dao Quang nodded slightly, weakly withdrawing his soul power, which slowly floated into Bowen's head. "Now it's up to you." Then Dao Quang also fell into a deep sleep. Kill! The hairy soldiers, clad in black armor, fearlessly charged the walls of Rambo's city, creating a deafening roar. After a month of arduous resistance, Rambo's city was in its final moments. The fortifications on the walls were in ruins, all the magic cannons had run out of ammunition, the walls were riddled with holes of all sizes, and even the city gates were damaged and repaired with thick wooden stakes. Nysel personally led the charge, killing the hairy soldiers who rushed up the walls. Thud. Iliel beheaded a hairy soldier with a single stroke, then turned and said, "Archmage, this won't do. The city is about to fall." Jonathan's eyes blazed with fury. Rambo was his stronghold, his family's home. Although everyone had already evacuated elsewhere, the fall of Rambo would be a profound humiliation for him. "Archmage, I'm not afraid to die. This old man doesn't have much time left anyway. As long as I live, the city stands. If the city falls, I die. This time, I will not back down." Nickel frowned. "Marquis Jonathan, the battle is at the forefront. The battles to come will still require your strength. You can't be so selfish." Jonathan gave a bitter laugh. "My strength is what it is. I can't create greater value for the Empire, for His Majesty. And I know, Keller is no longer here." Nickel's heart skipped a beat. This was something he had never told Jonathan. It was far too cruel for him. Jonathan had 3 children. His eldest son, Dickel, betrayed the Empire and died while fleeing through the elf forest. Katniss had taken over most of the territory's affairs, and was the family heir. His youngest son, the one Jonathan worried about most, had miraculously revived from the brink of death and become an imperial hero like Annie, but after going to Sharia, he disappeared without a trace. Although Annie told him that Keller was on a secret mission in the Austin Empire, as the Norma Empire's communication with the outside world increased, Jonathan developed his own channels and naturally learned about what had happened in Sharia. He learned the cruel news. Keller was dead, killed on the dueling platform by Archbishop Carthus of Beast Mountain. Upon hearing this news, Jonathan seemed to age 10 years, his heart was filled with despair. But Anne and the others kept it from him. He didn't blame them, because he knew and was doing it for his own good, not wanting him to be sad. "Keller was my proud son. He died on a mission, saving the hope of the Empire. I am proud of him, Jonathan cried, tears streaming down his face. But my longing for him has never ceased. I'm sorry, I failed to protect him, leaving him to risk his life alone. I'm not a good father. Archmage, I beg you, let me stay and fight to the death. I want to die on the battlefield, that's my final resting place. Nickel clenched his fists. The current situation left him no room for hesitation. Jonathan was, after all, a powerful cultivator at the transformation realm. Forcing him to leave would be quite difficult. Oh no! The city gates are about to be breached, shouted Olin from afar. Nicole frowned and immediately said to Iliel, issue the order immediately. A full retreat. Jonathan replied, the Rambeau family's personal guard will stay behind. You? Jonathan's eyes widened. Stop talking. Even if you retreat, someone needs to cover the rear and buy time. Leave that to me. You all go. But, Iliel grabbed Nicole. Archmage, there's no time. We must retreat. Nicole glared at Iliel. Are you trying to send Jonathan to his death? Iliel said in a deep voice, if Marco City were in this situation, I would make the same choice. Archmage, please give Marquis Jonathan a dignified end. In the end, under everyone's strong persuasion, Nicole could only lead the entire army to retreat from Rambeau City. When they reached the Mobi's Pass, a violent explosion sounded behind them. A deafening roar. A massive burst of flame shot into the sky, followed by deafening battle cries. Without a doubt, the city had fallen. Marquis Jonathan. Nickel, tears welling in his eyes, gritted his teeth and ordered, full-speed retreat. Retreat to the capital. Chapter 607. Bang! A loud crash rang out. Reiner slammed his hand on the table, abruptly standing up and roaring angrily, what did you say? Across from him, Nicole, dressed in a crisp military uniform, now gritted his teeth, head bowed, his voice slightly hoarse as he said, Rambeau City has fallen, Marquis Jonathan has died on the battlefield. This sudden, devastating news struck like a bolt from the blue, sending a chill down the spines of everyone present. Cadence, unable to bear such a heavy blow, collapsed to the cold ground like a rag doll. Seeing this, those around her rushed to her aid, working together to barely lift her to her feet. However, Katniss was now ashen-faced, her eyes empty and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Shouldn't he have returned safely like you all? How did it end up like this? Reiner's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, as he roared angrily at Nicole. His hoarse roar echoed throughout the room, lingering for a long time. At this moment, Amida, who had been standing silently to the side, sighed softly and slowly spoke, since things have come to this, let me explain what happened. She then recounted the entire events of the battle in detail. As Amida narrated, everyone's expressions grew increasingly solemn, and a deathly silence fell over the room. The already tense and oppressive atmosphere became even more frothy, chilling and suffocating. A deep sorrow shrouded everyone's face, the grief and helplessness over the loss of their comrade. Your Majesty. Douglas stepped forward and said, this isn't Nickel's fault. Marquis Jonathan is a man of strong character. For him to abandon his city would be more painful than death. Coupled with the deaths of his two sons, it's a huge blow to him. Dying on the battlefield like this is a kind of relief for him. Reiner slumped back into his chair. Damn it, damn it. The Harrys are so ruthless. They actually. For a moment, Reiner was incoherent, tears welling in his eyes, but as an emperor, he had to hold them back. However, Katniss, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly stood up and strode towards the door. Where are you going? Nickel grabbed her arm. Katniss's eyes were bloodshot, her lips bleeding from being bitten. I'm going to Rambeau. I'm going to kill those bastards. Come back. Amida hissed. Did your father move you and the family to the capital just so you could go and die now? I understand your desire for revenge, but revenge isn't something to rush. Calm down. Faced with Amida's rebuke, Katniss stopped and began to sob softly. Sigh. Take her to rest. Reiner waved his hand, and some guards stepped forward and led Katniss away from the hall. Your Majesty. Nicole looked up, meeting Reiner's gaze directly. The Harry Empire's army is advancing this way. They're expected to be at the city gates in a week. What follows is the final battle. Losing means national ruin and death. Winning means a desperate counterattack. Success or failure hinges on this. Reiner frowned. Win. How can we win? Even with such strong defenses, Rambeau City was breached. How long can Norma City hold out? Iliel said, it's different. After such a long battle, the Hairy Empire's army is exhausted, and with heavy casualties, their fighting strength is far from what it used to be. Breaching Norma City won't be easy. Douglas nodded. Moreover, Norma City's walls are protected by our Magic Academy's latest research, which can be used to launch a surprise attack at a crucial moment, dealing a heavy blow to the Hairy Empire. But this isn't a long-term solution. Ryder rubbed his temples. The enemy has too many Supreme Realm experts, and we lack top-tier combat power. He then looked at Douglas and asked, Old Dean, what's the situation with the other forces? Douglas sighed. Varys's army has retreated to Marco's territory to help with defenses in the south. The Adventurers Guild has completely withdrawn, leaving no one behind, and now they're ignoring our negotiations. The Austin Empire has recently made some moves, seemingly with the support of Divine Beast Mountain, deploying troops near Sharia and Harrington. Yes, they have no time to support us. What about the demons and elves? What's their situation? Ryder pressed. Douglas shook his head. The demons have intensified their attacks, advancing back to the central part of Mount Kozar, but Arnos hasn't reacted at all, seemingly determined to fight us to the death. The elves have now occupied Gore's territory. According to them, as long as the elf princess is safe, they won't interfere in the war between humans. Amida sighed. Alas, not a single one is reliable. Nickel said in a deep voice, relying on others' strength, we always be on the defensive. Amida said with a melancholy expression, I'm curious. Why aren't they afraid of triggering His Majesty the First Emperor's Heart of the Strong this time? They were terrified before. Nickel snorted. Before, it was because the Norma Empire existed, providing a buffer for the Harry and Austin empires, avoiding large-scale war. Not attacking Norma was beneficial to everyone. But now it's different. The Norma Empire has risen again. Even without the Heart of the Strong, with Annie, every power feels like a knife is hanging over their heads. So they don't care about the Heart of the Strong. Even if it's triggered, so what? Can Annie be stronger now? That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ryder took a deep breath and said, Nicole, now that Anne is gone, you are the strongest in the entire empire. I don't care what methods you use. Even if we all fight to the last moment, the dignity of the Norma Empire cannot be trampled upon. Nicole straightened his chest and said, Your Majesty, rest assured, Norma City is my last line of defense. We will all concentrate all our strength, and will never allow a single soldier of the Harry Empire to enter the city. The harsh winter finally receded, and the ice and snow slowly melted under the warm spring sun, revealing the buried battlefield. The earth seemed to have been torn apart, the scorched earth intertwined with broken weapons, and dark red bloodstains mixed in the mud, exuding a putrid smell. Torn flags lay half buried in the mud, the crest of the Rambeau family long since blurred, only a corner fluttering weakly in the cold wind. In the distance, several crows circled overhead, cawing shrilly, occasionally swooping down to peck at scattered carcasses. Corpses lay strewn in the mud, some frozen for months, their faces gradually revealed as the snow melted, pale and stiff. Their eyes were vacant, as if still telling the story of the brutal battle. The cold wind was still biting, but no longer fierce. The battlefield was deathly silent, save for the soft murmur of melting snow flowing through the gullies, a mournful lament for the departed. Arnos led the army of the Hari Empire from the ruined city of Limbo, sweeping across the land until they finally arrived at the gates of Norma. This Norma Empire capital, weathered by centuries of storms, was about to face its first direct invasion from a foreign enemy. Gaia, is everything ready? Arnos asked in a deep voice. Gaia nodded. Your Majesty, everything is ready. All the soldiers have recovered their physical condition with the help of the bishops, and are ready for battle at any time. Arnos's lips curled into a smile. Humph, these mere Norma people, do they really think they can rest easy relying on a mere legend? Too naive. If it weren't for the Norma's existence having some value, the iron cavalry of my Hari Empire would have already crushed this place. Why would we be waiting until now? Jack asked with some worry, Your Majesty, what if the Heart of the Strong truly appears? Arnos glanced. He glanced at him. Are you scared? Jack quickly shook his head. It's not that I'm scared, it's just that. Arnos waved his hand, interrupting him. Even if Leo stood in front of me now, I'm confident I could defeat him. That so-called Norma Emperor, the strongest man in human history, Grin, it's all just hearsay. If he were really that strong, would the war between the orcs have lasted for decades? That so-called Heart of the Strong he left behind is just a hoax. Besides, there are people who want the Heart of the Strong to appear even more than we do. She handle it then. Her? Jack was somewhat confused, but there was no time to ask. The iron cavalry of the Harry Empire surged towards Norma City like a black torrent, the deafening sound of hooves seeming to shatter the earth. Arno sat high atop his warhorse, his golden armor gleaming in the sunlight, his gaze cold and authoritative, as if victory were already in his grasp. Battering rams and siege magic cannons were pushed to the front lines, their massive firepower and powerful magic tearing through the air, slamming into the walls of Norma City, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. On the city walls, Nickel, clad in a pale blue robe, held a long sword, his eyes blazing. His voice, amplified by magic, echoed throughout the walls, "Hold the line." For Norma. At his command, Norma's soldiers channeled their magic, countless magic arrays unleashing in the air, fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning intertwined to form a dense defensive net, temporarily halting the Hairy Empire's offensive. However, the Hairy Empire's offensive did not weaken. Arno sneered, and waved for his elite troops to charge. Heavily armored warriors surged towards the city gates like a tidal wave, ladders were erected, and arrows rained down. Norma's soldiers fought desperately, the clash of swords, screams, and the roar of magic mingled together, turning the battlefield into a scene of utter carnage. Nicole gritted his teeth, cold sweat beating on his forehead. He knew this battle had only just begun, and the fate of Norma hung by a thread. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the city wall. Gaia? Nicholas's eyes narrowed. This was none other than Gaia, one of the 5 commanders of the demon-slaying army, the culprit who had killed Old Koff. Gaia also saw Nicholas. Oh, not bad luck. Nichols' eyes practically blazed with fury. Are you saying I'm lucky, or are you lucky? Gaia shrugged, cleaving a charging Norma soldier in two with a single stroke. Maybe both. He then unleashed his wind blade domain with unbridled abandon, powerful wind blades slicing through the air, each one killing a Norma soldier. Both were wind elemental mages, but Nickel was only a high-level Feng Yuan mage, not yet at the peak, let alone capable of unleashing a domain. The difference between them was immense. Fortunately, Nickel had helpers. Iliel, Katniss, and others immediately surrounded him. He, ants are ants, no matter how many come. Gaia's lips curled into a cruel smile. Just like that old bastard, even if he fought desperately, he could only manage to scratch me a little. The mere mention of Old Koff instantly stirred everyone's emotions. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving alive. Die here. Nickel roared, launching the first attack. Nickel appeared before Gaia like a ghost. Gaia laughed wildly and swung his sword to meet him. Nickel dodged to the side, his long sword slicing through the air, deflecting Nickel's attack towards the ground. Simultaneously, he kicked Gaia in the stomach. Oh, interesting. Gaia's magic erupted, the powerful force sending Nickel flying. At the same time, Gaia's longsword sliced through the air, creating sharp wind blades that seemed to tear space itself apart. A contemptuous smile played on his lips as he glanced at the 4 before him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You think you can defeat me? Nickel gripped his longsword tightly, wind elements swirling around him, the blade shimmering with azure light. He halted his retreat, charging forward again, blade aimed directly at Gaia's throat. However, Gaia merely sidestepped, dodging the attack and slashing back at Nickel's shoulder. Nickel barely managed to parry, but the immense force sent him staggering back several steps, his hand numb, blood trickling down his arm. Iliel roared, his spear wreathed in blazing flames, thrusting straight for Gaia's chest. Gaia sneered, his blade flashing, wind blades colliding with flames, erupting in a dazzling light. Iliel was thrown back, spear nearly slipping from his grasp, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Katniss stood at a distance, her wand flashing, unleashing a torrent of water arrows at Gaia. However, Gaia's movements were as elusive as the wind, the arrows all missing their mark. He charged at Katniss, his blade aimed straight for her throat. Margot hastily waved her wand, and a barrier of light instantly appeared, barely blocking Gaia's fatal blow. But the barrier shattered, and Margot's face turned pale, she was clearly exhausted. Is that all you got? Gaia laughed, his blade flashing again, a whirlwind of wind sweeping through like a tornado. The 4 were forced to retreat, their bodies covered in wounds, their robes stained crimson with blood. Chapter 608. Just when Gaia thought victory was assured, Nickel suddenly shouted, now. The 4 men simultaneously raised their weapons, and the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and light intertwined in the air, forming a massive magic circle. Gaia's expression changed. What are you doing? His eyes flashed, and he immediately saw several magic cannons blocking his side. As he tried to retreat, he found himself locked onto by the magic circle. Kill! The 4 roared in unison. A devastating power erupted from the magic circle. Wind blades, flames, water arrows, and light intertwined into a massive torrent of energy, striking Gaia directly. At the same time, the magic cannons beside him roared, unleashing tongues of fire towards Gaia. Gaia barely managed to raise his sword to defend himself, but the force sent him spitting blood and flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to his feet, his eyes filled with shock and anger. He, a powerful expert at the mid-stage of the Supreme Origin Realm, had actually been injured by several mages at the Abundant Origin Realm. Seeing the magic cannon beside him flash its light again, he glared at the four men and, without hesitation, leaped off the city wall. Boom! Another roar, a massive tongue of fire blasting a group of hairy Empire soldiers to pieces. Nickel stared into the distance, his eyes filled with hatred. Gaia had already returned to his camp. Damn it, that guy escaped. Ailill said, "It's alright, at least he knows we're not easy to bully." Katniss glanced at the heavily wounded Norma soldiers around her, her heart still pounding. This was her first time fighting a supreme being. If it weren't for Margot's assistance, she might have been seriously injured by Gaia. This is the power of the Supreme Realm experts. Even with the Norma Empire's strongest warriors deployed, they were no match for them. Despite their best efforts, they could only manage to inflict minor damage. Margot rushed to various locations to provide aid. Her healing magic was now highly refined, and Nickel put her in charge of the healing squad, working alongside Leeti's to provide battlefield relief and treatment. With Gaia repelled, the Norma Empire's morale soared. Everyone fought with renewed vigor, fiercely resisting the Hairy Empire's attack. The battle lasted a full day, ultimately forcing the Hairy Empire to temporarily abandon its offensive and retreat for rest. The Norma people also gained a much-needed respite. Nickel immediately led a post-battle inventory, and Douglas and Kanya led teams to repair the city wall's defenses and reload new magical equipment. "Nicole, how's the battle going?" Ryder arrived at the city wall. Nickel was taken aback. "Your Majesty, how did you get up here?" Ryder waved his hand. "It's alright, I just wanted to see everyone." Nickel puffed out his chest and said, "We lost 2,000 men, and the Hairy Empire suffered even greater losses. This is all thanks to the defensive equipment designed with the help of the dwarves, which added multiple layers of protection to the city walls. Moreover, we managed to wound their supreme being, Gaia. They must be studying our new weapons now." Ryder nodded. It seems the Magic Academy's research over the years has been quite effective. These magic cannons are specifically designed to deal with supreme beings. Although the losses are huge, the results are remarkable. It would be even better if we could kill one." Amida gave a wry smile. "Your Majesty, we already exhausted all our strength to wound them. Killing them would be incredibly difficult. If they wanted to escape, we simply couldn't stop them." "That's true." Ryder stroked his chin. Ryder's arrival boosted morale at the front lines, easing the tension of the impending invasion. The finance minister generously provided ample supplies to ensure all soldiers were well fed and clothed. However, this respite was short-lived. Just one night later, before dawn had fully pierced the thick clouds, the Hairy Empire launched another fierce offensive. This attack was unprecedented in scale. They deployed numerous elite troops and dispatched 3 powerful Supreme Realm experts to personally oversee the battle. This relentless and aggressive assault slammed into the Norma Empire's defenses like a heavy hammer, instantly tearing a gaping hole. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the Norma Empire's defenders fought desperately, but they were unable to withstand the relentless onslaught, suffering heavy casualties. The ferocity and brutality of this siege surpassed any previous one. The once impregnable city of Norma had become a massive meat grinder, every inch of its land stained a gruesome crimson with blood, the air thick with the pungent stench of blood and death. Every day, countless lives plummeted like shooting stars, turning into cold, stiff corpses. The battlefield was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing, a horrific sight. Whether invaders from the Hairy Empire or soldiers of the Norma Empire defending their homeland, every face bore the deepest weariness and despair. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, as if devoid of souls, driven only by a mechanical, numb fighting instinct. Their once vibrant faces were now ashen, their armor tattered and stained with the blood of enemies and comrades. These soldiers were no longer flesh and blood, but walking corpses, who only knew how to kill and survive. Bang! Nickel was struck hard, flying backward and crashing to the ground. "Archmage!" Katniss cried out. Nickel waved his hand, patting his chest armor, and said, "I'm fine. The dwarven armor protected me and blocked most of the attack." Katniss breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look ahead. A young man stood there, his gaze cold, his brow slightly furrowed. "Who are you?" The man said in a deep voice, "I am Dason." If Annie were here, she should recognize me. Katniss's heart skipped a beat. You're the Dason who entered the magic realm with Annie? The commander of the northern frontier military region of the Hairy Empire? Dason chuckled. Humph, that's right. I'm not like Gaia. This time, I'm going to completely crush you and leave you no chance. Is that so? Margot stepped forward. Dason, you still haven't learned your lesson. Have you forgotten how Annie beat you so badly in the magic realm that you were running away with your tail between your legs? Dason's expression changed instantly. Nonsense. Annie and I didn't have many direct confrontations back then. At this moment, Gaia and Jack also arrived beside Dason. The three Supreme Realm experts exuded a powerful aura, creating a vacuum area around them. Nickel and the others all wore grave expressions. This was an unprecedentedly critical situation. If it were just Gaia, a single Supreme Realm expert, it would be manageable. They could use combination magic, along with the Dwarven special magical weapons, to put up a fight. But facing three Supreme Realm experts, things were much more uncertain. The walls can't fall, brothers. Let's hold them off together. Nickel gritted his teeth. Everyone took a deep breath and assumed fighting stances. Dason sneered, unleashing his domain power first, followed by Jack and Gaia. The three domain powers overlapped, forming a powerful pressure. Gaia then swung her longsword, sending two powerful wind blades towards Nickel. Nickel flashed, his fingers forming a sword, deflecting the two wind blades, and simultaneously charged towards Dason, the weakest of the three. Dason was young and hadn't cultivated for long. Furthermore, the division of the Hairy Empire had forced him and Jack to shoulder a heavy burden of anti-magic alliance affairs, leaving him no time or energy for cultivation, thus missing his optimal cultivation period. Therefore, he was only at the first level of the Supreme Origin Realm, and even his domain power was intermittent, possessing almost no substantial power. But a Supreme Origin Realm cultivator is a Supreme Origin Realm cultivator. Dason didn't take Nickel seriously at all. He directly met him in battle. Meanwhile, the powerful members of the Magic Academy, led by Douglas, arrived and joined the battle. The battle had now reached its climax. Booms erupted from the city walls, countless spells colliding like dazzling fireworks, but this brilliance was tinged with bloodshed and tragedy. Nickel coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, only to be saved by Margot's magic. His chest armor was shattered, and the magic core embedded within it had turned pale from exhaustion. We can't hold on much longer. Ailill also retreated, bearing several wounds, but in better condition than Nickel. Archmage, we're about to collapse. Nickel's eyes were filled with resentment. Annie! I still couldn't hold out until you returned. Gaia burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Don't bother resisting anymore, it's useless. Even without His Majesty, you are no match for us. Arnos isn't here? Nickel was slightly taken aback, but then sighed. Even without Arnos, these Supreme Realm experts before him could completely crush the Norma Empire's army. So die. Gaia roared, his figure flashing forward, countless wind blades carrying terrifying power, tearing towards the weakened Nickel. Archmage. Get out of the way. Everyone was shocked, but it was too late to help. Nickel closed his eyes, he was mortally wounded and powerless to resist any longer. Annie, I'm sorry, I couldn't hold on until the end. Farewell. However, just when everyone thought Nickel was doomed, a bone spear seemed to pierce through the void, suddenly appearing before him. In an instant, it shattered all the wind blades, and even suppressed the three's domains. What? The three were shocked. Not only Gaia and the others, but even Nickel and the others were dumbfounded. Bone spear? Could it be? Nickel's eyes shone with boundless joy, his previously dim pupils seemed to suddenly light up. Annie! Everyone on the battlefield stopped what they were doing and looked up at the sky. A golden dragon tore through the clouds, its enormous wings spreading, blotting out the sun. On the dragon's back, and stood proudly, her black robes fluttering in the wind. The power of the deathly body flowed around her, and eerie green flames burned in her pupils. Her appearance seemed to plunge the entire battlefield into silence. Who dares touch him? Annie's voice was icy and authoritative, like the pronouncement of death. She raised her hand slightly, and a wave of dark energy erupted instantly, sending Gaia and the other two flying several meters backward, their eyes filled with horror. Dason gritted his teeth, wanting to seize the opportunity to try and kill Nicole again, but was slammed down by the golden dragon's claw, instantly cracking the ground with several deep fissures. Jack tried to escape using wind elemental magic, but was firmly bound by a death chain, unable to move. Gaia gritted his teeth, pointing his blade at Annie, roaring, Annie! What do you think you can change? Annie didn't answer, only giving him a cold look. With a flick of her finger, a bone spur pierced Gaia's shoulder, blood gushing out. Gaia groaned, kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with shock and resentment. Get out. Annie's voice was as piercing as the cold wind. Gaia gritted his teeth, glanced at her, and finally waved for retreat. The army of the Hari Empire retreated like a receding tide, leaving only the defenders of Norma City and the figure standing atop the dragon's back on the battlefield. On the city wall, Nickel gazed at, and, his eyes filled with relief and excitement. He struggled to his feet, raised his broken sword, and shouted, "Long live the Norma Empire! Long live!" and instantly, the entire city of Norma erupted in a deafening roar. Soldiers raised their weapons, their eyes gleaming with hope, and stood on the dragon's back, her gaze sweeping over the crowd, a slight smile playing on her lips. At this moment, and was their savior, the hope of Norma. The golden dragon let out a thunderous roar, as if announcing the arrival of victory. Anne's figure, bathed in the setting sun, was like a divine being descending, deeply imprinted in the hearts of every Norma citizen. Anne! Orin and Margot stepped forward, looking at Anne with excitement. Annie jumped off Born, looking at their injuries, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Orin shook his head, "No, you're just in time. As long as you break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, our long-held efforts won't have been in vain." Annie helped Nickel up. "Uncle, you're badly injured. You need to go back for treatment immediately." Nickel clutched his abdomen, where blood was seeping out. "Cough, it's alright, I'm fine. I'm relieved that you're back." Annie comforted him. "Okay, leave the rest to me." Then, Annie instructed Douglas to organize the people from the Magic Academy to take all the wounded back for treatment, while the entire Norma army remained on standby, preparing for the defense of the city walls. Lying on the stretcher, Nicole said worriedly, "Annie, why didn't you bring more men?" I think I can still fight." And grabbed him and pressed him down. "Don't try to be a hero. I make the Hari Empire pay for what they did many times over." With that, she returned to Bond's back. Bond let out a long cry, flapped his wings, and charged towards the Hari army's camp. Chapter 609. How could this be? Daizen's eyes were filled with horror. How could Annie break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm so quickly? What are we going to do? We be killed by her. Bang! Jack slammed his hand on the table. Stop yelling. Are you stupid? Even if she has broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, she must have just done so. While her realm is still unstable, we still have a chance. Quickly send a message to my brother to come back. Gaia said with distress, the demon clan's offensive is too fierce. Now the Dark Elves have also joined the battle. If His Majesty doesn't return soon, the Kozar Mountain military region may be lost. Even if we go now, there's no way to reverse the situation. Ah! Jack roared, what do we do then? Don't forget, when my brother left, he gave us a death order. We must break through the city within a month. But the situation is different now. Dason said, if Annie weren't here, everything would be fine, but now that Annie is back, none of us are a match for her. Gaia's eyes flashed, right, isn't Eliza here too? She's a genuine high-level Supreme Origin Realm expert. If the four of us join forces, we might still have a fighting chance. Jack's eyes also lit up. He was also a high-level Supreme Origin Realm expert, and Eliza was even stronger than him, currently resting in Londwa City. Something's wrong. Just then, a soldier rushed in Norma. The Norma Empire is counterattacking. What? Jack jumped up. How many of them are there? One person. The soldier had barely finished speaking when a loud crash was heard, and the entire tent was overturned. When everyone looked up, they saw Annie riding on the back of a golden dragon, constantly unleashing powerful magic downwards, reaping the lives of Harry's soldiers. Damn it! How arrogant! Jack roared, charging forward and unleashing a wind blade at Annie in midair. Bourne sneered, ignoring Annie's presence, and simply deployed a bone shield to block the wind blade. Jack shouted, Annie, come down here if you dare. Let's fight fairly. Fairly? Annie coldly replied, did your Hari Empire ever fight fairly with our Norma Empire? It's too late to say anything now, you must pay the price. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out continuously, throwing the entire camp into chaos. Lacking air power, the Hari Empire soldiers could only passively endure the attack, utterly powerless to retaliate. Just then, a swarm of enormous black bats flew in from the west, emitting shrill cries, surrounding Annie and Bourne. Eliza! Jack's eyes lit up. This was Eliza's direct subordinate unit, the Demon Bat Squad. Get on! Eliza stopped beside the three, bringing 3 demon bats with her. Without hesitation, the 3 straddled the bats' back. Eliza, you come at the perfect time. Let's join forces and capture Annie. His Majesty will surely praise us, Jack exclaimed excitedly. Eliza scoffed. You're all fools. No wonder His Majesty kept me in Longbow City. It seems he knew you were unreliable all along. Jack and the others' expressions changed. What do you mean? Eliza glanced at them indifferently, then quickly ascended, landing in front of Annie. And didn't rush to attack, simply observing the woman before her. You must be Eliza, the legendary commander of the Hairy Empire. Your territory has already been conquered, yet you still have the energy to cause trouble in my Norma Empire? Eliza's gaze was icy. Annie, if it weren't for you, my territory probably wouldn't have been so easily occupied by the demons. You have to take responsibility. Annie shrugged. Oh! How will you expect me to take responsibility? Don't be arrogant. Don't think that just because you reached the peak of the Supreme Realm, we can't handle you. You're all alone now. How can you fight the 4 of us? Annie smiled slightly. Is that so? You're that confident? With that, she unleashed her full domain power. A powerful pressure swept over them, causing all the demon bats to tremble. If it weren't for Eliza's command, they would have turned tail and fled. Eliza frowned, and slowly uttered a single word from her bright red lips, kill. Immediately, the 4 of them acted together, unleashing a magical attack on Annie. A howling wind whipped up a cloud of dust. Eliza stood on the back of a demon bat, her longbow fully drawn, arrows wreathed in sharp wind element, aiming at Annie in the distance. Her eyes were cold and her voice icy. Annie, no matter how powerful your necromancy is, it can't withstand our combined attack. Before she finished speaking, an arrow shot through the air with a shrill whistling sound, aimed directly at Annie. However, Annie simply raised her wand, and a pale bone shield instantly materialized. The arrow struck the shield and instantly turned to dust. Her gaze swept over the 4, a cold smile playing on her lips. Just you 2? Jack charged forward first, his long sword flashing, unleashing a rain of blades at Annie. Gaia and Dason followed closely behind, their long swords tracing sharp arcs, attempting to block Annie's retreat. However, Born simply flapped her wings, carrying Annie like a ghost, drifting erratically through the air. With a gentle wave of her wand, a gigantic fire giant crawled out from the ground, roaring as it pounced on the 4. Seeing this, Eliza hastily drew her bow and fired a barrage of arrows, which flew towards the undead like meteors, but could not stop the fire giant's approach. Jack's longsword could only barely parry. The fire giant's intense heat forced him to retreat repeatedly. Gaia and Dyson's long swords, though sharp, seemed pale and powerless against overwhelming power. Too weak, Annie's voice was as chilling as the wind. She swung her wand sharply, and several ice spikes shot out instantly, striking the 4 of them. Eliza barely dodged, but the shockwave sent her sprawling to the ground, her longbow flying from her hand. Jack's sword was shattered by the ice spikes, and he was thrown several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Gaia and Dason were even more battered, their long swords shattered, their bodies covered in wounds, as they collapsed to the ground. Just as the 4 struggled to their feet, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the sky. Born unfurled his enormous golden dragon wings and swooped down, his terrifying pressure cascading like a waterfall, completely suppressing the 4. Eliza tried to draw her bow to retaliate, but was immobilized by the dragon's claws. Jack barely managed to raise his broken sword, but was swatted away by Born's claw, shattering it completely. Gaia and Dason attempted to attack Born together, but were firmly bound by the lightning chains cast by Annie, unable to move. Annie slowly walked to the 4, her gaze icy. Is this all the strength you have? Eliza gritted her teeth and looked up, her eyes filled with resentment, yet unable to refute. Jack lay on the ground, breathing heavily, clearly unable to fight any longer. Gaia and Dason were bound by chains, their faces pale, their eyes filled with fear. Eliza, what are you doing? You can't beat Annie, yet you're so arrogant and mocking us. Jack roared. Eliza blushed. How was I supposed to know this brat was so strong? She's not just a recent breakthrough to the peak of the Yuan realm. She's clearly a renowned super-strong expert. And put away her wand and said calmly, get lost. Next time you come, it won't be so easy. Her voice carried an undeniable authority. The 4 of them scrambled to their feet, a hint of surprise in their eyes. You're not going to kill us? Eliza asked. Hatred always needs a resolution. Eliza, go back and tell Arnos I'm waiting for him in Rambo City. And said calmly, then she and Born left together, a loud dragon roar echoing through the air. Eliza and the others supported each other, watching and disappear into the distance, understanding that the gap between them and had widened even further. With the withdrawal of the Harry Empire's army, the Norma Empire launched a full-scale counterattack, reclaiming some of the previously occupied territory and driving Eliza and the others west of Rambeau's city. Katniss stood before the ruins of Rambeau, her steps heavy as if each one were a nice edge. The once bustling streets were now nothing but rubble, charred wooden beams lying haphazardly along the roadside, the air thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Her gaze swept over her surroundings, her heart gripped as if by an invisible hand, her breath becoming labored. In the distance, the outline of the city gate was faintly visible, but the once majestic gate was now mostly collapsed, with only a few broken stone pillars standing forlornly. Katniss's steps quickened involuntarily until she saw that familiar and imposing figure. Jonathan, her father. He still stood, his body straight as a pine tree, the long sword in his hand deeply embedded in the ground, supporting his already cold body. His armor was riddled with knife marks and arrow holes, the blood long since dried, congealing into dark red streaks. His face showed no fear, only unwavering resolve and determination, as if, in his final moments, he was still protecting the city, protecting everything he loved. Katniss slowly approached, her legs buckling, and she knelt before her father. Her trembling hand touched Jonathan's cheek, the cold touch causing her tears to instantly overflow. "Father!" Her voice was hoarse and broken, a mournful cry squeezed from the depths of her throat. Around them, the devastation of Rambeau's city unfolded before their eyes. The streets were littered with corpses, soldiers and civilians alike, their faces etched with pain and despair. Some survivors huddled beside the ruins, sobbing softly, their wails echoing through the empty city like a hellish lament. From the dilapidated house, the occasional cry of a child drifted out, weak yet piercing, as if condemning the cruelty of war. Cadence gripped her father's hand tightly, tears blurring her vision. Jonathan's image flashed through her mind. The man with the always gentle smile, the father who taught her courage and strength. He had said, "Rambeau is our home, and we will protect it no matter what." And now, he had lived out those words with his life. Nicole patted Katniss's shoulder. "Your father was a brave warrior. He died on the battlefield, in the city he loved." The wind whipped up ashes, brushing against Katniss's cheek, bringing a chilling touch. She slowly rose, wiping away her tears, her gaze hardening. She drew her father's long sword, holding it in her hand, the blade reflecting her resolute face. "Father, I will bring Rambeau's city back to life," she whispered, her voice filled with unwavering resolve. Anne's eyes also held undisguised sorrow. She hadn't expected the war to be so brutal. Not only was Old Craft dead, but Jonathan was too. "I won't let this happen again," Amethyst said with some worry. "Arnos has now defeated Addix, and become the strongest in the human world. Annie, you must be careful. If you are outmatched, don't be reckless." Annie clenched her fists, her eyes filled with rage. "Don't worry, I will make Arnos pay twofold for what he has done." After several days of rest, Katniss led the Rambeau family's army to clean up the town and laid all the fallen Norma soldiers to rest in peace, holding a solemn farewell ceremony. Soon, Arnos arrived as promised. Sensing the powerful magical fluctuations emanating from Arnos, Annie immediately left the city and went to a high ground. This high ground was far from Rambeau's city. Even if a fierce battle broke out, it wouldn't affect anyone else. Arnos looked at the woman before him, 100 years younger than him, a strange glint in his eyes. "You're Annie?" Anne's gaze sharpened. "Arnos, we meet again, but you probably don't recognize me. After all, when we first met, you were a madman. No, you're still a madman now." Arnos laughed loudly. "What madness? Shouldn't the strong crave battle? Annie, this isn't my fault, you brought it all on yourself." Annie took a deep breath. "So you forced me out here just to fight me?" "Of course." Arnos slowly raised his great sword, pointing it at Annie. "Today, I show you the consequences of offending me." With that, he unleashed his domain power. Annie felt her breath catch in her throat. She didn't understand the purpose of Arnos's domain, but she still activated hers and summoned Born. "Oh, a skeleton soldier?" Arnos said dismissively. "You don't think you can defeat me with just a skeleton soldier, do you?" "I'm enough," Born replied. Arnos was taken aback. "A conscious undead?" His expression turned serious. "It seems I truly underestimated you." "Then let's begin," Annie said, launching the first attack. With a powerful swing of her wand, a gigantic phantom of an evil spirit appeared in midair. Evil spirit roar. "Awooh!" Before Arnos could react, a powerful and terrifying sonic wave crashed down upon him. Arnos's eyes widened, and he swung his greatsword forward, unleashing a wall of raging wind elemental magic that blocked the sonic attack. And was startled. As expected of humanity's strongest, he had broken her signature spell with a single move. At that moment, Born had already charged towards Arnos, like an arrow released from a bow. Chapter 610. Arnos laughed wildly. Well done. Arnos's figure flickered in and out of sight in the wind, his broadsword gleaming coldly in the sunlight, its blade wreathed in sharp wind element, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. His gaze locked onto Born, and then he swung his blade fiercely, a powerful wind blade ripping through the air, slashing towards Born. Born took a deep breath, and at the same time, purple lightning flashed on his soul-severing blade, shattering the wind blade with a bang. Arnos's lips curled into a cold smile. Annie, no matter how strong your undead are, they can't withstand my wind control domain. Annie gripped her wand tightly, her gaze icy. Born let out a low growl, and the soul-severing blade, wreathed in shimmering heavenly soul power, silently unleashed its destructive domain. Annie whispered, Brother Born, are you ready? Born nodded, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. All right, one more time. But this time, Arnos struck first, his broadsword flashing out, a massive wind blade tearing through the air, aimed directly at Annie. Annie swiftly waved her wand, an ice wall instantly solidifying to block the wind blade. The wind blade collided with the ice wall, producing a piercing cracking sound. The ice wall shattered, but the wind blade was weakened by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, Annie used Windwalk, her figure flashing like a ghost to Arnos's flank. With a flick of her wand, several ice spikes erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Arnos. Arnos sneered, unleashing his wind domain, instantly controlling the surrounding wind elements. His figure moved as elusive as the wind, easily dodging the ice spikes. He suddenly teleported behind Annie, his broadsword slashing down with a sharp wind pressure. Annie reacted extremely quickly, her bone shield instantly deploying to block the attack, but the enormous impact still sent her staggering back several steps. Seeing this, Born let out a long howl, his soul-severing blade, imbued with the power of a destructive domain, slashing straight at Arnos. Arnos parried with his own blade, the two blades clashing and exploding in blinding sparks. Born's destructive domain took effect, forcibly tearing through Arnos's defenses, the blade leaving a deep crack in his armor. Arnos grunted and quickly retreated, his wind domain activating again, wind elements forming a barrier around him, blocking Born's pursuit. Seizing the opportunity, Annie raised her wand high, dark clouds gathering in the sky, lightning bolts descending from above, aimed directly at Arnos. Arnos swiftly teleported, dodging the lightning bolts, but the aftershock still left him feeling numb. He gritted his teeth and steadied himself, his broadsword swung out fiercely, several wind blades sweeping towards Annie, and Born like a tornado. Annie quickly cast Wind Walk, her figure flashing like the wind, simultaneously waving her wand, instantly releasing a fireball spell. The fireball collided with the wind blades, bursting into a dazzling light. Born, relying on his powerful defense, withstood the wind blades head-on, while his soul-severing blade, imbued with the power of its destructive domain, slashed at Arnos once more. Arnos dared not take the blow directly, quickly teleporting away. However, Born was no slouch either, his destructive domain activated again, leaving a crack in Arnos's shoulder armor. A flash of anger crossed Arnos's eyes, as he unleashed his wind-controlled domain at full power. The surrounding wind element surged like a raging tide, blurring his figure in the wind as his speed reached its peak, and felt the pressure increase sharply, and quickly adjusted her tactics. She and Born stood back to back, simultaneously raising their wands and soul-severing blades. Ice spikes, fireballs, lightning locks, and the power of the heavenly soul intertwined, forming a powerful defensive net. Arnos's wind blades rained down, but were all blocked by this defensive net. The battle intensified, with both sides exchanging blows at lightning speed. Arnos, utilizing his wind domain's teleportation abilities, launched attacks from various angles, while Annie and Born, through their seamless teamwork and powerful magic, repeatedly averted crisis. At this moment, Arnos's armor was covered in cracks, but his gaze remained sharp. Annie, I truly underestimated you. Your undead is incredibly powerful, but when his time is up, what will you use to fight me? Anne's wand trembled slightly. Arnos was indeed very powerful. Without Born's help, she alone was definitely no match for him. However, she wasn't worried. Arnos, you're too confident. Arnos frowned. Do you have some trump card up your sleeve? Anne's lips curled into a smile. Of course, otherwise, how do you think I could defeat so many opponents far stronger than myself? Arnos remembered what Jack had told him about Anne from her debut, and had repeatedly defeated opponents stronger than herself, even dominating in magical realms to seize a top-secret treasure chest that no one had been able to open for thousands of years. Arnos raised his great sword again. Since that's the case, let me see what you're capable of. A dark glint flashed in Annie's eyes, and the power of the deathly body erupted instantly. This was the first time she had unleashed the power of the deathly body in front of an outsider. Arnos, you should have noticed that, as a necromancer, I don't think I ever used any necromancy-based attack magic, have I? Arnos was taken aback. So what? That means my next strike will kill you. Annie's voice seemed to come from the deepest hell. A bone spear, gleaming with a terrifying dark light, gradually materialized before her, its sharp tip pointing directly at Arnos. Arnos's breath caught in his throat. He clearly felt the immense power emanating from the bone spear, even more terrifying than the heavenly fire meteor from Bidix. Just as he was about to react, he saw the skeleton soldier charging towards him again. Born waved his left hand, and several stone walls rose from the ground, blocking Arnos's retreat. At the same time, he stomped his foot, activating the 1,000 miles of ice seal, enveloping Arnos in a layer of frost. How is this possible? Arnos was shocked. This was actually the superposition of two domains. The power of the 1,000 miles of ice seal's domain, through the destruction domain, directly penetrated his protective defenses, causing him to be completely affected by the 1,000 miles of ice seal. His body felt as if it were frozen solid, making movement difficult. Arnos roared to the sky, determined not to fail. Powerful magic began to brew within him. He would break through these layers of restraint and escape the bone spear's lock. However, the next moment, a strange force ignored all defenses, instantly affecting his mind. Soul stealing. Born launched another killing move. He had to keep Arnos pinned in place. Ah! Arnos felt a giant hand violently grabbing his soul, pulling it outwards with force. Damn it! He struggled desperately. Having previously been mentally imprisoned by the succubus and dream demon, his resistance to mental magic had increased, but he still briefly lost his focus. This brief moment was enough for Annie. Go! The bone spear whistled through the air, seemingly ignoring the barriers of space, and shot towards Arnos with devastating force. By the time Arnos opened his eyes, the bone spear was already upon him. Bound by the stone wall and the frozen expanse, he couldn't escape instantly, and could only take the hit. Aya! Arnos roared, swinging his great sword and slashing forward fiercely. The moment the bone spear collided with the wind blade, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, a world-destroying power erupted, blinding white light engulfing everything around, as if even the air itself was being torn apart. The shockwave from the explosion swept out like a raging dragon, the ground cracking under the immense pressure, countless fragments of rock being hurled into the sky, transforming into a dense rain of meteors. Smoke and magical light intertwined, forming a massive mushroom cloud that shot straight into the heavens. Where the shockwave passed, trees were uprooted, boulders collapsed like paper, and even distant mountains trembled. The air was thick with the stench of acridity and death, as if even the heavens and earth were mourning the explosion. As the smoke cleared, only a crater tens of meters in diameter remained on the battlefield, its edges charred black, as if scorched by hellfire. Lingering energy fluctuations still lingered at the bottom of the crater, emitting a low, humming sound. At the edge of the crater, Arnos, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looked disheveled. He knelt on one knee, his right hand planted his great sword in the ground for support, his breathing rapid, his eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. However, there were two other people beside him, and frowned deeply. Guild Master Elena, Cliff, why did you save him? That's right, the newcomers were none other than Elena, the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild, and Cliff, the holy son of Divine Beast Mountain. Elena, dressed in a dark red dress, held her distinctive and flamboyant umbrella, a smile playing on her lips as she looked at Annie with a hint of delight. Cliff, on the other hand, wore a pristine white robe, a golden crown, and carried a long sword. His gaze was sharp, and his entire being exuded an aura of domineering power. Annie, I'm sorry, but I can't let you kill him. Elena laughed, then a greedy glint appeared in her eyes. Not only that, I also want to kill you. Annie's heart sank. So you went to all that trouble, helping me so diligently before, just so you could kill me with your own hands now. That's right. Elena giggled. Everyone fears the heart of the strong, but I want it. Annie, if I'm not mistaken, the heart of the strong is within you, isn't it? Annie shook her head. I never obtained any heart of the strong. Heh! Elena's eyes flashed, completely unfazed. You said you never obtained the heart of the strong, so why did you cultivate so quickly? That has nothing to do with the heart of the strong. I don't believe you. Elena seemed to have gone mad, her expression twisted. Green said he would leave the heart of the strong in the Norma Empire, and if anyone attacked the Norma Empire, the heart of the strong would appear. Elena's voice was low and trembling slightly. Annie, don't blame me. I just want to take back what's mine. The heart of the strong, that's what Green left me. Only it can allow me to break through my limits, and go to the God plane to find him. And calmly said, Elena, you're blinded by your obsession. Grimm never left behind any heart of a warrior, it was just an illusion in your mind. Elena's eyes widened, her voice sharp. An illusion? No. You don't understand. Grimm. He promised me he'd wait for me. But he abandoned me, and went to the God plane alone. He must have left something behind, it must be the heart of a warrior. Only it can let me catch up with him. Inside, you two broke up before Grimm left the prime material plane, didn't you? He chose his own path, and leaving you wasn't because you weren't strong enough. You don't need any heart of a warrior, you're already strong enough. Elena shook her head frantically, tears welling in her eyes. No. You don't understand. Without the heart of a warrior, I can never break through. I tried everything. Only it can. I find him. I get him, even if it means digging him out of your corpse. Anne's gaze was resolute. Even if you kill me, you won't get what you want. The heart of a strong person never exists, it's just your obsession. Elena laughed hysterically. Obsession? Ha ha ha. Yes, that's my obsession. But so what? For Grimm, I can become a madman, a monster. I love him to the point of madness, I love him so much I want to lock him by my side forever, never letting him leave. And whispered, this isn't love, Elena. This is torture of yourself. Elena's voice suddenly turned cold. Shut up. You have no right to judge my feelings. You have no idea how I endured these past few centuries. Every day, I think of him, hate him, yet love him madly. Only by finding him can I find liberation. Even if you find him, you won't be free. You only sink deeper into suffering. Elena gripped her umbrella tightly, a resolute glint in her eyes. So what? As long as I can see him one more time, even if I fail, I do it all. Annie, don't blame me. This is your last chance. Hand over the heart of the strong or else. Annie said calmly, haven't you ever thought about why Emperor Green called that thing the heart of the strong? Elena was taken aback. Why? Annie took a deep breath. Because it's not some tangible treasure, but a person's desire to become stronger and protect those they want to protect. I think that's what Emperor Green thought. He didn't. Unable to leave anything for his descendants, he fabricated this white lie. Even without me, the Norma Empire would produce a powerful figure capable of fighting the invaders. He must also possess that so-called heart of the strong, just like me. Elena froze, her pupils trembling wildly, her whole body shaking. This is impossible. I cut open your chest and dig out the heart of the strong. It must exist. Facing the crazed Elena, Annie shook her head and looked at Cliff beside her. Cliff, I didn't expect you to be so quick. Cliff coldly replied, Annie, no matter what, you have no chance against the three of us this time. Chapter 611. You're so confident? Annie raised an eyebrow, then looked around and asked, Peter isn't here? Humph. Cliff sneered, Teacher Peter is protecting Puller. Puller should be close to breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Realm. Annie chuckled, so you just broken through and you're already trying to cause me trouble? Cliff, do we have such a deep grudge? Cliff's gaze sharpened. Light and darkness are destined to clash. This is our inescapable fate. Annie, this time I will absolutely not lose again. With that, Cliff unleashed his holy light domain. As a holy son of the holy sea of light, his domain enhanced himself. If the opponent was a necromancer or undead creature, the damage received would be greatly increased. This was practically the nemesis of necromancers. Meanwhile, Elena was already impatient. Her domain power also covered the area, and a powerful aura of lightning instantly enveloped the entire scene. Arnos gritted his teeth and reactivated his domain. Although injured, he still had the strength to fight. However, facing three peak Supreme Realm experts, Annie showed no panic. Annie, don't even think about escaping. This area is already enveloped by my holy light domain. You can't escape, Cliff shouted. Who said I was going to escape? Annie said calmly. Just as she finished speaking, A gigantic white tiger carrying a beautiful and elegant woman roared in. It was Xiaoxue and Angela. The two of them had been in seclusion with Annie, and had directly benefited from the spirit division and soul fusion technique. Combined with their unique markings, Xiaoxue possessing the inheritance given by the White Tiger King, and Angela possessing the bloodline of the Elf royal family, they had also broken through to the Peak Supreme Realm and had come to provide support. What? Cliff's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected Annie to have an ally at this crucial moment. That's not all. Annie smiled slightly, unleashing her summoning domain. A zombie appeared beside Born. It was Robert. Robert possessed superb alchemy skills, and with the abundant rare materials provided by Born, he had excellent cultivation conditions. In the past 10 years, he had caught up with Born, reaching the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm. With the enhancement of Annie's summoning domain, he was fully capable of competing with Supreme Origin Realm experts. Cliff and the other two gasped. Even Constantine, the strongest necromancer in the human world, couldn't summon two Peak Supreme Origin Realm undead simultaneously, yet Annie had done it. Annie's gaze was icy. Now the real battle begins. Born, Angela, Xiaoxue, and Robert all unleashed their domains, suppressing Cliff and the other two's domains. Arnos grinned. Annie, your skeleton soldier's time should be up soon, as long as he's gone. However, before he could finish, Born pulled a golden dragon's corpse from his soul-severing blade. With a deafening crash, the massive body slammed to the ground, shaking the earth. What are you doing? Arnos's eyes widened. Born sneered, ignoring Arnos's question, and instead cast a possession spell, instantly merging into the golden dragon's corpse. With a soft murmur, the golden dragon opened its eyes, then roared to the heavens, its cry echoing endlessly. Arnos was stunned. Not only had Annie's magic shattered his understanding, but even her summoning of the undead was so outrageous. Annie whispered, Xiaoxue, Angela, you two hold off Elena. You don't need to defeat her, just hold her off. Brother Born, Arnos is injured. You and Robert should be able to hold him off for a while, right? Everyone nodded, having chosen their opponents. I deal with Cliff myself. Let me see if this guy has improved. Annie's gaze shot towards Cliff. Cliff, too, had his sights set on Annie. He didn't care about anyone else, his only target was Annie. Above the mountaintop, the clouds churned, and the wind whipped up pebbles and withered leaves, as if even heaven and earth were holding their breath for this duel. Annie stood on the edge of the cliff, her slightly torn black robe billowing in the wind like the night sky. Her wand hung slightly, its tip gleaming with a dangerous light. Her gaze was icy, coldly fixed on Cliff opposite her. Cliff, clad in a white robe, appeared like a god descending to earth, his longsword gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. His steps were light and elegant, each one carrying an aura of light, as if even the air itself made way for him. His voice was icy as he said, Annie, your darkness will ultimately be devoured by the light. And didn't respond, but simply raised her wand, and the surrounding air instantly froze. With a sudden swing, the ground cracked open, and countless sharp ice spikes, like the fangs of a giant beast, shot forth from the earth, aimed directly at Cliff. Cliff remained calm, his longsword lightly flicking, a dazzling burst of light cascading down like a waterfall, the ice spikes vaporizing and rising into the air. His movements didn't stop, his figure was like lightning, instantly closing in on Annie. His longsword drew a graceful arc, its light like a rainbow, aimed straight at Annie's head. Annie quickly retreated, waving her wand, and a wall of fire rose before her. The intense flames collided with the light, erupting in a dazzling display. The flames and light intertwined, like two giant dragons tearing at each other in the air. Cliff's offensive didn't falter. With each swing of his long sword, countless blades of light rained down on Annie. Annie's wand traced a complex rune in the air, and a wind shield instantly unfolded, a blue gale forming a barrier before her. The blades of light struck the wind shield, producing a piercing cracking sound, but the wind shield remained unbreakable. Annie's counterattack followed immediately. She suddenly raised her wand high, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbling. A thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Cliff directly. Cliff retreated swiftly, his longsword drawing a barrier of light before him. The lightning bolt struck the barrier, unleashing a deafening roar and sparks flying. The battle intensified. The rocks on the mountaintop shattered from their combined power, and deep cracks appeared in the ground. Cliff's swordsmanship was both elegant and deadly, each swing carried a radiant pressure, as if tearing the very air itself apart. Anne's magic was unpredictable. She wielded the four elements of water, fire, lightning, and wind with effortless skill, each attack carrying devastating force. However, no matter how intense Cliff's light blazed, it couldn't penetrate Anne's defenses. No matter how sharp Anne's magic was, it couldn't break through Cliff's barrier. Their powers clashed repeatedly in the air, erupting in dazzling light and deafening roars. Damn it! Cliff gritted his teeth. Why is my domain ineffective against you? Anne laughed. What's so strange about that? As long as I don't use the power of death, your domain can't identify me as a necromancer, so it's naturally ineffective against me. Cliff was furious, but helpless against Anne. He turned to look at the battlefield beside him. He saw Arnos being forced back by the golden dragon that Born had transformed into in Robert. He was already injured, and his powerful attacks, which he was so proud of, were no match for the two undead. His wind domain was perfectly countered by Robert's arrogance domain. Whenever he tried to use the wind to teleport, he was inexplicably overcome by an urge to attack, causing his actions to frequently become uncontrollable. In fact, the arrogance domain's effect was similar to a mental attack. Although not fatal, it had a significant impact on Arnos. On the other side, Elena was also held back. Her thunderous domain summoned lightning with each spell cast, but with Xiuxiu present, all the lightning was drawn directly to her. Having undergone countless trials by heavenly lightning, Xiuxiu was completely unaffected by this level of attack. In contrast, Angela's rapid domain caused Elena considerable trouble. Angela possessed the Wind Wings flight magic, and with the added boost from the rapid domain, she was practically teleporting, moving at a speed that Elena's eyes could barely follow. If Elena hadn't been so powerful and experienced, she might not have been a match for these two. How could this be? Cliff couldn't believe his eyes. Arnos and Elena's strength was undeniable. They were top-tier combatants in the human world. That they were being held back by someone who had just broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm was truly baffling. Cliff, however, had no idea just how powerful Annie's friends were. Born, needless to say, possessed 3 heavenly souls, along with the Soul Fusion Manual and the Soul-Severing Blade, ancient, heaven-defying artifacts, making him virtually unmatched among his peers. Angela, as a descendant of the Elven royal family, received meticulous instruction from the Elven martial arts master, Crick, fully activating her bloodline power. Even within the entire Elven race, few could rival her talent. Xiao Shui was born from the union of the White Tiger King and the Snow Leopard Princess. His existence transcended the bloodline barriers between magical beasts. Each breakthrough in a major realm was tempered by heavenly lightning, making his physical strength unparalleled. Moreover, on his deathbed, the White Tiger King poured all his accumulated knowledge into his body, allowing Xiao Shui to reach the pinnacle of magical beast power. Robert was originally just an ordinary zombie, but after obtaining the secrets of ancient alchemy in the ruins, he continuously cultivated and broke through using various materials, gradually transforming his physique. Even in the high-level undead zone, he was highly regarded by Lucifer. None of these people were ordinary. They not only possessed extraordinary skills, but had also endured pain and setbacks unimaginable to ordinary people, honing themselves through repeated failures to achieve their current success. Cliff, and shouted, "You lost to me back in the magical realm, and it's the same today." With that, a black bone spear materialized before her once more. Cliff's hair stood on end. He had witnessed the power of Anne's bone spear firsthand. Even Arnos had been injured, and he was even less capable of withstanding it. He gritted his teeth, making a decision immediately. "Elena, Arnos, hold on. I'm going first." He then turned and fled. Arnos couldn't help but curse. What kind of bullshit holy son is this? "Elena, you play by yourself. I'm leaving." Only Elena remained on the field. Facing Annie and a group of peak-level Supreme Realm experts, Elena felt unprecedented pressure. "Annie, you still say you lack the heart of a strongman? Since the Great War 300 years ago, the entire human world has only had 4 peak-level Supreme Realm experts left, yet 4 peak-level Supreme Realm experts have suddenly appeared around you. Doesn't that prove everything?" Elena looked at Annie with burning eyes, wanting an answer from her. "President Elena, whatever your motives, you helped me, my family, and my friends before. I won't do anything to you, but I tell you the truth, there's no such thing as a strong heart in this world. You should know Emperor Green's personality best. Isn't it normal for him to make a good-natured joke?" Upon hearing this, Elena seemed to have all her strength drained away. She stared blankly at Annie. "Is it true? There really is no strong heart. But all my years of searching, was it all for something that doesn't even exist?" Annie sighed. "Your achievements are already unattainable. Not only have you reached the pinnacle of human strength, but the Adventurers Guild you founded is a behemoth second only to Divine Beast Mountain. Tell me, what other woman in this world can achieve such accomplishments? I can only say that Emperor Green's vision was indeed extraordinary. He saw the infinite potential within you, but he also knew that if he stayed by your side, your dependence on him would hinder your development. That's why he chose to leave you. Elena trembled. Could it be that he still loves me? I think so, Annie said firmly. It seems that you were the only woman Emperor Green had in the prime material plane, right? Elena nodded vigorously. Yes. He never had any entanglements with other women. At this point, Elena's eyes began to well up with tears. He was always doing this for me, but I misunderstood him. Annie stepped forward and said softly, his departure was because he loved you. And what you need to do now is not to dwell on the past, but to manage your Adventurers Guild well, and live a life that belongs to you. Your own life. Maybe one day, when the time is right, you'll be able to see him. Elena looked up, meeting Annie's sincere gaze. The ice in her heart gradually melted, and the obsession that had lasted for centuries began to dissipate. Thank you, Annie. I understand. Perhaps I really should start over and live the way he likes. If he saw me now, he would be very disappointed. Annie smiled slightly. If you really want to know where Emperor Green went after leaving the prime material plane, you can ask in the Endless Sea. There's a water elemental spirit there. Perhaps he can tell you something. Chapter 612. The Endless Sea? A look of doubt appeared in Elena's eyes, but she still nodded and said, Okay, thank you for telling me this, but you must be careful. Arnos and the Divine Beast Mountain will definitely not let this go. Your troubles are yet to come. Annie's gaze drifted into the distance. I know, but that's my destiny. Cliff and I will eventually have another battle. Due to Arnos's defeat, the Hairy Empire's army also suffered a complete rout, driven directly out of the Rambo territory by Nickel's army. At the same time, the Western Demons, in alliance with the Dark Elves, launched a sustained offensive against the Hairy Empire, capturing the entire Khazar Mountain military region. Now, the Hairy Empire's territory has shrunk again, leaving only the Central Military Region, the Northern Frontier Military Region, and the northern part of the Lin High Military Region. Meanwhile, the Adventurers Guild announced the formal end of its full cooperation with the Norma Empire, operating as a neutral party in world trade and adventure activities. However, they still use Misty City as their new stronghold, with the Norma Empire as the center of their trade. Anne's return rekindled hope throughout the Norma Empire. The gloom cast by the Hairy Empire vanished, and Anne seemed like a savior, pulling the Empire back from the abyss. The sky over Rambo City was ashen, thick clouds hanging low, as if even heaven and earth were mourning the victims of the war. In the city's central square, countless white banners fluttered gently in the wind, each bearing a name. Those soldiers who had bravely sacrificed their lives on the battlefield. In the center of the square, a massive monument stood majestically, its surface inscribed with countless names, including those of Marquis Jonathan and Old Man Kraft. And stood before the monument, her black robes contrasting sharply with the surrounding white banners. Her gaze was fixed on the two familiar names, her fingertips lightly tracing the cold stone, as if she could feel the warmth of her two elders through it. An endless sorrow and self-reproach surged within her. Her throat felt constricted, even her breathing became heavy. Uncle Jonathan. She murmured softly, her voice hoarse and broken, I'm sorry, until the very last moment, I didn't have the courage to tell him about Keller. Jonathan's image flashed before her eyes. The man with the always gentle smile, the man who was always fearless on the battlefield, always leading the charge. But now, he had fallen forever. Her gaze shifted to Old Man Kraft's name, her eyes instantly welling with tears. Old Man Kraft. You were always so selfless, yet I couldn't let you enjoy your later years in peace. She remembered the old man who always meticulously prepared everything for her, remembered his heroic figure wielding his sword on the battlefield. He had said, and you can rest assured that the Gorlands are in my hands. But now, she had no chance to rely on him anymore. In the square, countless people bowed their heads in silent mourning, a heavy sorrow filling the air. And closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice was low, filled with deep self-reproach. If I had been stronger. If I could have ended the war sooner. Wouldn't you all have stayed? The wind blew gently, stirring the white banners on the ground, as if echoing her whisper. And clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Her heart was filled with regret and helplessness, as if a mountain was pressing down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. I'm sorry. Her voice was almost inaudible. I failed to protect you all. Just then, a warm hand gently rested on her shoulder. And looked up and saw Nicole standing beside her, His eyes also filled with sorrow, but with an added determination. And Uncle Jonathan and Old Man Kraft wouldn't want you to blame yourself like this. Their sacrifice was so that more people could live. What you must do is carry on their hopes and move forward. And stared blankly at Nicole for a long time before slowly nodding. She looked at the monument again and whispered, Uncle Jonathan, Old Man Kraft. I will continue to protect this land. Protect the peace you bought with your lives. Please, rest in peace. The wind gradually subsided, and a faint ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining on the monument, as if lighting a lamp for the departed souls. And stood in the light, her figure appearing lonely yet resolute. She knew the war was over, but her mission was far from over. Katniss succeeded Jonathan as head of the Rambeau family, leading the family in rebuilding the cities reduced to ruins by the war. Reiner also mobilized resources from all sides, providing Katniss with strong support, and everything was progressing in a positive direction. Moreover, there had been no movement from Mount Beast during this time, but Annie knew that Cliff would not give up easily. He would definitely return, and next time he would be much better prepared. Annie, should we take the initiative? That Cliff guy will definitely come looking for trouble again, Bourne said. Angela nodded. Yes, he must have gone to great lengths to cooperate with Arnos and Elena this time. Who knows what tricks he'd pull next? Annie chuckled. What tricks could he possibly have? At worst, he'd bring along a few of his guardians, but we're already at the peak of the Supreme Realm. Even if all the guardians came, they might not be a match for us. Besides, the Holy See is a century-old, established power. If we take the initiative, there might be ancient magic arrays on Divine Beast Mountain. Going there rashly would be dangerous. You have a point, Angela said indignantly. So, are we just going to let it go like this? That's too easy on Cliff. Annie sighed. Peace is hard one. Let's just wait and see what tricks he has up his sleeve. Just then, a sharp whir appeared in the surroundings. Annie was startled and immediately went to the balcony. In the distance, she saw a man in a blue robe, standing on a long sword, hovering in the air, ripples emanating from his body. Angela explained, such powerful wind manipulation. This is almost as strong as Arnos's. Who is this person? Annie frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, Friend, who are you? Are you here to see me? The other person's face was obscured by a cloak, and the surrounding wind elemental magic trembled slightly, emitting soft hums. Bourne frowned slightly, letting out a soft sound of surprise and doubt. Although the voice was not loud, it was full of confusion and bewilderment. At this moment, an indescribable feeling welled up within him, a sense of déjà vu, as if he had encountered this person somewhere before. However, where did this feeling come from? Bourne fell into deep thought. Just as Bourne was deep in thought, the other person finally broke the silence and slowly spoke, Annie, I am Puller. With these words, as if making a firm decision, the other person abruptly raised their head. In an instant, a familiar face was revealed to Bourne without reservation. The face was clearly defined, with strong lines and sharp angles, as if carved by a knife. The once slightly immature features had gradually matured, shedding their youthful naivete and replacing it with maturity and composure. Especially striking were the eyes, like deep lakes, shimmering with a sharp light. When his gaze fell upon him, Bourne felt a gentle breeze brush against his heart, bringing a slight chill. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if a violent hurricane had swept in, making his heart tremble. Puller? Everyone was startled and exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Have you broken through? Angela looked Puller up and down, asking in confusion. Puller nodded. Angelia, long time no see. With the help of Grand Protector Peter, I successfully broke through. Annie recovered from her surprise and smiled. That's quite rare. That guy Cliff actually let you come out of the mountains to find me. A shadow crossed Puller's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Hee, you're my friend after all, so naturally I had to come find you first. I heard you broke through too? Annie nodded. A little earlier than you. I even fought Cliff, but I won. Angela quickly invited, come in. We're both wind elemental mages. We can have a good chat. Your levitation magic is so cool. Tell me, how did you do that? Puller chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, just my domain power. I can condense a wind shield within a certain range, and this wind shield can move freely, whether for attack or defense, it's fine. I just created a wind shield and placed it under my feet. And your law sword? Puller blushed. It's just for decoration. The group returned to their room and caught up. It turned out that for the past 10 years, Puller and Cliff had been taken to a secret chamber by Peter, where they rapidly increased their strength using the abundant resources of Divine Beast Mountain. Having awakened their elemental saint body, their aptitude was naturally exceptional, and breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm was a natural progression. Will you go back to Divine Beast Mountain then? Angela asked. Puller nodded, a hint of dejection in his eyes. There's nothing I can do. Yilin is still there. I can't escape Divine Beast Mountain. Bourne frowned. But Cliff will definitely cause trouble for Annie again. You're not going to go with him, are you? Puller chuckled twice. Are you kidding? Why would I lay a hand on Annie? That's true. Bourne smiled. Even if you did, you wouldn't be a match for Annie. Annie punched Bourne on the shoulder. Brother Bourne, don't scare Puller. Besides, we're both at the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm. Who's stronger is uncertain. How about a match? Bourne suggested. Puller quickly waved his hand. No, I admit defeat, okay? Everyone burst into laughter. Several old friends gathered together, experiencing a long-lost sense of relaxation. As night fell, everyone slept soundly. Annie and the others had grown accustomed to staying awake, using meditation instead of sleep, while Puller was placed in a guest room. The night at Gore Castle was like a tranquil painting. The bright moonlight bathed the castle's towering spires, the flags atop them swaying gently in the breeze, casting flickering shadows. The moat outside the castle was like a black mirror, reflecting the stars in the sky, yet seemingly bottomless. The distant woods rustled in the night wind, the friction of branches and leaves like whispers, or perhaps warnings. Occasionally, the cry of an owl would pierce the silence, sending a chill down one's spine. Most of the castle windows were closed, only a few letting out a faint candlelight, like eyes flickering in the darkness. Everything seemed calm, yet beneath the surface, an undercurrent seemed to surge, ready to break the surface tranquility at any moment. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled thud rang out. Though not loud, it startled Annie from her reverie. What was that noise? Angela also woke up. It sounds like it's coming from Warren's room. Annie frowned. What's my brother doing in his room so late? Just as she was wondering, a loud crash came from outside the window, the sound of shattering glass. Then she heard a guard's angry shout. Who goes there? Your Excellency the Marquis. Annie was startled and quickly opened the window. In the moonlight, she saw Puller carrying the unconscious Warren, suspended in midair. The window of Warren's room above them was shattered. Clearly, they had escaped through the window. Puller, what are you doing? Annie exclaimed. Puller's face showed a mixture of conflict and guilt. He didn't even dare to look Annie in the eye. Annie, if you want to save Warren then come to Divine Beast Mountain to find me. If you don't come don't hurt him. Annie hurriedly said, we can settle this face to face. Don't involve others. Puller shook his head. No need to say more. I won't do anything to him. Remember, come to Divine Beast Mountain to find me. With that, Puller activated his magic, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Angela immediately used her wind wings, flapping her wings and giving chase. Brother Bourne. Annie summoned Bourne and had him possess the corpse of the golden dragon. Quick, let's catch up with Puller. What happened? Bourne was still somewhat confused. He had returned to the underworld that night to handle some matters, but he hadn't expected to be summoned back so soon. No time to explain, take off. Annie jumped onto Bourne's back and urged him on. During the chase, Annie briefly explained the situation, leaving Bourne completely bewildered. Huh? Has Puller lost his mind? Why would he do this? Shouldn't he be on our side? Annie shook her head. I don't know, but there's something unusual about this whole thing. Chapter 613. After a while, Annie saw Angela. Angela stopped at the border. Beyond that lay the kingdom of Sharia. How is it? Annie asked. Angela shook her head. No, he's too fast. I really don't understand how he can fly so fast, especially with someone else in tow. Even with my domain's help, I can't catch up with him. Annie sighed. He is, after all, the holy body of wind. It seems he's improved quite a bit in these 10 years. So what do we do now? Bourne asked. Are we really going to Divine Beast Mountain to find him? This is clearly a trap. Angela said angrily. This must be Cliff's doing. He knows that even if he wanted to take hostages, it would be difficult to do so in the Norma Empire. But it's different with Puel. Puel has a very good relationship with us. We won't be wary of him, making it much easier for him to act. Bourne frowned. But why would Puel do that? That's not like him. Annie said in a deep voice, there's no point in discussing this now. I'm definitely going to the Divine Beast Mountain, but Angela, you don't need to come with me on this adventure. Brother Born and I will go. Angela immediately said, how can that be? Cliff doesn't even know what he's planning for you. I must go with you. Annie refused. You and Xiaoxua need to stay and protect the Norma Empire. What if Arnos attacks if we both leave? Senior Addix hasn't recovered yet, and Elena has completely stated that she won't interfere in our affairs anymore. The Norma Empire is completely defenseless. We absolutely cannot let the tragedy of the past happen again. Angela was conflicted. She knew Annie was right, but she was also worried about Annie's safety. Annie comforted her, it's alright. We've been through so much over the years. I've been to Divine Beast Mountain before, and I'm not a little girl who can be easily manipulated anymore. You don't need to worry. Angela sighed, alright, with me in the Norma Empire, no one will have a chance. And Grandpa Crick will help me too. Don't worry about things here. Just make sure you bring Olin back safely. Annie nodded, and then Bond flapped his wings and flew quickly towards Divine Beast Mountain. On the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain, Puller stood against the wind, his gaze fixed intently on Cliff before him. He said in a deep voice, I done everything you asked. Release Yulin now. Cliff curled his lip. I asked you to lure Annie here? Annie hasn't arrived yet. How can you consider the mission complete? She'd definitely come, Puller said. Olin is his older brother. She can't just stand by and do nothing. I estimate she arrive at Divine Beast Mountain in 2 days. I advise you to release Yulin first and hurry up and prepare. Cliff snorted coldly. I don't need your reminder. I already prepared everything. But regarding Yulin, let's talk about that after we defeat Annie. Puller's eyes widened. This isn't what we agreed on. Cliff shrugged. How is it different? I asked you to lure Annie here. Annie hasn't arrived yet, and once she does, the battle will only be a day or two. Can't you even wait that long? Puller clenched his fists. He had planned to rescue Yulin and then help Annie rescue Warren, but Cliff clearly didn't want him to achieve his goals so easily. You want to help Annie, don't you? Cliff sneered. Don't even think about it, you traitor. If you dare to help Annie, I make you regret it. With that, Cliff ignored the grim-faced Puller and walked straight back to the Holy Sun's palace. He weaved through layers of guards until he arrived at a secret chamber. A smile played on his lips as he gently traced a magic circle with his finger. The door slowly opened. Inside was a beautifully furnished bedroom. Yulin sat quietly on the bed, her once beautiful face now somewhat gaunt. She was meditating when she heard someone enter and opened her eyes. Cliff, when are you going to let me out? Yulin demanded. Cliff chuckled. Go out? Why go out? Isn't it good here? I give you whatever you want. Once I become Pope, you be second only to the Pope. Yulin's eyes flashed, staring intently at Cliff. Does Teacher Peter know about this? Or did you act on your own? I want to see Teacher Peter. Peter? Cliff curled his lip. What does that old turtle who only knows how to defend know? He only brings shame to the papacy. He can't even handle Annie. His Majesty Leo really misjudged him. Now only I can make the papacy strong again. Our papacy is the most powerful force on the continent. No one can challenge the majesty of Divine Beast Mountain. Don't dream. Yulin retorted lightly. The world has changed. Can't you see that? The papacy's previous actions have already caused immense suffering to the people. If it weren't for Annie, the papacy's reputation would be ruined long ago. Annie didn't hinder the papacy's development. She was helping the papacy, helping Divine Beast Mountain. Bullshit! Cliff's face contorted. She's nothing but an evil and filthy necromancer. I will not allow her to ride on the head of Divine Beast Mountain. I will capture her, torture her, and let her know that the holiness and majesty of the Goddess of Light are inviolable. Yulin felt powerless. Cliff had received the most traditional and extreme theological education from Divine Beast Mountain, and during his cultivation, he had almost never left the main peak. His thinking was extremely rigid, and it couldn't be changed by a few words in a short time. The candlelight flickered, casting distorted and eerie shadows on the wall. Cliff slowly approached Yulin, a look of infatuation on his face. Yulin, back then you were the Holy Maiden, and I was the Holy Sun. Our strength was equal, and at first you were even stronger than me, but now I have far surpassed you. From now on, you are mine and forever mine. His voice was dark and eerie, sending chills down one's spine. Yulin frowned. What are you going to do? She channeled her magic, preparing to stop Cliff's advance. But Cliff simply waved his hand, and a thin beam of light shot out, binding Yulin tightly. Cliff, you're insane. Yulin roared, let me go right now, and I pretend this never happened. Cliff stood before her, his long, silvery white hair gleaming coldly in the candlelight. His gaze was fiery and crazed, his voice low yet carrying an undeniable, oppressive force. Yi-Lin, why do you always reject me? Can't you feel my feelings for you at all? Yi-Lin looked up, her eyes showing no fear, only deep disgust. Cliff, your feelings are nothing but possessiveness. My heart belongs only to Puller. I will never accept you. Cliff's expression twisted instantly. He grabbed Yi-Lin's shoulders, his voice filled with suppressed anger. Puller? What right does that lowly fellow have to win your love? He doesn't deserve it. Only I can give you everything. Yi-Lin looked at him coldly, her voice like ice. Love is not possession, much less coercion. You never understand. A flash of madness crossed Cliff's eyes. He released her, took a step back, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Since you refuse to accept my feelings, then I can only make you understand in my own way who is truly right for you. He reached out to stroke Yi-Lin's cheek, but she abruptly turned her head away. Cliff's gaze darkened, and he was about to take further action when suddenly, the door to the secret chamber was violently pushed open, and a majestic voice rang out. Stop, Cliff! Grand Protector Peter stood in the doorway, clad in a golden robe, the scepter in his hand radiating dazzling light. His gaze was piercing, fixed on Cliff. You, a holy son, have committed such blasphemous acts. Release Yelena immediately. Cliff's expression instantly turned ferocious. He roared, Peter? This is my business, none of your concern. Peter didn't back down. He slammed his scepter heavily on the ground, and a golden light instantly enveloped the entire chamber. Cliff, your actions have violated the precepts of the Holy See. If you do not stop, I will punish you in the name of the Holy See. Cliff gritted his teeth, the madness in his eyes gradually subsiding. He glanced at Yelena, then at Peter, and finally let out a cold snort before turning and leaving. Before leaving, he turned back and said coldly, Yelena, you can't escape. One day, you will belong to me. Yi-Lin didn't respond, only coldly watching his back disappear through the door. Peter stepped forward, unlocked her chains, and asked with concern, Are you all right? Yi-Lin nodded gently, her voice firm, I'm fine. Thank you, Teacher Peter. Peter sighed, Cliff's obsession runs too deep. Even I might not be his match now. You must be careful. Yi-Lin stood up, straightened her clothes, her gaze firm and calm. No matter what he does, my heart will always belong to Puller. I will not yield, nor will I back down. A few more wrinkles appeared on Peter's handsome face, and he looked somewhat tired. Yi-Lin, I'm afraid I never break through in this lifetime, and will only be able to remain at the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm. In the future, I will be powerless to protect you. Yi-Lin's eyes were stubborn. Cliff's actions are simply too much. Is there no one who can restrain him? Peter shook his head. Forget about restrictions. Many protectors support him now. Of course, he's not wrong in what he's doing. If he can really defeat Annie, the status of Divine Beast Mountain will definitely return to its peak. But this is still too risky. Yi-Lin asked, Teacher, will you help him deal with Annie? Peter sighed, I have to intervene. This concerns the future of Divine Beast Mountain. If we lose this battle, Divine Beast Mountain will face the greatest crisis in its history. No, I don't think Annie will fight against Divine Beast Mountain. Peter shook his head. It's not a question of whether she will fight against Divine Beast Mountain, but rather that the image of Divine Beast Mountain in the hearts of the people will plummet, and our reserves are almost depleted. With this ebb and flow, who will still believe in the Goddess of Light? What will be the meaning of the Church of Light's existence? Yi-Lin's expression was somewhat forlorn. After all, she was a member of the Holy See, and she didn't want to see the Holy See and Annie fight to the death, but the current situation was completely out of her control. Suddenly, Peter frowned, his tone surprised so fast. What? Yi-Lin asked. Peter turned and walked towards the door. And is here. She's here faster than I expected. Yi-Lin quickly got up and chased after him, but was blocked by a magic circle. Teacher, can you let me out? A hint of apology flashed in Peter's eyes. I'm sorry, Yi-Lin, things have come to this point. I can't let you go. Otherwise, Puell will join Annie's side, and Divine Beast Mountain will be in danger. Yi-Lin pounded on the barrier, making muffled thuds. Teacher, please help me, let me out. However, Peter hardened his heart, turned and left, and the door to the secret chamber was slowly closed by the guards. Above the eastern side of Divine Beast Mountain, a golden dragon exuding the power of death was soaring through the sky. On its back, Annie, her face filled with worry, stood as the wind whipped her robes fluttering in the wind. Brother Born, are you nervous? Annie asked. Born smiled and said, Nervous about what? We've been through dragon's dens and tiger's lair. This is nothing. Annie smiled slightly. But this is the most powerful organization on the continent. We never faced Divine Beast Mountain head-on before. This is our first time. Born said nonchalantly. So what if it's our first time? I don't believe that Cliff can pull anything off. At this moment, they had already crossed the border of Divine Beast Mountain and officially arrived at the 5th peak. Suddenly, dozens of golden dragons soared up from below, blocking their path. Leading them was Philip, the 5th peak guardian. Annie! You actually dared to come. A strange light flashed in Philip's eyes. Annie said in a deep voice, Didn't you send me? Return my elder brother to me immediately. We can still discuss this, otherwise I make sure Divine Beast Mountain is in complete chaos. Philip took a deep breath. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you're at the peak of the Supreme Realm, this is Divine Beast Mountain, and you can't be so presumptuous here. Then, he held a thick magic book in his hands, its pages turning automatically in the wind, radiating dazzling light. Annie, today I let you experience just how strong this #1 genius in the world really is. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly flipped the magic book, and a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, striking directly at Annie. Born immediately flapped his wings, trying to escape, but the next moment, the beam of light seemed to change direction, chasing after them again. Annie swiftly waved her wand, and a bone shield instantly unfolded, dark necromantic power forming a barrier in front of her. The beam of light struck the bone shield, unleashing a deafening roar. Your beam of light can track? Annie looked at Philip with a serious expression. Philip's lips curled into a smile. Yes? Immediately, several low-level Supreme Realm experts behind him launched their attacks. These were all cultists, who had entered the magical realm with Annie years ago, and now they were the top-tier reserve combat force of Divine Beast Mountain. Born tried to dodge again, but those seemingly slow spells also tracked and attacked them. Chapter 614. Brother Born, watch out, Annie whispered. Born quickly dodged to the side, avoiding one of the powerful beams of light. However, the beam relentlessly pursued him. Born roared, unleashing the power of his heavenly soul punishment. A bolt of lightning collided with the beam, erupting in a dazzling light, the powerful impact scattering the other magic. Born frowned. What's going on? One person's magic can bend, but how come everyone's can? And took a deep breath and said, It seems to be the effect of Philip's domain power. You're right. Philip's face revealed a triumphant smile. My domain is a precision domain. Within my domain, the hit rate of offensive magic will be greatly increased, so even if you try to run away, it's useless. Our magic will follow you relentlessly until you're exhausted. Anne's lips slowly curled up. Do you think this level of attack will be effective against me? And casually shattered a beam of light that shot towards her. Where's Cliff? Why isn't he here? If he were here, with his strength, he might be able to pose some threat to me. Philip's eye twitched. Although his own attacks weren't particularly powerful, a full-force attack from a 7th-tier Supreme Origin magic should put some pressure on even a peak Supreme Origin expert. However, just to be on the safe side, Philip flipped through the spellbook again. Since our attacks aren't enough, what about this? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge magic circle appeared on the ground. It was obviously set up in advance, and it was unclear whether it had always been there, or was set up specifically for him. Then, a colossal spirit of light slowly rose from the magic circle. Its entire body was formed from pure light energy, and it wielded a blade of light, each swing unleashing a dazzling burst of flame. Its gaze was empty yet filled with oppressive power, as if even the air trembled in its presence. Spirit of light, destroy them, Philip commanded coldly. The spirit of light charged towards and, its blade of light slicing through the air, leaving a brilliant arc. And swiftly waved her wand, several ice spikes erupting from the ground, attempting to halt the spirit of light's advance. However, with a flick of its blade, the ice spikes instantly vaporized and rose into the air. Born roared, unfurling its dragon wings and carrying Anne into the air, trying to evade the spirit of light's attack. But Philip's precision domain activated again, and the spirit of light's attacks were relentless. Born could only unleash his retribution to defeat it. And swiftly waved her wand, several fireballs shooting out instantly, the blazing fireballs striking the spirit of light directly. However, the colossal spirit of light displayed incredible agility, his figure flashing like light as he easily dodged the fireball attack, then swung a blade of light at Born. Born swiftly dodged, but was still grazed by the blade, leaving a charred mark on his dragon scales. Such powerful attack! A look of horror flashed in Born's eyes. He hadn't encountered such a powerful opponent in a long time. He roared, spewing forth a towering wave, the power of the raging tide soul, aiming directly at the spirit of light. Philip's spellbook flipped again, and a shield of light appeared before the spirit of light, blocking the entire wave. The battle intensified. The Spirit of Light moved like lightning, his long sword flashing with dazzling light. Each swing unleashed a fierce storm of sword energy, slicing through the air with a sharp, piercing whistling sound. This destructive power was terrifying. A moment's carelessness could mean certain death. And Born worked in perfect harmony, their movements perfectly synchronized. And brandished her wand, chanting incantations as she unleashed a series of powerful spells, repelling Philip and the others, except for the Spirit of Light. Born, meanwhile, spewed forth thunder in torrents, using his celestial soul power to suppress the Spirit of Light. Instantly, the entire mountaintop was ablaze with magical light, causing the weaker cultists at the foot of the mountain to flee far away, too afraid to approach. However, the Spirit of Light's power seemed inexhaustible. Its attacks grew increasingly fierce, raining down blades of light upon Born. Born frantically poured out his celestial soul power, but could only manage a stalemate. And this won't do. This Spirit of Light is just too powerful, Born said helplessly. Without Philip's precision domain, he could easily evade the Spirit of Light's attacks using his aerial advantage, but due to the precision domain's effect, most of the Spirit of Light's attacks would hit, making dodging pointless and only draining his magic power. Annie's gaze fell on Philip. It seems the key problem lies with Philip. Brother Born, why don't you put me down? Born's eyes flashed. You want to fight the Spirit of Light alone? But you're not good at close combat. If you land? Don't worry, Annie said. I can handle it. You go and finish off Philip quickly, and the pressure on us will be less. Born had no choice but to nod. He quickly descended, and when he was almost there, Annie used wind magic to jump directly to the ground. Philip was overjoyed. Before, with Annie and the others in the air, the Spirit of Light could only use ranged attack magic, limiting its power. But now that the two were face to face, the Spirit of Light's blades could strike Annie without any hindrance. It's important to understand that this light spirit array was developed by the Holy See from ancient arrays, requiring a vast amount of resources to activate successfully, with the sole purpose of trapping and here permanently. Meanwhile, in the distance, Cliff leisurely watched the battle unfold. He had no intention of expending the effort to participate himself. In his view, the power of Philip and the light spirit was more than enough to suppress, and her defeat was practically a foregone conclusion. However, Peter beside him looked somewhat worried. Cliff, is this really alright? And isn't so easy to deal with? Cliff laughed. Don't worry, Teacher Peter. Even if the Spirit of Light can't defeat, and it can wear her down for a while. By the time she reaches the main peak, her strength will probably be less than half. Then I can take her down in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that greatly boost my prestige? Then I can rightfully become Pope, and who would dare to disobey? Peter sighed and shook his head. Even if you don't do this, the Pope's position will still be yours. Why bother? Is that the same thing? Cliff chuckled. As long as I defeat, and the whole world will support me and submit to me, that's the result I want. Teacher, just wait and see. I will definitely become the greatest Pope in history. The scene shifts, and it has now conjured a huge bone shield, blocking the Spirit of Light's frenzied attacks. The giant blade of light strikes the bone shield, making a piercing sound, but the bone shield only shows some small cracks and doesn't shatter. On the other side, Bond rushed towards Philip and the others. Philip was taken aback, not expecting that, and would give up her aerial advantage to unleash this strange golden dragon to deal with them. Scatter! Philip shouted, immediately taking the lead in increasing altitude. Born, however, had a clear target, Philip. The two were significantly different in cultivation level, and Philip dared not confront Born directly. But a ring of wind elemental power began to swirl around Born, making him much faster than a typical golden dragon. The golden dragon beneath Philip trembled violently. Its strength was only at the first level of the Yuan realm, and it was naturally terrified by the powerful pressure emanating from Born. Fortunately, Philip was constantly releasing magical energy to protect it, which gave it some sense of security. The two pursued each other, quickly reaching an altitude of several hundred meters. Seeing that the distance was close enough, Born launched a soul-stealing technique directly at the golden dragon beneath Philip. The difference in their cultivation levels was too great. The golden dragon had almost no means of resistance. Its soul was instantly imprisoned, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted, plummeting straight down with Philip. Philip was terrified. Even with his superhuman strength, he couldn't withstand a fall from that height. Desperate, he could only summon the other golden dragons for help. But Born roared, stunning all 10 golden dragons present, none daring to make a move. Damn it! Philip gritted his teeth, kicking off a golden dragon's back, launching himself into the air. The recoil slowed his descent, but it wasn't enough to avert disaster. At the same time, Bourne swooped down, almost touching Philip's face. Philip's heart clenched. He sensed the impending death. "Peter, come save me!" Philip screamed desperately. Bourne wouldn't give him another chance to escape. He clenched his right fist, crackling with electricity, and slammed it down on Philip. However, the next moment, a ball of light appeared around Philip. Bourne's fist slammed into the ball, and with a loud bang, the powerful impact sent both the ball and Philip flying. This was Bourne's first time fighting Peter. Although he knew Peter was known for his formidable defense, he was still greatly surprised after experiencing it firsthand. "I didn't expect Peter, with his 9-tier supreme realm strength, to withstand my attack. He truly deserves to be a powerhouse on par with the Desert Eagle." Boom! Philip crashed into the mountainside in the distance, creating a large crater. Fortunately, Peter's protective shield prevented him from suffering a fatal injury, but even so, the attack had dealt Philip a severe blow, and his domain power instantly dissipated. Without the support of her precision domain, Annie's pressure lessened considerably, and she was able to dodge many of the light spirit's attacks. "You big oaf! I don't have time to waste here with you." A fierce glint flashed in Annie's beautiful eyes. She gripped her wand tightly, and swung it forcefully. In an instant, a beam of eerie light shot from the tip of the wand, rapidly coalescing into an incredibly sharp bone spear in midair. Before this, Annie had already layered numerous other spells. Now, with the bone spear taking shape, the terrifying effect of the death combo was instantly activated. The bone spear shimmered with a chilling, terrifying light, seemingly containing an endless aura of death. Just then, Peter, who was rushing over from a short distance, witnessed this scene, and his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could this be the mysterious magic capable of defeating Arnos? How can such a seemingly ordinary, low-level spell unleash such earth-shattering power? Before he could ponder the reason, the bone spear, like lightning, carrying a terrifying, all-destroying force, hurtled towards the Spirit of Light. Faced with the oncoming bone spear, the Spirit of Light dared not be careless. It raised its head, and let out a deafening roar, then unleashed all its strength in its arms, swinging its radiant blade of light with all its might, slamming it down on the tip of the bone spear with the force of a mountain crashing down. A deafening clang rang out, sparks flew, and the entire space seemed to tremble. However, even a weapon as pure as the blade of light, forged from pure elements, proved insufficient against the extraordinary penetrating power of the bone spear amplified by the death combo. With a single strike, the bone spear easily shattered the blade of light, reducing it to countless fragments scattered across the ground. The bone spear itself, undeterred, pierced the core of the Spirit of Light with a resounding whoosh. The once dazzling and powerful Spirit of Light was suddenly covered in a dense network of cracks, like a spider web. These cracks spread rapidly, threatening to tear the Spirit of Light apart completely. Accompanied by this chilling sight, the Spirit of Light let out a roar filled with resentment and rage. The deafening sound echoed through the heavens, a final struggle and resistance. But it was all too late. With a deafening crash, the Spirit of Light exploded, transforming into countless shimmering starlight points that dissipated into the air like a dazzling meteor shower. Seeing this, Cliff's face turned ashen with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't believe that the Spirit of Light, on which he had placed such high hopes, had been defeated so easily, and judging from Anne's composed demeanor, the battle seemed to have done her little damage. Furious, Cliff could no longer contain his rage. He abruptly raised his hand, and hurled the wine glass he was clutching at him into the distance. The glass arced through the air before crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces, spilling wine everywhere. Peter brought Philip back. Philip was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling, clearly terrified by Anne and Bourne. "Cliff, what are you going to do now?" Peter asked. Cliff's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "There's no other way, we have to use that." Peter's expression changed. "Are you sure? That's a sacred relic from Divine Beast Mountain." "So what if it's a sacred relic?" Cliff roared madly, "I have only one goal. Annie must die. She must die. I will stop at nothing to make her die." Chapter 615. The Spirit of Light was defeated, Philip was rescued, and naturally, the others dared not stop Anne and Bourne. Bourne swooped down, and hoisted Anne onto his back. "Wow, little Anne, your bone spear probably scared Cliff so much he peed his pants." Anne covered her mouth and laughed, "Not really. It's a pity I don't have a stronger attack method right now, otherwise I could make the death combo effect even stronger." Bourne nodded in agreement. Although the enhanced bone spear is already very strong, it's still just a low-level spell. It would be great if I had a specialized high-level attack spell. Actually, Demon Roar can also trigger the death combo effect, and said, but it's more inclined towards mind control than actual killing. Of course, it still has some killing effect on those with too low a cultivation level. Born flew over the summit of the 5th peak and headed towards the 2nd peak. Once he crossed the 2nd peak, he would reach the main peak. However, just as they reached the area of the 2nd peak, a strange power enveloped them. Born frowned, feeling uneasy all over. What is this? Is it some kind of domain? And sensed it too. I don't know, but compared to domain power, this power seems even stranger and harder to detect. If we weren't so fast and had such keen senses, most people probably wouldn't even notice it. Suddenly, a voice exploded in their ears, break. The loud sound startled them both, but it was clear that the sound came from afar and posed no threat to them. Holy crap, who's yelling like that? Born exclaimed in surprise. But the next moment, an extremely dangerous feeling arose, and before he could react, his wings exploded into a shower of mincemeat. What? Born's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Losing their wings, the two began to plummet rapidly. Born grabbed Annie and used his body as a cushion, crashing into the ground. With a deafening roar, dust billowed up as Born slammed into the mountainside of the 2nd peak, shaking the entire mountain. When the dust settled, a huge crater was visible in the ground, and a powerful wind elemental force had condensed into a wind shield, firmly protecting Born. Born struggled to climb out of the crater, placing Annie on the ground. With the double protection of Born and the wind shield, even after falling from 100 meters, Annie was completely unharmed. Born turned to look at his destroyed wings, his eyes filled with confusion and seriousness. What happened? Did you see it clearly? And shook her head, saying solemnly, it seems there's a reason the papacy has stood for 1,000 years. This is probably another treasure left over from ancient times. But this is too unreasonable. I didn't even see what exploded. And frowned. We should be careful. Can your wings recover? Born nodded. Recovery is no problem, but it will take some time. Then let's go to the summit and see what tricks Cliff is up to. With that, and began to walk towards the summit. Before long, the two arrived at the summit, where two tall and imposing figures stood facing the wind, silently awaiting their arrival. Andre great Jacob. And narrowed her eyes slightly. These two guardians were among the top combatants of Divine Beast Mountain, second only to Peter in strength. And we meet again. Andre's eyes held a complex expression. When he first met, and she was only a teenager, her strength merely at the Liyuan realm. He hadn't taken her seriously at all back then. However, more than 10 years had passed, and it had far surpassed him, reaching a height he hadn't achieved in a century. Annie took a deep breath and said, I don't want to be enemies with Divine Beast Mountain. If you can safely send my elder brother out, I can let bygones be bygones. Jacob sneered, Annie, are you mistaken? What do you think this place is? This is Divine Beast Mountain. If you dare to come in alone, don't even think about leaving. Born's eye twitched. What did he mean by come in alone? So, all this time, they hadn't even considered him a human being? However, he quickly froze, because he saw something. Andre was holding a gun. Yes, although it might not be the modern rifle he had seen before his transmigration, its general shape was extremely similar. The thing was about 1 meter long, entirely white, with a structure similar to a stock and barrel, but it lacked a sight, magazine, and trigger. However, the entire gun body was engraved with complex and intricate patterns, even ancient characters. Clearly, this thing was not a product of this era. What is that? Andre gently stroked the gun-like weapon in his hand. This is a sacred artifact from ancient times, Annie. To defeat you, Beast Mountain has used every trump card imaginable. Born stared intently at the weapon in Andre's hand. That must have shattered my wings just now. Annie, be careful. Annie nodded solemnly, assuming a fighting stance. Logically speaking, with Annie and Born's current level and strength, dealing with Andre and Jacob should be no problem at all. But they were currently on Beast Mountain, the territory of the Holy See, and Andre possessed an ancient sacred artifact. This was no joke. Black Death energy began to swirl around the shattered part of Born's wing, slowly healing, but the healing speed was slower than expected, because a faint light energy was preventing the wound from healing. Born simply ignored the wound and decided to find a solution after defeating his opponent. Jacob took a deep breath, shouldered his cross, and charged directly at Born. Born raised an eyebrow. Oh, coming for me. He didn't hold back, immediately unleashing the power of retribution, slamming a claw at Jacob. Jacob dodged to the side, simultaneously swinging his cross and striking Born's claw. Lightning and the power of light collided, creating a deafening roar. Ultimately, the power of retribution prevailed, sending Jacob flying. Bourne chuckled, pressing his advantage, and unleashed 2 more claw strikes at Jacob. Jacob retreated while using his cross for defense. The cross was no ordinary object. Empowered by the power of light, it shone brightly, blocking most of Bourne's attacks. While Jacob and Bourne were locked in fierce combat, Andre had already raised his holy lance, aiming it at Anne. His magic surged wildly, the intricate magical symbols on the lance flashing with dazzling light, seemingly detached from the weapon, and floating in the void, accumulating terrifying power. Anne frowned. If that holy lance truly was the weapon that shattered Bourne's wings, then her mortal body was even less able to withstand it. However, when it came to defensive magic, Anne could only cast basic spells, such as bone shields and wind shields, but these basic spells had limited defensive power, and were simply ineffective. Just as Anne was at her wit's end, Bourne suddenly shouted through telepathic communication, "Catch!" Immediately, a dark object flew over from the side. Anne caught it easily, her eyes narrowing slightly, then she nodded knowingly to Bourne. In the distance, Cliff and Peter stood side by side, their faces relaxed and content. "Hee, Annie, let's see what you do this time." The power of the Holy Lance combined with Andre's void-piercing domain can deliver the attack to your side in an instant. No matter how fast you are, how can you dodge it? Peter's eyes flashed, and he sighed, "This expenditure is really quite severe." You even activated the domain amplification magic circle. Originally, Andre's domain range was insufficient to encompass the Holy Lance's range, but after being amplified by the magic circle, it has reached an astonishing distance of 1,000 meters. However, every second it's activated, it consumes a lot of resources. Cliff waved his hand casually, saying nonchalantly, "What's a little bit of that? As long as we can completely defeat Annie, any sacrifice is worth it." It's just a pity that the initial attack missed Annie, mainly because the distance between them was too great, making it difficult to control the aim accurately. If only Philip's domain power had been there to assist us, but Philip is now seriously injured and unable to help himself. Besides, that magic circle can only enhance one type of domain power at most. It's such a shame. Peter, still worried, said, "While the Holy Lance is incredibly powerful, its weaknesses are equally obvious. And isn't stupid, she surely noticed the flaw. If the next attack fails to kill her, Andre will likely be in grave danger." Facing Peter's concerns, Cliff remained calm, crossing his arms confidently and replying, "Don't you know Andre's true strength? Even in a short time, he might not be easily defeated. I believe we have at least 2 more excellent opportunities to strike. I firmly believe that even if we can't kill and in one fell swoop, we can at least severely injure her, greatly weakening her fighting power. That way, my goal will be achieved." It was nearing dusk, and the ancient stone pillars and magnificent temple cast long shadows in the afterglow of the setting sun. The wind whipped up dust, carrying a salty sea breeze, as if whispering the sacredness and glory of this land, and stood before an archway, her black robes billowing in the wind, her wand flashing with ancient runes and emitting a dark glow. Her gaze was cold and unwavering, fixed on Andre opposite her. Andre wore the golden armor of the papacy, his breastplate embroidered with holy angels and crosses, and the holy lance in his hand gleamed with divine light. His face was as cold as marble, yet his eyes burned with a fervent fire of faith. His voice was deep and authoritative, as if echoing from an ancient temple, and, "Don't blame me. Things have come to this point, I have no choice but to defeat you." And gently raised her wand, the air filled with the whispers of the dead, and the fluctuations of magic. Her voice was calm yet tinged with sorrow. Cliff's faith is too blind. Light and darkness are not opposites, they are like day and night, together maintaining the balance of the world. Why cling to destruction? Andre did not answer. His gaze was piercing, and the holy lance in his hand trembled violently. A golden magic circle unfolded beneath his feet, intricate runes shimmering with holy light like mosaics on a cathedral dome. He began to chant an ancient prayer, his voice echoing like a hymn across the empty square. "In the name of the goddess of light, holy lance, break." The lance's radiance instantly coalesced into a dazzling pillar of light, shooting straight at, and, like the unfolding wings of an angel, the pillar of light carried destructive power, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart. Just as Anne was about to react, the pillar of light, amplified by Andre's space-breaking domain, disregarded spatial distance and instantly arrived before her. Anne's pupils contracted sharply. Now, she finally understood why Bourne's wings had been shattered so instantly. She quickly held up the dark object in her hand, a small altar. Though small, the altar exuded an ancient aura, its surface covered in mysterious runes. The beam of light struck the mysterious altar without fail, but without the expected roar. The altar emitted a dense, dark light, seemingly capable of devouring everything. It appeared to be analyzing the beam of light, the dazzling light intertwined with the inky black power, as if light and darkness were violently clashing. However, the next moment, everyone's mouths gaped open. The beam of light had been deflected, striking Andre directly. A flicker of shock crossed Andre's eyes, but he quickly lunged to the side. With a deafening roar, the beam of light missed Andre, instead obliterating a building behind him, and put away the altar, patting her chest with lingering fear. Just moments before, she hadn't known the altar could withstand the attack, but she had no choice but to try, and it had actually worked. Andre gritted his teeth, straightening up and giving Annie a deep look. Meanwhile, Jacob the Great, locked in fierce combat with Born, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In that moment of distraction, Born seized the opportunity, slapping him away. Jacob the Great crashed into a pile of rubble like a sandbag, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. "You despicable reptile." Grand Jacob's forehead veins bulged. As the guardian possessing the strongest attack power of the Divine Beast Mountain, he couldn't tolerate repeated failures. "You successfully enraged me, but you pay the price." Grand Jacob's rage-enhancing domain was triggered. His entire body glowed with golden light, a powerful aura shooting from his feet to the top of his head, making his golden hair stand on end, like a raging lion. Then, he slowly swung the cross in his hand, frantically pouring light into it, causing the cross to emit a dazzling light, as if it had transformed into a piece of crystal-clear white jade. "Die!" "Holy judgment!" Grand Jacob roared, forcefully slamming the cross into the ground. A huge magic circle instantly appeared, and at the same time, a golden light flashed in the sky, directly locking onto Bon. Chapter 616. Seeing this, Born frowned slightly. He had never seen such a powerful attack before. However, the next moment, the formidable golden light of Holy Judgment ignored spatial distance and arrived before Born in an instant. But Born was prepared. He had noticed some clues before. It seemed the opponent's attack magic could ignore spatial limitations, which must be some kind of domain power. But during their previous battle, Great Jacob hadn't unleashed such a deadly attack. This time was different. Born roared to the sky. Since escape was impossible, he would fight head-on. He immediately activated the soul fusion technique, activating the power of his 3 heavenly souls. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful breath, a mixture of the 3 heavenly soul powers, directly colliding with the golden light. A deafening roar resounded, as if a sun had appeared on the spot. The intense golden light forced everyone to squint, unable to see what was happening. 2 supreme powers collided, unleashing a devastating force capable of destroying everything. Countless fragments of rock shot into the sky before falling helplessly back down. Grand Jacob, however, smiled. "This is my strongest attack. Even Peter will have to take it seriously. I refuse to believe you can withstand it." But the next moment, a dragon's roar erupted from the golden light, followed by a surge of icy power that instantly froze Grand Jacob's legs. "What?" Grand Jacob exclaimed in surprise. "That was your full-force attack. Now it's my turn." Born's voice seemed to emanate from the deepest hell, chilling and terrifying, sending a shiver down Grand Jacob's spine. Whoosh! The golden light gradually dimmed, and a huge black shadow emerged from it. It was Born. His right fist was clenched, 3 streams of heavenly soul power swirling around it, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. This punch was a combination of his strongest attacks. To ensure his opponent couldn't easily escape, he had preemptively deployed a vast eye seal, sealing off Jacob's movements. Jacob's eyes narrowed. He clearly saw the numerous wounds on his opponent's body, inflicted by the Holy Judgment. It seemed his previous attack hadn't been entirely ineffective, but even so, he could see just how powerful his opponent's counterattack was. "Ah!" Jacob tried to retreat, but his legs were firmly locked in the eye seal, making his movement extremely slow. Helpless, he could only muster his last bit of magic power, swinging his cross to smash into Born's incoming fist. Bang! Another loud crash, but this time, Jacob was sent flying, spitting out a jet of blood midair. He had been severely struck. "Great Jacob." Andre rushed forward and caught Great Jacob. "How are you?" Great Jacob looked listless, and his domain power had dissipated. "No, the opponent is too strong." Andre gritted his teeth. "You were too hasty. If you could have held on a little longer, I could have used the Holy Lance again." Great Jacob said weakly, "It's no use. Annie has that altar, no attack will work." "But she only has 1 altar, doesn't she?" "Huh?" What do you mean? Great Jacob was taken aback. Andre's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Could you hold off the dragon for another 10 minutes? Jacob the Great swallowed hard. Then I really fight to the death. And didn't rush to attack, because she was also very wary of the holy lance in Andre's hand. Its power was simply too immense, and she didn't know the source of its power. At least, she was certain it wasn't Andre's own power. However, Andre didn't immediately attack again with the holy lance. Instead, he reversed it, holding the barrel, and charged towards Anne. What kind of fighting style is this? Bourne scratched his head, preparing to help, but suddenly felt a gust of wind. He almost instinctively swung his claws to block. Bang! The cross collided with the claws, producing a muffled sound. Jacob the Great? Are you that reckless? Bourne raised an eyebrow. With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and a slightly ferocious expression, Jacob the Great said, "You great reptile, don't think you can defeat me with this little bit of skill. You're far from enough." Bourne sneered, "Since that's the case, then I completely crush you." Just as Bourne was once again restrained by Jacob the Great, Andre launched a fierce attack. Powerful light energy raged, engulfing Annie. Annie was slightly taken aback. Although this attack was powerful, it was still far inferior to the Holy Lance's strike earlier. Annie didn't even need the altar. She directly cast a bone shield, blocking all the attacks. Could it be that powerful attack isn't something you can just unleash at will? Annie realized this, and immediately understood. After Bourne's wings were shattered, he didn't immediately launch another attack. Combined with this current situation, it was clear that the Holy Lance had a long interval between each attack, and during this time, Andre and Jacob the Great were doing everything they could to buy time until the Holy Lance could be fired again. Since that's the case, Anne's eyes flickered slightly. Then let's finish this battle before the Holy Lance can fire again. And threw a fireball, knocking Andre back, then immediately waved her wand, unleashing a powerful and sinister surge of death energy that coalesced into a gigantic phantom. Not good. Andre's expression changed drastically. He knew the power of the demon's roar, and immediately turned to flee. However, it was too late. Anne's magic surged wildly, and the gigantic phantom's eyes snapped open, its terrifying maw gaping wide, letting out a shrill howl. Awooh! Andre only had time to pull a magic stone from his pocket, then crush it, creating a protective shield around him. A massive and terrifying sonic wave struck the shield, causing it to tremble, but it didn't shatter immediately. Instead, countless tiny cracks appeared. A mental defense? Bourne raised an eyebrow. This kind of defensive magic was rare enough, but to be engraved in a magic stone and withstand the evil spirit's roar amplified by the death combo meant the magic stone must have been crafted by an incredibly powerful being. Annie's eyes flashed with a dark light, and her powerful death energy erupted even more violently. The evil spirit's roar intensified, and terrifying sonic waves relentlessly attacked Andre's protective shield, causing the cracks to multiply. Not good. Andre's heart trembled. Could it be that even Peter's defense can't withstand her attack? A deafening bang rang out, and the seemingly indestructible shield finally succumbed to the immense pressure, shattering in an instant. Accompanying this earth-shattering explosion, a powerful, suffocating sonic attack, like a ferocious beast, charged straight into Andre's mind. Feeling the terrifying power approaching, Andre frantically channeled his magic to try and withstand the chilling, violent sonic attack, trying to protect his fragile mind. However, all his efforts were in vain. The demonic roar of the attack seemed to possess boundless power, rampaging through his mind, relentlessly assaulting his mental defenses. Aya! Andre could no longer endure the torment, and let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, his eyes rolled back violently, and as if his soul had been ripped from his body, he fell straight backward, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Andre! Jacob, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. He never expected that the powerful Andre would be so easily defeated by Annie with just one move. Wouldn't all their meticulously planned schemes be ruined? Just then, Bourne grinned smugly, revealing a set of sharp teeth, and mocked, "How about that? Now you know how powerful we are, right? Want to surrender quickly?" Grand Jacob gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment and anger. But faced with such an unfavorable situation, he was momentarily at a loss. Anne's breathing was slightly disordered. The intense, continuous fighting had greatly exhausted her. Grand Jacob, times are changing, and your church also needs to look forward. If you continue down the old path, you will have no future. Grand Jacob immediately retorted angrily, "Bullshit. If it weren't for you, my church wouldn't be in this situation." And shook her head and said, "Wrong. You can ask Peter how many devout believers the papacy had on the continent before I grew up. Except for the central region of the Austin Empire, everywhere else was intimidated by the papacy's military power. If those clergy didn't have power and authority, they would have been overthrown long ago. So from the very beginning, the very foundation of your papacy's existence was destroyed by yourselves. Grand Jacob swayed. As the protector of the third peak, he naturally knew these things, but he was unwilling to admit it. Those were rules that had never changed for thousands of years, so why were they no longer applicable now? 10,000 years ago, the war of the gods swept across the continent, the heavens and earth shattered, and all things withered. Humanity, as the weakest race on the continent, was also affected, its population drastically reduced. Afterwards, they were enslaved by demons and orcs, living in endless darkness and suffering. They were forced to labor on barren lands, enduring hunger, disease, and oppression, their fate tragic and near despair. However, in this long darkness, humanity did not completely lose hope. Thousands of years later, the exact time lost to history, a group of people possessing the power of light quietly rose to power. They called themselves apostles of the goddess of light, shouldering the mission of saving humanity. These apostles wielded light magic, capable of healing wounds, dispelling diseases, and even displaying formidable offensive and defensive capabilities in battles against demons and orcs. Their appearance was like a ray of light illuminating humanity's future. The power of light rapidly spread among humankind, and more people joined their ranks, forming a force to be reckoned with. They established the first church organization, calling upon the Church of Light to propagate the doctrines of the Goddess of Light and urge humanity to unite against oppression. As time passed, the influence of the Church of Light gradually expanded. They not only established churches in human settlements, but also trained generations of light mages and knights, becoming the backbone of humanity's resistance against demons and orcs. However, what truly propelled the Church of Light to become the most powerful force in the human world was the Orc War 300 years ago. At that time, orcs, beastmen, giants, and demons united to launch a large-scale invasion against elves, dwarves, and humans. Humanity, already weak, suffered repeated defeats, and almost lost all its living space. Just as humanity was on the verge of extinction, the Church of Light stepped forward, using Mount Divine Beast as its base, and led humanity in a desperate counterattack. The Church's light mages used healing magic to save countless wounded, while the knights charged into battle with fearless courage. Under the leadership of the Holy See, humanity was able to withstand the powerful orc army. Although it was a group of strong individuals, including Grimm, who ultimately turned the tide of the war, the Holy See's contribution was undoubtedly the greatest. Humanity successfully repelled the combined forces of the orcs and demons, seizing the most fertile land on the continent. This victory brought the Holy See's prestige to its peak. They were seen as humanity's saviors, and the faith in the Goddess of Light was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The Holy See's power expanded rapidly, with churches spread to every corner of the continent, and clergy becoming the core of power in various regions. However, with the growth of power, the Holy See's original intentions were gradually corrupted. Over 300 years, the Holy See transformed from humanity's protectors into rulers. Clergy and churches across the regions used their power to exploit and oppress the people. They levied heavy taxes in the name of the Goddess of Light, forcing commoners to offer sacrifices, and even used the pretext of purifying heretics to wantonly persecute those who dared to question the Holy See's authority, especially those with the power of death. Even children were purified. The Holy See's knightly orders, once champions of the people, have become tools for suppressing resistance. Despite growing discontent with the Holy See's actions, no one dares openly rebel. The Holy See's magical light and the Knights' overwhelming military might render any resistance futile. People can only silently curse and yearn for the Holy See that once truly fought for humanity. The Holy See of Light is no longer the sacred symbol in people's hearts. Their churches remain magnificent, and the clergy's robes are still splendid and solemn, but in people's eyes, these are merely facades. The Holy See's power and greed have caused them to fall from their pedestal. Although they still wield unparalleled power, in people's hearts, the Holy See of Light has long lost its original aspirations and become a new oppressor. This journey from prosperity to decline is not only the tragedy of the Holy See of Light, but also a microcosm of human history. It reminds the world that the corruption of power never ceases, and that true light may already be hidden within people's hearts, waiting to be rekindled. Chapter 6:17. Jacob was filled with mixed emotions, somewhat lost in thought after Anne's words. Just then, Bourne made his move, launching an attack while Jacob was off guard. Jacob stared at the dragon claw that was rapidly enlarging before him, his will to resist gone. If the papacy was truly, as Anne had said, a new oppressor in the hearts of the people, then what had been the point of his centuries-long faith? What was the meaning of his position as a protector? With a loud bang, Jacob, completely unprepared, was sent flying by Bourne's palm strike, crashing into a pile of rubble. However, Bourne had held back. He didn't intend to kill Jacob, merely knocking him unconscious. Bourne clapped his hands, looking at Jacob lying motionless in the ruins, and laughed. All right, those two are done. Let's continue. Annie looked at Bourne and asked, when will your wings recover? Bourne looked back and saw that his wings weren't fully healed yet, but his eyes flashed, and he looked directly at another golden dragon beside him. The golden dragon trembled, sensing something was wrong, let out a miserable howl, and immediately turned to flee. Bourne wasn't about to let it escape so easily. He immediately gave chase and unleashed soul stealing. The golden dragon had only taken off a short distance when it tumbled and crashed to the ground with a thud. Bourne didn't hold back. The difference in strength between them was vast. He could easily annihilate its soul with soul stealing. Seeing that the golden dragon was indeed dead, Bourne used reincarnation, emerging from its broken body and entering a new one. As soon as Bourne left, the shattered corpse of the golden dragon shattered. The light energy that had gathered on its wings, no longer suppressed by Bourne's power, immediately devoured the dragon's entire body. Since the new golden dragon had just died, Bourne needed more time to control its body. Annie wasn't in a hurry. Once Bourne had complete control, they could quickly reach the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain. However, at that moment, Annie sensed a dangerous aura. What's going on? This domain-like power hasn't dissipated since then. Could it be? Her gaze abruptly shifted to Andre's direction. Andre was half lying on the ground, his eyes radiating boundless light, his holy lance raised, aimed at Annie. Annie, this is the final judgment, Andre roared. Countless runes intertwined and converged, finally coalescing into a pillar of light that shot forth from the holy lance. Annie's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She quickly retrieved the mysterious altar again, preparing to block the attack. However, Andre's spatial manipulation domain activated once more. The powerful strike of the holy lance ignored spatial limitations, but instead of appearing in front of Annie, it slammed into the ground beside her. Damn it! Panic flashed in Annie's eyes for the first time. A deafening roar followed as the beam of light slammed into the ground, unleashing a violent explosion. The powerful shockwave destroyed surrounding buildings and trees, its force terrifying. Hee. Andre chuckled weakly. My mission is complete, isn't it? Then, completely drained of his strength, he could no longer hold on, his eyes rolling back as he passed out. Cliff, who had been monitoring the battle from afar, suddenly stood up. Wow! Andre's move was brilliant. And he's doomed now. Peter also breathed a sigh of relief. Andre's risking his life to create an opportunity for you. The Holy Lance is incredibly powerful. The explosion upon impact with the ground is enough to kill a low-level primordial mage. And Annie was completely unprepared. Her altar was in front of her, not protecting her entire body. This attack will severely injure her, even if she doesn't die. Cliff exclaimed excitedly, ha, great. That's the effect I wanted. Annie, you absolutely mustn't die. Otherwise, I'm done playing. As the dust settled, Annie knelt on one knee, her chest heaving, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. The Holy Lance's power was indeed extraordinary. Even with all of Annie's magic power unleashed to defend herself, she had still suffered a significant injury. She glanced at the unconscious Andre and sighed. Why bother? Compared to Annie, Andre's injuries were far more severe. As an 8th-tier light mage, forcibly activating the Holy Lance and unleashing 3 powerful beams of light in succession was a spell that couldn't be cast lightly. It would definitely have a powerful backlash effect on the mage. Now, a faint golden light emanated from Andre's body, spreading like cracks throughout, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. At this moment, Bourne, having completed his resurrection, was stunned by the scene before him. What happened? Annie, what happened to you? Annie waved her hand. I'm fine, let's go! Bourne's gaze fell on Andre. Did this guy hurt you? How despicable. With that, Bourne was about to step forward and kill Andre. Annie quickly stopped him. Forget it, he had no choice. We don't need to kill him. The most important thing now is to save Big Brother. Bourne thought about it and agreed, but still worried. How can you save Warren now that you're injured like this? Annie wiped the blood from her mouth and stubbornly said, this injury is nothing, but if anything happens to Big Brother, I won't forgive myself. Bourne had no choice but to carry Annie on his back and slowly take off, flying towards the main peak. After leaving the second peak, there were no more obstacles in their way, allowing them to reach the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain directly. That was originally the core area of the Holy See, the residence and training ground of the Pope and the Grand Protector. Now, Pope Leo was long gone, leaving only Grand Protector Peter, Holy Son Cliff, and Holy Maiden Yellen. From afar, Annie saw Cliff and Peter standing atop the main peak, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Born let out a dragon's roar and slowly descended. Cliff, a smile playing on his lips, exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Hey, isn't this Annie? What's wrong with you? You look terrible." Seeing Cliff's sarcastic manner, Annie was furious. "You have the nerve to say that? Release my brother right now. Don't wait until I tear down Divine Beast Mountain, then you regret it." Cliff sneered, "Oh dear, you finally made it here. What's the rush? Besides, would I be the kind of person to take advantage of someone in distress? Your brother Orin is perfectly safe with me, don't worry." Just then, several powerful auras approached from afar. Annie narrowed her eyes and saw Arnos, Addix, Elena, Charles, and a group of other powerful figures arriving from different directions, stopping a short distance away. Annie said in a low voice, "Arnos, do you still want to continue?" Arnos curled his lip, "Humph. Little girl, I won't interfere this time. We were invited by Cliff and won't meddle in your affairs." "You're so kind?" Annie raised an eyebrow. Arnos looked at Addix. "With this guy around, even if I wanted to make a move, it would be difficult." Addix wasn't in the best condition, but the fierce aura he exuded was second to none. "Little Annie, go ahead and do it. Don't worry about these people. If any of them dare to make a move, I'd be the first to not let them off." Elena also giggled, "This time I'd just be a spectator, but if anyone delays my viewing, don't blame me for being impolite." As she spoke, her eyes turned to Charles. Charles stroked his beard and chuckled, "This old man is getting old, and I can't even walk properly anymore, so I can only sit and watch the show." With that, he found a large rock and sat down, and looked at Cliff with amusement. "You called them all over just to beat me in front of them?" Cliff shrugged. "What else? A good show can't be without an audience. So how's this going to go? 2 against 1? Or 1 against 1? Cliff laughed nonchalantly. "Whatever you want. Peter and I will both be involved." Annie chuckled, "Oh, so it's 2 against 1 then?" "Huh?" Everyone was taken aback, wondering what Annie meant. Did she mean the eerie golden dragon beside her wouldn't participate? Cliff was also surprised, but a chilling smile quickly spread across his face. "You said it yourself, Annie. You have no chance. Today I will utterly defeat you, and rewrite the landscape of the human world." With that, he drew his long sword and swung it fiercely, unleashing a torrent of light. Annie was prepared. Her wand arced through the air, sending ice spikes raining down, colliding with the light. The ice spikes vaporized in the holy light, rising into the air. Cliff immediately channeled his light power, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards Annie, his sword aimed directly at her throat. Annie swiftly cast Wind Walk, her movements as elusive as a ghost. Simultaneously, she waved her wand, unleashing a fireball that struck Cliff with intense heat. Cliff neither dodged nor evaded, his longsword tracing a magnificent arc as the flames collided with the fireball, erupting in a dazzling display. His attack continued unabated. With a twist of his blade, countless light blades rained down on Annie. Annie swiftly deployed her bone shield, dark necromantic power forming a solid barrier around her. The light blade struck the shield, producing a piercing cracking sound. She swung her wand again, and lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking Cliff directly. Cliff retreated quickly, his long sword flashing, forming a barrier of flames that blocked the lightning bolts. Cliff leaped into the air, his long sword raised high, the flames condensing into a massive light blade, aimed straight at Annie. Annie swiftly swung her wand, and an ice wall instantly solidified, blocking the light blade. The light blade collided with the ice wall, producing a piercing cracking sound. The ice wall shattered, but the light blade was also significantly weakened. Taking advantage of the opportunity, and used Windwalk to flash to Cliff's side, like the wind. With a wave of her wand, several ice spikes shot straight at Cliff again. However, due to her previous injuries, Annie's attacks were somewhat weakened and easily blocked by Cliff. Cliff sneered, "Is that all? Annie, this isn't up to your usual standard. Too weak." Just as Cliff was being arrogant, Peter's voice came from behind, "Watch out." Immediately, a circle of light rose beneath Cliff's feet, forming a protective shield. The next moment, with a bang, Cliff and the shield were sent flying, crashing into a stone pillar with a loud thud. Cough, cough, cough. Cliff crawled out of the rubble, looking somewhat disheveled, but his face was filled with anger. Pointing at Bourne, who had just sent him flying, he shouted, "Annie, you broke your promise. Didn't we agree you go alone? What's with this golden dragon?" Facing Cliff's question, Annie smiled easily. "He's my summoned undead, summoned by my summoning spell. Naturally, he belongs to my own power." "What? Is that a problem? Summoned undead?" Cliff was immediately dumbfounded. "Isn't that pure nonsense? There are no golden dragons in the undead realm." Without another word, Annie directly activated her magic. A magic circle immediately appeared beneath Bourne's feet, flashing with a chilling dark light. Everyone was stunned. It was indeed a necromancy summoning magic circle. Annie hadn't lied. Generally speaking, anything summoned through one's own magic belongs to the summoner's power. Cliff's teeth were practically grinding to powder. Although Peter had helped him avoid injury, this attack wasn't very damaging, but it was extremely humiliating. He was all high and mighty, boasting that he defeat Annie, only to be slapped away the next second. Wasn't that a complete slap in the face? Humph. "Annie, is this kind of trickery fun? Even if this golden dragon attacks together, you're doomed to lose today," Cliff said with a ferocious expression. "Is that so?" Annie chuckled, then waved her wand, conjuring a bone spear in front of her. After the combined effects of the previous battle, the death combo now provided the bone spear with about twice the penetrating power. No one could withstand such a powerful attack. Cliff's eyes narrowed the moment he saw the bone spear, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Peter quickly came to Cliff's side, his gaze fixed intently on the bone spear. "Go!" Annie roared, and the bone spear, carrying immense power, shot towards Cliff. Peter immediately deployed his domain, but his domain was very small, only about 2 meters in diameter, just enough to encompass Cliff as well. Everyone held their breath, afraid to miss even a moment. The bone spear slammed into Peter's protective shield. The power of death and the power of light collided and rubbed against each other, producing a piercing sound. But the next moment, the bone spear shattered into several pieces, while Peter's shield remained completely unscathed. And narrowed her eyes. This was her first time fighting Peter head-on. Is this the true power of top-tier defense? Chapter 618. Seeing that even Annie's powerful magic couldn't harm him, Cliff breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha ha. Annie, what do you think? Even if you're strong, what can you do? You can't break Peter's invincible domain. All your attacks are useless against me." "Invincible domain?" Annie frowned slightly. This domain sounded terrifying. If it truly made someone invincible, it would indeed be a troublesome problem. Bourne whispered, "Even an invincible domain has weaknesses. Annie, let's think of a way to find a breakthrough." Annie nodded, "Let's try." With that, Annie waved her wand again, unleashing offensive magic at Peter. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and lightning bolts rained down like a storm, crackling against Peter's protective shield. Then, Bourne roared, using his heavenly soul power, and pounced in front of Peter, striking the shield repeatedly with his claws. Even with such a ferocious attack, not a single crack could be left on the protective shield. What? Annie and Bourne were both astonished, never expecting Peter's defense to be so formidable, truly without a single flaw. "Ha ha ha." Cliff laughed wildly, "It's useless, you're wasting your energy. Peter's defense is the best in the world. No one can break through his defense, no one." Peter frowned slightly, shook his head, but remained silent. Bourne gave Annie a look and said, "How about trying that?" And took a deep breath, waved her wand, and whispered Ghost Roar. A gigantic phantom of a ghost appeared in the void. Ghost Roar could ignore most physical defenses and directly attack the opponent's mind, proving consistently effective. However, Peter showed no panic. He simply stared calmly at the ghost in the void, lost in thought. "Awah!" The ghost let out a terrifying roar, a sound with immense penetrating power. Even Addix and the others, far away, paled slightly, marveling at the magic's immense power. However, this terrifying attack struck the protective shield without any effect. Peter and Cliff, protected by the shield, were unharmed. Cliff even wore a smile, appearing extremely pleased. At this moment, Bourne also made his move. He approached Peter and cast Soul Stealing, but his magic seemed to encounter a barrier, unable to reach Peter's mind at all, completely blocked. "No!" Bourne retreated. "It seems this invincible domain is indeed troublesome. Neither elemental nor mental attacks have any effect." Annie frowned. As expected of the Great Protector, as a powerful figure in the human world comparable to Atticus, His cultivation level is only at the 9th level of the Supreme Origin Realm. He must have some extraordinary abilities. But did you notice? Born asked, we've been attacking, while they've been defending? Even if Peter isn't attacking to maintain his domain, why hasn't Cliff made a move? That's not like him. And nodded, I suspect that under the invincible domain, we can't hit them, and they can't attack us from inside the shield either. This shield is two-way. Born said speechlessly, then what do we do? How can we fight like this? If they keep hiding inside the shell, we're just stuck watching helplessly. And thought for a moment and said, such a powerful defense, like the attack, shouldn't last too long. Let's continue our attack, and not give them a chance to breathe. Upon hearing this, Born immediately launched a new offensive against Peter's shield. Seeing this from afar, Addix frowned deeply. Oh no, they guessed wrong. Elena shook her head with a wry smile. It's not their fault. Peter's invincible domain is indeed monstrous. If he can break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, I'm afraid neither you nor I can break through his defense. Arnos asked, actually, I wanted to ask this for a long time. What exactly is Peter's weakness? I tried to break through his defense before, but it was useless. I think it has nothing to do with the strength of the attack. Elena chuckled and said, you're right, it is indeed related to the strength of the attack. The strength of the attack is irrelevant, but if you want to know his weakness, you better figure it out yourself. Arnos curled his lip. Fine, don't tell me then. I find out soon enough. Addix raised an eyebrow. Are you so sure Annie can find his weakness? Arnos grinned. This girl has made me suffer twice in a row. Although I want to kill her, I have to admit, she's got some skills. Charles stroked his beard and said, it seems we're getting old. Times are changing, it's time for the young to take the lead. Addix's eyes dimmed slightly. Among your juniors, there are those chosen by the holy body, but unfortunately, I, Velis, am not. Arnos snorted. Just a bunch of juniors. Do you really think they can cause any trouble? My hairy empire also lacks the holy body, but I don't believe those with the holy body are stronger than me. Elena teased, oh? Then who just said that Annie made him suffer twice in a row? Arnos immediately retorted, the first time was when she took advantage of me being controlled by the demon's mind and forcibly seized Stonken City. The second time was because I underestimated her, which allowed her to win by chance. If I had fought her at full strength, who knows who would have won? Elena clearly didn't believe him. You make it sound so easy. You saw it yourself just now. That golden dragon is Annie's summoned undead, and it belongs to her power. Arnos's expression froze, and he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. That strange golden dragon was no weaker than Annie, and more importantly, it seemed to be completely unaffected by time, as if it could stay in the prime plane indefinitely. It's important to understand that necromancers' greatest strength lies in their ability to summon undead, which is also their greatest weakness. Once the summoning spell's duration ends, the undead must obediently return to the netherworld, and cannot be summoned again for a short period. At this time, the necromancer is very vulnerable. And however, essentially doesn't have this weakness, meaning she can always fight with twice the power. Arnos was confident he could defeat Annie, but he wasn't confident he could defeat Annie plus this golden dragon. Annie is just an accident. I don't believe all holy bodies are as monstrous as her. Arnos was still somewhat unconvinced. However, these words resonated with everyone present. And strength was indeed too great, ridiculously so. If all holy bodies were like this, then they, the old folks, would be out of the running. At this moment, Cliff, inside the protective shield, burst into laughter, his face filled with arrogance. Useless and, no matter how you attack, you can't break through this defense. You might as well admit defeat. And Born also realized that their continued attacks were futile, and judging from Peter's posture, maintaining the shield didn't seem to consume much magic power. The two simultaneously stopped attacking and exchanged a glance. This won't do. Born scratched his head. This thing is harder than poker shell. How are we supposed to play like this? Annie said, it seems we're going in the wrong direction. At this rate, Peter won't have used up much energy, but our magic will be almost depleted. Born sighed. There's no other way, it seems we can only ask our teacher for help. At this moment, an aged voice appeared in their minds. Ahem, you think of your teacher when you encounter trouble? Born chuckled. Of course, teacher, have you gained anything during your rest? Knife Maniac slowly said, to help Annie and you, little skeleton, break through, I consumed a lot of my soul power. I'm still a bit weak, and can't use my strength for the time being, but I can still give you some advice. Annie immediately said happily, that's great. Grandpa Dao Quang, Do you know how to deal with this invincible domain? Dao Quang chuckled, of course. What haven't I seen? But speaking of which, this invincible domain is indeed quite interesting. If it were to truly grow stronger, it would definitely be a powerful force. It's a pity it has already reached its limit, and there's no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Born asked, Teacher, why do you say that? Peter seems quite young. Could it be that he can't even break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm? Young in appearance, but old in heart. Dao Quang sighed. For the past 100 years, he has been suppressed by the Pope, entangled in all sorts of trivial matters, which has long since exhausted his talent. It's truly a pity for such a talented person. But there are so many talented people in this world, 1 or 2 more won't make a difference. Born urged eagerly, Oh teacher, stop being so mysterious, just tell me quickly, how exactly can we break through that glowing tortoise shell? Dao Quang narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly said, So-called invincibility is actually just a relative concept. If one is invincible, how can one be invincible? Hearing this, Born was stunned. He blinked, his face full of blankness, clearly not understanding the deeper meaning of Dao Quang's words. Annie, on the other hand, frowned thoughtfully and began to ponder carefully. After a while, Annie seemed to suddenly realize something and said softly, I think I understand a little bit. However, Born was still completely baffled. He looked at Annie in confusion and asked, You understand already? What do you understand? Tell me. Seeing Born's expression, Dao Quang couldn't help but chuckle and nodded in satisfaction, praising, Not bad, little Annie is truly clever. Little skeleton, you should learn a lot from her. Born could only scratch his head helplessly, looking bewildered and innocent, as if still lost in a fog. At this moment, Annie gave a wry smile and shook her head helplessly, saying, Although I have some guesses in my mind, I still have no clue what to do. Dao Quang nodded and said, Indeed, even if you understand, it's still quite difficult to actually do it. Otherwise, Peter wouldn't be among the top combatants. The invincible domain, as the name suggests, means you won't be harmed by any enemy, but there's one exception. If your attacks can come from inside the protective shield, you won't be subject to this restriction. Born was speechless. Teacher, are you kidding me? If we can get inside the protective shield, then what's the point of fighting? Dao Quang smiled and said, What if you don't release any magic power or attack, and just walk past normally? Born was taken aback, a look of surprise in his eyes. If that's the case. Annie immediately nodded, excitedly saying, I understand. As long as we don't show hostility, and just enter the shield's range, the shield won't block us. Once we're inside, we can attack the people inside, and then the shield won't work. Thank you, Grandpa Dao Quang. Look at little Annie, she's so smart. Dao Quang's tone was full of admiration. Born frowned, If that's the case, then I have to go myself. After all, Annie isn't good at close combat, which is a big disadvantage for us. Dao Quang said, You can't either. Huh? Why? Born was puzzled. Because you're too big. Born was speechless, but Dao Quang was right. Peter's invincible domain was only about 2 meters in diameter, while the golden dragon Born was currently possessing was over 10 meters long. It definitely wouldn't fit. Then what do we do? Born was stumped again. We can't just let Annie go in by herself, can we? Wouldn't she just be throwing herself away? And narrowed her eyes. It seems this is the only way. Huh? Born looked at Annie, puzzled. What's your idea? Anne's eyes burned. Brother Born, if you abandon this body, how long can you last? Born immediately understood. 2 minutes at most, and that's with you maintaining the summoning domain's effect the limit. But if I can't deal with those 2 guys in 10 minutes, I'd be forcibly sent back to the netherworld. This is no joke. During that time, I won't be able to be summoned again. Annie took a deep breath, as if gathering all her courage into her chest. Her eyes were resolute and determined, her voice low yet powerful as she said, I know this is risky, but I have no choice. I must take this gamble. Before she finished speaking, her hands swiftly formed hand seals, and she chanted incantations. A mysterious dark energy surged from her body. Immediately afterward, a black light shot into the sky, forming a massive magic circle in midair. Moments later, Robert was summoned from within. Annie, what do you need me to do? Robert asked, and as soon as he appeared, Annie pointed directly at Peter and Cliff, who were standing not far away, without hesitation. I need you to cooperate with Born and take them both out in 2 minutes. Chapter 619. Upon hearing the order, Born shook his head violently, saying, How is that possible? Even with Robert's help, defeating both of them in such a short time is a pipe dream. However, and looked at Bourne with piercing eyes and said decisively, "How will you know if it works if you don't try? Believe me, I thought of a brilliant way to let you pass through that damn protective shield effortlessly." "Really?" Bourne's eyes widened immediately upon hearing this, and smiled and explained her plan via telepathy. A smile gradually spread across Bourne's face, and he nodded firmly, saying, "All right. Annie, as expected of you, I fight you to the death." In the distance, Arnos, watching the battle, crossed his arms and said impatiently, "What is Annie doing? Is she really unable to break this?" Attic said, "Not necessarily. After all, even if she figured it out, it would be difficult to implement." At this moment, Elena exclaimed, "Look, what's happening?" Everyone looked ahead and saw a huge magic circle appear beneath the golden dragon. As the magic circle dissipated, the golden dragon vanished without a trace. "Ha ha ha!" Arnos laughed, a hint of eagerness in his eyes. "It seems that Golden Dragon's time has run out. I always thought the guy didn't have a time limit. Looks like I was worrying too much." Addix frowned. "Why did the time have to come at this particular moment?" "Annie is in some danger," Charles said, "but she summoned another undead. Look, that zombie seems to be a 9th-tier Supreme Realm Cultivator too." Arnos and Elena had both met Robert before, and knew this zombie was also quite powerful, though not quite as strong as the Golden Dragon. "Huh? What's he going to do?" Arnos's eyes widened suddenly. The group saw the zombie walk straight towards Peter and Cliff, unarmed and completely relaxed, as if strolling leisurely. Addix and Elena's eyes lit up simultaneously. They exchanged a glance and exclaimed, "She found it." "Huh?" Arnos was utterly puzzled. "You mean she found a way to break it? But what kind of technique is this?" Addix's eyes held a hint of worry. "But will this zombie alone really be enough?" Elena said with interest, "It can't be that simple. Annie definitely has a backup plan. Let's wait and see." Peter frowned as he watched the approaching zombie. "I didn't expect Annie to find out my weakness so quickly. She's definitely not simple." Cliff sneered, "So what if she knows? This is just a zombie. If it dares to come in, I just chop it down." He drew his long sword, coldly watching Robert approach. Robert remained unmoved, taking one step at a time, unhurried. Gradually, he drew closer to the protective shield. Everyone's breath almost stopped. They all watched intently, wanting to see what the outcome would be. Poof! Robert stepped forward with his right foot, walking towards the protective shield. A ripple appeared on the shield, but it offered no resistance, allowing Robert to pass through easily. "Just as I expected," and stood at a distance, seemingly nonchalant, but actually extremely tense. If she failed this time, she would have to face Peter and Cliff alone, further reducing her chances of victory. However, the moment Robert stepped into the protective barrier, Cliff struck, raising his long sword and thrusting it at Robert. The two were almost face to face. At such close range, neither could dodge Cliff's attack. Cliff's eyes were filled with contempt as he coldly shouted, "Die! You filthy undead!" Just when everyone thought Robert would be pierced by the sword, a sneer sounded beside him. "Heh, you won't succeed." With a clang, Cliff's long sword was blocked by a long sword, and Bourne revealed himself, appearing as a skeleton. Outside the protective barrier, a massive golden dragon corpse appeared in the open space. "What?" Peter and Cliff were both startled. Their attention was entirely focused on Robert, completely unprepared for Bourne's sudden appearance. The next moment, Robert downed a potion, his strength surging dramatically, and he threw a punch at Peter. Peter quickly crossed his arms, but was still sent flying by Robert's punch, along with his invincible domain and Robert's ever-present shadow. Robert didn't stop attacking. His fists rained down on Peter's body, producing muffled thuds. His cultivation level was the same as Peter's, but with the boost from the potion, his actual strength surpassed Peter's. Although Peter was a grand protector, he primarily relied on his invincible defense to wear down his opponents before delivering a fatal blow. But now, being relentlessly attacked at such close range, even he was starting to feel the strain. Cliff shuddered, speechless with shock. He hadn't expected Annie to so easily break through Peter's top-notch defense. Then, a cold light flashed towards his head. Cliff quickly raised his sword to parry, and with a clang, the soul-severing blade was blocked. "Hey, pretty quick reaction," Bourne laughed. "But don't look around during a fight." With that, he launched another fierce attack on Cliff. This was all beyond Cliff's plan. This was not the outcome he wanted. "Damn it! Damn it!" Cliff's face contorted with rage. Instead of confronting Bourne directly, he retreated. "Peter, come here." Peter was completely overwhelmed. Many times he wanted to counterattack, but because the distance was too close, He didn't even have a chance to draw his weapon, and was constantly being pressured. No! I can't fall here! Peter gritted his teeth, and taking advantage of an opening in Robert's attack, drew his long sword from his waist and slashed forward fiercely. Robert, however, was prepared. He drew his long sword, blocking Peter's attack, and simultaneously leaped high into the air. Huh? Peter was puzzled, wondering what Robert was doing, but the next moment, a skull face appeared before him. Bourne had somehow appeared in his domain, grinning. Peter, you lost. With that, he unleashed soul stealing. Without the barrier of the invincible domain, soul stealing acted directly on Peter's mind. Peter's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, Robert descended from the sky, delivering a punch directly to Peter's back. Peter's invincible domain shattered instantly, blood gushing from his mouth as he collapsed a short distance away. Cliff's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked at Bourne before him, then at Bourne appearing beside Peter, completely bewildered. Bourne waved his hand, recalling the substitute puppet, and chuckled, "All right, Annie, the rest is up to you." With that, he tore through space and returned to the netherworld. In reality, as long as Peter fell, Annie was confident she could defeat Cliff in a one-on-one fight, thus completing her mission. Annie approached Cliff step by step, a hint of mockery in her eyes. "Cliff, how about it? Want to continue?" Cliff's face was extremely grim. He hadn't expected Annie to still have the strength to defeat Peter after overcoming so many obstacles. "Annie, don't be too happy yet. This isn't over yet." With that, he waved his hand. "Puller, come out." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by, and a young man stood beside Cliff. Anne's eyes narrowed. "Puller, tell me why." Puller lowered his head, his large cloak obscuring half his face, making his expression unreadable. "And I'm sorry, but I have to do this." And then looked at Cliff. "Didn't you say it would just be you and Peter fighting? Why are you calling in reinforcements?" Cliff gritted his teeth. He couldn't care less about rules now. If he fought in alone, he wasn't confident he could defeat her. Even if he won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, failing to demonstrate his strength and achieving his goal. "Stop with the nonsense, Anne. This time you must pay the price." Annie turned to look at Addix and the others. Arno shrugged. "We're just spectators, not referees. I don't care about this." The others also shook their heads, indicating they wouldn't interfere. However, Addix still said, "Although we won't interfere, the behavior of the Divine Beast Mountain has certainly opened my eyes." Annie chuckled. She hadn't held out much hope anyway. She just wanted to humiliate Cliff again. Senior Addix is right. "Cliff, is your holy see always so fickle?" Veins bulged on Cliff's forehead. He was already regretting inviting these powerful figures. It was a complete slap in his face. But he didn't care about that now. He just wanted to trample Annie underfoot, by any means necessary. Cliff's long sword, wreathed in blinding flames, suddenly slashed towards Annie's throat. Annie quickly retreated half a step, her wand drawing an ice wall, which instantly vaporized in the flames. She spun and unleashed 3 fireballs, only to have them shattered by Cliff's horizontal sword strike. Sparks flew between them, reflecting a sinister smile. "Your magic won't save you." Cliff's sword flashed with a holy cross, unleashing a torrent of light blades. Annie raised 3 layers of bone shields, the dark barrier shattering layer by layer under the impact of the light blades. As she staggered backward, a chill suddenly swept past her back. Puller's wind blade silently cut off her escape route, and rolled on the ground, the wind blades grazing her hair and slicing through 3 stone pillars. Just as she was about to rise, Cliff's sword was already at her brow. At the critical moment, Puller's scabbard suddenly pierced through, the clanging of metal making Annie's eardrums ache. "Don't stand still," Puller hissed, his sword seemingly aimed at Anne, but at the moment of contact, it transformed into a gentle breeze, pushing her away. Cliff's blade of light grazed Anne's side, carving a 5-foot furrow in the stone ground, and seized the opportunity to swing her staff, lightning bolt slashing down from the clouds towards Cliff. Cliff roared, his blade actually shattering the lightning. As arcs of electricity leaped across her armor, Puller's sword was already aimed at Anne's heart, but at the last inch, it abruptly deflected, the sword energy scattering the silver chain at her waist. "What trick are you playing?" Cliff sensed something amiss, a blazing white orb of light emanating from the tip of his sword. Anne's bone shield, barely formed, was engulfed by the orb, the shockwave sending her crashing into the crumbling wall behind her. Puller suddenly flashed to block the pursuit, his long sword whipping up a hurricane. "I finish her off." The hurricane, carrying Anne, smashed through the window, but before hitting the ground, it transformed into a buffer of airflow. As Cliff's blade closed in, Puller coincidentally swung his sword, severing a load-bearing beam, and the collapsing roof separated the battlefield. Through the smoke and dust, Annie saw Puller with his back to Cliff, his lips moving as if to say, "Run." What's wrong with him? Annie wondered. Could it be that Cliff has some weakness he can exploit? Thinking this, Annie's eyes narrowed, and a possibility suddenly occurred to her. It's Yelena. At that moment, Cliff roared and charged forward. Puller, what are you doing? Puller shrugged. I didn't do anything. I was just helping you. Look, I knocked Annie into the rubble. Cliff ignored Puller and rushed into the destroyed building, searching for Annie. Annie, meanwhile, silently hid, pondering how to escape her predicament. Although Puller didn't intend to kill her, he had to help Cliff for some reason. This meant Annie had no chance against two opponents, and her defeat was practically inevitable unless she could summon Born again. But that was impossible. The necromancy spell had significant limitations. Once a summoned spirit was sent back to the netherworld due to the time limit, it couldn't be summoned again for at least a day. Therefore, this method was completely unworkable. Through the scattered bricks, Annie looked at Robert not far away. Robert was already poised, looking for an opportunity to rescue Annie. Annie immediately communicated via soul communication, saying, "Robert, don't rush to save me." Robert was taken aback. "Annie, the situation isn't optimistic. Perhaps we should retreat first and think of something later." Annie shook her head. "I have a way. Have you finished crafting your communication talisman?" Robert didn't know why Annie brought this up, but he nodded. "I crafted a medium quality one, capable of transmitting sound over long distances." "That's good," Annie immediately said. "Send a message to Yelena right away, telling her I'm here to rescue her. Tell her to create some noise so I know where she is." Robert said with a troubled expression, "But using a communication talisman requires knowing the other person's aura. I haven't seen Yelena yet. What should I do?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "That's easy. Born has seen her." With their increased strength, Born and Robert could now communicate briefly via soul communication using Annie as a medium. So Robert immediately asked Born about the situation, and Born gave him a prompt reply. Following Born's instructions, Robert activated the communication talisman and sent the message. The talisman disappeared with a poof. Chapter 620. What do we do next? Robert asked. Should we go rescue Yelena? But how are you going to get rid of Cliff and Puller? Annie smiled. As long as Yelena makes some noise, Puller will know what I'm thinking, and he naturally won't stop us. As for Cliff. At this moment, Cliff had already spotted Annie's trail, and a blade of light slashed fiercely towards her. Annie immediately flipped over, simultaneously conjuring a bone shield to block the blade. "Annie, you can't escape." Cliff thrust his longsword forward, continuing his pursuit, his eyes filled with killing intent. Annie cast a wind-based speed-boosting spell on herself, rapidly retreating while simultaneously waving her wand, sending several fireballs hurtling towards Cliff. But Cliff, being a holy body of light, was equally fast, effortlessly cleaving the fireballs in two without slowing down at all. Annie frowned slightly. Now, all she could do was stall for time, waiting for Yelena's signal. She slammed her hand into the ground, and with a series of powerful bursts of flame, countless scorching flames shot into the sky, coalescing into a giant of fire. The giant swung its mountain-sized fist at Cliff. This was advanced magic, and Cliff dared not be careless. He could only stop to defend himself, shouting back, "Puller, aren't you going to attack?" Puller hesitated, not moving immediately. A fierce glint flashed in Cliff's eyes. His lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. However, from the shape of his mouth, it was clear that he was uttering two words, "Yelena." Puller's eyes narrowed slightly. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, bypassing the giant of fire, and launched an attack on Annie. And wasn't in a hurry. She already knew Puller's predicament, and knew he wouldn't truly harm her. Meanwhile, Cliff was trying his best to shake off the fire giant's entanglement, but just as he was about to succeed, a domain enveloped him. A strange impulse propelled him directly towards the fire giant, who also threw a punch. What's going on? Cliff instantly noticed the anomaly. He swung his long sword, and a dazzling sword light shredded the fire giant's arm into a shower of sparks. But quickly, the fire giant reformed its arm and roared at Cliff. Cliff ignored him and turned to look behind him. Robert was now coldly staring at him, sword in hand. "I won't let you disturb Miss N." Robert's voice was hoarse, but filled with unwavering authority. Cliff scoffed, "Just a filthy undead, trying to stop me? Your domain is quite unique though. What exactly does it do?" Robert raised his long sword, pointing it at Cliff. "Want to know? Then try again." Cliff's eyes narrowed. That eerie feeling returned, making him feel invincible, that no one was his match, including everyone before him. He could annihilate them all with a single finger. But the next moment, he realized this was utterly absurd. While his strength was indeed considerably greater than Robert's, the difference shouldn't be that vast. Yet, he had already charged forward, and indeed, he was pointing his little finger at Robert. Robert showed no mercy, swinging his sword directly at him. Cliff, unfazed, swung his long sword, drawing a dazzling arc of light, aiming straight for Robert's head. However, just as the blade was about to strike, that eerie feeling returned, and a thought flashed through Cliff's mind. This lowly undead dares to fight me. His movements unconsciously slowed, the blade deflecting, only severing a wisp of rotting hair from Robert's head. Robert grinned, his long sword sweeping horizontally, the blade imbued with dark undead power, aimed directly at Cliff's waist. Cliff snapped back to reality, quickly retreating, but the fire giant's fist had already struck from the side. The scorching flames, carrying a violent force, forced Cliff to raise his sword to parry. Blade and flame collided, erupting in a dazzling light. Cliff was knocked back several steps, his arm slightly numb. Damn it! Cliff gritted his teeth and growled, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. He swung his sword again, flames cascading like a waterfall, striking the fire giant directly. The giant clumsily swung his fist to block, but was scorched by the flames and roared, the flames on his body dimming slightly. However, Robert's domain activated again, and a contemptuous thought surfaced in Cliff's mind. A mere elemental spirit dares to block my path? His attacks unconsciously slowed, and the power of the flames diminished. Robert seized the opportunity, his longsword stabbing towards Cliff's back like a venomous snake. Cliff suddenly became alert, quickly dodging to the side, the blade grazing his armor, leaving a charred mark. He swung his sword backhand, the light blade aimed straight for Robert's chest, but was blocked by Robert's long sword. The two weapons clashed, producing a piercing metallic clang. The fire giant lunged again, its fist wreathed in scorching flames, aiming straight for Cliff's flank. Cliff swiftly swung his sword, light and flame clashing together in a deafening roar. However, Robert's domain once again interfered with his judgment, his movements were a fraction of a second slower, and the fire giant's fist nearly grazed his shoulder. Cliff's breathing quickened. He realized that if he didn't break free from Robert's domain quickly, he might be held up indefinitely. He swung his sword fiercely, a tornado of light sweeping towards Robert, forcing him back. The fire giant seized the opportunity to attack from behind, its fist, wreathed in raging flames, aimed straight for Cliff's back. Cliff swiftly turned, blade clashing with fist, unleashing a dazzling light. A flash of anger crossed Cliff's eyes, but he knew that haste would only lead him deeper into trouble. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his turmoil. Although Cliff was stronger than both of them, he was constantly affected by Robert's domain, and couldn't defeat his opponent in a short time. On the other side, Anne was equally anxious. She knew that Robert and the fire giant couldn't hold off Cliff for long. Once Cliff was free from Robert's grasp, she would likely have no choice but to escape. But Yi Lin was still completely silent. It was highly probable that Yi Lin was trapped in a magic blocking barrier. Even if she received Robert's message, she probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash resounded, and a dazzling lightsaber descended from the sky, cleaving the fire giant in two with earth-shattering force. The fire giant let out a roar of resentment before vanishing completely. Robert's time had come. Unlike Bourne, he couldn't linger in the Prime Plane and was pulled back to the Netherworld by a force. Cliff turned to Annie, his face grim. Your undead are indeed interesting, but an undead is just an undead, not your own power. Now, shouldn't you prepare to die? Annie's heart sank. Was this truly the only option? Or should she fight Cliff to the death? Just as Annie hesitated, a beam of light appeared in the air, like a goddess descending to earth. The holy light instantly illuminated the night, as if it were daytime. Huh? How is this possible? Cliff exclaimed in shock, his face filled with disbelief. I clearly engraved magic isolating arrays around the secret chamber. Her magic couldn't have been released. Just as I thought. Annie raised an eyebrow. The light emanated from behind the main hall, meaning the secret chamber where Yi Lin was imprisoned was there. Puller was also startled, his eyes filled with surprise. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. What are you all standing there for? Let's go! Immediately, Annie grabbed his hand, and they rushed towards the source of the light. Cliff roared angrily, Stop! You bastards! And gave chase. Arnos chuckled from afar. Oh ho, this is going to be interesting. Elena said with a frosty expression, Cliff is a real scoundrel, using someone's weakness as leverage. What does he think love is? Adix, meanwhile, stood up and summoned his flame eagle. Huh? Where are you going? Elena asked. Adix said calmly, There's nothing more to see here, I'm going back. Arnos laughed. The show's just begun, and you're already leaving? Don't regret it later. Adix said indifferently, I'm not interested in this kind of drama. Since the ending is already decided, there's no need for me to stay here any longer. With that, the flame eagle soared into the sky and left the divine beast mountain. Arnos looked at Elena and Charles and asked, What about you two? Charles stroked his beard and smiled. This old man has nothing to do either, so I might as well stay here and watch. Elena said, I'm staying too, to see how Cliff is going to die. Arnos waved his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go! He then led the way towards the temple. Elena and Charles exchanged a glance and followed. Outside the temple, numerous Knights of Light stood ready, having also witnessed Yelin's illusory presence, and knew their plan had failed. Annie and Puller were incredibly fast, each unleashing magic. They instantly swept everyone aside. They had no intention of wasting time on these Knights of Light. Stop them! Cliff roared, his eyes practically spitting fire. In reality, for secrecy, only Peter and he knew of this place, and the Knights of Light here were all his men, the strongest only at the transformation realm. How could they possibly stop Annie and Puller? Several Guardians had already been defeated by Annie, and the others hadn't participated in the operation. They were even less likely to appear now. Damn it! Activate the magic circle! Cliff shouted. The Knights of Light reacted immediately, activating the magic circle in the temple. A halo of light slowly appeared, illuminating the temple. Annie and Puller clearly felt a force pulling them back, their speed suddenly decreasing. What is this? Annie asked, a strange look in her eyes. Puller frowned and said, This is the temple's holy light. Almost every temple has it, but the temple on the main peak is more powerful. Here, it can enhance the combat attributes of light mages, while reducing the abilities of other mages. So powerful? Annie exclaimed in surprise. Puller shook his head. There's nothing we can do. This is the foundation of the Vatican's thousands of years of history. At this moment, Cliff caught up. Puller, you're asking for it. I think you don't want Yelin to get out. Puller glared at him. So what if you stop us? I already know Yelin is here, and I'm going to rescue her now. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cliff roared hysterically. There's a carefully arranged magic circle here. No matter how strong you are, you can't break it. Without my permission, you can't enter the secret chamber. Is that so? Annie narrowed her eyes. Then if we catch you, will you open the door? Cliff swallowed, but then puffed out his chest. Want to catch me? That's laughable. Annie, you don't have any undead to summon now. What can you use to fight me? Puller stepped forward, looking directly at Cliff. What if I join you? Cliff was stunned, then flew into a rage. Puller! You bastard! Do you intend to betray the church? Do you even know what crime that is? Humph! To hell with crime! Puller said coldly. When you arrested Yelin, did anyone investigate your crimes? I don't want to stay in this damned, corrupt church for another second. Cliff's face turned red with anger, and he cursed, You traitor! I knew you were unreliable a long time ago. If it weren't for that old geezer Leo making you stay, I would have killed you with one blow, and none of this would have happened. Damn it! Damn it! And waved her wand, and a bone spear materialized before her, its tip wreathed in dark, deathly power. Even space itself rippled from this terrifying force. Cliff, I'm giving you one last chance. Open the door, and we leave with Yelin and my brother. I settle the score with you later, but if you don't open the door, don't blame me for being ruthless. Cliff was momentarily stunned by the terrifying power emanating from the bone spear. He knew very well that even Arnos couldn't withstand it, and he wasn't confident he could withstand it head-on, let alone with a menacing Puller beside him. But the next moment, Cliff burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha! Annie, Puller! I really underestimated you. Let me tell you the truth. Yelin and I are bound together. If I die, she will die too, so you can't do anything to me. Ha ha! What? Annie looked at Puller in confusion. Puller was equally bewildered. I don't know. No one told me anything about this before. Just then, a weak voice came. He's right. Annie looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Peter staggering towards them. It seemed Robert's attack had indeed seriously injured him. He placed a curse on Yelin. If anything happens to him, Yelin will die too. Chapter 621. Puller's face was frosty, his tone filled with deep hatred. Cliff, you're truly ruthless. She's a saintess. How can you treat her like this? Aren't you afraid of the goddess of light's punishment? Punishment? Cliff sneered. I'm the Holy Sun, and I'm destined to be Pope. I'm the goddess of light's representative. Everything I do represents the goddess's will. Why should I be punished? Shameless. Puller cursed. The papacy will be destroyed by your hand sooner or later. And reached out and grabbed Puller, saying, There's no need to waste words with this kind of person. Cliff, I'm asking you, what will it take for you to release Lin and my brother? Cliff's eyes darted around. At this moment, Annie could no longer summon undead, and after such a long battle, her magic power was greatly depleted. She had also been injured in the previous fight. Her overall condition was probably less than half of what it used to be. This was the perfect opportunity for him to defeat Annie openly and fairly. He chuckled and said, How about this? Let's have another fair fight. If you win, you can take Lin and Olin away. If I win, you must submit to me from this day forward, obey my every command, and show no disobedience. What do you say? Although his previous flip-flopping had already earned him the contempt of others, if he could ultimately make Annie submit to him, it would be worth it. Puller immediately cursed, You are utterly shameless. A scum like you deserves to be a clown, not a pope. A cold glint flashed in Cliff's eyes. Puller, don't be so arrogant. After I deal with Annie, I settle accounts with you. You betrayed me, betrayed Divine Beast Mountain, and I make you watch your beloved grovel beneath me, making you suffer the cruelest punishment in the world. Puller's eyes practically spit fire. You dare. I chop you down right now. Just as Puller was about to rush forward, Annie stopped him. Annie, get out of my way. I'm going to tear this to pieces. Puller spat out the words through gritted teeth. Annie shook her head. Puller, don't get agitated. Lin and my older brother are still in his hands. Now is not the time for revenge. Trust me, I can duel him. What? Puller was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Annie, don't be reckless. This Cliff isn't the kind of guy who fights fairly. He definitely resort to underhanded tactics. Besides, this is the main peak of Divine Beast Mountain, his territory. This is too disadvantageous for you. Annie smiled slightly. So what? In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are mere child's play. I show him what a true powerhouse looks like. With that, Annie stepped forward, facing Cliff. I accept your terms, Reeves said. Now, let's begin the duel. I hope you keep your promise after the duel. Reeve grinned maliciously. Good. As expected of you, Annie. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're still as confident, as arrogant as ever. But you can't possibly be my match. Are you ready to accept defeat? Annie stood tall, showing no fear despite Reeve's words. Come on. In the distance, Elena's eyes gradually gleamed. Her body trembled slightly, her hands gripping her skirt tightly, her eyes fixed on Annie, murmuring, It's her, it really is her. Arnos looked at Elena suspiciously and asked, What's wrong with you? Are you having an episode? Elena rolled her eyes at him. You're the one having an episode? Did you see the light on Annie? Light? Arnos squinted, scrutinizing Annie, and shook his head. No. What light? It's the light of the heart of the strong. Elena's voice trembled, clearly overjoyed. Grin didn't lie. He left behind the heart of the strong in the Norma Empire, and now the heart of the strong has appeared. Arnos scoffed and shook his head. Damn, this woman's gone mad. Charles, on the other hand, looked enlightened and said seriously, So that's what Grin meant by the heart of the strong. Ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. We've been bound by that one sentence for 100 years. It's laughable. What are you all talking about? Arnos asked. Charles looked speechless. I don't understand any of this. Charles gazed intently at Annie in the distance and slowly said, Arnos, did you see that? The look in Annie's eyes when she faced Cliff, that fearless aura, that courage to fight no matter how strong the opponent. That's what Green meant by the heart of the strong. Arnos frowned, his tone still tinged with doubt. The heart of the strong? But Green clearly said he left the heart of the strong in the Norma Empire, and that it would appear whenever someone attacked the Norma Empire. Could this not be a lie but the truth? Charles smiled slightly, his tone calm. Truth and falsehood intertwined, that's Green's brilliance. Green never truly left any heart of the strong. It was just a lie he fabricated, a lie to make the world understand true power. What he truly wanted to tell the Norma people was the human heart that resists suppression. As long as one has the desire to become strong, is willing to work tirelessly for it, and is unafraid of powerful enemies or hardships, anyone can stand at the pinnacle of the world. Arnos pondered for a moment, then said, So, The heart of the strong isn't something that can be seized or possessed, but rather a spirit? A belief? Charles nodded, his gaze firm. That's right. Green knew that if he told the truth, the world might not understand, or even care. So he used the heart of the strong as a pretext to draw everyone's attention to the Norma Empire, to those who dared to resist oppression. Look at Annie. She didn't rely on anything external. Her strength came from her belief, her courage, her indomitable spirit. Arnos was silent for a moment, then whispered, so, Green's true intention was to make people understand that strength comes from within, not from external things? Charles smiled slightly. Exactly. Annie's current state. That's the best proof. She doesn't need any heart of the strong, because she herself is the embodiment of heart of the strong. Her courage, her faith, her indomitable spirit, that's what Green wants us all to pursue. Arnos took a deep breath. I understand. Heart of the strong. It's never been a treasure, but a spirit. This is the legacy Green left to the Norma people, an unyielding heart. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had begun. Cliff transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards Annie. Under his holy light domain, not only was his own combat power enhanced, but if Annie used necromancy or released even a trace of death power, she would be judged as a necromancer and subjected to exponentially more attacks. Annie had already figured out the rules of Cliff's domain, so she concealed her death power from the beginning, instead using other elemental magic. A flash of blue light appeared beneath Annie's feet, instantly increasing her speed and allowing her to quickly create distance between herself and Cliff. Simultaneously, she waved her wand, sending several ice spikes hurtling towards Cliff. Cliff laughed wildly twice, his longsword slashing through the ice spikes into a shower of icy fragments. His light attribute speed magic was no slower than Annie's, and he quickly reached her, thrusting his sword towards her chest. Annie immediately let out a soft cry, and an ice wall appeared before her. Her longsword pierced through the ice wall instantly, halting Cliff's attack. Cliff unleashed a powerful burst of magic, shattering the ice wall, but Annie had already retreated 10 meters away. Just as Cliff was about to continue his pursuit, Annie took a deep breath, channeling her last bit of fire elemental magic. She chanted a complex incantation, her eyes glowing crimson. Give me one last boost. Roar! A fire giant materialized, slamming its fist into the ground as if venting its rage. Originally, Fire Spirit's Fury was only a mid-level spell, Drew's signature move. Drew relied on Fire Spirit's Fury to achieve great feats on the battlefield, solidifying his position as the Marquis of the North. Later, in the Magic Realm, Finnis obtained an enhanced Fire Spirit's Fury from the Fire Realm, a high-level spell. Annie traded other items with Finnis to acquire it. Because of her father, Drew, Annie had a deep affection for this spell. Of course, it was also the only high-level spell she could cast, its power naturally surpassing other spells. The fire giant hurled a punch at Cliff, forcing even Cliff to temporarily evade the attack. However, Cliff's agility far surpassed that of the fire giant, meaning that Fire Spirit's Fury alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him. More importantly, after unleashing Fire Spirit's Fury twice, Annie's fire elemental magic was exhausted, and her other magic was nearly depleted as well. Cliff deftly dodged the fire giant's attack and charged at Annie again. Annie took a deep breath, shifted her feet slightly, and retreated, simultaneously donning a lightning armor around her. Useless. Cliff roared with laughter. He had also noticed Annie's weakness. Now he had to finish her off in one fell swoop. Annie, you have no chance. Die! Cliff thrust his sword towards Annie's chest. Annie slightly shifted her body, but was still a little too slow. The sword pierced through her shoulder armor, and a spurt of blood shot out. Annie let out a muffled groan, and her right wand plunged fiercely into Cliff's eye. Cliff reached out and grabbed Anne's wrist, trying to subdue her. In Cliff's view, Anne was completely unskilled in close combat, so at such close range, his advantage was obvious. However, just when Cliff thought victory was assured, a bolt of lightning flashed from Anne's wand and suddenly wrapped around his arm. Huh? A lightning bolt? Cliff was startled and immediately tried to withdraw his left hand, but it was too late. He felt a numbness in his arm, and was already bound by the lightning bolt. Cliff gritted his teeth, took a step back, and swiftly slashed upwards with his long sword, severing the lightning bolt. Annie, seizing the opportunity, unleashed her death power, conjuring a bone spear. Cliff felt a chill run from his feet to the top of his head. If he were hit by Annie's bone spear at such close range, he'd likely be pierced through. He immediately tried to retreat, but a roar erupted from behind. The fire giant had caught up and blocked Cliff's retreat with a punch. Get out of the way! Cliff roared, his long sword, imbued with powerful light energy, slamming into the fire giant's fist, instantly blasting the giant's arm into a shower of flames. But at that moment, Annie's bone spear was complete. Her eyes gleamed with dark light, and she uttered a soft command, "Go!" Black mist swirled around the bone spear, its tip flashing with a chilling light, and with a whoosh, it shot towards Cliff. Cliff felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined that Annie's bone spear would possess such power at this point. Cliff couldn't understand it. The bone spear was clearly a basic spell, and even the enhanced bone spear was only a low-level spell. Why did it possess such powerful penetrating force in Annie's hands? He was unaware that Annie also possessed a high-level necromancy spell. Death Combo, because this spell was continuously active, integrated into each cast. However, Cliff had a sudden inspiration. Since he couldn't defend himself, he could run. In this life-or-death crisis, his potential was unleashed. His entire body shone with golden light, as if he had transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from his original spot and appearing 10 meters away. The bone spear missed its target, slamming into the ground and carving a deep, bottomless hole into the otherwise hard surface. Didn't it hit? Annie frowned slightly. Cliff, still shaken, patted himself down, finding himself unharmed, and was overjoyed. Ha ha! Annie, low-level magic is low-level magic. No matter how powerful it is, it has weaknesses. Ha ha ha! And hadn't expected Cliff to react so quickly, teleporting more than 10 meters in the blink of an eye. However, she didn't panic. Instead, she immediately cast other elemental spells, stacking the effects of the death combo again. Cliff became even more emboldened. Relying on his overwhelming speed, he launched a fierce attack on Annie, while the fire giant couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Arno shook his head. As expected, without the ability to summon undead to fight, a necromancer is useless. Charles added, "It's clear Annie has exhausted all her means. If she truly has no more tricks up her sleeve, Cliff will likely win." Addix made that conclusion too early. Elena stated firmly, "No. Annie will win." What? Arnos and Charles were both stunned, looking at Elena in confusion. "You said Annie will win? Why do you say that?" Elena smiled. "Because she possesses the heart of a warrior." Chapter 622. And waved her wand, shooting out 2 ice spikes while softly chanting, 13-14. Cliff was puzzled, unsure what Annie was counting, but his hands didn't pause. Powerful light energy poured down like a torrential rain, assaulting Annie relentlessly. Anne's fire magic was now depleted, and her water magic was almost gone. She could only barely use wind magic to maneuver, and her mastery of lightning magic was limited, possessing only basic spells like lightning lock and lightning armor, which were useless in this battle. From every angle, Annie was at a complete disadvantage. All her defensive magic was practically paper-thin under Cliff's holy light domain, utterly unable to withstand his attacks. Cliff grew increasingly confident with each fight, a smile creeping onto his face. He began to fantasize about the blissful life he would have after defeating Annie. If he could defeat Annie, she would be completely subservient to him, and the forces that had previously rebelled against the church because of Annie would return to its side. Divine Beast Mountain would once again become the leader of the human world. And Cliff would be able to ascend to the throne as Pope, standing atop the continent, becoming the strongest being in the human world. Then, he could do whatever he wanted. He would trample Annie and Puler underfoot, with Yi Lin in his arms, and the 12 guardians of Divine Beast Mountain by his side. No one in the world would be more powerful than him. However, just as he was immersed in his fantasies, a dazzling light shone before him. He squinted, somewhat bewildered. What is this? Not only him, but everyone else present was stunned, and had transformed into a sphere of light, bathed in holy light, radiating pure and holy light power from within. If one didn't already know she was a necromancer, they might have mistaken her for the holy body of light. Cliff's eyes widened. How is this possible? How can the power of death and the power of light coexist in the same body? Peter was equally incredulous, muttering as if in a dream, "This is simply a miracle. There may be creatures in this world capable of wielding multiple elemental magics, but never one possessing both the power of death and the power of light simultaneously. Annie did it. She did something even gods might not be able to do." Indeed, as he said, there were quite a few races on the continent capable of possessing multiple magical powers, especially among magical beasts. Many were born with adaptability to 2 or more elements of magic, and some races possessed innate magic unrelated to any element, such as the demon poison dragon. However, any undead or light-type magical beast almost never possesses magic from other elements, and even if it does, it's unlikely to be conflicting elements. But the light power emanating from Annie's body has completely shattered everyone's understanding. Of course, her previous situation was also beyond everyone's comprehension, but now it's even more so. In fact, Annie has only recently comprehended the power of light. Due to her battles with the experts of Divine Beast Mountain, coupled with being in a place abundant in light power like Divine Beast Mountain, she gradually awakened her light power imperceptibly, and it has now been activated. Is this the power of light? Annie felt the warm, radiant power, her mind clear and focused. She had finally awakened all her elemental magic, and her spirit division technique had reached its peak, buzzing. The light emanating from Annie's body shone outwards, illuminating almost the entire hall. Moreover, the excessive light overflowed the hall, illuminating the mountain peaks as if it were daytime, reflecting the rising sun in the distance, like a second sun. Such a thing has never happened on the entire continent before, has it? Elena took out a strange pair of glasses from her bosom. The frames were inlaid with small, crystal-clear magic stones, seemingly to mitigate the glare. Charles simply closed his eyes. At least as far back as I can remember, it has never happened. Charles was one of the longest-lived people in the human world, even older than Yadix. If he said it had never happened before, then it meant that nothing like this had occurred on the entire continent for at least 500 years. Arnos erected a wall of wind before him, using the powerful force of wind to distort the light and alleviate the strain on his eyes. Annie, you truly broaden my horizons. In just 20 short years, our human race has produced a remarkable figure. In the arena, Cliff finally regained his senses. He gripped his longsword tightly in his right hand and unleashed a powerful slash of light. The blade pierced through layers of light barriers and reached Annie. Annie's eyes snapped open, and a surge of powerful magic erupted, conjuring a giant hand of light that gripped the blade of light, shattering it. What? Cliff exclaimed in surprise again. This is advanced magic? How can this be? Why do you know advanced light magic? And smiled slightly. Are you surprised? Have you forgotten the bet I made with Augustine during our duel? If he lost, he would give me an advanced light spell. This was one of the unfulfilled promises between me and Cardas. Later, the Divine Beast Mountain kept its promise and gave me this advanced magic. Cliff roared, damn it. But back then, you didn't have any affinity for light magic, so how could you learn advanced light magic? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. And said calmly, back then, although I learned this spell, I couldn't use it because I didn't have light magic within me. But now it's different. I possess light magic, so naturally I can cast this spell. With that, she waved her arm, and a giant hand of light in the void, as if an extension of her limbs, slammed towards Cliff. Cliff gritted his teeth, leaping into the air. His longsword slashed through the void, a pure beam of light striking the giant hand, unleashing a deafening roar. Cliff felt an immense force, sending him flying. He barely managed to regain his footing, and inwardly praised it. Truly powerful, high-level magic, she thought. It's a pity this is my first time casting this spell. My proficiency is still lacking, and I can't unleash its full potential. A vein throbbed on Cliff's forehead. He couldn't understand it. Annie, as a being of the Deathly Hallows, hadn't used much necromancy throughout, yet she was already fighting him to a draw using only other elemental magic. How terrifying would she be at her peak? Was there anyone in the world who could rival her? Thinking this, Cliff's resolve hardened. He was determined to defeat and utterly crush her, and ensure she could never rise again. He immediately gave a wink to a nearby Knight of Light, who understood and quickly ran to set up something. Although Anne saw this, she didn't pay much attention, continuing to hurl punches at Cliff, while simultaneously commanding the fire giants to attack. Cliff used his agile movements to dodge quickly, but found it difficult to find an opportunity to counterattack. However, soon, a magic circle appeared at the top of the hall. After a tremor, several beams of light shot out from the circle, completely binding Anne. Annie frowned and demanded, Cliff, isn't this a duel? Why are you using a magic circle? Cliff sneered. So what if I use a magic circle? This is my territory. I can use whatever I want. It's none of your business. Peter covered his face in disgrace. Cliff's series of actions had completely humiliated the papacy. As the Grand Protector, he had never experienced such a shameful moment. Arnos laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. This is truly amusing. I never expected Cliff to be so shameless. He's one of a kind. Elena's lips twitched. If he still loses like this, the papacy probably won't let someone like him become pope. But the papacy has been vacant for so long, it's about time a new pope ascended. Who will it be? Isn't it obvious? Charles slowly said, if Cliff wins, he be pope. If he loses, things will get interesting. At this moment, Cliff launched his final attack. Since Anne was bound and almost unable to move, Cliff quickly bypassed the fire giant and charged directly in front of her. He raised his longsword high, its blade gleaming with dazzling flames, as if even the air itself trembled. Above his head, the light of a magic circle surged like a tide, firmly binding Anne in place. Even Anne's wand was bound by the light, unable to move, and even breathing became difficult. "It's over, Anne." Cliff's voice was cold and authoritative. "Under the judgment of light, your dark reign will be annihilated." The sword slashed down fiercely, flames cascading like a waterfall, striking directly at Anne's head. This attack concentrated all of Cliff's power, as if tearing space itself apart. Anne's pupils contracted sharply. Cliff's powerful attack completely enveloped her, sealing off all her escape routes. "Is it over?" Arnos watched the situation intently. In his view, Annie was doomed to lose. Whether she could survive depended entirely on Cliff's decision. Elena clenched her fists, involuntarily muttering, "No, the heart of the strong won't lose, won't lose." Charles remained silent, his brow furrowed, his long, white eyebrows drooping, obscuring his eyes and revealing his thoughts. However, just as Cliff's flames were about to touch Annie, a dark glint flashed in her eyes. At this crucial moment, her deathly body erupted, the dark power of death surging from her body like a volcanic eruption, instantly breaking through the magic circle's restraints. Her voice was low and cold, as if coming from the depths of hell. "My dear followers, come forth. Fight for me." Her wand slammed into the ground, and runes of a summoning domain rapidly unfolded beneath her feet. A rift in the underworld was forcibly torn open, and countless undead surged forth. Horrifying skeleton warriors, ghost knights, and rotting beasts flooded the entire hall like a tidal wave. Their eyes burned with eerie green flames, and their weapons gleamed with a deathly pale light. At a glance, there were at least several thousand undead, and their numbers were still increasing. Cliff's flames were abruptly blocked by the undead power, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. "This is impossible." Annie's voice was as piercing as the cold wind. "Sharp blade army, heed my command. Kill." Countless undead surged towards Cliff like a tidal wave. The skeleton warriors' spears, the ghost knights' swords, and the rotting beasts' claws, every strike carried the threat of death. Cliff's longsword flashed, its flames like rainbows, slicing through the approaching undead. Although these undead were of low cultivation levels, averaging only around the Qiyuan realm, their sheer number seemed endless. Arnos and the others were completely stunned. Because the hall was filled with rotting undead, they had to leave and go outside. Arnos swallowed hard. "Can anyone tell me what's going on?" Elena's eyes were equally filled with disbelief. She summoned an army of undead. "This is too bizarre." Charles rubbed his forehead violently. "My God. This world has really changed. It's become somewhat unfamiliar to me. How can a mage summon so many undead? This doesn't make sense." A hint of fear finally appeared in Arnos's eyes. If she possesses such power, what force in this world could be her match? Wherever she goes, she only needs to summon this army of undead to sweep away any army on the continent. "And," Charles added, "the number of these undead is still increasing." Everyone looked, and saw that the hall was already overflowing with undead. Many were being forced out of windows, doorways, and even chimneys. Such a terrifying number of undead was unheard of, and unseen in the entire prime material plane. "You think you can defeat me like this?" Cliff roared, his sword slashing down, the flames turning dozens of undead to ashes. However, more undead surged forward, their attacks relentless, like a tidal wave. Annie stood behind the undead army, her wand raised high. The power of her death combo made each undead's attack even more ferocious. Cliff's flames were gradually suppressed, his breathing became rapid, and gaps began to appear in his defenses. "It's over, Cliff." Anne's voice was cold and calm. "It's time for your false light to be extinguished." Gradually, the undead charged forward fearlessly, relentlessly embracing Cliff, who was still frantically hacking and slashing. His body was now covered in all sorts of undead, and his speed gradually slowed. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, striking Cliff's longsword so hard it slipped from his grasp, and was instantly buried by the undead. Anne's clear, cold voice reached his ears. "Cliff, it's over." Chapter 623. Cliff's eyes were filled with panic, anger, and resentment. He tried to break free from the horde of undead, but he was surrounded by them, with no room to breathe. He couldn't see what lay ahead, only that Annie was definitely beside him. "Annie! You can't kill me!" Cliff roared desperately. A cold glint flashed in Annie's eyes. I can't kill you, but I can cripple you. With that, Annie waved her hand, and Akeem appeared beside her, slowly approaching the bound Cliff with a bone spike in his hand. Although Cliff's strength far surpassed Akeem's, there were simply too many undead around. Even with all his might, Cliff couldn't break free and could only watch helplessly as Akeem reached him. You? What are you going to do? Cliff's eyes widened, fear beginning to creep into them. Akeem smiled cruelly and plunged the bone spike into Cliff's left shoulder, piercing through the undead clinging to him as well. Aya! Cliff let out a blood-curdling scream. However, his nightmare was far from over. Another bone spur pierced his right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Aya! Annie, you die a horrible death. Cliff struggled frantically, unleashing his last ounce of magic to shatter dozens of the undead on his body. But new undead immediately pounced, pinning him to the ground once more. Annie's voice seemed to emanate from the deepest hell. Cliff, you already lost. You should keep your promise and release Yelena and my brother, instead of stubbornly resisting here. It's utterly shameful, and it makes me despise you even more. Cliff roared, No. I didn't lose. You clearly cheated. How could you summon so many undead? It's impossible. What underhanded methods did you use? Cheating? Annie laughed in exasperation. Speaking of cheating, I haven't even come to you yet. We agreed to a duel. Why did you suddenly have someone activate a magic circle? Is that fair? You have the nerve to accuse me of cheating? Besides, all the undead I summoned are subordinates of my summoned undead, born. It's the power of my summoning domain, not cheating at all. I'm not like you. Don't think of me as despicable. Cliff suddenly realized. He had never understood the purpose of Annie's domain. He even guessed that Annie's domain only allowed her summoned undead to stay in the prime material plane longer, without any real function. But now it seems he was terribly wrong. The other party was Annie. Such a prodigy, how could her domain be ordinary? It turned out that the so-called summoning domain was simply summoning the undead minions of one's contracted wielders to fight. Under the combined effects of the deathly body and death combo, the summoning domain unleashed its full potential, directly summoning the entire elite vanguard army, resulting in the astonishing scene before them. Alright, Cliff, I don't have time to waste with you. Now, release Yelena and my brother immediately, and I promise I won't do anything to you. Annie said. Cliff snapped out of his daze, but a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Hee. Annie frowned. What are you laughing at? Cliff sneered. Yelena and I are bound by life and death. If anything happens to me, she has no chance of survival. So Annie, you can't kill me, and you won't take Yelena and Orin from me. Annie took a deep breath. So you absolutely refuse, is that it? So what? Cliff stared directly into Annie's eyes. He was gambling that Annie wouldn't dare touch him. Annie sighed. You forced me to this, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Akeem, do it. Akeem chuckled. He'd been annoyed with this guy for a while. He plunged another bone spur into Cliff's thigh, blood spurting out. Aya! Cliff screamed. Annie, even if you torture me, it won't work. I won't let them go. And I won't let you go either. Akeem's hands didn't stop. He plunged several more bone spurs into Cliff's body, then pulled out a bone spur with a faint purple glow from his own body. Cliff was startled when he saw the bone spur. He could clearly feel the powerful aura emanating from it, power enough to seriously injure him. This is... Have you heard of the power of the heavenly soul? Annie asked calmly. A celestial soul? Cliff's eyes narrowed. He had already suspected that Annie might possess the power of a celestial soul, but hearing it from her own mouth still shocked him. Annie continued, You may not be afraid of death, but the bone spur Akeem just pierced your body will act as a conductor, channeling the power to punish a celestial soul into your body, sealing off all your power from different directions. From now on, you be a cripple. Even a mage at the Origin Realm can easily beat you. Cliff trembled, glaring at Annie and gritting his teeth. Annie, you're so vicious. I'm ruthless? And sneered. Compared to you, I'm far inferior, Cliff. This is all your own doing. After sealing your power, I take you to the Norma Empire, and let those who were persecuted by the church vent their hatred and loathing on you. I let you know that there are things more terrifying than death. Cliff's body began to tremble uncontrollably. He couldn't imagine what kind of scene and was describing. Akeem's eyes glowed green, as he slowly extended the bone spike imbued with the power of retribution. Once the spike pierced Cliff's abdomen, the power of retribution would connect through the spikes, completely sealing Cliff's power. Just as Akeem was about to act, a voice suddenly rang out, Wait! Akeem was startled, but his movements didn't stop. He continued to stab towards Cliff's abdomen. Immediately, A beam of light struck, blasting dozens of undead to death and forcing Akeem back several steps. Annie frowned slightly. Peter, are you still going to continue? Peter shook his head. Annie, I hope you give me some face and not hurt Cliff anymore. Annie said in a deep voice. He brought this on himself. If he had released Yilin and my older brother, none of this would have happened. Peter sighed and said, he's unwilling to release them, but I am. What? Annie was stunned, then overjoyed. You know how to release them? Peter nodded. Of course I know. I'm Cliff's teacher, the great protector of Divine Beast Mountain. What here wouldn't I know? Cliff roared. Peter, if you dare do that, I never let you get away with it. Thump! A muffled sound rang out as Peter kicked Cliff, sending him flying and slamming him against the wall. Shut up. Peter's face contorted, his voice trembling as he said, Cliff, that's enough. You caused enough trouble. Because of your stubbornness and recklessness, you ruined Beast Mountain. Do you know that everything you've done these past few days has been seen by other powerful figures? We, Beast Mountain, went back on our word, trying to defeat Annie using the power of the magic array and our resources, only to be defeated by her instead. How shameful is that? Peter had never been so angry before. His state startled everyone. He continued, it's all my fault. I was too lenient with you before, preventing you from developing good habits, which led to this huge loss. I have no face to see His Holiness the Pope anymore. Let this sinner do one last thing for Beast Mountain. He then said to Annie, recall your undead army. Come with me. Annie nodded, recalling her elite troops, including Akeem and the others, to the netherworld. She followed Peter towards the backyard, and Puller, realizing what was happening, immediately followed. After passing through layers of guards and magic circles, the three arrived at a secret chamber. Peter gently ran his finger along the stone door. As the power of light flowed in, ripples of magic spread out, forming a peculiar magic circle. With a click, the lock on the stone door opened, and the door slowly swung open to both sides. In the dim light, Yilin's figure appeared exceptionally thin. Her long dress was somewhat disheveled, and her face was pale, but her eyes remained bright as stars. When her gaze fell upon Puller in the doorway, time seemed to stand still. Puller. Yelena's voice trembled, as if from a dream. Puller paused, then rushed forward like an arrow. His eyes were filled with tears, his voice hoarse and broken. Yelena. I finally found you. The two embraced tightly, as if trying to pour all the longing and pain of the past few years into that embrace. Puller's arms trembled slightly, afraid that if he let go, Yelena would disappear. Yelena buried her face in his shoulder, tears silently streaming down, soaking his clothes. I thought I'd never see you again. Yelena's voice choked, filled with endless grievance and relief. Puller gently stroked her hair, his voice low and tender. I'm sorry I'm late. But I swear, I never let you leave me again. Annie stood in the doorway, quietly watching this scene, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. She still held her wand in her hand, her black robe stained with the marks of battle, but at this moment, her expression was incredibly gentle. Yilin looked up, her gaze passing over Puller's shoulder and landing on Annie. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, her voice soft yet firm. Annie. Thank you. Without you, I might never have seen Puller again. Annie smiled slightly and shook her head. It's what I should do. Your reunion is more important than anything else. Yilin released Puller, walked to Annie, and gently took her hand. You've done so much for us, I never forget it. Annie's gaze was gentle yet firm. We're friends, aren't we? Friends don't need to say these things. Puller stepped forward, standing beside Yilin, his eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Annie, thank you. You saved not only Yilin, but also me. Annie nodded slightly, then asked Yilin, by the way, how did you create that light and shadow in this secret room? If it weren't for that light and shadow, we wouldn't have known you were here. Yilin said, to be honest, I was really startled when I received the message from your spirit. But there's a restriction here, so even if I wanted to make some noise, I couldn't. But I thought of a way. Since magic wouldn't work, I use an array. I use the power of the restriction here, using my own light power as a seal, to connect the power of the restriction and transmit it out through the skylight in the ceiling. Annie suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Sister Yilin, you're so clever. Yilin shook her head and said, it was something I had no choice but to do in a desperate situation. Then Annie asked Peter, where's my older brother? Peter said, your older brother isn't here. Come with me. With that, he led Annie to the dungeon under the main hall, where they found the unconscious Olin. Big brother. Annie rushed over. Big brother, how are you? Wake up. Yilin stepped forward, and used her light power to check on Oren's condition. After a short while, she said, "He's fine, he just fainted. Although he's not in good condition, it's not life-threatening." Hearing Yilin's words, Annie breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Peter and said, "I'm leaving with my big brother now. Although I won't do anything more to Cliff, this matter isn't over. The Holy See must give me an explanation." Peter nodded, "I understand." Afterwards, at Yilin's urging, Annie rested on the main peak for a day. The next day, she summoned Bon and left the Divine Beast Mountain with Oren. Puel and Yilin stayed behind, which was their own decision, and even Annie wouldn't force them. Annie's return brought a sigh of relief to everyone in the Norma Empire. They were afraid something might have happened to Annie, but thankfully, she returned safely, bringing Oren with her. More importantly, news of Annie's solo adventure through Divine Beast Mountain had spread among the major powers of the continent. Annie single-handedly challenged the entire mountain, turning the tide from overwhelming odds to defeat Cliff and rescue Yilin and Olin. A feat unprecedented and likely to remain so. She was now widely recognized as the strongest human on the continent, with some even calling her the strongest person on the continent, a prodigy following in the footsteps of that man. A month later, the Holy See took action, directly elevating Yilin to the throne as the new pope and appointing Puel as the Grand Protector of the main peak, the only non-light mage to hold this position in the Holy See's history. As for Peter, he utterly lost faith in continuing his cultivation. He personally set up a magic array, using himself as the array's core, sealing Cliff beneath the main peak, condemning him to an eternal darkness. This was not only punishment for Cliff, but also punishment for Peter himself. From that moment on, Divine Beast Mountain was no longer the same, and the Holy See was no longer the same. The world underwent a radical transformation. Chapter 624. True strength never complains about the environment. Stop making up excuses and reasons, kid. Get back to training and stop slacking off. In the forest, an old man was reprimanding a young man, who was sparring with a middle-aged man. Both were panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Even with the trees providing shade, the temperature was still very high in the sweltering summer heat. The young man finally couldn't take it anymore and plopped down on the ground. "Grandpa Nate, I really can't go on." "Huff. Let me rest." The shirtless, muscular middle-aged man also put down his wooden sword and walked over. "Yes, I think you can rest now. Little Amy has done very well." Nate snorted, "Not bad? Barkerlov, your standards are getting lower and lower." Barkerlov grinned. "Ha ha, actually, there's no need to work so hard. After all, Amy will just be an ordinary adventurer in the Babbitt Adventurers Guild in the future. The current pace of progress is already sufficient." Nate shook his head. "I really can't do anything with you guys." Little Amy wiped the sweat from her face and smiled. "Grandpa Nate, I can't possibly seize Liar's throne again, and given my status, I can't possibly go into politics. So being an adventurer is the best choice for me, and I really enjoy being an adventurer. In the future, I will build the Babbitt Adventurers Guild into the strongest adventurers guild on the continent." Hearing this, Nate's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but this was within his expectations. After all, the current situation was excellent, and he had no need to launch a coup to overthrow Liar. In his opinion, Liar was a good king, better than his father, and even his uncle. "Enough, enough." Nate shook his head. "It's done now, you can do whatever you want. But I'm making this clear, I'm going to retire in your lousy adventurers group, so don't embarrass me." Barkerlov and little Amy exchanged a smile. Just then, a griffin landed on the open ground beside them. Jira jumped off the griffin, clasped his hands in a fist salute to Nate, and said, "Old Captain, how have you been?" Nate glanced at Jira sideways, snorted coldly, and didn't reply. Jira was slightly embarrassed, but still said, "I heard you were back, Captain, so I rushed over to pay my respects. I couldn't find you in the city, and then I heard you were at Ox-Nose Mountain, so I came looking for you." Nate scoffed, "I've been back for over a month, and you're really well informed." Jira rubbed his nose, "Captain, you know how busy the Elma Independent Regiment is. I haven't been able to get away for a while." Nate waved his hand, interrupting Jira's explanation. "All right, just say it, where are you looking? What business is it of an old man like me?" Jira swallowed hard. Even after all these years, he still felt a powerful pressure from this old captain. "This is actually Marshal Evar's idea. He wants to invite you to the military headquarters to serve as the chief instructor of the kingdom's army." "Chief instructor?" Nate raised an eyebrow. "Isn't he afraid that those I taught will eventually become my men?" Jiru smiled. "How could that be? Marshal Evar has always admired you greatly." He was very happy to know you were back. Nate sighed. In truth, Evar held a certain place in his heart. Evar had once been his superior, and during the rebellion, Evar hadn't taken sides, but instead devoted himself to maintaining the kingdom's stability until the new king ascended the throne. This old marshal had also given his all, making the kingdom of Sharia continuously stronger. Bakalov exclaimed happily, "That's wonderful, senior." "Accept it." Nate rolled his eyes at him. "Why are you so excited? Do you want to go too?" Bakalov quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no. I'm used to being free and unrestrained. I can't do it." Jiru added from the side, "The marshal also said that with your supreme realm strength, being a head instructor is indeed a bit of a waste, but considering your age, serving in the army, it's been too tiring. That's why I made this decision. You served in both the Independent Regiment and the Black Wolf Knights. You have a wealth of experience. I believe this will be a piece of cake for you." Little Amy chuckled. Grandpa Nate has also been operating in the shadows for many years, and has been fighting against the Austin royal family for many years. No one else has that kind of experience. I think Grandpa Nate is perfect to be the head instructor. Everyone knew what little Amy meant by operating in the shadows. Jiru's lips twitched. Thankfully no one else was there. Bakalov coughed twice, and gave little Amy a flick on the forehead. "You can shut up now." Nate took a deep breath and sighed. "This world is truly amazing. I went to great lengths to try and support Amy again, but now I have to work for Lil. So what was the point of all my efforts all these years?" Bakalov laughed. "The kingdom prospers. The population thrives. That's the reason and goal we strive for, and now we achieved it. As for who the king is, it's not really that important anymore. Look at us now. Lil is also Anne's friend, and little Amy is also very close to Anne. They have mutual friends, so why can't they be friends too?" Nate was amused. "This and is truly amazing, a young hero indeed. I followed Charles back then, and saw her once from afar. I never imagined that such a young girl could stir up such a storm, and change the course of the continent. Especially the battle at Divine Beast Mountain, which shook the entire continent. She single-handedly took on the entire Divine Beast Mountain, a feat no one has ever achieved before. Even I have to admire her." Bakalov laughed heartily. "That's just Annie's style," she chuckled. "She's always been like this, unafraid of danger, even actively seeking it out. To be honest, she's more suited to be an adventurer. But of course, our adventures are child's play for her." Little Amy's eyes shone with longing. "Sister Annie is so amazing. But she's so busy, I haven't even met her yet. And Uncle Bakalov, you're so busy too. If Grandpa Nate hadn't come back, you'd still be at the Adventurers Guild." Bakalov gave a wry smile. "Years ago, Annie personally sought him out, asking him to infiltrate the Adventurers Guild and investigate their plans. Although he ultimately found no clues, he did pass on a lot of information to Reiner, allowing the Norma Empire to prepare in advance. After Nate returned, he immediately resigned from his position in the Adventurers Guild and returned to the Babak Adventurers Guild. The Babak Adventurers Guild had now become a top-tier adventurers guild. Their leader, Bakalov, was a peak Qiyuan level expert. Although little Amy was still young, she had already reached the second level of Qiyuan, making her a genius among her peers, though still far from being as good as Annie. Ultimately, Nate temporarily agreed to Jiru's request, but he wanted to stay in Antrox City for a while longer. Girl agreed and immediately rode his griffin back to report. "Grandpa Nate, are you really leaving?" Little Amy asked, feeling a little reluctant to part. Nate patted his head and laughed. "Although it's a position of chief instructor, it's actually a nominal one with no real power. It won't be very busy, and I come back to see you often." Bakalov chuckled. "It would be even better if we could move the military training ground to Oxnose Mountain." Nate raised an eyebrow. "You really are a talent." Bakalov scratched his head and then said, "But training troops isn't that important anymore. After all, the world is at peace. Who would want to start a war so easily?" Nate shook his head. "Military strength must never be abandoned. Even if we're not fighting now, it doesn't mean we won't fight in the future. Only by taking our destiny into our own hands is the most reliable thing to do." Although Annie's absolute power currently suppresses all forces, making everyone hesitant to act rashly, with Annie's talent, she might very well leave the main plane like Pope Leo did back then. At that time, without a leader, chaos will definitely erupt again. Bakalov asked, "Isn't there the Holy Body Alliance?" And led the gathering of the 5 holy bodies together. "If anyone dares to start a war, they will join forces to suppress them." Nate said, "The 5 holy bodies are all prodigies, and can go to the god plane, so can they. Willow of the Adventurers Guild, Blue of the Endless Sea, Greta of Austin, puller of the Divine Beast Mountain, Plus, and of Norma. The 5 of them are enough to crush any force. With them, peace on the continent can indeed be guaranteed, but what if they leave? How long can this peace last? I believe there must be a way. Little Amy said, Sister Ann is so smart, she must have thought of this problem too, so she must have made preparations before leaving. Nate remained noncommittal, then said, All right, let's stop training here for today, and go back to the city. Nate whistled, and 3 griffins flew in from afar, and landed in front of them. Little Amy excitedly stepped forward, stroking the griffin's smooth feathers with obvious delight. This was brought back by Nate, who had once been the commander of an independent regiment. He had learned how to tame griffins from an elf, though he later learned that the elf had perished in battle. The first thing Nate did upon returning was to teach Barkerlove and little Amy how to ride griffins, making the Barker Adventurers Guild the only one in the entire western region of Sharia with griffin riders. Little Amy gazed at the majestic griffin before him with immense joy, his heart filled with affection. He eagerly leaped, landing gracefully on the griffin's broad back like a nimble deer. After settling in, Amy gently stroked the griffin's soft feathers, feeling its warmth. Then she leaned close to its ear and whispered a few words. The griffin seemed to understand Amy's words. It let out a deep, melodious cry, as if responding to her call. Then, the griffin spread its enormous wings, flapped them powerfully, and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Nate and Bakarlov followed without hesitation. They nimbly leaped onto their mounts, and soared through the sky with Amy. Above Oxnose Mountain, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces. The dry mountain wind softly brushed against their skin, bringing a touch of coolness and comfort. The 3 of them thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of free flight, as if they had become one with the heavens and earth. The griffin's wings traced graceful arcs through the clouds. Nate, Bakarlov, and little Amy sat atop its broad back, overlooking the city of Amturok. Sunlight bathed the city in a golden glow. The city had doubled in size. Within its towering walls, streets crisscrossed, houses stood side by side, and the trade routes bustled with activity, a scene of vibrant peace and prosperity. It's unbelievable, Bakarlov murmured, his gaze lingering on every corner of the city. Back then, because of the war, this place was a wasteland, littered with the marks of war. It was hard to find a single person on the streets. People either hid in their homes, too afraid to come out, or simply moved away, too afraid to linger in the city. Little Amy, perched on the griffin's back, her eyes sparkling with excitement, exclaimed, Look over there. Wasn't that trade route destroyed by the orcs? Now it's so wide, and there are so many caravans. Nate stroked his white beard, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Yes, the changes are tremendous. That girl Annie, she's truly remarkable. The griffin slowly descended, and the details of the city gradually came into focus. People on the streets wore clean and tidy clothes, their faces beaming with smiles. Children chased and played in the square, vendors hawked their wares, and the air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and fruit. The scars of the past war had long been repaired, leaving only a few deliberately preserved relics as witnesses to history. Those relics. Bakarlov pointed to a corner of the city wall where charred stones remained. Were they left behind by the city lord on purpose? To remind people of the past suffering. Nate nodded, his gaze profound. Suffering makes us grow, and remembering suffering allows us to cherish the peace we have now. Little Amy's gaze fell on a statue in the distance, a statue of Annie, standing in the central square of the city. The statue of Anne, wand in hand, gazes with unwavering resolve, as if protecting this land. Statues of Anne stand in many cities across the continent, erected by people to express their gratitude. A flicker of gratitude crossed Amy's eyes. Without Anne, we might all have perished in the civil war between orcs, demons, and humans. She not only saved me, but the entire continent. Bakarlov patted Amy on the shoulder and smiled. Yes, she was always like that, quietly giving to everyone. Now, the continent has finally ushered in a true golden age. The griffin circled above the city once before landing on the grass outside. The 3 dismounted and stood on the high ground, gazing at the vibrant city. A gentle breeze carried the melodious chimes of the distant clock tower, as if proclaiming the joy of peace. Neuter took a deep breath and said slowly, and used her power to end the war and bring peace. And all we can do is protect this hard-won tranquility. Bakarlov nodded, his gaze firm. Yes, it's our responsibility, and our promise to her. Little Amy clenched her fist, her eyes filled with determination. I will definitely work hard, like Annie, to become someone who can protect everyone. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the 3 of them, casting long shadows. The distant city of Antarok appeared exceptionally peaceful in the twilight, like an eternal painting. Neuter smiled slightly, turned, and said, "Let's go. I heard there's a new bakery on East Street, and the bread is quite good." Barker Love and little Annie exchanged a smile, and followed Neuter. Their figures gradually disappeared into the sunset, while the city continued to shine brightly under the peaceful sunlight. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying the laughter of children in the distance. The bells of Antarok tolled once more, as if proclaiming to the world, this is an era of peace, an era of hope. And it all began with that girl, wand in hand, her gaze unwavering. Annie. Her name will forever be etched in the history of this continent, an inextinguishable light in people's hearts. Chapter 625. The autumn wind howled, swirling fallen leaves across the ground. Thick, dark clouds shrouded the sky above Norma City, as if even heaven and earth were mourning the departed hero. The streets were packed with people who had come to pay their respects, dressed in plain clothes, holding white flowers, their eyes filled with sorrow and reverence. The coffin of the old regent Amida was slowly carried out of the palace, draped with the flag of the Norma Empire, embroidered with golden totems symbolizing the empire's glory and power. Before the coffin, the guardian beast Xiaoxue bowed its head, its silvery white fur swaying gently in the wind. Tears welled in its eyes, as if silently expressing its reluctance to part with its deceased friend. After returning to the empire, at Amida's suggestion, Xiaoxue was personally declared the guardian beast by Reiner, enjoying imperial treatment. Now, it would personally escort Amida on his final journey. Emperor Reiner walked behind the coffin, clad in a long black robe, his face gaunt and solemn. His gaze remained fixed on the coffin, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Amida was not only his uncle, but also his mentor and close friend. Years ago, Amida endured 10 years in the northern wilderness of the Hari Empire, never bowing his head for the empire's glory, until he was finally rescued by Anne. After returning home, he assisted Reiner in governing the country, dedicating himself to the empire's prosperity, making the Norma Empire the strongest nation in the world. However, even heroes grow old, and Amida ultimately succumbed to the ravages of time, passing away. Behind Reiner, a group of high-ranking imperial officials, led by Nickel, followed silently. Their faces were filled with sorrow and respect, bidding farewell to this old man, who had devoted his life to the empire. The crowds lining the streets wept softly, some tossing white flowers onto the coffin. The petals scattered in the wind, falling like snowflakes onto Amida's coffin. An elderly woman with white hair walked shakily forward, placing a bouquet of white flowers beside the coffin, whispering, "Lord Amida, may you rest in peace. We will never forget you." The coffin proceeded slowly, passing through the main street of Norma City, finally arriving at the royal cemetery outside the city. In the cemetery, a tall tombstone had already been erected, inscribed with Amida's name and life story. Beside the tombstone, several ancient pine trees swayed in the wind, as if bidding farewell to this hero. Reiner stepped forward and personally placed Amida's coffin in the grave. His movements were gentle and slow, as if afraid to disturb the old woman's peaceful rest. He then stepped back, bowed deeply, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Uncle, you dedicated your life to the empire, and now you can finally rest in peace. The Norma Empire will never forget your contributions, and your spirit will forever be engraved in our hearts." A group of high-ranking officials stepped forward and bowed in respect to Amida's coffin. Their eyes were filled with sorrow and reverence. Little Snow howled to the sky, its voice mournful and desolate, as if bidding farewell to Amida. The howl echoed through the cemetery, lingering for a long time. The autumn wind remained bleak, swirling fallen leaves across the ground. Though Amida was gone, his spirit would forever be etched in the history of the Norma Empire, becoming a model for future generations to admire. Reiner stood before the tomb, his gaze deep and complex. He knew that Amida's departure signified the end of an era, and the beginning of a new one. He had to shoulder the heavy responsibility left by Amida, and continue to lead the Norma Empire towards prosperity and flourishing. "Uncle, rest assured, I will certainly carry on your legacy and protect the future of the Norma Empire," Reiner said softly, his voice filled with determination and resolve. He stood before the tomb, his gaze deep and complex. He had to shoulder the heavy responsibility left by Amida, and continue to lead the Norma Empire towards prosperity and strength. "Your Majesty." Katniss stepped forward and asked, "Should we send someone to inform Anne?" Reiner sighed, "No need. Anne has been in seclusion for decades. Perhaps this is a crucial moment. There's no need to disturb her." Nickel said, "Let's call her. Perhaps we're all too tired to see her again." He turned to look at the trembling Douglas. Douglas could barely stand, a tear glistening in his cloudy eyes. Reiner looked up at the sky, 100 years, a full 100 years. Time flies. He turned to a young man and beckoned. Father! The young man called softly. Father is old, it's time to abdicate. Jess, are you ready? Jess was stunned, and so were everyone else who heard it. Your Majesty. Nicole frowned slightly. Liner interrupted him. The world belongs to the young. We old folks shouldn't linger here any longer. But Jess, don't be afraid, we uncles and elders will always support you. Just govern the country well, you don't need to worry about anything else. Jess immediately knelt on the ground. Father, you're still healthy, how can you abdicate now? Reiner waved his hand, and a gentle force helped Jess to his feet. I've been emperor for 100 years now. To be honest, I had enough. Let me rest for a bit, okay? Looking at Reiner's smiling face, Jess's eyes welled up with tears. Nicole sighed softly. Annie lives a carefree life. She hasn't had to worry about anything these past few years. That's right. Reiner laughed. Annie's victory at the Divine Beast Mountain solidified her position. Plus, Angela and Xiaoxua are both in my Norma Empire, and the other elemental saints have special relationships with her. Who would dare provoke her? Now, with the Holy Body Alliance's deterrent, the entire continent has been peaceful for 100 years. Not only humans, but even elves, demons, dwarves, and even the orcs, beastmen, and giants of the far north are living prosperous lives. The flow and exchange between races are becoming increasingly close. Look at our southern region. There are already cases of humans and demons intermarrying. This was unheard of 100 years ago. Unbelievable! Ailill exclaimed. Not only are there intermarriages between humans and demons in our territory, but there are also intermarriages between orcs and humans. After all, Annie placed the Orc Academy there back then, and now the entire Marco territory is a melting pot of races. Angela laughed and said, Isn't this a good thing? Everyone has put aside their grudges, and is working together to create a better life. I think it's wonderful. Margot added, Yes. Now, under the leadership of Pope Yellen, the various churches have successfully transformed and truly become righteous organizations that save those in distress. Even among the orc and orc groups, some have begun to worship the goddess of light. Reiner exclaimed, The changes in the world over the past century are truly astonishing, and it's all thanks to Annie. Oren gave a wry smile, but this instigator hid in a secret chamber of Gore Castle decades ago, and hasn't come out since. Margot then said, Actually, she cultivated so diligently only because she still had an unfulfilled wish. Reiner was taken aback and asked doubtfully, Is there anything in this world she can't do? Margot sighed, Your Majesty should know that there are 5 of us siblings. Carter died in the Marcello Rebellion, Oren is the eldest brother, I'm the third, Annie is the youngest, and another second sister is missing. Nicole nodded, This matter has indeed been a source of Annie's heartache for a long time. Years have passed, and Alice has not been seen anywhere on the continent. There is a clue, Margot explained. Annie learned from someone in the papacy that Alice's friend, Grievous, secretly contacted the border army of the Kingdom of Sharia. During the Macero Rebellion, she fled the empire to Sharia, but upon arrival, they were stripped of all their possessions, and even put in danger. They were only able to escape with the help of the papacy. Later, by forging identities, she successfully entered one of the peaks of the Divine Beast Mountain to study. However, during one of the Pope's experiments, Alice was chosen and sent into a spatial portal, never to emerge again. According to Anne's speculation, Alice may have gone to the divine plane. What? Everyone was shocked. Nicole asked, But why didn't Anne tell me about this? Margot sighed, Maybe she didn't want you to worry. After all, even if you knew, you couldn't help with this. So she's cultivating so diligently because she wants to go to the God realm to find Alice? Margot nodded, That's right, but I didn't expect breaking through to be so difficult. 100 years have passed, and there's still no movement from the secret chamber. Angela shook her head, I didn't know before, but after I truly reached the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm, I discovered that it seems there's an invisible barrier around the entire world, preventing us from breaking through to higher realms. If Annie can't find a way, blindly cultivating won't yield results. Nicole said speechlessly, Then why is she? Why would she need to go into seclusion? Angela shrugged. How should I know? After Xiaoxua and I went into seclusion for 10 years, and realized there was no chance, we just gave up. Katniss sighed, Her path is completely different from ours. Even if we wanted to catch up, we never reach her pace. Ailill nodded. Yes, but I sincerely hope she can break through and go to the God plane. She's always been thinking of us, of the peace of the continent. Now it's time for her to fulfill her wish. Everyone turned their gaze to the northwest, towards the direction of Goer City, where a great legend in the history of the Empire, even in human history, resided. Annie. At this moment, Annie was in meditation. Since breaking through to the peak of the Supreme Origin Realm, she no longer needed to eat, drink, or sleep. As long as she meditated, the elements of heaven and earth would automatically nourish her body, making her feel neither hunger nor fatigue. Born sat beside her. Due to the incident with the purple flame mummy, a guardian had been implicated. To prevent the situation from escalating, both sides ceased their fighting, and the Slime Legion's development returned to normal. Born no longer needed to worry about the Legion's affairs, allowing him to essentially be a hands-off manager. Therefore, for the past 100 years, Born had stayed with Annie. It must be said that breaking through to the Origin Realm was indeed no easy feat. Above the Origin Realm was the Chaotic Origin Realm, and those who reached this level could be considered gods. In the Netherworld, almost all undead who reached the Chaotic Origin Realm became guardians, but their numbers were extremely limited. Generally, each lord had only 3 guardians. This seemed to be bound by some rule, preventing any undead from breaking through to the Chaotic Origin Realm until their existing guardians perished. Born was now facing this difficulty. He had previously thought it was difficult to break through in the prime material plane and wanted to try in the Netherworld, but Aiden had revealed this secret, leaving him at a loss. He could only search for other methods of breakthrough with Annie. Fortunately, they still possessed a remnant soul from ancient times. The Blade Madman. According to the Blade Madman, these current constraints are a result of the ancient war of the gods, designed to prevent the emergence of too many powerful beings who would share the power of the Creator God. Logically speaking, all the elements of heaven and earth used by mages today originate from the Creator God. The more powerful a being is, the more power it absorbs from the Creator God. If a certain level of power is reached, it will destabilize the entire continent, potentially causing space to shatter, plunging the entire continent, along with its associated divine planes and the Netherworld, into boundless darkness. Therefore, to preserve this land where everyone lives, the strongest beings separated the divine plane and the realm of the dead from the prime plane, and established restrictions in each plane. The strongest restriction was in the prime plane, where no one could break through to the Origin Realm. The next strongest was in the realm of the dead. The power of death is finite, and if the strongest beings there didn't perish, their power wouldn't return to the world, preventing those who followed from breaking through. The least restrictive was in the divine plane. The divine plane absorbed most of the primordial god's power of creation, so the strong there were almost unrestricted. However, reaching a level above the Origin Realm was no easy feat. It required not only exceptional talent, but also a significant amount of luck. Therefore, even in the divine plane, those at the Origin Realm and above were still very few. Therefore, to help Annie and Born successfully break through, Dao Quang offered a suggestion. To take the initiative. In fact, Annie and Born had already reached the point where they could break through about 50 years ago, and for the remaining 50 years, they had been preparing for this plan, which Dao Quang called the God-slaying plan. How exactly to slay a god? That would require using a treasure in Annie's possession, the mysterious altar they obtained in the land of fallen gods. According to Dao Quang, that altar could communicate with heaven and earth. If they could lure a powerful being from the divine plane to the main plane through the altar and successfully kill them, they could temporarily influence the rules of heaven and earth, thus allowing Annie and Born to successfully break through. Previously, a powerful being from the divine plane, in order to find the soul-splitting and merging technique, teleported his clone to the main plane through the altar and gave him his power, letting him search in his place. And this time, their target was that guy. Chapter 626. Although it's highly likely that the opponent has only appeared as an avatar, according to Dao Quang's deduction, the opponent's strength has surpassed 1 yuan's, and his avatar's power is equally immense. As long as the avatar is killed, the energy released from its dissipation will be enough to influence the rules of heaven and earth, helping them successfully break through. To ensure absolute success, Annie and Born made ample preparations. They collected a large amount of resources, and, under Dao Quang's guidance, inscribed a magic circle capable of instantly sealing off the space of the secret chamber, preventing the opponent from easily returning. In addition, the secret chamber also contained various attack and enhancement magic circles to enhance Annie and Born's strength and increase their chances of victory. Most importantly, Annie, through Xiao Shui, secretly collected a large amount of materials, enough to activate the altar and connect to the divine plane. Robert also refined many potions during these 100 years, and, with the help of the dwarves, created what can be considered the most advanced defensive equipment on the continent for Annie and Born. As for weapons, Annie possessed a wand from a magical realm. While it wasn't considered a treasure by the Blade Maniac, at least with their current level, they couldn't create anything better. Born, with the soul-severing blade, rendered any weapon useless. Now, everything was ready. Annie and Born had both reached their peak, with no further advancement possible. The materials to activate the altar were also prepared. All that remained was for Annie to place them on the altar's pillars, and infuse them with the appropriate magic. Born, through possession, entered a human body. Standing beside Annie, he asked solemnly, "Annie, are you ready? Are you sure you don't need to say goodbye to everyone?" Annie sighed. 100 years have passed. I wonder what the outside world has become. What's the point of me going out? It would only add to my sorrow. Born knew what she meant, and sighed softly as well. Human lifespan was far too short. Only those reaching the peak of the Supreme Realm could live for about 300 years. Therefore, many people were likely already gone. In that case, let's begin. Born took a deep breath, drew his soul-severing blade, and prepared for battle. Annie nodded, her wand waving gently, releasing a soft wind elemental force that carried the surrounding magic stones towards the altar. Following the Blade Maniac's instructions, Annie placed magic stones of different attributes in different positions, then used different elemental magic to fix them in place. Gradually, the entire altar was filled with magic stones. In the secret chamber, the air seemed to solidify, even breathing became heavy. Annie stood in the center of a carefully drawn magic circle, her wand lightly tapping the ground. Ancient runes slowly lit up beneath her feet, emitting a faint glow. Her gaze was focused and resolute, as she softly chanted an ancient incantation, each syllable carrying the weight of 1,000 years. In the name of antiquity, I summon the souls of the distant past. Her voice was deep and resonant, as if emanating from the very end of time. As the incantation was chanted, the runes on the altar gradually lit up, multicolored light seeping from them, and flowing across the altar surface like water. The light grew brighter, gradually illuminating the entire chamber. The ancient murals on the walls seemed to come alive in the light, the figures and beasts within them beginning to writhe, emitting low roars and murmurs. The altar trembled more violently, the ground began to shake slightly, as if some colossal being was awakening. A beam of multicolored divine light shot upwards from the center of the altar, forming a pillar that pierced the ceiling of the secret chamber. Within the pillar, countless ancient runes could be faintly seen flowing, each radiating a chilling power. Boom! A deep rumble echoed from the depths of the altar, like the roar of an ancient beast. The entire secret chamber began to shake violently, stones on the walls crumbling to reveal even more ancient runes and carvings. An ancient aura filled the air, heavy and majestic, as if time itself had stood still. Annie's wand was suddenly raised high, and under her guidance, the multicolored divine light coalesced into a massive screen of light, within which ancient scenes appeared, ancient battlefields, fallen gods, shattered stars. Each scene carrying boundless vicissitudes and power. Altar, activate. Annie murmured, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen an altar activate with such terrifying power. The last time the altar was activated was in the land of fallen gods. They hadn't brought many resources then, and their activation method was very crude, resulting in a lack of grandeur. Similarly, the summoned powerful avatar was also weak. According to Dao Kuang, that divine avatar back then was at most around the low level of the Supreme Origin realm. In comparison, their opponent this time would be far stronger. The image on the light screen gradually faded, replaced by a massive phantom. Within the phantom, an ancient temple was vaguely visible, and within the temple stood an even larger altar. That altar emanated boundless pressure, as if it controlled even the heavens and earth. The tremors in the secret chamber gradually subsided, and the multicolored divine light began to recede, but the ancient aura grew even stronger. Annie stood in the center of the altar, feeling this power, knowing in her heart that the activation of the altar was only the beginning. The real challenge was yet to come. She took a deep breath, her gaze resolute. No matter what lies ahead, I will not back down. Although numerous incredibly powerful magic arrays were set up within the secret chamber, tightly isolating everything inside, the power released by the altar was simply too immense. So much so that the surrounding environment, centered on Gore Castle, underwent a series of bizarre changes. The sky, which had been clear and cloudless, now saw countless dark clouds rapidly gathering at an alarming speed, as if summoned by some mysterious force. These clouds, as black as ink, piled up layer upon layer, completely obscuring the once bright sun, turning the entire sky dark and gloomy, as if night had suddenly fallen. Meanwhile, countless dazzling bolts of lightning surged and rolled within the dark clouds, like countless thunder dragons roaring and churning within the cloud layer. These bolts of lightning intermittently streaked across the sky, tearing jagged rifts into the dark heavens, accompanied by deafening roars that seemed to make the entire world tremble. Boom! The massive thunderclap struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, causing their very souls to tremble. This terrifying thunder not only shook their eardrums, but also instilled an uncontrollable fear within them, as if the end of the world was imminent, making them instinctively want to find a safe place to hide. On the ground, a similarly chilling scene unfolded. The once smooth ground began to tremble violently, countless cracks spreading rapidly like a spiderweb. These cracks emitted iridescent light, which intertwined to create an extremely eerie atmosphere, making one feel as if they were in a fantastical dream, yet shrouded in an inexplicable fear. What is that? The group at the Norma Royal Mausoleum also noticed the anomaly. Nicole frowned slightly. That should be in the direction of Gore City, right? Olin nodded. That's right, but all the powerful figures in the world know that Annie is there. No one would go there to cause trouble, and such a celestial phenomenon isn't something an ordinary person could create. Could it be Annie? Katniss exclaimed, covering her mouth. Liner immediately said, Olin, Margot, you two hurry back and see what's going on. Make sure no one is injured. Yes. Olin and Margot immediately obeyed and prepared to set off back to Gore City. Little Snow let out a howl and ran to them. Get on, I go with you. Angela also used her wind wings and said, let's go, it'd be faster this way. Warren and Margot didn't hesitate and climbed onto Little Snow's back. Little Snow immediately released his magic, powerful lightning elements clinging to his limbs, emitting rolling thunder, and then shot off like an arrow. Angela also disappeared into the distance. A hint of worry flashed in Reiner's eyes. Annie, is she about to break through? Nickel shook his head. No, this isn't what you expect during a breakthrough, but it's probably related to Annie. Don't worry, with Angela and Little Snow here, nothing will happen. Inside the secret chamber, multicolored light gradually coalesced, forming a dazzling point of light. Then, a figure seemed to emerge from a phantom temple, stepping into the center of the altar and merging with the point of light. It's here! Annie and Bourne both felt a jolt of excitement. The ritual had been successfully initiated. The figure gradually solidified, finally taking the form of a middle-aged man. He stood in the center of the altar, clad in a white robe embroidered with golden runes, the fabric swaying gently in the breeze, seemingly radiating a divine light. His face was sharply defined, sculpted, with an undeniable air of authority between his brows. His deep eyes were as sharp as cold stars, seemingly capable of piercing through all illusions. Although he appeared to be only around 40 years old, his eyes held the wisdom and vicissitudes of 1,000 years, making him unapproachable. A longsword hung at his waist, its blade shimmering with a divine light, as if ready to unleash devastating power at any moment. His gaze swept over Annie and Bourne, his voice low and cold, carrying a condescending pressure. Mortals, you actually managed to activate the altar to this extent? Annie was also somewhat surprised. She remembered that the last time the deity's avatar descended, it was just a silhouette, and even its face was unclear. But this time, it was as if the deity had come in its true form. An invisible pressure permeated the air, as if time itself stood still under his gaze. His presence was like an insurmountable mountain, inspiring awe. When the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Annie, he paused slightly, then seemed to recall something, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. It's you? Annie stared directly at him without fear. You're the one from back then, the one with the light and shadow? The middle-aged man smiled. Heh, how interesting. You know, I've been trying to find a way back to the main plane. If I can kill you, I can get what I want. And now, you summoned me here willingly. Annie smiled back. Because you also possess something I want. The middle-aged man was taken aback, then seemed to see through Annie's current strength, and suddenly understood. You want my godhood? That's right. Annie didn't hide anything, but said frankly, only by killing you can I have a chance to break through to the origin realm and enter the god realm. The middle-aged man laughed. Then we really are kindred spirits. I want the soul division and fusion technique you possess. You want my godhood? It seems a battle between us is inevitable. Annie shrugged. Who says otherwise? Then, the middle-aged man's gaze fell on Bourne. An undead? Existing in the prime material plane in human form? Truly amazing. How did you manage that? Bourne casually replied, just a little trick, nothing to brag about. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly. In thousands of years, I never seen such a strange combination. It's quite an eye-opener. Little girl, tell me your name. Bourne then said, before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The middle-aged man wasn't annoyed, and said calmly, I am Hermod, a servant of the god of light. So a divine servant. Dao Quang's voice echoed in Born's mind. Divine servant? What's that? Born asked. Dao Quang explained, a divine servant is a servant of a god. Although called a servant, they are actually incredibly powerful, second only to the gods themselves. They also possess divine essence, and by acquiring more divine essence, they can eventually become true gods. But I'm very curious, why does he want the spirit division and soul fusion technique so much? Born didn't mince words, directly voicing Dao Quang's question. Hey, as a servant of the god of light, why do you want the spirit division and soul fusion technique? Dao Quang was speechless. Did he really expect an answer when asked so directly? However, to Dao Quang's astonishment, Hermod actually replied, because I want to find a new path. I learned from some channels. This cultivation technique possesses the power to reverse the heavens and earth. Perhaps it can allow me to advance further and achieve the position of a true god. Born frowned slightly. But you should also know the dangers of this technique, right? If you're not careful, you might never have another chance to break through, or even see your strength plummet. Hermod nodded. Of course I know. Originally, I just wanted to find this technique to study, but now your appearance has given me greater hope. Didn't you successfully cultivate this technique? If I can find the secret to cultivating this technique from you, I have hope. Born nodded slightly. I see. So, it's still our own problem. Chapter 627. At this moment, Hemid spoke up, asking, I answered your questions, shouldn't you answer mine too? What do you want to know? And asked. Hermid's gaze swept over Annie and Born, and he slowly spoke, you should already know that I possess the divine spark of light. You are both necromancers, so it seems my divine spark would be of no use to you, right? Annie didn't hide anything. Since you already know about the soul splitting and soul fusion technique, you naturally know its characteristics. No matter what kind of divine spark it is, as long as we obtain it, it will be useful. I see. Hermid's smile widened. The more successful Annie and Born's soul splitting and soul fusion technique was, the happier he was, because it proved that this path was open. Then come on. Tell me your names. I am the necromancer Annie, and he is my summoned undead, Born. Please enlighten me. Hermod smiled contemptuously. Although I am just an avatar, I am not someone you ants can contend with. Even if that previous soul body appeared, it would be useless. This time, I must obtain the soul splitting and soul fusion technique. Hermod simply stood there casually, his long sword pointing diagonally at the ground, a faint golden halo flowing across its blade. His gaze shifted between Anne and Born, a smirk playing on his lips. And struck first, tapping her one lightly, sending 3 fireballs shooting out in a triangular formation. Helmold didn't even move, casually swinging his long sword. The fireballs annihilated in the golden sword energy. Born's figure vanished from his spot, and the next second, the soul-severing blade silently pierced through Helmold's back. However, when the blade was still 3 inches from Helmold, he suddenly turned, his sword precisely blocking the soul-severing blade. A mere trick. Hermod scoffed, his sword flashing, sending Born staggering back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Annie's wand flashed, instantly unleashing 10 ice spikes into the air. Hermod swept his sword across, shattering the spikes, but countless tiny wind blades suddenly shot out from the shattered ice crystals. This time, Hermod was forced to retreat half a step, his sword drawing a golden light barrier in front of him to deflect the wind blades. It's actually a combination spell between different elements. A flicker of surprise appeared in Hermod's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Born disappeared again, while Annie began chanting an even more powerful incantation. Hermod seemed to sense something, suddenly leaping into the air, the ground he had stood on instantly transforming into a pool of lightning. In midair, Hermod's sword emitted a blinding light, a golden sword aura slashing straight at Annie. Just as the sword energy was about to strike, Born suddenly appeared in front of Annie, his soul-severing blade wreathed in purple light, colliding fiercely with the golden sword energy. However, Hermod's strength was simply too great, causing Born to be sent flying. While in midair, Hermod pressed his advantage, his figure transforming into a streak of light, instantly appearing before Born, thrusting his long sword dozens of times in succession. Born gritted his teeth, only able to swing his soul-severing blade to parry, but the difference in strength between them was too great. The moment the swords clashed, Born's figure shattered in the sword energy. However, Hermod showed no joy at Born's defeat. Instead, he abruptly turned around and slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the long sword and the soul-severing blade clashed again. It turned out that the one from before was merely a substitute. The Real Born appeared from Hermod's side and rear, the soul-severing blade aimed straight for his throat. A flicker of surprise crossed Hermod's eyes. He never seen this fighting style before. Yet, his movements didn't falter. His right hand flashed a backhand slash with his long sword, forcing Bourne to retreat hastily, but a bloody gash still appeared on his chest. Powerful light energy clung to the wound, continuously inflicting damage. Annie's incantation finally finished. A powerful surge of death energy erupted from the tip of her wand, coalescing into a phantom of an evil spirit. Amplified by the death combo, the spirit's roar was more than doubled in power. The spirit opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying, chilling howl. Awah! Hermod finally became serious. His longsword held upright before his chest, his body erupting with dazzling golden light. Holy judgment of light! With a low shout, a massive pillar of light, several meters in diameter, descended from the sky, not only shattering the phantom of the evil spirit and blocking the sonic attack of the spirit's roar, but also sending Annie flying through the air. Seeing this, Bourne immediately seized the opportunity while Hermod was casting a spell to appear beside her, unleashing a soul-stealing technique at close range, his eyes flashing with dark light. Hermod felt a strange power suddenly appear in his mind, a large hand reaching for his soul. Startled, he quickly channeled his magic to dispel the power, simultaneously letting out a cold snort and violently amplifying his magic along with the force. Golden light surged, not only breaking the soul-stealing technique's mental attack, but also reflecting back at Bourne himself. Bourne groaned, feeling as if his soul fire had been struck by a raging bull. He staggered, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, and struggled to her feet, noticing the magic circle beneath her feet was faintly glowing. She exchanged a glance with Bourne, who understood and vanished again. Annie then used wind elemental magic to move rapidly, continuously casting various low-level spells to disrupt Hermod. Hermod seemed to have grown weary of the game, the golden light on his longsword growing ever brighter. Just as he was about to cast Judgment of Light again, complex magical patterns suddenly lit up the ground. Annie's prearranged magic circle had finally activated. Dozens of elemental chains shot out from the magic circle, instantly binding Hermod's hands and feet. Bourne seized the opportunity to appear, the three heavenly souls within his soulfire unleashing their power instantly, the powerful heavenly soul energy attaching itself to the soul-severing blade, aiming straight for Hermod's back. Hermod roared, his entire body surging with golden light, shattering most of the chains, but several thick chains still restrained his movements. These elemental chains were researched and arranged by Robert and the dwarves, utilizing the most advanced technology of the prime material plane, while also drawing inspiration from ancient craftsmanship, inscribed with ancient script. Their binding power was unparalleled. When the blade was only inches away from Hermod, he suddenly turned his head, spitting out a golden beam of light. Bourne hurriedly dodged, the beam grazing his cheek, leaving a scorch mark. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, and channeled all her magic into her wand, and a bone spear, wreathed in dense death energy, struck Hermod's chest with terrifying penetrating force. Hermod finally showed a serious expression, hastily raising his sword to parry. The bone spear clashed with the sword, unleashing a deafening roar. Hermod was pushed back several steps, the golden light on his sword dimming slightly. How could this be? Hermod's eyes were filled with astonishment. How can someone at the peak of the Supreme Realm unleash such powerful magic? But before he could dwell on it, Bourne cast Soul Drain again. This time, Hermod was clearly affected, his movement slowing for a moment, and immediately followed up with a series of fireballs, while Bourne swung his sword from the side, aiming for Hermod's neck. Just when the tide of battle seemed to be turning, Hermod suddenly unleashed an unprecedented aura. He gripped his sword with both hands, and a holy judgment of light, even more powerful than before, crashed down. Annie and Bourne hastily dodged, and the ground where they had stood was blasted into a crater 10 meters in diameter. From the dust and smoke, Hermod's golden figure slowly emerged, his breathing slightly rapid, but his fighting spirit even stronger. Annie and Bourne stood back to back, both seriously injured, but their eyes remained resolute. As expected of a divine servant, this strength has already reached the mid-stage of the chaotic origin realm, and this is just an avatar, Blade Madman said in Bourne's mind. Bourne sighed, teacher, don't admire him yet. This guy is ridiculously strong. Even soul-stealing technique had no effect on him, instead, it injured me from the backlash. How am I supposed to fight him? Dao Quang scoffed, what? You can't even handle this? Let me tell you, the stronger the opponent you defeat, the stronger the divine essence you gain. And the stronger you be after your breakthrough. So go for it. How much you achieve depends on how hard you work. Bourne gave a wry smile. Looks like we can take some drugs. He and Annie exchanged a glance, and took out several bottles of red potions. These were enhancement potions Robert had specially concocted for them, capable of temporarily boosting their strength. The two drank the potions in one gulp, instantly unleashing even greater power from within. Not bad. They even have the boost from the potions. Looks like they're well prepared. Hemid sneered, but that's not enough. With that, he stomped his left foot on the ground, instantly unleashing a powerful domain. Born frowned slightly. They unleashed their domain power. Looks like they're getting serious. Immediately, Born and Annie also unleashed their domain simultaneously, with Born further enhancing his domain with 10,000 miles of ice, adding another layer of icy power. Hermold sniffed, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Undead, you actually found 3 heavenly souls. Born was slightly taken aback. I only released 2. How did you know there were 3? In the previous battle, Born had already used the power of the punishing heavenly soul to imbue the soul-severing blade, and now the 10,000 miles of ice was using the power of the raging tide heavenly soul, hence only 2. You forgot? You just used the power of the fused heavenly soul once. Based on the intensity of that power, I could tell it was 3 heavenly souls. Born swallowed hard. He truly hadn't expected his opponent's observational skills to be so meticulous, able to analyze information from a single contact with the fused heavenly soul power in such a short time. What you possess should be sanctioned in raging waves, but I don't know about the other one, Hermod said. Born nodded. That's right. It seems you've done quite a bit of research on the heavenly soul. Hermod chuckled. Of course, after all, it's also related to the soul division and soul fusion technique. The heavenly soul can greatly enhance the level of the soul fusion technique, thus greatly increasing the strength of those who cultivate it. This is one of the reasons why Born was able to cultivate so quickly. Hermod sensed again and frowned. Your 2 domains are quite special. Born's eyes flashed, and his figure instantly shot out. The soul-severing blade, flashing with purple lightning, slashed towards Hermod's head. He didn't want to drag things out any longer. Who knew if Hermod would sense the effects of their domains? Especially Born's destructive domain, which often had unexpected effects in battle. If the opponent knew about it beforehand, it would be difficult to use it effectively. Annie understood Born's intention and simultaneously summoned the flame giant to coordinate with Born's attack. Hermod's eyes gleamed. The stronger Annie and Born displayed, the more excited he became, because it meant the spirit division and soul fusion technique could be cultivated, and those who could cultivate this technique would be incredibly strong. Extremely strong. Ha ha! Hermod laughed, his longsword slashing through the air, a beam of light shooting towards Born. Born immediately parried with his sword, but was knocked back several steps. The flame giant roared, swinging its massive fist towards Hermod. Hermod was unfazed, leaping into the air and leaving his original position. Missing its attack, the flame giant swung another palm, aiming at Hermod in midair. A cold smile played on Hermod's lips as he abruptly changed direction in midair, circling behind the flame giant. Annie narrowed her eyes. She noticed a spot of light where the giant had just been standing. No, it was more like a small magical symbol, flickering faintly. What's that? The next moment, Annie's question was answered. The fire giant turned and attacked Hemid again. Hemid stood still, hands at his sides, seemingly not intending to dodge this time. Suddenly, the magical symbols Hemid had left at his original 2 locations flashed with dazzling light, forming a triangle with Hemid's current position. The light, as if appearing out of thin air, instantly pierced the core of the fire giant. The fire giant roared to the sky, then unwillingly disintegrated into a shower of sparks. Born stared at the light that was only a millimeter from his eyes, completely motionless, cold sweat slowly beating on his forehead. After confirming there was no danger behind him, Born quickly retreated several steps, putting distance between himself and the light. What is that? Born had almost run right into that beam of light when he tried to attack Hermod from the side. If he had, he would undoubtedly have been sliced in 2. Hermod's lips curled into a slight smile as he said, "This is my holy judgment domain. Here, every time I move to a new location, I leave a magical mark. With a thought, all the marks connect, like this." Annie's expression changed slightly. Doesn't that mean that if you move enough times, and over a large enough area, the entire space can be filled with these small beams of holy judgment light? That's right, mortals. Facing a god like me, you have no chance. Hermod's eyes were filled with contempt, as if he were looking at 2 dying men. Annie and Born's faces were grim. The power of her domain was simply too monstrous. With their current strength, could they really withstand it? Chapter 628. Even the strongest domain has weaknesses. Dao Quang's voice rang out again, Don't be deceived by its appearance. Annie and Bourne were both taken aback, but then their thinking clicked. They nodded in unison and changed their strategy. Since a direct confrontation was disadvantageous, they would prepare for a fatal blow. Annie cast the necromancy spell again, summoning Robert as well. During this time, Robert's strength had also reached the peak of the Supreme Yuan realm. With the enhancement of the necromancy spell, his combat power was not to be underestimated. Faced with a 3-on-1 situation, he had remained expressionless, but he was quite surprised that Annie could summon 2 peak Supreme Yuan undead. Normally, a necromancer can summon an undead from the moment they awaken the power of death. This undead is their natal undead, which can influence the necromancer's future cultivation to a certain extent. This is why necromancers pay great attention to their first undead. As one's cultivation level increases, each major advancement allows the summoning of another undead to fight. However, the summoned undead are generally lower in cultivation level than the necromancer, some even 1 or 2 major levels lower, requiring further training. Moreover, the more undead summoned simultaneously, the greater the drain on the necromancer. Even a Supreme Realm expert cannot sustain 7 undead simultaneously for long. Therefore, Annie's ability to summon 2 peak Supreme Realm undead at once already surpasses that of most ordinary necromancers. Your name is Annie, right? With your strength, you should be invincible in the prime material plane. Why bother going to the divine plane? Hermod said, narrowing his eyes. And said, I have a reason I have to go. I'm determined to have your godhood. Hermod said with a strange look. Over 100 years ago, there was a guy who seemed to come from the prime material plane. He was a light mage who somehow obtained a godhood and entered the god plane during a spatial fluctuation. Now he's joined our holy mountain of light. It seems your aptitude is even stronger than that guy's. If only you weren't a necromancer, I would definitely help you get a godhood and take you to the holy mountain of light. What a pity. What a pity I have to kill you here and seize your soul-splitting and soul-merging technique and those 3 heavenly souls. And could tell that the other party was referring to Leo V, the former Pope of the Holy See. Leo must have known long ago that to break through to the chaotic origin realm, cultivation alone was useless. One must possess a godhood. And the number of godhoods was fixed. The entire prime material plane, along with the god plane and the netherworld, only had a limited number of godhoods. They wouldn't appear out of thin air. Given the church's millennia-long accumulation of knowledge, they must have somehow obtained a divine spark, thus helping Leo achieve his breakthrough. And when a crack appeared in the rules of the prime plane, he seized the opportunity, completed his breakthrough, entered the divine plane, and attained immortality. Now, with the altar at her disposal, Annie has no need to worry about the rules of the prime plane. The only thing she needs to do is obtain a divine spark. Of course, all of this was told to her by Dao Quang, but she didn't tell Addix and Elena. Even if they knew, it wouldn't be of any use, it would only deprive them of hope. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Boom! The battle erupted again. Hermod's longsword traced a dazzling golden arc. Even before the blade reached its target, the sharp sword energy had already carved deep furrows in the ground. And retreated rapidly, her wand drawing 3 ice walls in front of her, only to shatter upon contact with the sword energy. Amidst the scattering of ice crystals, she swung her wand violently, unleashing a spiraling beam of light, a mixture of fire and lightning. Fulfilling. Hermod sneered, his figure flashing, appearing 3 meters to Anne's left in the next instant. The opposite direction of the mark he had previously left, he was continuously stacking marks. His longsword swept horizontally, the golden sword energy spreading in a fan shape. Anne's hastily erected bone shield was shattered, the shockwaves sending her flying several meters before she crashed heavily to the ground. Robert seized the opportunity and threw a vial of purple potion. The glass bottle shattered in midair, instantly enveloping Hermod in a corrosive venomous mist. However, a flash of golden light purified the poisonous mist completely. Hermod's sword flashed, and 3 golden beams shot out from the marks in different directions, converging on Robert's chest. Ugh! Robert tried his best to dodge, but a charred cross-shaped wound pierced his shoulder, and smoke rose from his rotting body. He staggered back, conjuring another bone spike and hurling it. Hermod easily dodged, only to see Annie had already stood up again. A chilling dark energy emanated from the tip of her wand, and her lips moved rapidly, chanting obscure incantations. Hermod's eyes narrowed, and he immediately moved quickly, leaving 5 or 6 more marks. Howl of the evil spirit. With Annie's roar, a visible black sonic wave erupted from the phantom of the evil spirit in the void, bursting out in a fan shape. Wherever the sonic wave passed, the ground cracked and the air distorted. Several of Hermod's beams were even shattered, and he himself was frozen in place, using magic to defend himself. Just as he was rendered immobile, Robert detonated a magical trap that had been laid out on the ground beforehand. 6 bone spears pierced towards Hermod from different angles. A mere trick. Hermod glanced at him, his longsword tracing a circle, a golden light barrier shattering the bone spears. But his movement suddenly halted. Where was Born? The thought had barely formed when a chilling sensation shot through the back of his neck. Just as the black light of the soul-severing blade was inches from Hermod's throat, his mark suddenly lit up. In a flash of golden light, Hermod shifted 10 meters to the side, a blinding beam of light erupting from his previous position. Born's figure appeared within the beams, his left arm scorched and mangled. I was prepared for this, Hermod sneered. He raised his long sword high, and the clouds in the sky were suddenly pierced by golden light, holy judgment of light. A massive pillar of light, over 5 meters in diameter, crashed down, and immediately channeled all her magic power, activating the surrounding defensive magic array, combining it with her own strength to construct a powerful defense, while Robert lunged in front of her. In the dazzling white light, their figures were completely engulfed. As the smoke cleared, Annie collapsed to her knees, her wand broken in two, blood trickling from her lips. Robert's body was half carbonized, yet he struggled to his feet. Hermod walked slowly forward, his longsword dragging on the ground, sparks flying. Is that all you got? He shook his head in disappointment. Where's that undead brat? Did he abandon you and run away? Annie struggled to lift her head, a strange smile playing on her bloodied lips. You are too confident. Hermod's pupils constricted, and he instinctively turned and swung his sword. The soul-severing blade clashed with the long sword, sparks flying. Born's figure became fully visible, his eyes as black as ink. Soul-stealing technique activated at full power. You're courting death. Hermod roared, golden light surging around him. The mental clash was instantaneous. Blood gushed from all 7 of Born's orifices simultaneously. This was only the surface. In reality, his soul fire was also impacted, flickering precariously. But he gritted his teeth, the blade firmly pressed against the long sword. Just as the stalemate reached its peak, another Born suddenly appeared behind Hermod. This Born soul-severing blade was aimed straight at his back. Hermod sneered, a substitute puppet? He formed a claw with his left hand, piercing directly through the attacker's chest. However, the pierced Born suddenly shattered into pieces. It seemed the substitute puppet could no longer deceive Hermod. At the same time, the Real Born let out a beast-like roar. The black light on the soul-severing blade tripled. Break. A crisp cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. Hermod stared in disbelief at his long sword. This was a genuine divine weapon, yet it had shattered inch by inch under the soul-severing blade. Even more terrifying, the blade's momentum didn't diminish, slicing directly into his shoulder. No. Impossible. Hermod staggered backward, no blood flowing from the wound, but 3 different colored energies raged wildly within his body. Countless small snakes seemed to writhe beneath his skin, and his face aged visibly. Born knelt on one knee, his soul-severing blade planted in the ground for support. Blood streamed from his eyes, ears, and nostrils, yet he stared intently at Hermod. 3. Heavenly soul powers. How does it taste? Hermod tried to speak, but found his voice hoarse and unpleasant. He stared in horror at his hands. His skin was cracking, golden light seeping from the fissures. With a crisp crack, his body shattered like porcelain, dissipating into countless specks of light into the air. In midair, a crystal-clear divine spark floated silently, radiating a soft light, and crawled laboriously toward Born, tears mingling with blood. We won? Born tried to laugh, but coughed up blood. His vision blurred, but a satisfied smile remained on his lips. His vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground. We won. Robert dragged his broken body over and, with his last strength, poured a vial of healing potion into Born's mouth. The 3 slumped together, staring at the floating divine spark, none of them strong enough to reach for it. An eerie silence fell over the chamber, broken only by heavy breathing and the occasional drop of blood. The brutality of their recent life or death struggle contrasted sharply with the present tranquility. Complex emotions filled the eyes of all 3. The joy of victory, the relief of surviving, and worry for their companions' injuries. The divine spark remained suspended, as if proclaiming a truth, even gods can fall. Annie looked at Robert and asked, How are you? Do you want to go back to the netherworld? Robert nodded. I should go back. It's alright, I'm safe there now, but I probably need to recuperate for a while. Born looked at Robert's charred half-body with a complex expression. This time, we really owe you a debt of gratitude. If you hadn't helped Annie block that attack at the crucial moment, I'm afraid. Robert waved his hand. What's there to say? I'm Annie's summoned spirit. Saving her is only right. But that Hermod is indeed powerful. That attack caused serious damage to my body. I'm afraid I can't even use this body anymore. Your body is a minor matter. Is your soul fire all right? Annie asked with concern. Robert shook his head. It's all right. The soul fire wasn't severely impacted. Annie knew that Robert seemed to be downplaying it, but in reality, he was having difficulty even speaking, indicating he had suffered a serious injury. And wasted no time, immediately sending Robert back to the netherworld. Then she looked at Born and asked, Will you use this divine spark, or should I? Born replied without hesitation, Of course you will. Once you reach the god plane, just find me another one. And didn't stand on ceremony, and with a wave of her hand, the divine spark slowly floated towards her, which she grasped in her palm. Everything was now ready. The power of the mysterious altar was still being released, and the entire secret chamber had already detached from the main plane. Once merged with this divine spark, she could directly travel to the god plane, forever leaving the world of the main plane. And look back with some reluctance. This was the continent where she had lived for hundreds of years, the continent that gave her birth and nurtured her, the continent where her family and friends were. But at this moment, she had to leave. And slowly stood up, surveying the secret chamber. This was where she had awakened the power of death. Everything had begun here. A morning breeze, carrying the distinctive aroma of bread from Goer City, wafted through layers of walls and magical arrays into the secret chamber, brushing against Annie's cheek. The familiar tolling of the morning bells from the distant clock tower resonated, each chime striking her heart. Is it really time to leave? She murmured, her throat feeling constricted. Images flashed before her eyes, her mother's reddened eyes, as she saw her off outside the chamber, Oren and Margot's forced smiles trembling slightly, and the packet of special seasoning Angela had secretly slipped to her. Her fingertips unconsciously twirled the bag. The rough texture reminded her of her days in Misty City, when Angela had taken care of everything for her, and most unforgettable was Angela's excellent cooking. The divine essence warmed slightly in her palm. There lay the truth about her sister Alice, a truth that had been awaited for a century, and a destiny that had to be ended. Annie took a deep breath, tears welling in her eyes. This step, taken now, is farewell forever. She suddenly trembled violently, her broken wand clattering to the ground. But the next second, she wiped her face, bent down to pick up the wand, all her vulnerability buried deep in her eyes. The light from the altar began to dim, time was running out. Annie straightened her back, much like the little mage, who had walked alone into the misty forest through the snowstorm years ago. Only this time, she would never return. And activated the spirit division technique, her divine essence gradually merging into her body, transforming into a vast power. And felt as if she were in a hot spring, her entire body radiating unparalleled comfort. Boom, boom, boom. A violent roar suddenly erupted from within Annie's body. The powerful magic, like a primordial beast, helped Annie complete her transformation, breaking through to the chaotic origin realm. At the same time, the light from the altar flashed again, and a dazzling pillar of light descended from the sky, and was completely enveloped by the pillar of light, and the next moment, she vanished. Chapter 629. Crack! A bolt of lightning ripped across the sky, tearing the firmament apart. A crimson light cascaded down, like a waterfall. Clouds turned into a massive vortex, crackling with lightning that dyed half the night sky an eerie purplish red. Countless burning meteorites, trailing black smoke, plummeted, only to hover eerily before hitting the ground, forming a flowing ancient rune. The earth began to tremble, and all metal objects emitted a piercing clang, as if echoing a song chanted in an ancient language from the depths of the void. At this moment, everyone in the entire divine plane witnessed this scene. Their expressions varied. Some frowned, deep in thought, some smiled dismissively, unmoved, others were utterly astonished, their faces filled with disbelief. In a mountain forest, a man dressed in a blue robe, having just massacred a bandit camp, his long sword stained with blood, looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. A slight, enigmatic smile appeared on his lips. "Heh, such a grand display! Who is this? Addix? Or Elena?" Then he shook his head. "I know what these two guys are capable of. Could there be someone else? How interesting, how interesting." At this moment, a mangled figure at his feet struggled to raise his hand and grabbed his ankle, trembling as he pleaded, "Great, great God, spare my life." The man sneered, "You guys, relying on the divine servants of the sacred mountain to back you up, you act recklessly here. How many ordinary people have died at your hands? You actually have the nerve to beg me for mercy." Without hesitation, The man directly chopped off the bandit's head with his sword. The bandit died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. The man raised his head again, a hint of amusement in his eyes. This guy's arrival seems poised to stir up a bloodbath, but it's also time to show those bastards the power of mortals. Meanwhile, all the major powers in the divine plane issued search warrants, organizing massive numbers of people to search for the source of this celestial phenomenon. The entire divine plane seemed to be caught in an unseen undercurrent. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, just a moment ago, the low-ranking divine servant Zephyros was troubled. His old rival, Kemur, had taken a liking to a treasure in his possession. After whispering something in the ear of a mid-ranking divine servant, Zephyros found himself embroiled in a duel. If he lost, he would have to hand over his treasure, something he had painstakingly obtained from the ruins. The next moment, however, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly overhead. Zephyros was completely bewildered, instinctively casting a defensive spell, but he was still engulfed by the lightning bolt, which was nearly 10 meters thick. All he could see was a blinding flash of light. Nothing else was visible. Holy crap! What was that? I, Zephyrus, am utterly loyal to the wind god. How did I get struck by lightning? Under the powerful lightning, cracks gradually appeared in Zephyrus's defenses, finally shattering into pieces before his despairing gaze. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, creating a violent explosion, the dazzling light illuminating the entire sky. When the lightning dissipated, a huge crater appeared in the ground. Zephyrus lay in the crater, his clothes tattered, his hair twisted and curled from the electric shock. Fortunately, he was unharmed, just somewhat disheveled. Phew. Thank goodness. If it weren't for this celestial armor, I'd probably be dead by now. Zephyrus touched the thin piece of armor peeking out from his chest. This was the treasure he brought back from the ruins. Its defensive power was astonishing, and it had saved him several times already. The most recent time was during the battle against space pirates. The armor withstood a fatal attack, but his old nemesis, Kermer, had also seen it. Kermer coveted the armor, and had gone to great lengths to secure a duel with Zephyrus. Zephyrus rolled to his feet, but the next moment he froze, for he noticed a woman lying in a crater not far away. Zephyrus was filled with confusion. He had been walking alone and hadn't noticed anyone nearby. Like a cat, he approached the woman with light, cautious steps, as if afraid of waking her. When he finally got close enough to her, he stared, and was stunned by the sight before him. The woman's golden hair cascaded down her shoulders, like a waterfall, gently brushing against her snow-white skin, dazzling like sunlight on snow. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, a high, straight nose, deep-set eyes, and rosy lips. Every feature was perfectly proportioned, as if she were a work of art meticulously sculpted by the heavens. However, despite her stunning beauty, the aura emanating from her felt strange to him. It was very faint, almost imperceptible, as if she were just an ordinary mortal, utterly devoid of power. But the woman wore a black mage's robe. Logically, she should be a mage. Could she be dead? Zephyrus slowly bent down, extending a finger towards the woman's nostril, wanting to check her breath. Just as his hand was about to touch her, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, staring intently at him. Ah! Zephyrus jumped back 3 or 4 steps, creating distance, his face wary. The woman sat up, looking at Zephyrus curiously, without speaking, the two staring at each other. After a long while, Zephyrus couldn't help but speak first. You. Are you a human or a ghost? The woman's lips twitched. Is it really that hard to tell? Zephyrus awkwardly touched his nose. He was a powerful cultivator at the chaotic origin realm. How could he not distinguish between a human and a ghost? It was just that the lightning just now was too strong. He simply couldn't believe that an ordinary woman could withstand such terrifying power. At this moment, the woman spoke. Who are you? Zephyros cleared his throat, raised his head arrogantly, and said, Ahem, I am Zephyros, a divine servant of Mount Wind God. Mortal, you are lucky to have met me. If it weren't for me, you might have been struck dead by that lightning bolt just now. The woman raised an eyebrow, then smiled and said, Then I truly thank you, divine servant. To repay your kindness, I wish to learn magic from you. Is that all right? Zephyros was taken aback, not expecting this woman to be so direct, wanting to become his disciple right away. You see, although he was only a low-ranking divine servant, he still possessed a divine spark. With enough effort, he still had a chance to advance to a higher level. So many people wanted to become his apprentices. However, Zephyros had very high standards, and didn't take ordinary people seriously. Even when he did take on disciples, he was extremely strict. He had taken on several disciples before, but they all eventually couldn't withstand the intense training and left his temple to cultivate in other temples. Therefore, Zephyros was currently all alone, without a single disciple. What? Is it not acceptable? The woman asked. Zephyros thought for a moment and said, It's not that it's unacceptable, but you must think carefully. Under my tutelage, one must be prepared. If one's aptitude is too poor and one's progress is too slow, it won't do. The woman immediately nodded. It's all right, I will try my best. Seeing her confident demeanor, Zephyros stroked his chin, thinking that having a female disciple wouldn't be bad, and agreed, all right. From today onwards, you are my disciple. By the way, what's your name? The woman's lips curved slightly upward, like the first warm ray of spring sunshine breaking through the clouds. Her eyes curved into crescents, their amber pupils shimmering with a honey-like luster. Her smile possessed a tenderness that sent shivers down one's spine, like a rose suddenly blooming before one's eyes after being bathed in morning dew, making even the surrounding air sweeter. She parted her lips slightly and said with a smile, My name is Anna, nice to meet you. Anna, what a beautiful name. Zephyros clapped his hands and laughed, then said, Come, I show you my temple. No one else around here has a more magnificent temple than mine. Not long after, and followed Zephyros to a dilapidated temple. What stood before, and was hardly a magnificent temple, it was clearly just a crumbling old shrine. The walls were riddled with holes, the intact parts covered in cracks, and withered vines clung to the weathered pillars. Sunlight filters through the dilapidated dome, casting dappled patterns on the faded murals. The paintings depicting the wind god riding the raging storm have long since peeled away, leaving only the faint outlines of a few wings. Whenever a draft sweeps through, the decaying oak door emits a long groan, as if lamenting a forgotten miracle. Annie pointed at the dilapidated temple before her, her lips twitching. This is the magnificent temple you were talking about? Zephyros chuckled, proudly declaring, Don't let its age fool you. This temple was left to me by my teacher, who's already a high-ranking divine servant. It's a legacy, understand? When I become a high-ranking divine servant myself, I pass this temple on to you. Annie immediately shook her head. Can I refuse it? Zephyros chuckled. Silly child, this is a treasure. I wouldn't give it to you. Come on, let's go inside, I show you around. Upon entering the temple, Annie discovered it wasn't deserted. Several people were busy with various tasks, such as cleaning and organizing documents. From the outside, the temple didn't seem particularly large, but the interior space astonished Annie. It had many rooms, even larger than Gore Castle in the prime material plane. Moreover, compared to the outside, the interior was much cleaner and tidier. Zephyros chuckled, See? I told you this temple was something special. There's a spatial magic array engraved in the ground that can replenish its energy and continue operating, maintaining the space here. This array was carved by a powerful being from ancient times. It's incredibly valuable. Annie nodded slightly. That's quite a feat. Such a large spatial magic array must consume a lot of energy, yet it can replenish itself. It's simply amazing. Then, Zephyros introduced Annie to the other people in the temple, including a butler, a cook, a cleaner, and a secretary. Don't gods not need to eat? What's the point of having a chef? Annie asked. Zephyros chuckled. I don't need to eat, but they do. Besides, life needs a little fun. Occasionally sitting down to eat something makes you truly feel alive. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a piercing sound came from the doorway. Divine servants, take your positions. Zephyros paused, muttering in confusion, Why the sudden summons? Is something important? However, he rushed to the doorway, where a blue vortex of wind floated, the air within rubbing against each other, making a whooshing sound. I am Zephyros, a low-ranking divine servant. What are your orders? Zephyros addressed the vortex. A voice slowly emerged from within the vortex, but it was actually just the wind itself. A strange phenomenon has occurred. A new god has taken his place. You are ordered to immediately begin the search. A great reward will be given to whoever finds him. After saying this, the vortex vanished with a poof. Huh? A celestial phenomenon? What phenomenon? Zephyros was completely bewildered. Didn't you see it? The butler said. Just before you and Miss Anna returned, a terrifying sight appeared in the sky. Everyone saw it. Huh? Zephyros was even more confused. You all saw it, how come I didn't? This wasn't surprising. When the phenomenon occurred, he was enveloped in lightning, and all he could see was the lightning. And asked, What was that whirlwind just now? Zephyros explained, that was the power of the wind god, used to convey the instructions of Mount Wind God. Then why is Mount Wind God looking for that new god? Zephyrus frowned. I don't know, but if it's really as described above, a celestial phenomenon, it means this new god comes from another dimension, like the one from Mount Light God before. Could it be that another powerful being has arrived in the prime material plane? The butler's face showed shock. Zephyrus shrugged. I don't know, but it's none of my business. Anyway, I didn't see any celestial phenomena, and I don't know where the new god is. But if this new god is unlucky, and is found by another divine mountain, he'd be in big trouble. In the current situation, no divine mountain will allow the balance to be disrupted. They might just strip him of his godhood, like the Light God Mountain did. Huh? Godhood can be stripped? Annie asked in surprise. Of course. Zephyrus said, now, to become a divine servant, you need the support and recognition of a divine mountain. If you privately fuse with a godhood, you'd be hunted down by all the divine mountains. Annie was startled. Aren't there any powerful beings from the chaotic origin who don't belong to a divine mountain? Of course there are, but not many. Chapter 630. Zephyrus explained, there are many things here you can't understand, which is normal. Some people don't want to be affiliated with the divine mountain, or for various reasons, they obtain godhood through other channels, and become new gods. These are not recognized by the divine mountain. To protect their godhood, they will oppose the divine mountain. We generally call them scattered gods. Scattered gods? Zephyrus smiled and said, but don't worry, once you become my disciple, I will definitely give you a godhood, provided you first reach the peak of the supreme origin realm. And gave a bitter smile. In reality, she was already at the low level of the chaotic origin realm, but for some reason, she couldn't sense any magic power. Not only that, she couldn't even contact Born. Originally, she was quite excited to come to the divine plane, wanting to talk to Born and Dao Quang about everything here, but now she couldn't do anything. Then, 100 years ago, someone came from the prime material plane, and his godhood was also taken away. Annie asked. Zephyrus shook his head. No, he's an exception. That guy was a servant of the gods in the prime material plane, a follower of the goddess of light. Therefore, the goddess of light granted him a special privilege, making him a new god and allowing him to remain on Mount Light. Annie's lips twitched. It seems being a pope really does have its advantages. Zephyrus slapped his forehead and said, Hey, why am I telling you all this? You probably haven't awakened your magic yet, have you? I need to see what your attribute is. If you're not wind attribute, or can't become a mage at all, you can't be my apprentice. But don't worry, I won't kick you out. You can do odd jobs here, I just happen to need someone to help me escape. Annie swallowed hard. She didn't want to become a janitor. I should be wind attribute. Zephyrus's eyes lit up. Oh, that's a coincidence. Show me some magic. Annie immediately clutched her forehead, a weak expression on her face. She staggered, seemingly about to fall, but was caught by the cleaning lady beside her. Little girl, are you all right? The cleaning lady asked with concern. Annie waved her hand. I'm fine, probably just too tired. I've been feeling a bit unwell since being struck by lightning. The cleaning lady rolled her eyes at Zephyrus. Honestly, you're really something. She was struck by lightning, and you didn't even let her rest. Why did you have to do the magic test now? Zephyrus was embarrassed. He didn't dare argue. This cleaning lady was actually a descendant of his teacher, but because she was weak, she stayed here as a cleaner. Although she was a cleaner, Zephyrus always respected her. Alright, that's all for today, Anna. You should rest. There's still time, no rush. With the older woman's help, Annie went to her room and lay down. The room was very clean. It was clear the older woman was very diligent. Thank you, Annie said to the older woman. The older woman smiled kindly. It's nothing, I'm Maggie. Call me if you need anything. I won't disturb your rest. With that, Maggie left the room. Annie lay on the bed, looking around. The room's furnishings were simple, yet very elegant, creating a relaxing atmosphere. What am I going to do? Annie wondered, somewhat troubled. If I can't release my wind elemental magic, won't I be relegated to menial tasks? I finally arrived in the divine plane, but I lost all my power right from the start. How am I supposed to find Sister Alice now? And thought for a moment, how about trying to activate the spirit division technique? Maybe it'd work. While Anne was trying to recover her magic power, Zephyrus and the others were sitting together outside. Secretary Becky said somewhat discontentedly, that guy doesn't seem to have any magic power at all, and even if he does, it's probably not much. Bringing someone like that back is useless, isn't it? Maggie said, you can't say that, Becky. I think that girl is quite kind. Our temple is so big, Her staying here won't cause any problems. Becky retorted, it won't cause any problems, but this is a temple. If just anyone can come in, what kind of temple is that? Where is Lord Zephyrus's divine power? Zephyrus's eye twitched. Do I still have divine power? The butler, Cabal, said, it's nothing. What a quarrel. Didn't Lord Zephyrus already say he wouldn't kick her out? He just let her run errands from now on. That way, we won't have to do all the chores ourselves, which is good. Maggie said, but the magic test hasn't been done yet. Maybe she really can become Lord Zephyrus's apprentice. Impossible. Becky shrieked, looking at her frail appearance. She doesn't look like a magician at all. She's probably just a mortal. If she weren't somewhat pretty, Lord Zephyrus probably wouldn't have taken her in. Hey! Zephyrus said speechlessly, you're making me sound like a pervert. Becky said to the middle-aged man in the chef's uniform, hey, Barbados, you probably don't want that guy to stay here either. After all, one more person means one more meal for you. Barbathon looked unwell, his eyelids drooping as he said, I don't care, we're all from the same boat anyway. Cabal waved his hand, stop arguing, Becky. That girl is definitely staying here, but what she do is another matter. Don't worry about it anymore. Becky seemed quite angry, snorted, and turned her head away. Zephyros chuckled, Becky, why are you angry? I found you a helper. Look at all those documents and tasks you handle for me, it's been so hard. If Anna really doesn't have any talent, then I hand her over to you. You can use her however you want, how about it? Becky's expression softened slightly upon hearing this, really? Of course it's true. Zephyros agreed, I'm a divine servant, I always keep my word, provided Anna doesn't have any talent. Becky sneered, what talent could she possibly have? She looks to be only in her early 20s, and she hasn't even awakened her magic yet. She's already behind most people in terms of ability, let alone achieving anything. Maggie said, maybe she's just tired. Didn't you hear her say she possesses wind elemental magic? Becky scoffed, I think she's faking it. What's she tired about? She hasn't done any work. People like that need to be properly disciplined. Barbados yawned and said, do you guys want some late-night snacks? No. No appetite. I'm on a diet. Barbados slowly stood up, dragging his heavy steps upstairs. I'm going to rest now. Good night everyone, he said, yawning again. The group didn't continue their discussion, and went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Annie was still meditating when a loud knocking came from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Annie opened her eyes, got up, and opened the door. Becky stood there, arms crossed, looking haughty. Hey, when are you going to wake up? Can't you be a little more diligent? Annie smiled slightly. Oh, it's Sister Becky. Is there anything I can do? Seeing Annie's smiling face, Becky was even more annoyed. Don't give me the grinning face. Lord Zephyrus already said yesterday that you're with me from now on. You do whatever I tell you to do, understand? Annie placed her index finger. She licked her lips, tilted her head, and asked with a puzzled look, but didn't you say yesterday that we'd be testing magic power today? And after the results are in, we decide my identity. Becky's eyes widened. She hadn't expected the other girl to dare talk back. She was truly courting death. Just as she was about to reprimand her, a voice came from behind her, yes. I don't remember Lord Zephyros saying that Anna would go directly with you. Becky turned around and saw Maggie, hands on her hips, a broom in her right hand, staring directly at Becky. Becky swallowed and snorted, isn't it all the same? This guy has no magic power at all, it's only a matter of time before he becomes my errand boy. Maggie stepped forward, shielding Annie behind her. That's different. Things have to be done in order, otherwise it'd be chaos. You're Lord Zephyros' secretary, how can you not even understand this basic logic? Becky blushed, but held back her anger. After all, Maggie's identity was extraordinary, and she dared not provoke her. She snorted and said, fine, then wait and see. I want to see what kind of magic she has. With that, she turned and left. After Becky left, Maggie turned to Annie and said, sorry, that's just Becky's personality. Don't mind her. Annie smiled and shook her head. It's all right, thank you, Aunt Maggie. Maggie waved her hand and said, you don't need to thank me. I can only help you temporarily. Your future depends on your own fate. Annie nodded and said, yes, I understand. When can I start the test? Maggie said, no rush. Time is the cheapest thing here. Let's have lunch first. Maggie led Annie to the restaurant, where Zephyrus was already leisurely sitting in a soft chair, sipping a freshly brewed cup of black tea. Upon seeing Annie approach, Zephyrus smiled and asked, oh, Anna, how did you sleep last night? Although he was a priest, Zephyrus seemed completely unpretentious, which Annie found very endearing. Excellent. The temple beds are so soft. I haven't slept this well in a long time. Then why don't you hurry up and thank Lord Zephyrus? At that moment, a sharp voice rang out from the side. It was Becky. Annie smiled slightly and gave Zephyrus a slight bow. Thank you, Lord Zephyrus. Zephyrus chuckled. Hey, we're all family, no need to be so polite. Just make sure you're comfortable. If you need anything, just tell Aunt Maggie. She's not only in charge of cleaning, but she also manages all the temple supplies. Maggie led Annie to the dining table. Come on, everyone's here. It's time to eat. Anna, you must try Barbados's cooking. He was once the royal chef of the mortal world. Barbados yawned as he emerged from the kitchen, carrying the last dish. Zephyros set down his teacup, placing his right hand on his heart. Thank you for the protection of the mighty wind god. We are your most loyal followers. Annie's eyes flickered. This kind of ritual was common in the prime material plane, but only followers of the goddess of light performed it. She hadn't expected the prime material plane to have a wind god. Did that mean there was also a fire god, a water god, or even a death god? Annie followed suit, muttering the ritual for a while before starting to eat. It must be said that although Barbados seemed listless all day, the food he cooked was indeed delicious. Annie's eyes lit up, instantly reminding her of Angela. At this moment, Cabal said, Lord Zephyrus, we received another message this morning, asking if we have any leads. Zephyrus's eye twitched. So urgent? I haven't even left the house yet. Cabal continued, since the higher-ups are so concerned about this, you should take it seriously, sir. Why don't you go look for her later? Zephyrus nodded. All right, but let's deal with Anna's matter first. Becky snorted, what a waste of time. Lord Zephyrus is already so busy. Why waste time on this little girl of unknown origin? Cabal said, stop complaining. Go and prepare quickly to save some time. I'm full, Becky said, then left. Zephyros shrugged. Anna, don't mind her, that's just her personality. Annie shook her head. It's all right, I'm full too. Let's start now, so as not to delay your business. Zephyros nodded, and the others also got up and walked into the main hall. The main hall was resplendent in gold, with a solemn statue standing in the center. According to Zephyros, that was the wind god, but no one had ever seen what the wind god looked like, or even if it resembled the statue. Zephyros asked, Becky, are you ready? Becky crossed her arms, and looked at Annie with disdain. I've been ready for a while, hurry up, don't waste time. Zephyros looked at Annie, who nodded as well. Then she extended her right hand, opened her palm, and slowly gathered magical power. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Annie's palm, trying to see if she had any affinity for wind magic. Only Becky glanced sideways, completely disbelieving that Annie possessed wind magic. However, in the next instant, a sudden gust of wind howled and erupted from Annie's palm, like a startled, enraged beast, baring its fangs and roaring. This gust of wind came with overwhelming force, its power like a tidal wave. Like a surging torrent, it swept in with unstoppable force, causing the entire temple to tremble. The walls, roof, and floor creaked and groaned, as if they might collapse at any moment. This, impossible. Becky's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Chapter 631. Stop! 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 Zephyrus cried out hastily, if this continues, my temple will collapse. Annie quickly withdrew her magic, and looked at Zephyrus, with a sincere expression. How was it? Did I pass? Everyone fell silent. Passed? What pass? Even Zephyrus was shocked by that powerful force just now, let alone the others. Coincidentally, Annie had spent the entire night practicing the spirit division technique, finally opening the energy channels in her body. However, perhaps due to the light godhead, she could only release two types of magic for the time being, the power of light and the power of wind element. Her power of light had almost fully recovered, enough to fight even against a chaotic Yuan expert, but her wind element was still lacking, only reaching the mid-stage of the supreme Yuan realm. Even so, the formidable power within Annie had already begun to reveal a terrifying glimpse, greatly surprising Zephyrus and the others. Maggie was the first to recover, exclaiming with delight, oh my! Anna, you're a genius! This magical reaction must have reached the mid-stage of the supreme realm. Cabal nodded yes. Although I'm also at the mid-stage of the supreme realm, in terms of magical fluctuations alone, I'm far inferior. Zephyrus's face lit up with surprise, and he was about to speak when Becky spoke first, pointing at Anne and questioning, who exactly are you? Having cultivated to this level, you must have a master. Which divine servant sent you here? And what are your intentions in approaching Lord Zephyrus? Becky's barrage of questions startled everyone, but Cabal stroked his chin and said, Becky's not wrong. If one were to cultivate on their own, it would be very difficult to reach this level. Not just difficult, it's simply impossible. Becky said, although I'm not Lord Zephyros's disciple, I still absorb some knowledge from him, which is how I reached my current level. But this Anna is clearly less than half my age, yet she's already at the mid-stage of the Supreme Origin realm. This is utterly illogical. Zephyros frowned, clearly swayed by Becky's words. And he shrugged and said, I'm sorry, I really didn't come from any other divine servants. I don't know how to explain it, but you can rest assured, I have no ill intentions. Humph. Becky snorted coldly, then you're even more suspicious. Since you can't explain it, it means you're deliberately hiding something. Lord Zephyros, this kind of person absolutely cannot be allowed to live. Zephyros looked at Annie and asked in a deep voice, your strength is indeed astonishing. When I was your age, I was probably only at the transformation realm. Someone with such a rapid growth rate is either a direct descendant of some divine mountain or the offspring of a divine servant. Who exactly are you? Seeing that Zephyros was also beginning to doubt her, Annie sighed, Lord Zephyros, thank you for bringing me into the temple from the outside, but I truly cannot explain my strength. Please forgive me. If my presence makes you feel threatened, I am willing to leave voluntarily. But before I leave, I want to ask a question. Zephyros raised an eyebrow. Oh? What question? And took a deep breath and slowly said, more than 100 years ago, was there a woman named Alice who came from the prime material plane? Zephyrus's eyes narrowed, as if he had discovered something in the question, but he quickly calmed down, pondered for a moment, and said, the prime material plane is extremely large, larger than you can imagine. If ordinary people come to the prime material plane, it won't cause any disturbance, so I cannot answer your question. A hint of disappointment appeared on Anne's face, but she quickly smiled and said, never mind, I didn't have any hope anyway. Thank you anyway. If there's nothing else, I take my leave. With that, and turned to walk out of the temple. Just then, Barbados, who had been dozing off, suddenly said, a woman claiming to be from another world appeared in Starfall City before, but no one believed her. I wonder if she's still there. Annie immediately turned around, her face full of surprise, and asked, have you seen her? What does she look like? Barbados shook his head. I haven't seen her. I heard about her from someone when I was buying ingredients in Starfall City. But according to the description, she's quite pretty, with blonde hair, but not very strong. Annie's heart skipped a beat. In her memory, Alice was the most beautiful woman in the entire Gore territory, with countless men falling at her feet. But she always seemed to ignore everyone else, as if there was always a shadow over her heart, making her appear somewhat cold and indifferent to everyone. But Alice often secretly helped Annie when Margot and Carter bullied her, though she never admitted it. Annie always felt that Alice was as unapproachable as Orin, yet she also felt a strange sense of closeness to her. More importantly, Alice also had blonde hair, exactly as Barbados had described. Where is Starfall City? Barbados was about to speak when Becky interrupted. Why should I tell you? Why don't you go find out for yourself? Maggie said, Starfall City is not far outside the sacred mountain. You find out after you go down the mountain. Annie bowed to everyone. Thank you everyone, I'm leaving now, I'll see you later. With that, she cast a wind elemental spell, and vanished in a flash. Becky clapped her hands and said, finally, we sent this mysterious fellow away. Barker laughed. Rather than saying she sent him away, it's more like she left on her own. Then he looked at Zephyrus and asked, Lord Zephyrus, what do you think Anna's background is? Zephyrus frowned slightly, and shook his head, saying, I don't know, but there's no need to worry too much. Anyway, she's gone, so her background isn't that important, is it? Barker hesitated, but ultimately remained silent. Zephyrus's gaze fell in the direction and had left, a strange meaning in his eyes. After leaving the temple, and flew directly down the mountain. Zephyrus's temple was located on the edge of the sacred mountain, so the journey down wasn't far. Even so, and still spent a whole day there, and had no choice but to spend the night in a tree hollow along the way. The next day, Annie finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. The scene at the foot of the mountain was very different from that at the top. It was like the human world of the main plain. A huge city could be seen in the distance. The roads outside the city were full of people coming and going. There were not only humans, but also elves, orcs, half-orcs, and even demons. There seemed to be no barriers between these races. They could live together harmoniously. Annie shook her head and chuckled. The various races in the prime material plane are constantly fighting each other, But I didn't expect there to be no racial barriers in the Divine Plane. It's quite surprising. But is this Starfall City? To clear up her doubts, Annie hurried forward. At her pace, she quickly reached the main road. She stopped a passing merchant and politely asked, "Hello, this is my first time here. Could you tell me what city this is?" The merchant looked travel-worn, having endured a long journey. He wasn't surprised by Annie's question. After all, the Divine Plane was vast, with countless towns, and many outsiders were unfamiliar with the place. "Oh, this is the largest commercial city nearby, Starfall City." Annie was immediately delighted. "This is Starfall City? That's wonderful." She excitedly ran towards the city gate, and soon arrived. A long queue stretched out, filled with people wanting to enter the town. Annie dutifully joined one of the lines. The line moved slowly, not too fast, but not slow either, and those at the back were gradually becoming impatient. Just then, a burly orc walked up from behind and stood directly in front of Annie. Annie was slightly taken aback, then reached out and poked the orc in the back. The orc immediately turned around, his face contorted with malice. "What?" Annie's lips twitched. "Are you trying to cut in line?" The orc sneered, completely disregarding Annie. "So what if I am?" Annie coughed lightly. "Cutting in line is a very bad habit. Look at everyone else, queuing in an orderly fashion. Why are you the only one cutting in line? I advise you to just stand in line honestly. There's plenty of time, why rush?" The orc paused, then cracked his knuckles, making a creaking sound. "Little girl, I think you're tired of living. Do you know who I am?" Annie looked innocent. We think this is the first time we met?" The orc snorted. "I advise you to mind your own business. Look at the people behind you." Annie turned around and saw that the people behind her were all looking around furtively, not daring to look directly at her and the orc. Clearly, these people knew that this orc was not someone to be trifled with, so they dared not speak up for Annie. Annie sighed. It seemed there were always bullies everywhere. "My uncle once told me that power is for protecting others, not for harming them, much less for oppressing them." The orc frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Annie abruptly turned to look at him, her eyes sharp and fierce, making the orc's heart skip a beat. He quickly recovered, thinking, how much power can a little girl have? I can't let her intimidate me. However, Annie's next words completely stunned him. "I give you 3 seconds to go back and line up obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite." The orc took a moment to react, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Impolite? How do you want to be impolite? Ha ha ha." Annie ignored his taunts, calmly saying 1. The orc's laughter faltered, his eyes flashing with malice. "You brat, don't push your luck. If you keep arguing with me, I have to get rough with you." Annie's gaze remained firm and unwavering. 2. The orc's facial muscles twitched, and he involuntarily swallowed. He felt a chill run down his spine under Annie's gaze, but he glanced around. The crowd had already gathered, watching what was happening. The orc gritted his teeth. He absolutely couldn't back down here. If he were truly intimidated by this little girl, how could he maintain his reputation in Starfall City? Thinking this, the orc no longer hesitated. He reached out his right hand and grabbed at Annie's neck. He was going to teach this arrogant little brat a lesson. The onlookers gasped in shock. They could almost foresee Annie's fate. They all recognized the orc. He was a notorious thug in the area, possessing strength at the Supreme Origin realm. He was notorious for his domineering ways, and most people dared not provoke him. The crowd could only sigh, unable to bear seeing such a beautiful young girl harmed, and turn their heads away. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. The orc's outstretched hand seemed to encounter an invisible wall, abruptly stopping less than 10 centimeters from Annie. Annie, her face still pale, stared intently at him and said 3. "What?" The orc's eyes narrowed, suddenly sensing a dangerous aura, but it was too late to react. He felt himself suddenly lifted by a tremendous force, and then violently thrown backward. Aya! Bang! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the orc fell flat on his face, kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. The orc scrambled to his feet, rubbing himself haphazardly, finding no injuries. Annie didn't want to hurt him, so she had held back some of her strength, only intending to teach him a lesson. "You?" A look of horror flashed in the orc's eyes. "Who are you?" "Just a traveler," Annie replied. The orc swallowed hard. From their brief encounter, he had sensed an irresistible force, far exceeding his ability to resist. Although he was just a hoodlum, he still had some self-awareness, and knew who he shouldn't mess with. For example, This seemingly frail woman in front of him was definitely someone he shouldn't mess with. Helpless, he could only sheepishly wander to the back and obediently join the queue. Annie smiled slightly. To her, it was just a small, casual thing to do. However, to the others, it was a strange occurrence. The once arrogant and domineering orc had been suddenly thrown out for some unknown reason, and now he was as docile as a kitten. This was highly unusual. Because the others' cultivation levels were too low, they had no idea how Annie had done it. Some didn't even believe that Annie had intervened. It must have been another expert working behind the scenes. Chapter 632. The group moved forward slowly, soon reaching Annie. However, she encountered another problem. Faced with the guard's outstretched right hand, Annie could only stare blankly. What are star coins? The guard rolled his eyes. You don't even know what star coins are? What are you doing in Starfall City? Annie scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. This is my first time here too. I don't quite understand some of the rules. A human behind Annie explained, star coins are the currency circulating in Starfall City. The main raw material is from the 4 Starsea mines outside Starfall City. These ores contain a substance that contains the power of stars, and the coins made from them emit a star-like light. Look, like this. He then pulled out a silver coin that shimmered faintly. Is this star coins? Annie was somewhat surprised. These things didn't exist in the prime material plane at all. She was new here. How could she possibly have star coins? How can I get star coins? The human said, it's simple. You can get star coins in any way. For example, selling goods in Starfall City, participating in the City Lord's mining missions, etc., will all earn you star coins. Annie thought for a moment. She wasn't good at business. Angela was far more talented. Similarly, she was even less adept at mining. Back in the crystal mines, she had simply robbed Cliff. More importantly, obtaining star coins through these means would take a very long time, and Annie didn't want to waste her time on that. Just as Annie was at a loss, a massive figure appeared before her, and a deep voice said to the guards, I paid her entrance fee. Annie paused, looking up to see it was the orc she just clashed with. You? The orc pulled out 2 star coins, and handed them to the guard, then turned to Annie and said, Now can I cut in line? Annie's lips twitched. So he did this just to cut in line? Thank you, I pay you back, but you should still go in queue. The orc was speechless for a moment, but immediately went to join the queue. Annie successfully entered Starfall City, but she wasn't in a hurry to explore. After all, she was unfamiliar with the area, and even if she wanted to explore, she wouldn't know where to start. It would be best to have someone familiar with the place to guide her. Soon, the person she was waiting for arrived. Hey, you're so slow. Annie waved to the orc. The orc paused, clearly not expecting Annie to be waiting for him there. Were you waiting for me? Annie shrugged. Who else would I be waiting for? Thanks for earlier. What's your name? The orc replied, My name is Hollow. I'm a mercenary. I think this is your first time in Starfall City, right? Where are you from? Annie thought for a moment and said, My name is Anna. I'm from Wind God Mountain. Hollow's heart skipped a beat. So it's Wind God Mountain. Are you a disciple of the Divine Servant? Annie gave a wry smile. No, I have no relation to the Divine Servant. By the way, you said you're a mercenary. What do mercenaries do? You don't even know what a mercenary is? Hollow looked suspicious, but still answered, It's a relatively free profession. People pay us, we do the work, it's that simple. Annie nodded slightly. This was somewhat similar to adventurers in the main plane, but it seemed that mercenaries could provide a wider range of services. So do you earn a lot? Hollow immediately replied arrogantly, Of course. I'm quite well known around here. Just ask around. There's no one in Starfall City who doesn't know me. Annie smiled slightly, about to speak, when suddenly a scarred-faced orc walked over and sneered at Hollow. Hollow, what are you bragging about now? With your skills, you wouldn't even rank among the top in the Starfall City Mercenary Association. Hollow frowned. Teach? What are you doing here? Teach sneered, If you can be here, why can't I? This is Starfall City. As the strongest mercenary in the city, I can go wherever I want. Strongest my ass? Hollow retorted, unconvinced. You just killed a peak-level spirit beast. That spirit beast didn't have a long lifespan anyway, you were just lucky. Teach chuckled, Then you try being lucky too. Is it so hard to admit someone is better? Anyway, judging by points, I far surpassed you. You should work harder to increase your points. Ha ha ha. With that, Teach ignored the dark-faced Hollow and swaggered away. Who is he? Annie asked curiously. Hollow gritted his teeth and said, This guy is also a mercenary. His strength was about the same as mine, but during an exploration of ruins, he stole a treasure that originally belonged to me, and then turned around and accused me of injuring his people in the ruins. As a result, I was refused entry to the Starfall City Mercenary Association for a long time. So you two used to be partners? Hollow scoffed. I never partner with someone like that again. Annie shook her head. She didn't care about Hollow and Teach's entanglement. She just wanted to know if there were any clues about Alice here. By the way, there's something else I wanted to ask you. Have you heard of the woman from another world? Hearing Annie's question, Hollow paused slightly. Why are you asking this? Annie shrugged. Nothing, just curious. Hollow frowned. Over 100 years ago, there was indeed someone in Starfall City who claimed to be the woman from another world, but I hadn't come to Starfall City then, so I don't know much about her. Annie's face showed obvious disappointment, but she still smiled. It's alright, I was just asking. But, Hollow suddenly spoke again, there's someone who might know the details. Annie's eyes lit up. Who? Old cripple Daka. Hollow said slowly. This guy has lived for over 300 years. He's an information broker, but the information he provides is reliable. Not only Starfall City, but even mercenaries from outside come to him to buy information. Annie was troubled again. She was penniless and unable to summon Born to retrieve the treasure from the soul-severing blade. But how can you get the information you want from an information broker without money? However, since she had a lead, Annie decided to go and check it out. Could you please show me the way? I want to find this old cripple. Hollow nodded. I also have something to do with him, so we're going the same way. Hollow then led Annie through the streets and alleys, arriving at a lane that looked very old. Every now and then, masked men wearing cloaks emerged from the alley, their expressions hurried, their cloaks drawn low, not wanting anyone to see their faces. These must all be here to buy information from Old Cripple, right? Annie asked softly. Hollow nodded. As long as the money's right, Old Cripple can provide anything. But won't he offend someone? Of course he will, Hollow explained. There was a time when two gangs were fighting each other, and it was because Old Cripple provided some crucial information to one of them that the other gang suffered heavy casualties. So the gang sent assassins to try and kill Old Cripple, but in the end, all the assassins they sent died. Annie clicked her tongue in amazement. It seems this Old Cripple's strength is unfathomable. As they spoke, the two arrived at Old Cripple's door. Hollow stepped forward and knocked on the door. A bearman opened it and looked outside. Who are you? Hollow replied, I am Hollow, and this is Anne. We wish to see Mr. Daka. The bearman scrutinized the two of them carefully, then stepped aside and said, come in. Once inside, and found the courtyard quite unique. While other courtyards typically featured flowers, plants, pavilions, and places for tea and relaxation, this one was filled with crystal balls and mirrors, resembling a maze that made it difficult to find one's way. Finally, they arrived at a dimly lit room. A huge black curtain divided the room in two. As Annie looked around, an aged voice came from behind the curtain. What do you want to know? Hollow stated his purpose first. He wanted to know the opening time and exact location of a ruin, along with its difficulty level. The asking price was 500 star coins, which Hollow readily paid, but it would take a week to obtain this information. Next, it was Annie's turn. Annie took a deep breath and asked her question. I want to know about the daughter of another world. Silence fell over the room. Although Annie couldn't see what was behind the curtain, she sensed that the other party seemed somewhat surprised. After a long pause, the curtain was slowly pulled back, and an elderly dwarf in a wheelchair was pushed out by a beautiful female elf. Annie was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected the old cripple to be a dwarf. I haven't heard that name in a long time. The old cripple began. What do you want from her? Annie smiled slightly and countered. Do I have to tell you why everyone who comes to you for information? The old cripple paused, then chuckled. I was just asking casually. He pulled a broken badge from his pocket. The moment Annie saw the badge, her eyes widened. It was the badge of the Norma Empire's Royal Academy. Exactly the same as the one she'd seen in the spatial rift, it was definitely left behind by Alice. Just as Annie reached for it, the old cripple put the badge away and said, 100,000 star coins. Hearing this, Hollow gasped, so expensive? The old cripple said calmly, I set the price. If you can't afford it, please leave. Hollow retorted angrily, Old cripple, your price is outrageous. It's just a broken badge. Is it really necessary? The old cripple glanced at Hollow. You have a problem with that. Hollow swallowed hard, not daring to speak again, and bit her lower lip tightly. She definitely couldn't afford that much money, but faced with the clue so close at hand, She didn't want to give up. Isn't there any other way? I can't come up with that much money. A sly glint flashed in the old cripple's eyes as he pointed to a sign by the door. It's not entirely impossible. I have a rule here. If you can achieve this, I provide you with 1 piece of intelligence for free. Annie turned to look and saw the sign read, "Those who provide star power can receive intelligence for free." Star power? What's that? Annie scratched her head. She had never heard of such a thing before. Hollow explained, "It's normal you don't know. Star power is extremely precious, and there's only a chance to obtain it in the Starfall Ruins. The Starfall Ruins only open once every 30 years, and each time only a handful of people can bring out star power. In fact, the first 2 times everyone returned empty-handed. It's better to pay 20,000 star coins." Annie shook her head as well. 30 years? I can't wait that long. The old cripple chuckled. It won't be 30 years. The Starfall Ruins will open in 3 days. Do you want to give it a try? Hollow shook his head. But to enter the ruins, we must first obtain a token. We only have 3 days left. Where are we supposed to find a token? The old cripple chuckled. If you can't find it, just rob it. I remember Teach had one. Hollow raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? Of course. The old cripple said, consider this a gift to you. After killing the peak-level spirit beast, Teach not only obtained a massive amount of points, but also 3 Starfall relic tokens. He plans to keep them all for himself. 3? Hollow's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. The old cripple waved his hand, and a phantom appeared in the void, seemingly Teach holding 3 Starfall relic tokens, the tokens themselves remarkably clear. The old cripple continued, nothing to be surprised about. That spirit beast has lived for countless years. It's normal for it to possess such treasures. It's probably easier to rob him than to search for the tokens yourselves. Annie fell into thought. She had met Teach before. He wasn't particularly strong. For Annie, robbing the tokens shouldn't be too difficult. More importantly, acquiring star power from the ruins seemed faster than earning 100,000 star coins. Thinking this, Annie nodded and said, okay, I give it a try. Before that, you must keep that badge safe. The old cripple nodded and said, don't worry, this badge has been with me for over 100 years, it won't be lost. Then, Annie and the old cripple left the old cripple's courtyard. Are you really going to steal the token? Hollow asked. Annie sighed and said, I have no choice. Hollow immediately became excited. Great. Count me in. Annie was speechless. What? You want to go to the Starfall Ruins too? Whether I go to the ruins or not doesn't matter to me. Hollow rubbed his hands and said, anyway, as long as I see Teach get his comeuppance, I'd be happy. Chapter 633. Outside the cave entrance, many people began to chat, and some even approached Annie and Hollow. Are you also going into the ruins? Want to team up with us? The newcomer was a burly werewolf, radiating explosive power, and appearing quite formidable. Annie asked doubtfully, you can team up to enter the ruins? Hollow explained, yes, you can. As long as you enter the ruins together, you be teleported to the same location. With more people, you can help each other, obtain more treasures, and have someone to rely on if you encounter danger. Annie nodded, but she didn't like teaming up with strangers, so she declined the werewolf's offer. The werewolf left cursing, muttering, what a jerk. He get killed in the ruins, you country bumpkin. Hollow said to Annie, I think we really should team up. It's a bit unsafe with just the 2 of us. Just as Annie was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Huh? Anna? You're at the Starfall Ruins too? Annie turned around and was immediately surprised. Butler Cabal? The person was indeed Cabal, Zephyrus's butler. Cabal was now dressed in leather armor, looking completely different from his appearance in the temple. Heh, I didn't expect to meet you here. How about joining our team? Annie looked behind Cabal. There were 3 other unfamiliar faces. Cabal introduced them. They're all very strong, also from the Divine Mountain, disciples of other divine servants. And nodded slightly. If it's Butler Cabal, I'm quite at ease. Let's go together then. Hollow recognized Cabal as well. You must be the butler in Lord Zephyros's temple, right? A pleasure to meet you. Cabal glanced at Hollow and smiled faintly. Hollow, it's been a long time since we dealt with each other. I hope this collaboration will be pleasant. Hollow immediately agreed, while whispering to Anne, you said you had no connection with the divine servant, so why are you so familiar with Zephyros's butler? And smiled wryly. I indeed have no connection with the divine servant, but is it wrong to just know him? Hollow was speechless. Boom! 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 The cave entrance shook violently, emitting a loud noise. The Starfall ruins were finally about to officially open. Everyone watched the entrance of the ruins with tension. Suddenly, specks of starlight appeared at the entrance, gradually converging into a dazzling light curtain, seemingly leading to a mysterious space. The ruins are open. Let's go! Immediately, someone rushed towards the entrance, and the others followed. Cabart, let's go too, said Cabal. With that, everyone released their magic, connecting into one, achieving the desired effect through magical contact. And Hollow walked at the back. After passing through the light barrier, the light suddenly vanished, plunging them into darkness. Hollow, clearly not yet adjusted to the sudden darkness, stumbled and bumped into Annie's back. Be careful, Annie warned, we're inside the ruins. Hollow rubbed his eyes, finally able to see his surroundings. They were now in a pitch-black underground palace, shrouded in darkness, but the faint starlight allowed them to make out the surrounding furnishings. There were many thick pillars supporting the entire palace, and many mottled marks around it, as if formed by some powerful force sweeping across the land. What is that? Hollow exclaimed in surprise. Kabar frowned and said, it should be some kind of stellar creature. Be careful, these things are extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and you could be in mortal danger. Suddenly, one of their companions leaped into the air and charged in one direction. Huh? Come back! Cabal shouted immediately, but it was too late. The other person pounced like a hungry tiger, rushing towards the ball of light with lightning speed. The ball of light emitted a soft glow, like the brightest star in the night sky, and the silvery liquid suspended within it was like a dazzling pearl in the Milky Way, radiating a powerful and mesmerizing aura. His heart pounded rapidly, as if he could hear his blood surging through his veins. His eyes widened, his greedy gaze fixed on the liquid, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Without hesitation, he extended his right hand, his fingers trembling slightly, seemingly suppressing his inner excitement. Just as his fingers were about to touch the liquid, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly rang out, like lightning tearing through the night sky. With a whoosh, a dazzling light, like a sharp sword, slashed towards him with astonishing speed. He didn't even have time to react before being cleaved in two by the powerful force. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and his internal organs scattered across the ground along with his severed body, creating a gruesome scene. Yet, even in his final moments, his eyes remained fixed on the ball of light, his face filled with a burning desire for the treasure within. Unfortunately, he would never obtain that treasure, for his life had vanished in an instant. Ah! What was that? Hollow gasped, covering his mouth in shock. He hadn't even seen clearly what had killed that person. His. At that moment, a strange sound rang out, and everyone turned in one direction. A giant snake, over 10 meters long, stared at them with eyes as large as copper bells, its killing intent undisguised. It's a star skeleton. Everyone be careful. Cabal immediately drew his long sword, assuming a fighting stance. The creature's swift and deadly killing of a Supreme Realm expert already demonstrated its power. Everyone was on high alert, drawing their weapons. Even if they couldn't win, at least they felt safer, except for Annie. Annie's wand had been destroyed in the battle with Hemid, now she had nothing usable. Cabal noticed Annie's inaction and immediately asked, Anna, although you're strong, you can't let your guard down. These stellar creatures are extremely troublesome. We might be in for a fierce battle. Annie gave a wry smile and said, sorry, I don't have a weapon. Huh? Cabal and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Annie to enter the ruins without a weapon. This was unprecedented, and who knew if anyone would ever do it again. Cabal sighed and asked a mage, do you have a spare wand? The mage nodded and took out a somewhat damaged old wand from his robes. You have to make do with this. Annie took the wand. It was tattered and in terrible condition, requiring careful handling to avoid shattering under the infusion of magic. At that moment, the giant serpent hissed, its massive body beginning to move, gradually approaching the group. Watch out! Cabal shouted, his long sword slicing through 3 streaks of azure wind, the sword energy tearing at the star serpent's scales like a weasel's scythe, only to be deflected by starlight upon contact, scattering a burst of dazzling sparks. The serpent hissed again, its tail sweeping out in a dazzling starlight slash. Everyone felt a chill. This must be the same technique that had instantly killed their companion. Hollow roared, swinging his giant axe to block, the blade colliding with the starlight, unleashing a deafening roar. His feet dug 2 deep furrows in the ground, his hands split open, blood dripping from the axe handle, demonstrating the immense power of the strike. Scatter! The mage on the left shouted, conjuring a spiraling wind pressure at the tip of his staff, unleashing dozens of wind blades, like a swarm of bees towards the giant serpent's eyes. The serpent tilted its head, starlight swirling across its body, deflecting all the wind blades, and forcing the mage on the right to tumble awkwardly. Cabal seized the opportunity to lunge forward, his sword blade wrapped in a tightly compressed vortex of wind, aiming straight for the serpent's vital spot. The moment the sword tip touched the scales, a violent burst of wind element exploded, leaving only a shallow mark on the serpent's body. The giant serpent, in pain, whirled its head back, spewing a stream of light like a galaxy from its mouth. Hollow stomped the ground, his giant axe whipping up a hurricane barrier. The light stream collided with the wind wall, the turbulent energy tearing his leather armor to shreds. The two mages chanted simultaneously, conjuring massive wind chains in the air, attempting to bind the giant serpent. The chains, barely binding the serpent's body, were corroded by the starlight, riddled with holes. Damn it, its stellar power can disintegrate elements. A mage coughed up blood and shouted. Cabal wiped the blood from his mouth, his swordplay suddenly becoming erratic, his figure splitting into three afterimages. The three sword lights attacked the giant serpent's eyes and jaw respectively. The giant serpent's starry eyes suddenly brightened, and a ring of starbursts exploded around its body. The afterimages instantly vanished, and its true form was thrown away by the shockwave. Hollow seized the opportunity to leap up, his giant axe, imbued with the power of a tornado, cleaving down. The axe blade pierced the serpent's neck 3 inches before being stopped by starlight. The giant serpent swung its head, throwing him and the axe high into the air. Two mages used all their magic to cast spells, catching the falling Hollow. Suddenly, one of them staff shattered, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Overdrawing on elemental resonance had caused a backlash from his magical veins. Seeing this, Cabal reversed his sword, cutting his palm, the blood droplet transforming into crimson patterns in the wind. By blood's bond, wind spirits danced wildly. Cabal roared, unleashing a crimson wind elemental domain. His domain actually required his own blood as a catalyst, but it was clearly more powerful than a typical domain. Cabal's sword energy surged dramatically, each strike leaving crimson streaks in the air. For the first time, the giant serpent was forced back, even it had to retreat from these sword energies. However, Cabal's momentum was swift, and its domain power receded after just one strike, indicating a significant drain on its energy. The giant serpent had a moment to catch its breath and lunged at a mage, its jaws wide open, unleashing a slash. The mage was powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as the slash expanded before his eyes. But the next moment, a wind shield appeared before him, blocking the slash with a resounding thud. Huh? Everyone was stunned. At their level, basic magic was useless, but the wind shield they had just used was clearly basic magic. How could it so easily block the powerful star slash? This giant serpent is quite arrogant. Annie gently twirled her wand and slowly stepped forward. Anna, you. Hollow wanted to stop her, but Cabal blocked her way. Annie smiled slightly at them. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. With that, she flicked her wand, and a wind blade slashed diagonally. The giant serpent's eyes narrowed sharply. It felt a fear from the depths of its soul, but it was too late to react. Faced with a wind blade that was merely basic magic, it could only use its hard scales to withstand the attack. Crack! After a crisp sound, several starlight scales peeled off, revealing the surging energy core beneath. Roar! The giant serpent let out a painful hiss, fear beginning to show in its eyes. It wanted to escape, to flee from this human. But Annie wouldn't let it get away so easily. Now! Annie unleashed 2 more wind blades, swirling and tearing through the air. Just as the giant serpent was about to dodge, Annie simultaneously hurled 2 chains of wind, pausing it for only half a second, enough for the wind blades to pierce its core. With a shattering sound like breaking glass, the giant serpent let out a piercing scream, starlight scattering like a torrential rain. When the light faded, only a few crystallized serpent bones remained on the ground. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. That was it? It ended so easily. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wand in Annie's hand finally gave way, shattering into several pieces that fell to the ground. Annie scratched her head a little embarrassedly, and said to the magician, Sorry, I broke your wand, but I paid for it. The magician immediately snapped out of his daze, and quickly waved his hand, saying, No, it's all right, no need to pay. How can that be? Annie smiled slightly. If you hadn't given me a wand, I might have had to fight barehanded. By the way, what should we do now that the giant snake is dead? Cabal swallowed hard. He knew Annie was strong, but he hadn't expected her to be this strong. The 4 of them had struggled to deal with the giant snake, yet Annie had killed it with ease. He glanced at the scattered snake bone crystals on the ground and said, "This stuff is useless. Just leave it here. But the thing in that ball of light should be a treasure." Hollow said, "Anna, you killed the giant snake, so that treasure should be yours too." Just as Annie was about to speak, a mage said, "How can that be? We're a team. If we hadn't risked injury, she wouldn't have had a chance to kill the giant snake. This treasure should be ours too." Hollow frowned. "How can you say that? If it weren't for Anna, we don't know how much we would have suffered. Anna deserves the most credit, so naturally it should all go to her." The mage felt a little guilty, but he pulled another mage aside and said, "Hey, you tell me, shouldn't it be split equally? Besides, you lent her your wand, and she broke it. Even if you don't compensate her, you should at least give her something in return." Chapter 634. Hollow's eyebrows furrowed, about to retort, when Annie said, "What you said makes sense. We're a team, so the spoils should be split equally." The mage was overjoyed. Although he didn't know what was in the ball of light, its presence in the Starfall ruins meant it must be priceless, making the trip worthwhile. He went straight to the ball of light, reaching out to retrieve the flowing liquid. Kabar immediately warned, "Careful." But it was too late. The moment the mage's hand touched the liquid, the ball of light shattered, and the slowly flowing liquid seemed to have found something to cling to, directly enveloping the mage's hand. But before he could rejoice, intense pain shot through his hand. "Aya!" The mage let out a piercing scream, his eyes widening as if enduring extreme agony. Not good. Cabal acted decisively, his figure flashing to the mage's side, severing his arm with a swift stroke. Thud, the arm fell to the ground, blood gushing from the severed end. The mage collapsed to his knees in agony, whimpering softly. Cable scoffed, "I told you, be careful in ruins. I don't know what your teachers taught you." Hollow approached Cable, staring in shock at the still writhing liquid on the ground and the severed arm, corroded to bone, asking in a trembling voice, "What is that?" Cable said, "If I'm not mistaken, that's a rare material unique to the Starfall ruins. Starfall gold." Starfall gold? Hollow clearly hadn't heard of such a thing. Kabar continued, "I learned about it by chance while following Lord Zephyros. The Starfall ruins contain various rare materials, and Starfall gold is one of the most precious. It can decompose various elemental magic, transforming it into the purest primordial power of the world. If used to forge weapons, it will have excellent magical adaptability, allowing for the perfect release of any elemental magic." "That's amazing?" Hollow's eyes lit up. Another mage immediately poured cold water on this, but even so, it's not very useful, is it? Most people only have one type of magic. Even those with multiple types of magic will have one element as their primary and others as secondary. No one would use all elemental magic as their primary magic, would they? Hollow thought about it, and realized that was indeed the case, and his excitement subsided considerably. And he asked, "How do we collect this material? It seems to decompose anything it touches, including the ground." At this moment, the spot where the Starfall gold had been was now sunken, and the arm bone that had been there was completely disintegrated. Kabar said, "I don't know. I never seen this thing before, only heard of it." Annie stroked her chin. Were they just going to watch this treasure remain here? Based on her years of adventure experience, if there was treasure, there must be a way to take it away. She looked around, trying to find a way to take the Starfall gold. Suddenly, she remembered the giant snake she had just killed. That snake was formed from the stellar power of this place. After its core was destroyed, several scattered snake bones remained. Since those snake bones could withstand stellar power, could they also withstand this Starfall gold? Thinking this, Annie immediately stepped forward and picked up the scattered snake bones. After examining them briefly, she discovered that the snake bones were hollow inside, perfect for holding the Starfall gold. Hollow, and the others watched Annie's actions with puzzled expressions. They didn't know what Annie was going to do with those useless snake bones, but when Annie began using them to hold the Starfall gold, their eyes widened. Sure enough, the snake bones weren't broken down by the Starfall gold. Instead, they absorbed all the Starfall gold into their hollow cavities, not a single drop leaking out. "My goodness, I never imagined these snake bones could have such a use," Cabal exclaimed in admiration. Hollow chuckled, "Anna's so clever." "Great, we got a great start." Before long, Annie had collected all the Starfall gold and placed it in her pack. Strangely enough, although the pack looked quite large, it wasn't heavy at all, and even though Annie was petite, she didn't find it strenuous. The others quickly bandaged the one-armed mage's wound, but the mage was deathly pale. It wasn't just a matter of a severed arm. The direct contact with the meteorite gold had broken down some of his magical power, turning it into pure energy that churned wildly within him. and he handed the mage a snake bone containing the meteorite gold, saying, "You should go back now. With this, you won't be leaving empty-handed, right?" There was actually another way to survive in the ruins: activating the relic's token. By injecting one's own magical power into it, the token would connect to the relic's passage, teleporting the holder back to the divine plane. The mage took the snake bone with his only remaining hand, a hint of resentment in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "No. I won't go back. I can continue exploring." Cable frowned. "Are you sure? We won't take care of you just because you only have one hand. If you slow down the whole team, I won't hesitate to kick you out." The mage retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are? Just a watchdog of the Zephyrus family. How dare you speak to me like that?" Cable snorted lightly, not getting angry. "I only brought you in because of your teacher. If you look down on me so much, then leave. I won't force you to stay in the team." The mage was originally an apprentice of another priest, but because he couldn't find anyone to team up with, he chose to team up with Zephyrus's butler. However, he was very reluctant, as Zephyrus didn't have a good reputation among the priests, and no one even wanted to be his apprentice. However, he hesitated to act alone. After all, this was a ruin, where death was commonplace. Coupled with his injuries and significantly weakened state, even survival would be difficult, let alone attempting to seize the treasure. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I stay with the group. It's always better to have more people." Cabal ignored him. "Whatever, let's go," he said, leading the way. The group left the main hall and came to a three-way intersection. All three paths led to a dark tunnel, indistinguishable from the outside. "Which way do we go?" Hollow asked. Cabal pondered for a moment, then turned to Anne. "Anna, what do you think?" Anne's overwhelming strength had made her the de facto leader of the group. Anne surveyed the intersection. Even she couldn't discern anything significant, but based on her deduction, the three paths led to different places, each with varying dangers and hidden treasures. "Forget it, let's just pick one," the one-armed mage said. "We can't see anything here. Let's just go in and see. And even if it's a dead end, we can just come back and choose another path." And nodded. "He's right. Let's take the middle one first. If it's blocked, we find another way." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Cabal led the way, entering the middle passage. Along the way, there were scattered lights above, preventing the passage from falling completely into darkness. To ensure safety, the group refrained from using magic for illumination, as fluctuations in magic could potentially activate mechanisms or reveal their presence to the lurking stellar creatures. After walking for a long time without encountering anything, Hollow grew bored and began to chat. Hollow mainly boasted about his experiences as a mercenary, recounting the battles he had fought, the dangers he had faced, and his astonishing achievements. However, the others showed little interest in his stories. The situation was incredibly dangerous back then. Everyone retreated in fear, but I charged forward, and with one swing of my axe, shoo! Suddenly, Cabal, who was walking at the front, turned and made a shushing gesture. Hollow immediately shut his mouth, tensing up, and whispered, "What's going on?" Cabal pointed ahead and said, "There's light ahead, we should be at the end." Everyone looked ahead and saw a bright light, seemingly an exit. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with joy and anticipation, wondering what treasure they would find this time. Finally, they reached the exit, and a vast open space opened up before them. Above them was a dome that seemed to flow with starlight. In the center of the open space stood a gigantic tree, but this tree had no leaves, only a jet-black trunk. This tree was incredibly tall, its canopy reaching the dome, at least 100 meters high. "This tree is huge. It must be thousands of years old." Hollow looked up at the towering tree, his face filled with amazement. Cabal frowned. "This tree is no ordinary tree. Look at the starlight in the dome, that's real stellar power. Nourished by this stellar power, this tree's strength is probably greater than ours." Hollow curled his lip. "What's the use of being strong? It's just a tree after all. Looks like we chose the easiest path." "Anna has good judgment, he." The one-armed mage's eyes gleamed with greed as he asked, "Then the treasure here should be on this tree, right? If we cut it down, will we get the treasure?" Cabal stroked his beard and said, "Yes, that should be the case, but let's not rush. Don't forget this is a ruin. Even a tree might be dangerous." This time, the one-armed mage didn't charge forward directly, but quietly stayed at the back, having already learned his lesson. Another mage said, "Then let me try. My attack range is longer. Let me test the waters with a magical attack first." With that, he raised his wand, channeled his magic, and condensed a sharp wind blade, slashing towards the giant tree's branches. However, just as the wind blade struck the trunk, a metallic clang rang out, and the wind blade shattered instantly, leaving the tree trunk completely unharmed. What? Everyone was astonished, not expecting this giant tree to be so tough. Even a strengthened wind blade released by a Supreme Realm expert couldn't harm it in the slightest. Seeing that attacking the giant tree wouldn't pose any danger, the one-armed mage gained confidence. "I go," he said, stepping forward and swinging his remaining hand fiercely. An even more violent wind elemental slash tore through the air, striking the giant tree's trunk hard. With a clang, the slash was once again deflected, but at the same time, the entire giant tree trembled, its countless branches rustling and shaking. The one-armed mage's eyes lit up. Hey, seems to be working. He was extremely excited. This time, if he could just keep attacking and knock down the giant tree, whatever treasure it might contain, he would at least get a share and wouldn't be looked down upon for not contributing. However, just as he was about to cast another spell, a branch on the giant tree suddenly shook rapidly and then lashed out at the one-armed mage with incredible speed. No one had noticed at first, and now it was too late to warn him. Only Annie reacted the fastest. She immediately channeled her magic and cast a wind shield in front of the one-armed mage. However, with a loud crack, the branch struck the wind shield, instantly shattering it, and continued to strike the one-armed mage's waist with unparalleled force. The one-armed mage didn't even have time to scream before he was torn in two, his upper body flying high into the air, spraying out copious amounts of blood and internal organs. Immediately afterward, the other branches of the giant tree wriggled, shooting towards the one-armed mage in midair, tightly wrapping his upper body and pulling him to the treetop. Thump! Thump! A chilling sound came from the treetop, and soon the branches gradually dispersed, a cloud of powder falling to the ground, and the one-armed mage had vanished without a trace. He was eaten? Hollow's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Kabar silently took a step back. "I'm afraid so. You said we chose the easiest path, but that might not be accurate, right?" Annie said gravely, "I don't know if it's the easiest path, but for us, it's probably not." Chapter 635. Everyone drew their weapons. Aside from Annie, she had nothing else to carry. After absorbing the one-armed mage's power, the giant tree seemed awakened, its body expanding further, towering into the clouds. Its trunk was as thick as a city wall, its bark an ancient and weathered color, as if it had endured countless years. The tree's branches, like giant arms, lashed out in the air, each branch brimming with power, like a raging beast displaying its might. These branches howled through the air, creating a powerful gust of wind that instilled fear. Their movements were swift and forceful, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the entire world trembled under the giant tree's power. "What kind of monster is this?" Hollow asked in a trembling voice. Cabal, the most knowledgeable among them, slowly said, "Judging from this, it should be the star tree, but I'm not sure." Annie asked, "What's the origin of this star tree? It looks difficult to deal with." Cabal said, "It's said to be formed from the bloodline of the ancient star god, rooted in the core of a meteorite, absorbing the power of the stars to grow. It can devour surrounding free energy, including magical attacks, converting them into its own nutrients. Most of the attack just now should have been absorbed by it." Hollow frowned. "That's really troublesome. Why don't we retreat and choose another path?" Cabal glanced at him and said, "Why don't you look behind us before saying that?" Hollow looked back and saw that the path they had come from was blocked by layers of tree roots, leaving no gaps. "Damn it, now we can't leave even if we want to," Hollow said bitterly. Cable took a deep breath. "Then we have no choice but to take a gamble. If all else fails, we use the relic to leave." At this moment, the star tree launched its attack, thick branches shooting towards the group, who quickly scattered to avoid it. "Attack!" Cabal's longsword drew a sharp wind blade, slashing at the star tree's trunk. However, the blade struck the dark bark, leaving only a shallow white mark, failing to even break through the bark. "Damn it, this bark is harder than steel." Cabal gritted his teeth and retreated, shouting, "Hollow, try chopping its branches." Hollow roared, gripping his giant axe tightly, leaping into the air. The axe blade, wreathed in raging wind element, slashed fiercely at a sweeping black branch. Bang! The giant axe collided with the branch, sparks flying. The force of the impact made Hollow's hands numb, and he staggered backward. The branch, however, only paused slightly before lashing out like a whip. "Watch out!" The mage chanted quickly, a wind barrier appearing before Hollow. However, the barrier shattered like glass the instant the branch struck. Hollow used his axe to block, but was still heavily whipped away, crashing into the cave wall with a muffled groan. No, our attacks are almost ineffective against it. The mage gritted his teeth, his staff glowing blue again, several wind blades shooting out. However, the branches of the precious tree were as agile as snakes, easily parrying and even deflecting the wind blades back with a backhand swing, forcing the mage to tumble and dodge awkwardly. Cabber's eyes darkened, and he growled, "Change tactics. I hold it off, you guys find an opportunity to attack its roots." He flashed forward, the wind element on his sword suddenly compressing into a spiraling sword aura that pierced straight at the trunk of the star tree. The tree's branches swiftly parried, but Cabal suddenly changed his attack, shifting his sword's momentum to slash at one of the thinner branches. Crack! This time, the branch was finally severed, silvery white sap seeping from the break, but in an instant, new black buds sprouted from the cut. What? It can regenerate? Hollow's eyes widened. The mage's face paled. No, our attacks can't keep up with its regeneration speed. Just then, the star tree seemed enraged. The star patterns on its trunk suddenly lit up, and countless branches lashed out like black lightning, filling the cave with a whistling sound. Cabal barely managed to parry, but the branches were too fast. His arm was struck, instantly tearing open. Hollow roared and swung his giant axe, but the sheer number of branches was overwhelming, and soon, several bloody gashes appeared on his body as well. The mage gritted his teeth and unleashed a hurricane, attempting to disperse the branch's attack. However, the precious tree only swayed slightly, then the star patterns on its trunk shone brightly, unleashing an invisible stellar shockwave that directly shattered the hurricane. The mage was struck by the backlash, coughing up blood and staggering backward. Damn it, we're no match for them. Hollow gritted his teeth. Just as the three were almost in despair, a figure suddenly swept in from behind, waving his hands. Azure wind elemental magic surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly blocking several branches of the precious tree. Anna? Cabal exclaimed in surprise. Anna didn't respond. Her gaze was fixed on the starry precious tree. She took a deep breath and waved her hand again, sending a wind blade straight at the trunk. Annie had secretly infused this wind blade with some light power. The light power within the wind blade instantly acted on the tree's trunk, shearing off a piece of bark. The precious tree immediately let out a piercing shriek, its branches twisting wildly, trying to break free from the shackles of the wind elemental magic. However, the star patterns on the star tree flickered again, unleashing a burst of pure stellar power that forcefully dispelled Annie's light power. What? Annie's pupils constricted. From the previous battle, she had noticed that the star tree seemed wary of light power. It could easily penetrate its stellar defenses and affect its core. But the star tree's strength was indeed terrifying, especially its star patterns, which always seemed to unleash tremendous power at crucial moments. The star tree's counterattack arrived instantly, dozens of branches stabbing like spears. Annie quickly erected a reinforced wind shield, but the impact still forced her back several steps. Annie could only use a limited amount of wind elemental magic, mostly basic spells, which she usually used for support in battle. Now, fighting solely with wind elemental magic, without the amplification of a wand, meant Annie could only unleash half her full power. TSK, troublesome fellow. Annie's eyes narrowed, and she changed tactics again. In the previous battle, Cabal and the others focused their attacks on the treasure tree's roots, prompting the tree to launch an even more concentrated attack, seemingly to protect its roots. This suggests that its roots must be its weak point. Annie conjured a new wind blade and shot it towards the treasure tree's roots. The treasure tree's branches were sealed by Annie's wind elemental magic, leaving its roots unprotected and severely damaged. Awooh! The treasure tree emitted a series of eerie sounds, sending chills down everyone's spines. The sounds didn't seem to come from a normal creature, but rather like the scraping of metal, sending shivers down their spines. But quickly, star patterns began to flow across the treasure tree, and the roots that Annie had injured began to heal at a visible speed. Annie frowned. Is its recovery that strong? That attack was practically the strongest Annie could unleash, containing a trace of light power, yet even so, it couldn't fatally damage the precious tree. Cabard and the others struggled to their feet, watching the evenly matched duel with utter shock. Even Anna could only manage a draw. What kind of monster is this tree? Hollow was already considering giving up. Cabard narrowed his eyes and said, Not necessarily, Anna hasn't used her full strength yet. Huh? Hollow was stunned. She hadn't even used her full strength? Cabard then said to the mage beside him, Lend Anna your wand. The mage hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and handed the wand to Annie. Annie gave a wry smile. Uncle Cabal, you overestimate me. Even with the wand, my magic can't fatally damage the star tree. Cabal shook his head. Release your power of light. No need to hide it anymore. Everyone was stunned. Hollow looked at Annie in surprise. You're a light mage? Annie was equally surprised. She had been very well concealed when releasing her power of light. It shouldn't have been so easily discovered. Cabal smiled faintly. Although you concealed it well, don't forget, I'm Lord Zephyrus' steward. Guests from other sacred mountains often visit the temple, including those from the Mountain of Light. The aura you inadvertently revealed just now was the power of light. And hadn't expected Cabal to possess such keen perception, but he wasn't wrong. If someone were observant, they could indeed detect Anne's power of light, but everyone else's attention was focused on the star tree, thus overlooking this. Cabal continued, you don't need to worry. In the divine plane, many possess 2 or even more elemental magic powers. They're simply not accepted by the divine mountain, but that doesn't prevent them from becoming powerful. If you're willing to come to Lord Zephyrus' temple, I can help you conceal this, but right now, I need you to defeat the star tree with all your might. And didn't care about entering the temple, but Zephyrus, as a wind god's attendant, had access to a higher level of information and could obtain more valuable data. For example, and had heard from Barbadon that Alice had appeared in Starfall City. If she were to search on her own, the divine plane was so vast, who knew when she would find any clues? Alright, since you already discovered it, there's no need for me to hide it anymore. And decisively took the wand, her eyes sharply fixed on the menacing star tree. Seemingly sensing Annie's gaze, the treasure tree lashed out even more violently, dozens of branches instantly stabbing towards her. And took a deep breath, channeling her wind elemental magic. A flash of azure light appeared beneath her feet, and she vanished in a blur, dodging the treasure tree's attack. Simultaneously, the tip of her wand suddenly glowed with a swirling blue and white light, wind and light elements intertwining in a spiral. She flashed again, disappearing from her spot in a blur, and reappeared in midair, a ball of energy stabilizing her beneath her feet. It's time to end this. With a swipe of her wand, a blazing white blade of light, enveloped in a hurricane, slashed towards the tree trunk. The precious tree's black branches frantically tried to defend, but were instantly shredded upon contact with the blade, spraying silvery sap like rain. The star-like markings on the trunk flickered violently, attempting to repair the damage, but Annie gave it no chance to breathe. It's not over yet. She softly chanted a spell, and dozens of miniature whirlwinds appeared around her, each with a blinding sphere of light at its center. Go! The sphere of light shot out like a meteor. The precious tree's branches swung wildly to block, but Annie flicked her finger, and the sphere's trajectory abruptly changed, bypassing the defensive network and bombarding the trunk from all directions. In the intense light of the explosion, large patches of bark peeled off, and the roots suffered severe damage, revealing the surging stellar core energy within. She can actually combine the agility of wind element and the domineering power of light to this extent? Cabal's eyes widened, his longsword involuntarily drooping. Hollow swallowed hard. Damn it, that ball of light can curve? Wind element can be used like that. The precious tree let out a piercing shriek, its trunk suddenly expanding, unleashing a burst of stellar energy. Annie, however, had anticipated this. She drew a circle with her wand in front of her, instantly creating a spiral barrier of wind element that deflected the shockwave. Simultaneously, she clenched her left hand, and a spear formed purely of light materialized in her palm. Pierce it. The spear shot out, its speed so great it left a sonic boom trail, precisely piercing the exposed stellar core of the tree trunk. The precious tree trembled violently, its branches convulsing like dying snakes, but Annie's attack was not yet over. She clasped her hands together, her wand hovering in the air, blue and white magic converging like a storm. The final symphony of wind and light. A torrent of mixed magical energy, over 10 meters in diameter, poured down, uprooting the precious tree and disintegrating its trunk inch by inch in the energy storm. When the light faded, only a crystalline wooden stalk remained, its surface shimmering with starlight. It's over. Hollow's voice was hoarse. Kabar stared intently at the wooden stalk, whispering, no, she completely purified the rest of the precious tree. Phew. Annie let out a long sigh, slowly descending from the air. Even she was somewhat exhausted from this series of actions. Normally, even if someone possesses 2 types of magic, they would release them one at a time in battle, not combine them. But Annie was different. She had been experimenting with mixing different magical powers, and what she had just done was one such experiment. Unexpectedly, she succeeded, and with excellent results. However, this also had side effects. Although Annie seemed to effortlessly fuse the power of wind and light together, the dangers and difficulties involved were considerable. During the spellcasting, she had to precisely control the flow of the magical power. The slightest mistake would cause the two powers to repel each other, resulting in a magical explosion. If the explosion occurred outside her body, it would be fine. At worst, the spell would fail. But if it exploded inside her body, that would be a serious problem. Chapter 636. Therefore, Annie's control over magic is something that ordinary people simply cannot replicate. A moment's carelessness could result in serious injury or even death. Anna, your skill is simply amazing. Even a chaotic yuan expert would probably be wary. Hollow was excited. It was the first time he had met someone so powerful. And weakly waved her hand. Due to the intense concentration of her mental energy, both her magic and mental energy were severely depleted, and she was currently weak. It's nothing, Uncle Barker. Take a look around, and see if there are any treasures here. At the same time, she returned the wand to the magician. Barker looked around and shook his head. There's probably nothing else here, just that piece of wood. He pointed to the piece of wood in the middle, which shimmered with starlight. Hollow asked, what is this? It must be left behind by the star tree, right? Barker nodded. That's right, this is starwood, the core and most valuable part of the star tree. Starwood has great resilience, and can withstand the fusion of many materials, making it an excellent material for crafting wands. Hollow immediately said, wouldn't that be perfect for Anna? Barker nodded. Yes, I suggest we give this starwood to Anna. Do you all have any objections? Hollow naturally had no objections, and the magician opened his mouth, but ultimately agreed. And smiled and said, thank you everyone. I won't let you work for nothing. I compensate you for the original price of this starwood once we're out. Hollow's hearty laughter echoed through the cave. He slapped his chest, sending dust flying from his leather armor. Ahem, what's this talk of compensation? You're being too polite. His thick eyebrows shot up, his brown eyes gleaming with genuine sincerity. Aren't we friends? Friends are all about loyalty. Annie's lips curled into a sly smile. She deliberately drew out her words, fine. Since you're so loyal, then I won't be giving you your share. Huh? Hollow's smile froze instantly, his rugged face contorted with astonishment. He awkwardly rubbed his calloused hands, stammering, well, although we're friends, even brothers keep accounts clear. His voice trailed off at the end. Kabar couldn't help but turn away, his shoulders trembling. Even the usually serious mage covered his mouth, fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Annie finally couldn't hold back her laughter. She patted Hollow's broad back. Just kidding. You get your share of the spoils, not a penny less. Hollow's dark face flushed red. He scratched his messy hair and muttered, I knew it. Anna's the most loyal. The cheerful laughter echoed in the cave, completely dispelling the tense atmosphere of the earlier battle with the star tree. The group sat together, beginning to heal their injuries. Annie used her healing spells to give everyone some basic treatment, but she wasn't skilled at healing, and most of the injuries required them to treat themselves. Uncle Cabal, which way do we go next? Annie asked. Cabal wiped his long sword, pondering, the star tree has been destroyed, but the path back is still blocked. This means it wasn't the star tree's doing, but rather a mechanism within the ruins. We have no other way to return. I just observed the place where the star tree was rooted, and as expected, there's an entrance leading underground. We have no choice but to continue. After a day of rest, everyone had recovered considerably, especially Annie, whose mental and magical energy had been replenished after a day of meditation. Now, Annie was the absolute fighting force of the team. Without her, they would likely have been stopped at the star tree. Uncle Cabal, are you all right? Annie asked with some concern. Cabal had been the most seriously injured in the previous battle. After all, he wasn't as resilient as Hollow, nor could he stay in the rear like that mage. Cabal shook his head. Don't worry, this injury is nothing. When I was on missions with Lord Zephyros, I had far more serious injuries. And asked curiously, you be on missions with Lord Zephyros? What kind of missions does he have? Cabal chuckled. Just invasions from powerful beings in the netherworld, or enemies from beyond the realm. Normally, the divine servants lead their disciples into battle, but Lord Zephyros doesn't have any disciples, so he has to take us with him. What are enemies from beyond the realm? This term once again touched on Annie's blind spot. You don't even know this? Hollow exclaimed in surprise. This should be common knowledge, right? Strange creatures often attack from beyond the realm. They are powerful and frequently invade, slaughtering towns and causing significant damage. Therefore, The major divine mountains unite to send people to patrol the edges of space, responding promptly to any enemy activity to prevent them from entering the divine plane. Annie continued, "Where did they come from?" Everyone shook their heads. Cabal replied, "No one knows their origins, and they're impossible to communicate with. Even if we captured them alive for interrogation, it would be a waste of time and pointless." How peculiar. Since arriving in the divine plane, Annie had learned many things she had never heard of before, and these extraterrestrial enemies were one of them. The group followed the enormous passage downwards, passing through layers of barriers, finally arriving in a new space. However, just as they landed, they discovered that there were already people there. Huh? Hollow? Hollow was also taken aback. Teach? What are you doing here? Teach sneered, a fierce glint in his eyes. Dragging his giant axe, he walked towards the group. What a small world. You and this little girl swindled 2 tokens from me, and now no one here can protect you. The fact that you're here means you already gained something, right? Quickly hand over the treasures, and I might spare your lives. Teach wasn't alone. He had 4 companions, 3 of whom were powerful disciples of the Divine Mountain. Everyone, let's rob them and split the treasures equally, how about it? The others naturally had no objections. In the ruins, anyone not a companion was an enemy. If you didn't rob the enemy, what would you rob? Seeing their aggressive demeanor, Hollow and the others remained calm. Hey, I advise you to think this through. It's only been a few days. Even if you rob us, you won't get many treasures. But there are other treasures in the ruins. Do you really want to fight us to the death here? Fight to the death? What a joke. A young man with blue hair and green eyes sneered. You overestimate yourselves. A bunch of rabble. Do you really think you can be my match? Cabal recognized him at a glance. You're a disciple of Kimmer? The young man raised an eyebrow. Oh, you look familiar too. Are you also from Mount Wind God? Cabal said, we are also from Mount Wind God. In that case, why fight among ourselves? The young man raised his long sword and, without a word, unleashed a wind blade. The wind blade sliced through the air, striking towards Cabal at incredible speed. Cabal shouted sharply, raising his sword to parry. With a clang, the wind blade struck the long sword, forcing Cabal back several steps before he regained his footing. High-level Supreme Origin? Cabal gasped. A powerhouse of this level was indeed beyond his capabilities. The young man arrogantly declared, see the difference between us? I give you 2 choices, either hand over the treasure obediently, or don't blame me for being impolite. However, the crowd remained unmoved by the young man's threat, watching his performance as if it were a joke. Failed to achieve the desired effect, the young man grew angry, his eyes blazing with fury. It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Then I show you my power more directly. The young man took a deep breath, his long sword twirling in his hand, instantly levitating in the air, condensing into a powerful magical force. Hero instinctively took a step back, and the mage gripped his wand tightly, ready to unleash a defensive spell at any moment. At this moment, Annie took a step forward, a gesture that relieved Hollow and the others. As long as Annie was willing to help, there shouldn't be any major problems. The young men had actually figured it out. Of the 4 of them, the orc was definitely a mercenary, the human elder and the mage were likely subordinates of the Wind God Mountain servants, but definitely not very strong or high-ranking, otherwise, he would definitely remember them. The other woman was even more inconspicuous, she looked harmless, and didn't seem like a powerful mage. At this moment, seeing the woman approach, he sneered, I advise you not to do this, lest you scratch your pretty face. Annie smiled calmly, it's alright, attack with all your might, let me see just how much you're worth, daring to spout such nonsense in front of me. The young man was taken aback, not expecting anyone more arrogant than him. However, after careful consideration, he realized he hadn't seen such a person in the Fengshan Mountain area. But what if she came from another divine mountain or a powerful force? The young man stared intently at Annie, trying to discern her background, but Annie remained unfazed. Her composure and calmness finally made the young man somewhat insecure. Who? The young man dissipated his magic and said coldly, fine. To avoid you accusing me of bullying the weak, I let you go today. What? Teach screamed immediately, Frano, what are you thinking? With your strength, you could easily kill them. Flano turned and glared at him, are you teaching me how to do things? Looking at Flano's icy eyes, Teach swallowed hard, swallowing back the words he was about to say. Annie breathed a sigh of relief that there would be no conflict. After all, this was a ruin, and she didn't want the 2 sides to fight and give the stellar creatures here an advantage. Let's go, let's ignore them, Cabal said. Hollow scratched his head and asked, But there's only one path here. Are we supposed to go the same way as them? Upon hearing this, everyone on both sides stared at each other. Teach was the first to shout, "Why should you go the same way as us? Besides, all the treasures behind are ours. Don't even think about it." Hollow retorted, "What nonsense! This is a ruin. The treasures and ruins belong to the capable. Why can't we go? Let's compete fairly." Teach was about to speak when Flano stopped him. Flano smirked and said, "Whatever, I'd be merciful and take you along. But you have to go first." Teach immediately understood Flano's idea and chuckled, "Hee, that's right. If you want to explore with us, you have to go first." Hollow also realized this. Wasn't this equivalent to scouting ahead for them? He immediately turned angry, rolled up his sleeves, and was about to argue with them. However, Annie spoke first. "All right. In that case, let's go first." "Anna?" Hollow exclaimed. "They're up to no good." Annie waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. If we go first, then we should get the treasure first, right?" Hollow, hearing this, remembered Annie's terrifying strength and chuckled. "That's true." Then, led by Annie, the group slowly began to walk forward. The passageway seemed to be formed from a cascade of stars, its walls entirely constructed of translucent starlight crystals, within which flowed a liquid, silvery blue aura. With each step, ripples of starlight spread across the crystalline floor, scattering tiny specks of light around everyone's feet. Annie reached out and touched the wall. A cool sensation spread through her fingertips, and starlight immediately gathered within the crystals like swimming fish, sketching fleeting constellation patterns around her palm. Above, stalactite-like clusters of starlight crystals hung from the dome, occasionally dripping a few drops of concentrated star energy, drawing long, thin arcs of light in the air. Hollow's giant axe accidentally grazed the wall, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds, causing the entire passageway to alternate between light and shadow, as if breathing. Kabar discovered that some crystals contained blurred images. Perhaps the remnants of explorers from 1,000 years ago, frozen in a running or sword-wielding posture, forever frozen in this starlight corridor. The deeper they went, the more active the flowing light within the crystals became, sometimes suddenly coalescing into a blurry star map before vanishing in an instant. Tiny stardust floated in the air, swirling with each step, leaving brief trails of light behind them. The end of the passage disappeared into the swirling stardust, but a force, like a heartbeat, guided their direction. "Can you feel it?" Hollow asked. And Cabal both nodded. "Looks like we're not far from our next target." Chapter 637. Ring ring. Ring ring. Suddenly, a melodious sound reached everyone's ears, and they all stopped and looked towards the star mist ahead. "What's that sound?" Hollow's expression gradually relaxed. "It sounds very relaxing." Cabal said, "That should be the sound of stellar energy colliding in the galaxy. It can affect the mind, making people lower their guard. Everyone be careful, we should be almost there." "Stellar energy is indeed amazing," Andy exclaimed. "I never seen an energy that can directly affect mental energy." Cabal explained, "It is said that stellar energy originates from the Creator God, and has a very high similarity to the Creator God's primordial power. Therefore, it can affect any elemental energy, including some special powers." Annie immediately understood. No wonder old cripple Daka wanted stellar energy. It seemed that stellar energy could enhance his precognitive magic, which was indeed very important to him. As they drew closer, the sound grew louder, and then they entered the star mist together. Once they passed through, the view opened up before them, as if they had entered a completely different space. They stood still, and beneath their feet stretched an endless galaxy. Brilliant starlight flowed through the void, spreading like a liquid galaxy, each step feeling like walking on a shimmering lake, creating tiny ripples of light that sparkled like stars on their toes. In the distance, nebulae drifted like veils, their pink, purple, and indigo halos shifting and changing, sometimes coalescing into vortices, sometimes unfurling into ribbons. Looking up, the sky wasn't pitch black, but a deep, dark blue, with countless stars twinkling and shimmering, so close they seemed within reach. Some stars drifted slowly, trailing long, luminous tails, while others suddenly burst into dazzling light, only to vanish again in an instant. In this space, the concepts of up, down, left, and right seemed to disappear, only the eternal starlight flowed in all directions. Finally, tiny particles of light floated in the air, entering the lungs with each breath, bringing a cool, energetic sensation. When Hollow tried to toss a star coin into the void, it floated in midair, its surface quickly coated with starlight, transforming into new specks of light that merged into the galaxy. Occasionally, an ethereal hum echoed from afar, like stars whispering to each other, reverberating in the boundless universe. My God, where is this? Hollow exclaimed, speechless with astonishment. I heard before that there were special spaces in ruins, but this is incredible. Cabal was equally bewildered, clearly not expecting this to happen. Just as everyone was stunned, the mage at the back suddenly shouted, "Look! What's that?" Everyone immediately looked in the direction he was pointing, and saw a cluster of starlight floating in the void, its power so immense that even from a distance, it sent shivers down their spines. It's the power of stars. Cabal felt his throat go dry. Reaching the Starfall ruins didn't guarantee encountering the power of stars, and even if they did, they weren't guaranteed to be able to take it out. Many had found the power of stars within the Starfall ruins, but could only use it within the ruins to enhance their strength. This kind of starlight, surrounded by a cluster of light, was the kind that could be taken out. Annie's eyes lit up. If she could obtain the star power, she could exchange it for clues about Alice from Dhaka. More importantly, there seemed to be no danger here. The surroundings were completely empty, with nowhere for any starbound creature to hide. This meant that anyone could obtain the star power directly and without hindrance. However, just then, a scream suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention back. What happened? Hollow looked at the mage behind him in shock. The mage's body stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply. He slowly lowered his head, watching the bloodied sword tip pierce through his chest, warm blood still dripping from the gleaming blade. His lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something, but he only coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto his robes. How could this be? His voice was barely a whisper, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The fear of death washed over him like a tidal wave. He could clearly feel his life force rapidly draining away with his blood, and his legs began to weaken. Damn it! Cabal reacted first, immediately drawing his sword and charging behind the mage. By then, Flano had already pulled his long sword from the mage's chest, retreating several steps while unleashing several wind blades, forcing back the attacking Cabal. Damn it, what are you doing? Hollow roared angrily, rushing towards the mage and catching his limp body. Freno, he's also a disciple of the wind god's servant. Aren't you going too far? Cabal's face was frosty, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. Flano flicked his long sword, shaking off the blood. Humph, just a nobody. So what if he's dead? What can his teacher do to me? I'm Lord Kimmer's prize student. Kabar said in a deep voice, I will report this to Lord Zephyros. Then you be in for a world of hurt. Want to punish me? Flano's eyes narrowed slightly. If that's the case, then none of you will leave. Stay here and die with him. Actually, Flano didn't intend to make a move, but after seeing the orb of star power, he changed his mind. Star power was something everyone coveted, something they were willing to risk their lives for. Undoubtedly, the other side wouldn't hand it over so easily. Since conflict was inevitable, it was better to strike first, eliminating the enemy's forces one by one, thus increasing his own chances of victory. Seeing Flano make his move, Teach and the others grinned maliciously, rubbing their hands together and surrounding Annie and the others. Cabal frowned, looking at him with some worry, and asked, Anna, will it be all right? And chuckled, don't worry, they messed with the wrong people. Hearing Anne's words, Cabal and Hollow breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts finally at ease. After all, the other side outnumbered them. In Cabal's view, even if Anne was strong, one fist couldn't fight four hands, and with Flano, a high-level Supreme Realm expert, on the other side, the gap in strength between the two sides was further widened. But since Anne was so calm, it meant that in her opinion, Flano shouldn't be a problem, and even all of them combined wouldn't be a problem. Leave the woman to me. You guys kill the old man and the orc, okay? Flano said to the others. Teach then said, hee, boss, can we capture that woman alive? She tricked me out of 2 tokens before. I can't let her die so easily. I'm going to torture her and teach her a lesson for messing with me. Flano frowned. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Teach rubbed his hands together and said, Boss Flano, I know you won't share the star power with me, but I came here with you, so I'm a teammate. I can't leave without any benefits, right? This is just my request. It's not unreasonable, is it? Flano was taken aback, gave Teach a deep look, and a smile appeared on his lips. You do have some self-awareness. All right. In that case, I agree. Teach immediately beamed, his narrow eyes scanning Annie up and down, as if she was already his. However, Flano was unaware that agreeing to this condition would bring him unimaginable disaster. Teach and the others attacked Hollow and Cabal first. Hollow's strength was similar to Teach's, but being attacked by both of them simultaneously, he was immediately at a disadvantage. Cabal, on the other hand, was very strong and seemed relatively composed under the combined attack of the other three. Fredo smiled at Annie and said, "So? Want to surrender? I can release those too." Annie glanced at the battle and shook her head slightly, saying, "Their vitality is much stronger than you think. I don't need to save them by surrendering." Fredo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're that confident? Tell me, what's your background?" Annie shrugged. "I don't have any special identity. My name is Anna, just an ordinary mage." "An ordinary mage?" Fredo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Since you won't tell me, I force you to." With that, Fredo thrust his longsword straight at Annie's chest, and reacted swiftly. A flash of blue light appeared beneath her feet, and she materialized several afterimages, appearing dozens of meters away. Fredo's eyes flickered. A wind elemental mage? Having received this answer, he felt even more confident. He was originally a disciple of the Wind God Mountain's attendant, and knew a thing or two about all the powerful wind elementals, but in his memory, there had never been a powerful being who looked like Annie, much less one named Anna. In that case, she must be a third-rate mage. All his caution was a waste of effort. "Anna, is it? Fine, I remember you. Now, die by my sword." With that, Fredo unleashed his domain power. Within this domain, his attacks became much more powerful and difficult to dodge. And knew there was no point in continuing to dodge, so she stood still, staring directly at Fredo. A wand appeared in her hand, a relic left behind by her mage companion, which she had grabbed in the chaos. Seeing Annie prepare to confront him head-on, Fredo burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I think you're really tired of living." "Oh no! Actually, you're doing the right thing. This way you die faster and avoid further torment." Fredo swung his sword again, this time transforming it into a blade over 10 meters long, a powerful strike aimed directly at Annie's head. And neither dodged nor evaded, chanting incantations, her wand emitting a faint glow. "No!" Teach cried out, "Promise me you spare her." Hearing this, Fredo slightly reduced the force of his strike, deflecting the blade to the side, intending to strike Annie's shoulder and avoid killing her. However, something unexpected happened. Just as the blade was about to strike Annie, a holy and powerful magical energy erupted from her body, forming a golden shield of light above her head. The shield shimmered with light, exuding an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. With a clang, the sword struck the shield, producing a crisp metallic sound. The massive blade shattered, while the golden shield remained unscathed, perfectly protecting Annie. Annie had acquired some light magic from the Divine Beast Mountain years ago. Although she wasn't particularly skilled in light magic, since fusing with the light godhead, she found her mastery of light power had become much more proficient. "How is this possible?" Fredo's eyes widened. You're from the Light God Mountain?" Annie remained noncommittal. "Whether I'm from the Light God Mountain or not is irrelevant now, isn't it? Have you run out of tricks? Isn't it my turn?" Fredo's pupils contracted, but quickly regained their arrogance. Mere child's play." He flashed, using the speed of the wind element to instantly circle behind Annie, his longsword aimed straight for her heart. "Die!" However, the moment the blade touched Annie's robes, her figure vanished like a bubble. An afterimage? Fredo's heart skipped a beat. The next second, a cold voice came from above. "Accept the judgment of the light." Boom! A beam of blazing white light descended from the sky. Fredo hastily parried with his sword, but was slammed into the ground by the terrifying power of light. He knelt on one knee, his sword trembling, his hand split open, blood dripping from his wrist. How is this possible? He looked up sharply, a hint of horror finally flashing in his eyes, and hovered in the air, surrounded by pure light and a faint blue breeze, her wand tapping lightly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several chains of wind tore through the air, instantly binding Fredo's limbs. He roared and struggled, unleashing a frenzied burst of wind energy, but the chains remained unmoved. "No, this is impossible. You're clearly a wind elemental mage. How could this be?" His voice trembled. And didn't answer, but simply swung her wand again, and the terrifying beam of light struck once more. Swoosh. Fredo's protective wind element shattered like paper, his chest armor cleanly sliced open, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" He screamed and staggered back, his face devoid of arrogance, only filled with fear and disbelief. Who are you?" Annie landed slowly, her wand pointing at his brow, her voice icy. "Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that you must pay the price for your actions." Sizzle! A sharp wind blade swept past, severing Fredo's right arm, blood gushing from the severed wound. "Aya!" Fredo screamed, collapsing to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 638. Teach and the others were stunned by the scene, staring blankly at Annie, who seemed like a war goddess. Kabar and Hollow, on the other hand, instantly felt the pressure disappear and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although they knew Annie would win, with their strength, resisting Teach and the others' attacks would not be easy, and if the battle dragged on too long, they might also be defeated. Flano, kneeling on the ground, slightly raised his head, glaring at Annie with resentment, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Bastard, I don't care who you are, you pay for this." And looked at him indifferently. "You? Forget it. Right now, you shouldn't be thinking about revenge, but how to deal with the questions from the other divine servants. I can spare your life. Cutting off your arm is a lesson, but we will tell Wind God Mountain exactly what happened when you attacked the other divine servants' disciples." Frano's eyes narrowed, a hint of fear appearing in them, but he still refused to admit defeat, saying, "So what? Life and death in the ruins are preordained. He didn't sense the danger. It's not my fault at all. Say those words for the people of Wind God Mountain." Annie said, "Now hand over all your treasures and get out of the ruins." "What?" Flano's eyes widened, and Teach and the others were even more incredulous. They never imagined they would be robbed. "What are you waiting for? Don't force us to fight." Hollow rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight at any moment. Teach and the others had also witnessed Annie's formidable strength and had no intention of resisting. We obtained a treasure before, it's with Flano." And expressionless, extended her right hand to Flano. "Give it to me." Flano gritted his teeth. "Do you really have to go this far? You killed my companion without a word. Why didn't you think of this outcome?" Anne's voice brooked no argument. Flano could only reach into his pack, seemingly groping for something. But the next moment, his magic surged, and countless starlight instantly enveloped him. "Not good," Cabal suddenly exclaimed. "He's trying to escape." But before anyone could react, Flano vanished, leaving only the words, "Anna, you just wait. I make you pay." Hollow clenched his fist, angrily saying, "Damn it, he got away." Cabal shook his head. "I didn't expect him to directly infuse magic into the relic's artifact, thus leaving the ruins. Now none of us can stop him." And frowned, then looked at Teach and the others. Teach and the others shuddered, then stammered, "Sir, we only teamed up with Flano temporarily. We weren't familiar with each other before, and we didn't lift a finger when he attacked that mage. So could you please let us go?" Annie thought for a moment and said, "I can spare you." Teach and the others' faces lit up with joy. However, Annie's next words made their faces fall. "But you must leave behind all your valuables, including star coins." Ultimately, under the supervision of Cabal and Hollow, Teach and the others had no choice but to hand over all their belongings, mostly star coins, along with some materials and scrolls of relatively low value. With no further exploitable value, Annie released Teach and the others, letting them find their own way to treasure. Teach and the others were naturally overjoyed, scrambling away from the starry sky. Having dealt with Flano and the others, Annie's gaze turned to the star power floating in the air. "Uncle Cabal Hollow, I want to discuss something with you." Cabal immediately knew what it was. "You want that star power, right?" Annie smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's very important to me. I'm willing to give you appropriate compensation, and if there are any other treasures later, I can give them all to you, even if I don't want them." Hollow naturally wouldn't object. He had already decided not to compete with Annie for the star power. However, he didn't think Cabal would agree. After all, the value of the star power was immeasurable. However, Cabal readily agreed. "It's all right. The star power is yours." Annie hadn't expected Cabal to agree so readily. She had thought she'd have to put in a lot of effort to persuade him. "Thank you, you can have all this wealth. I don't need it anyway." With that, Annie gave all the wealth she had looted from Teach and the others to Cabal and Hollow. The two didn't refuse. After all, compared to the star power, these things were nothing. Then, Annie gently waved her hand, grasping the star power in her palm. The star power was truly miraculous. The moment it touched her, the halo surrounding it disappeared, and at the same time, the star power transformed into a stream of light, entering Annie's relic, which she could retrieve at any time. Seeing that, and had withdrawn her star power, Hollow asked, "Anna, what's next?" And had obtained the star power, and her purpose in coming to the Starfall ruins was essentially complete. Logically, she didn't need to continue exploring. However, she couldn't leave Hollow in here. That would be too disrespectful. This star river stretches on and on. There must be a path ahead. Let's go a little further. So the three continued along the star river, and observing her surroundings as she went. Previously, With Flano and the others watching her closely, she hadn't had time to appreciate the beauty and grandeur of this star river. But now, finally able to calmly examine it closely, she discovered how breathtaking this star river truly was. The star river seemed to contain endless energy, countless stars twinkling and colliding within it, like a grand cosmic carnival. And gazed at all this, a strange feeling welling up inside her, as if she were no longer an ordinary person, but had become the master of the world, overlooking the mysteries of this universe from a god's perspective. Was I, back then, just like one of these countless stars, insignificant and negligible? Annie pondered to herself. To the gods, everyone in the prime material plane might seem as insignificant as ants, but these seemingly insignificant forces could not be ignored. Like Grimm and Leo, they too would constantly break through their own limitations, striving for divine status and seeking even greater power. Gradually, Annie became completely immersed in the spectacle of this galaxy. The stars no longer seemed merely distant celestial bodies, but transformed into real people. They struggled fiercely in this vast universe. Some fell early like shooting stars, while others grew larger and larger through constant collisions and growth, radiating dazzling light. As the group cautiously moved forward, the galaxy beneath their feet seemed disturbed, suddenly becoming unstable. The once calmly flowing nebula was stirred by an invisible force, beginning to churn violently. The surrounding stars, as if startled, flickered more and more frequently, as if they might fall at any moment. Something's wrong. Cabal abruptly stopped, his expression instantly turning grave, a fine layer of sweat even appearing on his forehead. His gaze was fixed on the distant starry sky, where the heavens suddenly seemed to be kneaded and distorted by a gigantic hand, a dazzling silver-blue storm rapidly forming. It's a stellar storm. Retreat! Cabal's voice pierced the chaos, his roar tinged with despair. However, it was all too late. The raging stellar power swept in like a burst dam. And however, seemed completely oblivious to the impending danger. Her gaze remained fixed on the magnificent starry sky before her, utterly absorbed in the breathtaking spectacle. Kabar and Hollow also noticed Anne's unusual state. They were frantic with worry, but it was too late to pull her back to reality. With the starstorm drawing ever closer, they could only grit their teeth and use all their remaining magic to erect a thin magical shield in front of Anne. However, this shield proved incredibly fragile against the starstorm. In a mere instant, the power of the starstorm easily tore the shield apart, simultaneously engulfing Cabal, Hollow, and in a chaotic vortex of starlight. In her final moments before losing consciousness, Annie saw Cabal and Hollow's figures being torn apart by the storm and disappearing in another direction. When Annie regained consciousness, she found herself suspended in a void of starry sky. There was no up, down, left, or right. Countless stars slowly rotated in the distance, while starlight crystals of varying sizes floated nearby. Most strangely, her body was semi-transparent, as if she had merged with this space. Welcome to the Star Trial Grounds, Challenger. Suddenly, an ethereal voice echoed in the vast emptiness, seemingly emanating from the depths of the universe. The sudden appearance of this voice startled Annie. She looked in astonishment towards the source of the voice, and saw, not far from her, a colossal eye of the stars slowly opening. This eye, like the core of the universe, radiated a mysterious and dazzling light. Ancient star charts flowed within its pupils, charts that seemed to contain endless mysteries and power. Annie's heart pounded. Her eyes widened as she stared at the awe-inspiring eye of the stars, momentarily forgetting to breathe. After a long while, she stammered, Who are you?" The eye of the stars didn't answer immediately, but continued to scrutinize Annie. Finally, it spoke in a deep, solemn voice. "I am the guardian of the Starfall Ruins. This is the core area of the Starfall Ruins. To leave, you must pass 3 trials." "Trials?" Annie was startled, looking around but not seeing Cabal or Hollow. The eye of the stars said, "No need to look anymore. Your companions are here. You discovered the secrets of stellar power in the Milky Way. Only you meet the requirements for the trials, so you were teleported here. But don't be too happy yet. If you fail the trials, you will stay here forever, taking my place as the new guardian." Annie's heart skipped a beat. This wouldn't do. She still needed to find Alice. She couldn't be trapped here. "What will happen to you if I fail the trial and become the new guardian?" The eye of the stars chuckled. "Me? Heh, I simply vanish into nothingness, disappearing from this world forever." "Is that really all right?" Annie asked. "I have no interest in any trial. Why don't you just let me out? You won't have to disappear." The eye of the stars said, "No, since you're already here, even I can't let you out unless you successfully pass the trial and obtain the treasures of the ruins. That way, I'd be one step closer to leaving." Annie understood. If she could successfully complete the trial, it would be a good thing for this guardian as well. However, the Eye of the Stars added, but don't expect me to help you complete the trial. That won't work. If you break the rules, I disappear too, and you only have one choice left, to become the new guardian. Annie gave a wry smile. These rules are really harsh. But I really like to know who made these rules. The Eye of the Stars sighed. You know, once you complete the trial. Alright, can we begin now? Annie nodded. Okay, let's begin. The Eye of the Stars slowly rose, reaching the sky. Several beams of light shot from its eyes, projecting a light screen in front of it, displaying information about the trial. The Eye of the Stars explained, the trial is divided into 3 parts, each of which you must complete independently. This is to test whether you possess the basic qualifications to inherit the will of the Star God. Once you complete the trial, you will receive a reward from the Star God, including a one-time use star power and a treasure. What exactly is it? You find out what treasure it is when the time comes. During the trial, you can use everything you have, including magical items. There are no rules in the trial. You can use any method as long as you can complete it. Once the trial begins, I won't provide you with any information. If you have any questions, it's best to ask me now. Annie thought for a moment and asked, is there a time limit in the trial? The Eye of the Stars nodded. Of course there is a time limit, but the time is different for each trial level. I will remind you before the trial begins. Annie continued, will the trial restrict my magic power? Don't worry, your strength will not only not be restricted, but will actually be stimulated. Remember, I also hope you pass the trial. Annie nodded. Okay, then I'm relieved. I have no other questions. Good. The Eye of the Stars retracted the light screen and slowly said, since you're ready, let's begin the first trial. Chapter 639. The Eye of the Stars' voice seemed to come from the distant starry sky. The first trial is called Star Soul Resonance. Are you ready? Annie was taken aback. Star Soul Resonance? What are the rules? The Eye of the Stars said, after the trial begins, countless fragments of stellar laws will gather around you. As long as you can accept those fragments, you will pass the trial. If you fail, your soul will be continuously torn apart by starlight until your consciousness dissipates. Annie's heart sank. It seemed the price of failing this trial was extremely high. If she failed the first stage, the later stages would likely be even more difficult. Begin if you're ready. The Eye of the Stars didn't wait for Annie's reply and vanished from its spot. Then, the surrounding space shifted again. Annie steadied herself and found herself in a void, with starlight twinkling above her. The next moment, the surrounding stars suddenly accelerated, transforming into countless streams of light that rushed towards Annie. Annie was startled and instinctively tried to dodge, but found herself unable to move. There seemed to be some kind of restraint, fixing her body in a specific position. However, aside from being unable to move, she could still do other things. Facing the oncoming starlight, Annie waved her hand, conjuring a wind shield. However, the moment the starlight touched the shield, it instantly disintegrated into countless smaller energies, which seeped through the shield's gaps and pierced directly into Annie's chest. Ugh! Annie groaned, her pupils contracting sharply. The intense pain made her gasp for breath. This pain was unlike anything she had ever experienced before. It seemed to originate directly from the depths of her soul, a tearing pain that could drive one mad. No! Annie's mind instantly cleared. This trial is Star Soul Resonance. These are fragments of the star laws. If I resist forcefully, these fragments will energize, damaging me. Realizing this, Annie immediately dispelled her wind shield and gritted her teeth to face the rain of starlight head-on. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The starlight entered Annie's body without hesitation. Hiss! Annie gasped. The starlight entering her body also caused pain, but this pain was completely different from before. This pain felt as if the starlight was transforming her body, widening her meridians. Moreover, the spirit division technique activated automatically at this moment. There seemed to be a tacit understanding between the spirit division technique and the starlight. They resonated in unison and gradually began to resonate with Annie's flesh and soul, transforming the pain into a warm flow of energy. Give up resistance, resonate with the stars. Annie silently chanted, further relaxing her mind and body, completely accepting all the starlight directed at her. The spirit division technique was also operating rapidly and rhythmically, transforming the starlight entering her body into a magical power that would reshape Annie's form. Gradually, her body began to shimmer and sync with the starlight, eventually merging completely into the rhythm of the stars. Outside the void, the Eye of the Stars nodded slightly, truly a promising talent. Can the legacy of the star god truly be passed on to her? Time passed second by second. The starlight gradually dimmed, eventually merging entirely into Annie's body. Annie radiated a faint light, floating and sinking in the void. Finally, the starlight completed its transformation of Annie's body, and Annie opened her eyes. Two beams of light shot from her eyes, piercing through the void and bringing her back to the trial grounds. Very good. You understand that the essence of the stars is not confrontation, but coexistence. The eye of the stars appeared before Annie, its voice carrying a hint of appreciation. Annie looked at her body. Outwardly, there was no visible difference, but in reality, her body, after the transformation, had become much more adaptable to magic. Did I pass the first trial? The eye of the stars nodded. Yes, you passed. Next is the second trial. The star map maze. Are you ready? Annie nodded. In fact, the first trial hadn't taken much effort. On the contrary, it had left her feeling refreshed and full of magic, making it perfectly fine to continue the trial. Begin. Let the starlight guide your path. As soon as the eye of the stars finished speaking, countless starlight began to intertwine before Annie, forming a three-dimensional maze. Every passageway was constantly shifting, and obscure stellar runes appeared on the star wall. Find the correct path. You only have one chance. Annie stared at the ever-changing star map. A countdown hourglass appeared in the sky above, and a path slowly emerged before her, seemingly leading forward. Annie was about to step forward when she suddenly stopped. No, since it's a maze, it shouldn't be this easy. If I rush in, I might fall into a trial trap. Annie stroked her chin and shot a beam of magic towards the path ahead. As the magic entered, the path immediately twisted, the walls on either side squeezing and enveloping it until it disappeared completely. It really was a trap. Annie patted her chest. Although she had avoided one trap, the maze was constantly changing, and every path looked almost identical. Annie had absolutely no clue how to get out. What should I do? Annie was at a loss. She couldn't just try each path one by one, could she? Besides, even if she tried, it would be difficult to get out of the maze within the allotted time. Watching the time in the hourglass slowly tick away, Annie couldn't help but feel anxious. If she didn't act now, it might be too late. Annie rubbed her temples. Think quickly, there must be a way. Seeing this, the star eye in the void shook its head. It seems it still won't work. If this is all, she won't be able to get out of this maze. Could it be that she's not the chosen one? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a sliver of starlight drifted before Annie's eyes. Annie was slightly startled, as if a light had suddenly been pierced through her mind. That's it. Starlight. She suddenly remembered the words the star eye had spoken at the beginning. Begin. Let the starlight guide your path. This wasn't just an opening line. Annie's heart stirred. She reached out and gently touched the starlight with her finger, closing her eyes at the same time. At that moment, something miraculous happened. The previously random starlight runes began to gradually unify, twinkling as if in sync with Annie's breathing. Annie took a deep breath, opened her mind, and deeply sensed the rhythm of the stars. The sliver of starlight that had been resting on her fingertip suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. A road paved with starlight stretched out beneath her feet. Annie's eyes remained closed, but her feet moved. Guided by the starlight, she walked forward step by step. Even when she encountered walls formed of star runes, she didn't stop. Each time she approached, the walls would wriggle and make way. The star eye in the void widened its eyes. How is this possible? This level of compatibility is unheard of. Could it be? Before long, Annie finally emerged from the maze and returned to the trial grounds. A keen intuition, this is a trait of those favored by the stars, the star eye said, appearing before Annie. Annie slowly opened her eyes. She felt her spiritual power was different now. She could perceive the rhythm of the stars more clearly, as if it were the magic she released. This is amazing, Annie explained unconsciously. The eye of the stars smiled slightly. The most amazing part is yet to come. Your ability to pass the first two trials demonstrates your considerable talent, but the final trial isn't simply a matter of talent. Annie nodded. She understood that her success in the first two trials was largely due to the Spirit Division chapter. Without its help, she would have been completely unable to succeed on her own. But now, having been strengthened by the first two trials, Annie was confident she could pass the third and obtain the ultimate reward of the trial. The third trial is called the Battle of the Stars. You must overcome yourself and complete your final transformation. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure identical to Annie materialized in the void before her, except that this figure was entirely composed of pure star power. The location of this trial remained unchanged. The eye of the stars watched from a short distance overhead. Annie looked at her reflection, slowly raising her wand. The wand drew a dazzling arc of light, condensing light magic into a blazing white spear, aimed straight at the reflection's throat. However, the reflection merely shifted slightly, the same magic already forming at its fingertips. With a backhand swing, the light spear shattered in midair. Annie's pupils constricted, and she immediately changed her move, her left hand forming a seal, several wind blades suddenly shooting out into the air. But the reflection didn't even look, it lightly touched the ground with its toes, its figure flashing through the gaps in the wind blades, like a phantom, simultaneously swinging its wand. Boom! A burst of light, purer than Annie's, slammed towards her. Annie hastily erected a shield, but the impact of the explosion still forced her back several steps, her arm numb. Annie raised her head, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. This was her first time fighting her own mirror image, and such an opportunity was too good to pass up. She immediately brandished her wand, holding nothing back, unleashing all her most powerful spells in a fierce attack. However, the two exchanged blows, and after a long while, Annie hadn't managed to inflict the slightest damage on the star mirror image, while she herself was utterly exhausted. She gritted her teeth, a storm raging within her. Her opponent had not only anticipated all her movements, but even the magic she cast was more refined than hers. Time is running out. The whisper of the stars echoed in the void like a countdown. Annie glanced around. The starlight was slowly dimming, meaning the trial was nearing its end. Anxiety spread like wildfire, her breathing became rapid, and her wand lit up again. Azure Wind elemental power surged towards the mirror image like a giant python, but her opponent merely raised a hand, and the same azure light surged from her palm. The two forces collided in midair, consuming each other completely. Annie seized the opportunity to lunge forward, her wand aimed straight at the opponent's chest, but Mirror Image's lips curled into a slight smile, and its figure suddenly left a trail of afterimages as it shifted several meters to the side, dodging Annie's attack. Damn it! Annie's heart tightened, a chill running down her spine. She managed to turn slightly, the mirrored wand grazing her shoulder, spraying blood. The excruciating pain clouded her judgment, while the mirrored wand's attacks rained down like a storm. Spear of Light, Judgment of Light, Wind Blade. Each strike precisely hitting her weakest point. Annie's magic continued to drain rapidly, cold sweat beating on her forehead. She tried psychological tactics, suddenly ceasing her attacks and feigning exhaustion, kneeling on the ground. But the mirrored one also stopped, silently watching her, its eyes filled with mockery, as if saying, "Such petty tricks won't work on me." Despair washed over her like a tidal wave. Annie gripped her wand tightly, her knuckles white. Why? Why can't I win? She screamed inwardly. The starlight dimmed, the shadow of trial failure looming over her. In that instant, she suddenly noticed. Beneath the mirrored wand's feet, a peculiar patch of starlight remained. That was the trajectory of flowing starlight? A crazy thought flashed through her mind. Annie abruptly looked up, no longer attacking the mirror image, but instead spreading all her mental energy outward, sensing the pulse of the stars throughout the entire space. A miracle occurred. She saw countless flowing lines of starlight, and the mirror image stood at the most concentrated intersection point. So that's it! A new flame ignited in Annie's eyes. You're nothing but a puppet of starlight! She no longer focused on defeating the mirror image, but instead raised her wand high, using the power gained from the previous two levels to fully draw upon the surrounding starlight. The starlight throughout the entire space converged like rivers flowing into the sea, gathering in her palm, ultimately condensing into an unprecedented Starlight Spear. The mirror image finally showed surprise, trying to figure out a way to break free, but she had never seen such magic before, and even when she tried to dodge, she found herself bound by the power of the stars. Because what Annie was resonating with at this moment was the very source that sustained its existence. It's over. The Starlight Spear pierced through the mirror image's chest. There was no explosion, no scream, only countless starlight scattering like dust. The mirror image looked down at the empty hole in its chest, and surprisingly smiled at Annie, then transformed into a sky full of starlight, merging into her body. In the air, the whisper of the star eye sounded again. Only by surpassing oneself can one master the stars. This voice was filled with joy. It never expected that Annie would be able to comprehend the essence of this trial at the last moment, using a spell she had never cast before, a spell cast precisely through the power of the stars. Annie looked at her hands, murmuring, "Is this the power of the stars?" The star eye appeared before her. "Congratulations, you have completed the star trial. You are the only person in the past 1,000 years to pass the third level of the trial." Chapter 640. Annie asked curiously, Has anyone else come before? He, of course. Some passed the first level, even the second, but no one passed the third. Annie narrowed her eyes. Then, were you the previous trial participant? Starry Eyes said awkwardly, No, actually, even if you don't pass the trial, you won't be trapped here. I only said that to encourage trial participants to give it their all. Annie was speechless. What happens if you don't pass the trial? Starry Eyes said, nothing much. Everything you obtained in the previous levels will be left behind, and then the trial participant will be directly teleported outside the ruins. Annie understood. It seemed that while failing the trial wouldn't trap her here forever, the exploration of the ruins would be over, and all her previous efforts would be wasted. It was better not to participate in the trial at all. Now, accept your reward. Starry Eyes said, a beam of light suddenly shooting from its eyes and entering Annie's body. Annie was startled, but upon closer inspection, she discovered it was pure stellar power, instantly merging into her body like a seed taking root and sprouting. With this, you can cultivate stellar power. I hope that next time I see you, you will truly be the successor of the star god. The Eye of the Star said slowly. The surrounding stars began to converge on Annie, condensing into a star mark on her forehead. At the same time, 3 items appeared in the void, a star core shimmering with a faint light, a scroll with mysterious patterns, and a long sword formed from condensed starlight. Choose your reward. Annie looked at the 3 treasures before her. The longsword was basically out of the question, since Annie didn't know how to wield a sword. As for the other 2 items, what are these 2? The Eye of the Stars explained, this is the Eternal Star Core, containing immense stellar power. It can infinitely replenish your magic power and, in crucial moments, reshape your physical body, giving you a chance to survive when you're on the verge of death. The other is the Star Codex, which records 3 stellar secret techniques, including the Starlight Spear you just used. However, you can't acquire all the techniques at once, you must continuously increase your stellar power to unlock new techniques. Once you successfully unlock 3 techniques, you have the opportunity to glimpse the mysteries of space and time. Hearing the Eye of the Star's explanation, Annie immediately had her answer. While the Eternal Star Core was a good thing, its function was somewhat similar to the magic storage stone. Once, she could recover to her peak condition, and summon born from the netherworld, she could use the magic storage stone at will, making the Eternal Star Core's usefulness very limited. Therefore, Annie chose the Starry Night Tome without hesitation. She reached out and grasped the tome, and the moment her fingers touched the scroll, countless pieces of information flooded her mind. Instantly, she mastered the method of using the Starlight Spear. Previously, during the trial, she was able to wield the Starlight Spear entirely due to the guidance of the surrounding stellar power. Now, truly understanding the magic, she realized its immense power. According to Annie's judgment, if measured by magical ranks, the Starlight Spear was at least in the category of high-level magic, and its penetrating power was even superior to the bone spear that Annie had unleashed at full power. At this moment, the Eye of the Stars put away its other treasures, and slowly floated into the air. Farewell, Trial Seeker. Until we meet again. And wanted to say something more, but a powerful stellar storm swept in again, engulfing her in chaos. When Annie opened her eyes again, she was back in the passageway of the Starfall ruins. Cabal and Hollow were anxiously searching for her. Anna! Hollow was the first to spot her, running excitedly over. Are you all right? We'd been looking for you for ages after we were swept away by the storm. Anne smiled slightly, her eyes gleaming with starlight. I'm fine, Anne. I had an unexpected gain. Cabal keenly noticed the change in Annie's demeanor. What happened to you? Anne didn't explain much, but as she raised her hand, a dazzling starlight flowed in her palm, illuminating the entire passageway. Nothing much. All right, let's continue exploring the ruins. There should be quite a few more good things here. Then, the 3 of them resumed their exploration of the ruins. After nearly half a month of exploration, Annie and her companions had reaped a bountiful harvest. As promised, Annie gave all the treasures they obtained to Cabal and Hollow. Hollow was naturally overjoyed. With Annie around, they were practically invincible in the ruins. Even the strongest stellar creatures were reduced to ashes before her. With a flash of light, the 3 returned to the entrance of the Starfall ruins of the Divine Plane. At the same time, the others were teleported out. All right, Cabal said, this exploration was all thanks to Miss Anna. I will give Lord Zephyros a full report. Annie smiled and said, it's nothing. Lord Zephyros saved me and brought me to the temple. I'm very grateful to him. Uncle Cabal, see you later. Cabal nodded, see you later. With that, Cabal, carrying a bag full of treasures, headed towards Mount Wind God. Annie and Hollow returned to Starfall City. Because the Starfall ruins had just closed, many people who had come out before Annie and Hollow had received many benefits. Now, these people had gathered in Starfall City. Some wanted to sell their belongings, while others wanted to exchange for treasures they desired. In short, Starfall City was now more prosperous than ever, with bustling streets full of people. The City Lord of Starfall City naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. The City Lord's mansion cooperated with the city's largest auction house to hold an auction on the second day after the ruins closed. Everyone who had come out of the ruins was invited to participate. If they wanted to sell something at the auction, they had to register at the auction house in advance, and a 20% handling fee would be charged on the proceeds. Even though the transaction fee was not low, people still flocked to it because the City Lord of Starfall City had an excellent reputation, was powerful, had extensive connections, and maintained close ties with Wind God Mountain. The City Lord promised that Starfall City would guarantee the personal safety of anyone who successfully completed a transaction at the auction house, both within and outside the city. This reassured most people, as everyone feared being robbed on the way, which would be a huge loss. Of course, some people would trade privately or through other shops, especially powerful mercenary groups, who usually ran their own shops in the city, where they could sell the treasures they obtained from the ruins. Seeing the bustling scene on the street, Annie smiled and asked, "Hollow, what are you planning to do with what you have?" Hollow had really made a killing this time, with virtually no investment and effortless profit. His token for entering the Starfall ruins came from Teach, and within the ruins, Annie had basically overwhelmed everything with her superior strength. The treasures were practically handed to him. Hollow, thinking that he would be set for life with these treasures, couldn't stop smiling. Hee, I plan to sell some first, then upgrade my equipment, and keep the rest for when I need them. Annie glanced at the auction advertisement on the notice board and asked, "Are you going to the auction?" Hollow nodded. "Yes. Going to the auction is more cost-effective, and you get protection from the City Lord's mansion. Do you want to come with me?" Annie shook her head. "I pass. I need to go find Old Cripple now. You go to the auction first, and if I have time, I come find you." Hollow said, "Okay, go ahead. Remember to come find me, and I share some of the money with you." The two then parted ways. Annie, following her memory, arrived at Old Cripple's door. The young boy inside had already seen Annie before and recognized her, so he invited her in. Crossing the courtyard, Annie arrived at the Old Cripple's room. The curtains were already drawn, and the Old Cripple was leisurely sitting in a recliner, sipping tea. He glanced at Annie and said casually, "Back already?" Annie smiled slightly, and immediately drew her star power from her robes. As soon as the power of the stars appeared, the soft starlight instantly illuminated the entire room, and powerful, pure energy radiated outwards, forming concentric ripples. The Old Cripple sprang up from his recliner, his eyes gleaming with longing. "You actually succeeded?" And smiled faintly. "You should have known I would succeed, right? After all, you possess precognitive magic, able to foresee events yet to happen." The Old Cripple trembled slightly, beckoned, and the young boy quickly came behind him, picked him up, and placed him in his wheelchair. "I do possess precognitive magic, but I can't know much. Your success in obtaining the power of the stars was truly beyond my expectations." And understood that this situation was similar to that of Emperor Norma back then. The things he could foresee were very limited. However, the Old Cripple was stronger, so he was essentially unaffected by the backlash. "So now can you tell me where the owner of that badge is?" The Old Cripple took out the broken badge from his pocket, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "Her name is Alice. She came to Starfall City over 100 years ago. She called herself a daughter of another world, but because of her low strength, she was never taken seriously. However, she had a strong sense of pride. In order to gain a foothold in Starfall City, she went to serve the City Lord and worked as a military support officer in the City Lord's mansion for a period of time." Annie's breathing became rapid. "What happened to her after that? Where is she now?" The Old Cripple waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will tell you everything you want to know. Alice has a very strong talent. As a wind elemental mage, her growth rate is astonishing. The City Lord quickly discovered her extraordinary nature and took her as his disciple, teaching her all kinds of knowledge. Soon, her strength reached the Feng realm." Hearing this, Annie felt relieved. Although the Divine Plane was teeming with experts, generally speaking, the strongest were concentrated on the Divine Mountain. There were very few powerful individuals at the foot of the mountain. Reaching the Feng realm meant one had at least the ability to protect oneself. However, the Old Cripple's next words sent a chill down her spine. But the good times didn't last. For some unknown reason, Alice clashed with the City Lord, and Alice fled the city lord's mansion overnight. The city lord then ordered a citywide manhunt for Alice, offering a bounty of 100,000 star coins. This amount was enough to drive some people crazy. Mercenary groups of all sizes in the city mobilized, and not only that, some bandits outside the city also began hunting Alice, hoping to exchange her for a hefty reward. Annie's heart leaped into her throat. How could this happen? What exactly happened between them? The old cripple shook his head. I don't know, but in the end, no one ever saw Alice again, and her whereabouts became a mystery. Annie sighed, and handed the star power to the old cripple. The old cripple took the star power, and placed the damaged badge in Annie's palm. Back then, when I was traveling in the city, I encountered a group of young lads, probably from other towns, who wanted to cause me trouble. At that time, Alice was just a little girl at the Liyuan realm, yet she wasn't afraid of danger and wanted to protect me. Of course, in the end, she was no match for those guys, but her kindness and fearlessness left a deep impression on me. This badge was damaged back then, and I kept it all this time. Now I'm giving it to you. And held the badge, feeling a pang of sadness. Her proud sister Alice from back then had become an experimental subject in the Austin Empire, and by chance, she arrived in the God Plane, barely surviving, yet still thinking of helping others. The old cripple continued, if you want to know more, it's best to ask the city lord, but I don't think he necessarily tell you. You have to figure it out yourself. Annie thought for a moment and asked, do you have any suggestions? The old cripple pulled out a slip of paper from behind him. It was an advertisement for the auction house. After this relic event ends, the auction house is the city lord's primary source of income. The city lord will definitely be there on the first day of the auction, and that will give you a chance to get close to him. The auction officially started tomorrow, and Annie had just made an appointment to go to the auction house to find Hollow, but even the city lord will be at the auction. How will Annie approach him? The old cripple continued, the city lord's name is Wilmot. He seems like an upright fellow, you recognize him when you see him. He's incredibly powerful, having reached the low level of the chaotic origin realm. You must be extremely careful. Annie was startled. The city lord is a chaotic origin realm expert? Then why isn't he a divine servant? Not all chaotic origin realm experts can become divine servants, and there's not much difference in status between a low-level divine servant and a city lord. If the city lord reaches a higher realm, he can become a mid-level divine servant, the old cripple explained. Annie took a deep breath. All right, then I go and meet the city lord and see what secrets he's hiding. Chapter 641. Anne chatted with the old cripple for a while longer before leaving. Hero and Cabal had given her some star coins, which she could use to find accommodation. Lodging in Starfall City was very cheap, costing only 1 star coin, the same as the entrance fee, and found a random inn to stay in. The room wasn't big, with only a bed and a table, but it was enough for her, and quickly tidied up her belongings. Actually, she hadn't gained much from this trip to the ruins. Besides Starfall gold and branches from the star tree, she only had some star coins. Cabal and Hollow had divided the other treasures equally. Although the two wanted to give her some, she refused. Compared to the treasures, the power of the stars was far more valuable, and since she had already monopolized the power of the stars, she naturally couldn't ask for any more treasures. If only I could summon Robert, he'd definitely have a way to forge a new wand for me. Annie stared at the flowing gold and branches before her, somewhat at a loss. Her previous wand was destroyed in battle, and she was currently using the wand of the slain wizard, which wasn't particularly comfortable to use. If only she had a suitable wand right now. However, just as she was thinking this, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Annie! Annie! Annie froze, that voice. Brother Born? Born breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I contacted you. What happened to you all this time? I was so worried. Annie's eyes filled with tears. Brother Born, after I came to the God realm, I couldn't use the power of death anymore, and soul communication seems to be sealed off too. Hearing Annie's tearful voice, Born's heart softened. Oh, all right, we reconnected now. You're over 100 years old, yet you act like a little girl. Annie wiped away her tears. Humph. I am a little girl, okay? In truth, among the powerful beings of the God realm, although Annie was over 100 years old, she was indeed still considered young. After all, the average lifespan of powerful beings in the God realm was around 300 to 500 years, and those at the chaotic origin realm possessed virtually endless lifespans. By the way, Born said, summon me over there. I want to see what the divine plane looks like. Annie nodded and tried to cast a necromancy spell, but when she tried to use the power of death, she found she still couldn't mobilize it. What? What's going on? Brother Born, I still can't feel the power of death. Born was also bewildered. How can this be? Then why can you contact me? Isn't it because your power of death is recovered? Just as the two were scratching their heads, Dao Quang's voice appeared. You two little idiots. Born gave a wry smile. Teacher, if you know, just tell me. Dao Quang chuckled. That's simple. And he fused with the Godhead of Light. The power of the Godhead suppressed other magical powers, especially the power of death, which was suppressed the most. So, she can't use necromancy. That's perfectly normal. Born asked, then why can she suddenly contact me again? Dao Quang explained, that's a question for Annie. Have you had some kind of adventure lately? Annie paused, then briefly recounted her experiences in the Starfall ruins. Dao Quang suddenly understood and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you're really lucky. You received the inheritance of the Star God. Star power is a special energy closest to the power of the Creator God. After you fuse with star power, it's equivalent to offsetting part of the suppression of your divine status. Your characteristics as a necromancer have then manifested, and soul communication is the best proof. Annie also understood, so that's how it is. Dao Quang continued, but the suppression of divine status isn't so easily lifted. You can't yet use the power of death. To cast necromancy, it will probably take some time. Annie sighed, alas, what a pity. If I could cast necromancy, I could give the Starfall gold and the branch of the star tree to Robert, so he could forge a one for me. It's not impossible, Dao Quang suddenly said. Annie's eyes lit up, and she asked, Grandpa Dao Quang, do you have a way? Dao Quang chuckled, of course I have a way. I can temporarily open a passage with my power. You can send the items to Robert first. It will probably take him some time to forge the wand, by which time you should have recovered enough. Annie immediately became happy. That's wonderful. She then contacted Robert through soul communication. Robert readily agreed. He had never seen such precious materials before, and was already quite eager. Ultimately, with Dao Quang's help, Annie successfully delivered the Starfall gold and the branch of the star tree to Robert. However, Dao Quang, having exhausted too much energy, fell into a deep sleep again, but this time he should wake up soon. The next day, Annie set out early and arrived at the Starfall City auction house. The owner was said to be a relative of the city lord, and had been operating the auction house for centuries, wielding immense power. The entrance to the auction house was teeming with people. Magnificent magical lamps illuminated the entrance with a golden glow. Richly dressed nobles and wealthy merchants chatted and laughed as they entered, while the guards, with stern faces, scrutinized each person seeking entry. And stood at the end of the line, clad in a black robe, her hood obscuring half her face, revealing only a pair of bright, clear eyes. Slender and delicate, she stood out conspicuously among the group of burly, powerful figures. When it was finally her turn, two guards gave her a once-over, their lips unconsciously curling into a smirk. Halt. One of the guards, a burly man, with a face full of scars and a contemptuous look, reached out to stop her. The auction house isn't open to just anyone. Do you have an invitation? Annie frowned slightly, but calmly took out a token from the Starfall ruins from her bosom and waved it in front of the guard. According to the rules, those who possess a relic token can enter for free, right? The guard stared at the token, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes, but it quickly returned to contempt. He scoffed and reached out to grab it. Who knows if this is real or fake? Let me check. Annie flicked her wrist, and the token instantly disappeared into her sleeve, her eyes turning cold. These relic tokens can only be used once. After use, they have no effect, and you need to find another token the next time the relic opens. Even so, many powerful families still like to collect these expired tokens. In some places, rare relic tokens can fetch a considerable price, so when the guard tried to take the token, Annie's eyes turned cold. Your auction house rules state that tokens only need to be shown, not handed over, right? Enraged by her action, the guard's face darkened. You brat, daring to cause trouble in my Starfall City auction house? You're asking for it. He took a step forward, reaching for Annie's collar. Hand over the token today, you're not leaving. A cold glint flashed in Annie's eyes. The next second, a deafening boom erupted, and an invisible surge of magical energy burst forth. Before the guard could even touch her, he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a stone pillar in the auction house, groaning as he slid to the ground. The other guard, seeing this, paled and immediately drew his sword, shouting sharply, You dare lay a hand on me? The surrounding guests were also startled by the sudden conflict, stopping to watch and whispering amongst themselves. And stood motionless, slowly raising her hand. A golden ball of light condensed at her fingertips, surrounded by tiny wind blades that emitted a piercing buzz. I don't mind teaching you a lesson in manners. The guard's face turned deathly pale. He realized that this seemingly frail girl was far stronger than he had imagined. His sword trembled slightly, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and he was caught in a dilemma. Just as the atmosphere became tense, the auction house doors were suddenly pushed open, and a booming voice rang out, "What's going on? Who dares to cause trouble in the auction house?" The crowd parted automatically, and a middle-aged man in a magnificent brocade robe, with a dignified face, strode in. It was none other than the auction house's owner, Arcadio. The guard, relieved, immediately pointed at Anne and shouted, "Boss! This girl doesn't have an invitation and even hit someone." Arcadio's gaze swept over them, and when he saw the magic at Anne's fingertips, his pupils contracted slightly, but he quickly regained his shrewd smile characteristic of a businessman. "Miss, may I ask your name?" Before Anne could answer, a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind her. "Anna! What are you doing here?" Hollow, panting, squeezed through the crowd, clutching a gold-embossed auction certificate. He glanced at the guard lying on the ground, then at Anne's grim face, and instantly understood. "Boss!" Hollow slammed the voucher into Arcadio's hand. "We consigned 3 high-grade magical materials for this auction. Here's the voucher. Aren't you going to let us in?" Arcadio glanced at the voucher, his smile widening. "So you're Mr. Hollow's friend?" "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." He naturally recognized Hollow. Although he hadn't taken this mercenary seriously before, the man had now consigned 3 high-grade magical materials for the auction, each a rare and precious item, making him the biggest client of the event. He turned and glared at the guard, shouting, "Are you blind? You dare stop such a distinguished guest? Kneel down and apologize." The guard's face turned pale. He knelt down with a thud, forehead to the ground, his voice trembling. "Miss, please forgive me. I was blind to your greatness." Annie glanced at him coldly, ignoring him, and simply said to Arcadio, "Now may I go in?" Arcadio, beaming, stepped aside to let them pass. Of course. Distinguished guests, please follow me. I will personally arrange a VIP room for you." Amidst the surprised and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Annie and Hollow followed their boss into the auction hall. The guard remained kneeling, trembling, until they disappeared from sight. Only then did he dare to slowly rise, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and muttering curses for his bad luck. Arcadio, all smiles, led the two to a VIP room with a direct view of the stage, a truly excellent vantage point. He hadn't arranged it randomly. Based on his experience, those who entrusted their treasures for sale usually had significant needs and might also purchase other items at the auction. Therefore, such important clients needed to be well taken care of. Please feel free to ask for anything you need. Our auction house will definitely provide excellent service." Annie didn't make things difficult for Arcadio because of what happened at the door. Instead, she said calmly, "All right, could you please provide a list of items for today's auction?" "Sure, please wait a moment." With that, Arcadio turned and left. Hollow looked up at the furnishings of the VIP room, his face filled with excitement. This was his first time in an auction house's VIP room. As a mercenary, he had never had the opportunity to come here before. "Wow, look at this. It's crystal, right? Wow, this is so luxurious." And he wasn't too concerned about these things. After all, the temple in the Divine Beast Mountain in the Prime Material Plane was much more luxurious. She was more interested in the location of the VIP room. Based on her judgment, this VIP room was located near the center, but slightly off-center. The VIP room next to it was the one furthest in the center. And pondered for a moment, a smile playing on her lips. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Arcadio's voice rang out, "Distinguished guests, I brought the list. Please come in." Arcadio pushed open the door, and handed the list to Anne. With his shrewd business acumen and keen insight, he immediately recognized that, and was the one in control between the two. Annie took the list and glanced at it casually, asking, "Boss, you're too kind, giving us such a good spot." Arcadio laughed. "Not at all, we absolutely must provide the best service to our clients." However, Annie's tone shifted. "Then I'm curious, the room next door clearly has a better view. Why weren't we seated there?" Arcadio paused slightly, then rubbed his hands together, saying, I'm truly sorry, the VIP room next door is already booked. Of course, this VIP room also has an excellent view, and to express our apologies, we bring some complimentary fruit later." "Oh!" Annie looked up, asking with interest, "Who booked it?" Arcadia hesitated slightly, finally telling the truth, "It's the city lord." Annie smiled brightly. Oh, it's the city lord. That explains it. We certainly can't compete with the city lord for a room, but if possible, could we go and pay him a visit? Chapter 642. Arcadia hesitated. I can't say for sure, but I can ask him. If the city lord agrees, it should be fine. And smiled. Then I trouble you. After Arcadia left, Hollow asked, why are you going to see the city lord? And said, he might know the whereabouts of the person I'm looking for. Hollow was slightly taken aback. You mean the woman from another world? I heard she has some connection with the city lord. Is that true? And nodded. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Our room is right next to his. If we can successfully get close to him, we might be able to get news about Alice. Hollow frowned. This city lord is not simple. If you meet him, you better be careful. And raised an eyebrow. Oh! Do you know anything? Hollow shook his head and said, this man has always had a good reputation. The people in the city all support him. As long as you are a resident of the city, he will regularly distribute some star coins or organize activities to help the poor. As long as you are in the city, no matter how poor you are, you will not be driven out of the city. This has earned him the gratitude of many people. That means the city lord is not bad. Hollow said in a deep voice, but I always feel that this person is very dangerous. Of course, I have only seen him once. It was at a gathering. A large caravan was traveling from Starfall City to other towns to transport goods when they were attacked by bandits. Almost the entire caravan was wiped out. The survivors organized a gathering in the city and hired mercenaries to take revenge on the bandit gang. The city lord appeared at the scene. Annie asked, what was he doing at the scene? Hero continued, he said a lot, mostly expressing sympathy for everyone and saying he also bore responsibility for the incident, hoping everyone wouldn't intervene and would let the city lord's mansion handle it. Did the city lord's mansion ultimately handle it? Hero nodded, they did. He personally led 2,000 elite soldiers and wiped out the entire bandit gang, leaving no one alive. Annie raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a good thing? It shows the city lord is quite responsible. But don't you find it strange? Hero asked, if the city lord's mansion has such power, why are there still so many bandit gangs around Starfall City? Why didn't he take action sooner to suppress them all? And since he, with overwhelming power, why would they annihilate the entire bandit gang, leaving not a single survivor? Annie stroked her chin. Perhaps it's because the bandit gang operated in the shadows, while they were in the open. After all, completely eradicating bandits has always been difficult. Hollow continued, that being said, I still have a strange feeling. This city lord isn't as good as he seems. Annie remained noncommittal. Never mind, I go see for myself. I'm determined to see him. Soon, the auction officially began. Annie looked at the treasures below, one after another, but showed little interest. Hollow, however, took a liking to a star giant axe and engaged in a fierce bidding war with a guy in the next private room, finally winning it for 20,000 star coins. He, trying to compete with me? You're no match, Hollow exclaimed excitedly. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a lavish spending spree. And laughed, you have several treasures. Who can compare to you? But this giant axe really suits you. Hollow laughed, right. I knew I had it the moment I saw it, I had to have it. Just as the two were chatting, there was another knock on the door. Miss Anna, the city lord requests your presence. And was startled, it was Arcadius's voice. It seemed the city lord had granted her permission to visit. Hollow, wait here for me, I'd be right back. With that, she rose and left the VIP room. Following Arcadio's directions, Annie arrived at the next room. Arcadio took a deep breath, knocked on the door, and said, Lord City Lord, Miss Anna has come to visit. The door opened quickly, and a guard-like figure appeared. He sized Annie up for a moment, then said, come in. Annie entered the room, and found it even more luxuriously furnished. Crystal chandeliers cast soft light onto the scarlet velvet-covered chairs, and the view of the auction house was superb. The sheer scale of the room spoke volumes about the auction house's wealth. Annie glanced around. There were 5 people in the room. Besides the guard who had opened the door, a richly dressed young man sat at the front, flanked by 3 alluring and beautiful women. They were scantily clad, some were massaging his legs, some were feeding him fruit, and others were explaining the items being auctioned. The young man's hands didn't stop either, he would occasionally slip them inside one of the men's clothes, seemingly touching something. Without a doubt, the young man was none other than Villermont, the city lord of Starfall City. And cleared her throat and said loudly, Greetings, Lord City Lord. Hearing Annie's voice, Villermont turned his head slightly. However, The moment he saw Annie, his pupils contracted slightly. He immediately pushed aside the 3 women in front of him, stood up, and said warmly, "Oh, you must be Miss Anna. It's a pleasure to meet you. I just heard from Arcadio that you commissioned 3 high-level materials at once. It seems you had quite a haul in the Starfall ruins." And smiled slightly. "Just good luck. I always heard of your wisdom and prowess, Lord City Lord, and I greatly admire you. That's why I came to request an audience. I hope I haven't disturbed you." Villermont stepped forward and very familiarly grabbed Annie's arm. "Of course not. Come, let's sit down and talk." And frowned slightly, exerted a little force to break free from Villermont's grasp, and then naturally went to sit down in the seat in front. Villermont paused slightly, but showed no displeasure, his face still beaming with smiles. "Miss Anna, where are you from? I haven't seen you in the city before. You must have just arrived?" And nodded. "Indeed, I arrived here only 3 days before the ruins opened." Villermont personally poured in a glass of amber wine, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. "Ha ha, a hero emerges from among the young." He raised his glass in a gesture of greeting, his voice deep and magnetic. "I never expected to meet such a powerful figure as yourself at my auction house. It's truly an honor." And lightly touched the rim of her glass with her fingertips, but didn't drink, only smiling slightly. "Lord, you're too kind. I'm just passing through. How can I compare to your achievements in governing Starfall City?" A glint of amusement flashed in Villermont's eyes. He leaned back in his chair, relaxed yet with an air of control. "Just passing by. Ha, not many people can obtain so many treasures from the Starfall ruins." He paused. "What brings you here?" Annie's eyes flickered, and she cut to the chase. "Looking for someone." "Oh." Villermont raised an eyebrow. "Someone you personally searched for must be no ordinary person." "An old friend, named Alice." Annie looked him straight in the eye. "I heard she once visited Starfall City. The city lord is well informed. Perhaps he knows something?" Villermont's hand, holding a wine glass, froze in midair, his expression instantly stiffening. "Alice, that name does sound familiar." He feigned deep thought. And then prompted, "Over 100 years ago? She must have served under you for a period of time, right?" "Ah, I remember now, that's true." Anne's heart tightened, but she didn't show it on her face. "Then where is she now?" "I don't know. After all, so much time has passed, and countless people have worked under me. I couldn't possibly remember such a trivial matter." Villermont spread his hands, but his eyes held a probing look. However, he suddenly leaned forward, lowering his voice. "If Miss Anne were willing to come to my residence for a few days for a deeper discussion, I might be able to recall more information." His gaze lingered on Anne, the implication obvious. Anne sneered inwardly, but hesitated on her face. I'm afraid it's not very convenient." "What's inconvenient about it?" Villermont's smile deepened. "A powerful figure like you, staying in Starfall City, I will certainly treat you as an honored guest." He hinted, wealth, status even. A closer relationship can all be discussed. And tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, feigning thought. "That sounds tempting. But why is the city lord so enthusiastic towards me?" Villermont chuckled. "I always admired talented people." He changed the subject. "Besides, Starfall City's security hasn't been great lately. I feel more at ease if you were there." Anne's eyes darkened. She sensed a deeper meaning in his words. She followed up, "Oh? I heard bandits are rampant outside the city. Hasn't the city lord sent anyone to wipe them out?" Villermont sighed, looking helpless. "Those bandits are very cunning. Several attempts to suppress them have failed." He suddenly lowered his voice. "Actually, I suspect someone is secretly supporting them." Anne's eyes darted around. She didn't understand what Villermont meant. Did he really want her to go and suppress the bandits? Could it be someone from the city lord's mansion? Villermont's pupils contracted slightly, then returned to normal. "You can't say things like that lightly." But his smile deepened. "However, if Miss Anne is interested, we can cooperate further." Anne knew he was testing her stance, so she went along with it. "Cooperation is fine, but I need to know Alice's whereabouts first." A hint of malice flashed in Villermont's eyes, but it was quickly masked by a smile. Well, he was about to continue negotiating when there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. "Lord City Lord. The divine servant of Kimmer has sent someone, saying he has urgent business to discuss." Villermont's expression changed slightly, but he quickly stood up and gracefully bowed to Anne. "I apologize, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. Shall we continue our conversation another day?" And also put down her untouched wine glass, stood up, and smiled and nodded. Of course, I look forward to seeing you again. With that, she left the VIP room. The moment the VIP room door closed, Annie's smile vanished. Her eyes turned icy. Vilmont clearly knew something, but he refused to say it. At the same time, she saw a middle-aged man enter Vilmont's room. That must be Kimmer, the divine servant. Kimmer? Is that Flano's master? She murmured to herself. What could be the relationship between these two? Meanwhile, Vilmont straightened his clothes, his face grim. He whispered to the guard beside him. Find out exactly what the relationship is between Anna and Alice. Should we get rid of her? Vilmont sneered. No rush. Such an interesting prey should be played with slowly. At that moment, a dignified middle-aged man in a blue robe entered the VIP room. Vilmont, what are you all talking about? Vilmont immediately put on a smile. Ha ha, Lord Kimmer, you come at the perfect time. There are quite a few good items at today's auction. Kimmer, however, walked to the center and sat down. I have no interest in these things. What interest do you have? My temple needs repairs, though. Do you have any manpower? Vilmont immediately poured Kimmer a glass of red wine. Ha ha, no problem. I arranged for someone to go up the mountain tomorrow. Do you have any requests? Kimmer took a sip of wine and said casually, nothing much, just replace my flooring with starstone, use star-patterned glass for my bedroom windows, and put a few immortal vines in my study. Kimmer rattled off more than a dozen precious materials, causing Vilmont's expression to stiffen. All these things added up to at least 40,000 star coins, a huge sum. However, Vilmont still said, no problem, leave it to me, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hearing Vilmont's words, Kimmer beamed, don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. If Wind God Mountain organizes a bandit suppression operation, I notify you in advance. And if you have any problems you can't handle, I can lend a hand. Vilmont immediately laughed. Then thank you very much. With you protecting us, our Starfall City is becoming more and more prosperous. On behalf of all the people, I thank you for your help. Kimmer waved his hand. Don't bother with such platitudes. If they knew what you'd done, they'd probably skin you alive. Vilmont, however, didn't care at all. Do those guys even have that ability? There already. So you're letting me do whatever I want with you? Kimmer tapped the table casually with his fingers. But you should still be careful. That incident had a very bad impact, and I hope it won't happen again. If someone leaks it, it won't be good for either of us. A ruthless glint flashed in Vilmont's eyes, as he said in a deep voice, don't worry, those idiots have all been dealt with. Who told them to disobey? My men only obey, those who don't die. A moment of silence filled the room. Kimmer suddenly sat up and said to the room, hey, a good thing has arrived. Vilmont didn't even glance at the room. He simply waved his hand, and the woman beside him immediately raised her paddle to bid on the treasure. Chapter 643. Annie returned to her VIP room, where Hollow was leisurely watching the performances while sipping wine. The auction had concluded, with performances interspersed to liven up the atmosphere. Upon seeing Annie return, Hollow immediately approached and asked, how did it go? Any success? Annie shook her head slightly. No, but at least I met with Vilmont. Next, I personally go to the City Lord's mansion to investigate. Go to the City Lord's mansion? Hollow was taken aback, then advised, you should think carefully. The City Lord's mansion is full of experts. If Vilmont wants to harm you, you'd be in danger. Annie said, I have to go. He's the only one who knows Alice's whereabouts. In one day, the auction sold 20 treasures, each worth tens of thousands of star coins. Star coins are very valuable, and can be circulated in various regions. Hollow only bought an axe, paying over 10,000 star coins, but the 3 pieces of material he sold earned him over 30,000 star coins, a windfall in a single day. And didn't want anything else, she just wanted to get to the City Lord's mansion as quickly as possible to find news about Alice. At the auction house entrance, she saw Kimmer and Vilmont again. Kimmer left with his men, while Vilmont headed towards the City Lord's mansion. However, his gaze shifted, and he saw Annie. Oh, Miss Anna, you're here. Seeing Vilmont looking over, Annie smiled and said, Lord City Lord, are you heading back? Vilmont replied, yes, Miss Anna. Would you like to come with me to the City Lord's mansion? Let me show you some hospitality. And overjoyed, readily agreed, very well, then I shall gladly accept. Vilmont was immediately delighted, haha, that's wonderful. Miss Anna's presence is an honor to my City Lord's manor. And followed Vilmont through the gates of the City Lord's manor. A scarlet carpet stretched out to the depths, and portraits of past City Lords hung on the walls, their eyes gleaming eerily under the magic lamps, as if silently scrutinizing the visitors. Miss Anna, please follow me. Villemont smiled and led the way, his fingers seemingly casually brushing against her wrist. I have quite a collection of fine things, come and take a look. And subtly avoided his gaze, glancing at the guards at the end of the corridor, and smiled. Lord City Lord is so hospitable, but my knowledge is limited, I'm afraid I won't be able to appreciate your treasures. Villemont chuckled, that's all right. I ordered a sumptuous banquet prepared. I hope Miss Anna will do me the honor. And shrugged. Having come all this way, she couldn't refuse everything, so she agreed. Then I tried the City Lord chef's cooking. At the banquet, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was lively. Villemont, dressed in a magnificent suit, sat elegantly in his seat. His gaze frequently fell on, and, his eyes flashing with admiration and desire. Finally, Villemont raised his glass high, smiling as he toasted her. Miss Anna, you are truly a beautiful blooming flower in my Starfall city. His voice was deep and magnetic, seemingly able to penetrate one's soul. And slightly raised her head, meeting Villermont's ardent gaze. A strange feeling welled up inside her. It seemed that now that he was on her turf, he wasn't putting on an act anymore. The moment I saw you, I was captivated by your mesmerizing eyes, Villemont continued. They're like the brightest stars in the night sky, impossible to ignore. His words were poetic, full of praise and flattery. And inwardly vomited, but feigned a shy smile, gently raised her glass, clinked it against Villemont's, and took a small sip. Seeing this, Villemont's smile widened. But then, and brought up the purpose of her visit again, Lord City Lord, I wonder where Alice went after she left your residence. Villemont's smile faltered, and he casually replied, since you know she came here, you should know I also searched for her, and failed to find her. And smiled slightly, yes, but Lord City Lord is exceptionally powerful, you must have obtained some information, but Alice was just a minor figure, not worth your continued search. Villemont suddenly looked up, his gaze scrutinizing her, and looked at him for a long while before finally smiling. Miss Anna is really clever. It's unlikely I had absolutely no information. Alice can't escape my grasp. But why would I give you this information? And immediately said, I can buy it, just name your price. Villemont shook his head. The entire Starfall city is mine, I'm not short of money. Then do you need treasure? I can help you find it. Villemont continued to shake his head. Those so-called treasures of yours hold no appeal for me. And frowned. Then what do you want? I do anything to get information about Alice. Villemont raised an eyebrow, his eyes sweeping over Anne. Is that so? Anne's heart sank. She instantly understood what Villemont wanted, but it was something she couldn't give him. Villemont leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping his wine. The moon is beautiful tonight, a perfect time for a pleasant evening. If Miss Anna will stay with me for one night, I will give you the records about Alice from back then, which contain Alice's whereabouts. Seeing Villemont's true intentions revealed, Anne felt relieved and smiled slightly, saying, the moon is indeed beautiful tonight, but I'm a little tipsy, and would like to rest first. There will be many more opportunities in the future, and a pleasant evening won't be hard to come by, will it? Villemont laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Good, Miss Anna is very perceptive. In that case, I have someone arrange a guest room for you. You can stay here, and we can have a good chat later. Afterwards, Villemont had a maid escort Anne to the guest room. Along the way, Anne took the opportunity to observe the layout of the mansion. The manor is beautifully decorated. Did the city lord design all of this? The maid's face showed a hint of worry. Miss Anna, aren't you afraid? And was slightly taken aback. Huh? What am I afraid of? The maid said, the city lord. He wants your... Oh dear. Don't you understand? A strange light flashed in Anne's eyes. You're also from the city lord's manor, aren't you? Is it all right for you to tell me this? The maid said, I was actually deceived by the city lord. He originally promised to save my parents, which is why I agreed to be with him. But later, not only did he not save my parents, but he also made me a maid in the manor. I don't want to see you become like that too. And sighed, patted her shoulder and said, by the way, where is the city lord's room? The maid pointed upstairs and said, the city lord lives in the second room upstairs. Where does he usually work? Is there a place to store books or written materials? You mean the study? The maid said. The study is also on the second floor. Look, there it is. The maid pointed, and looked in that direction, silently memorizing the location, and then followed the maid into the guest room on the third floor. Late at night, all was quiet, the entire mansion shrouded in darkness, with only a faint candlelight flickering in the wind. And carefully pushed open the guest room door, afraid of making a sound. Dressed in a long black robe, She moved stealthily down the corridor like a ghost in the night. The corridor was empty, only the dim candlelight illuminating Anne's face, adding a touch of mystery. Her steps were light and cautious, as if each step was on thin ice, the slightest misstep shattering the tranquil atmosphere. Upon reaching the second-floor corridor, 2 patrolling guards approached her, and immediately hid in a corner, and before they noticed, she slipped away to the study side. With Anne's agility, the 2 guards didn't notice anything amiss, and continued their work. Little did they know, someone had infiltrated the most important part of the city lord's mansion, and carefully turned the study doorknob, finding the door locked. But this was no challenge for Anne. She took out her wand, lightly touched the lock, and with a slight click, the door unlocked easily. A flicker of delight crossed Anne's eyes. There was no magic circle on the lock, so breaking it would be relatively simple. She gently pushed open the door, and slipped into the study. Moonlight streamed through the glass panes, casting dappled shadows on the study floor of Villemont. Anne's figure glided in like a ghost, her boots pressed firmly against the carpet without a sound. Outside, the guards' footsteps echoed rhythmically every 5 minutes, the clatter of armor particularly jarring in the quiet night. Her fingertips swept across the bookshelves, rapidly flipping through the ornately bound volumes. Chronicles of Starfall City, records of northern trade, chronicles of divine servant travels. One heavy book after another was silently taken down and put back, dust floating in the moonlight. Suddenly, a seemingly ordinary wine appreciation caught her attention. The gold lettering on the spine was newer than the other books, clearly indicating frequent use. And gently pulled it out. Tucked between the pages was a stack of parchment as thin as a cicada's wing. Her heart pounded, and her fingers trembled slightly. The parchment was densely covered with records of recent secret transactions with the priest, Kim, and grew increasingly horrified as she read. So that's it. Villemont is actually the backer of those bandits outside the city. He condones their robbing of passing merchants and profits from it. Kimma is also connected to him. The 2 of them run a human trafficking business together. The women and children they kidnap are either sold or used for horrific magical experiments. It's utterly despicable. Then, Anne saw some records about Alice. As she read, her expression darkened, and even murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Kimmer, that bastard. He actually had designs on my sister. It was Kimma who fell for Alice back then, and Alice, too, discovered Villermont's dirty dealings and refused to be given to Kimmer as a gift from Villermont, which is why she broke with him. But the story didn't mention Alice's final whereabouts, so Annie continued searching. As she flipped through the pages, Annie's attention was suddenly drawn to a small note. The note seemed to be encrypted, but one word on it made Annie's breath catch in her throat. Alice. Annie's pupils contracted sharply, and a rush of heat to her head. She gripped the note tightly, her knuckles turning white. Found it. Finally found it. This should be the clue about Alice, but what exactly is written on it? Just then, the study door opened silently. Villemont leaned against the doorframe, swirling 2 glasses of amber wine in his hand. Reading late into the night can be tiring. Would you like a drink? Anne's expression remained unchanged. She gently closed the book, subtly slipping the note into her pocket, and turned to smile in response. Lord, why aren't you resting so late? With such an important guest here, how could I neglect you? Villemont approached, the scent of ambergris wafting from him. He glanced at the books on the shelf and chuckled. Looks like you found something interesting? Just some historical records. And casually changed the subject. Speaking of which, the detection magic circle in the study is quite special. Which master set it up? Since Villemont was able to find this place, it meant he had discovered Anne's intrusion from the beginning. There must be some kind of hidden magic circle in this study that caused Anne's presence to be exposed. Villemont suddenly grabbed Anne's hand. More than that, his thumb traced the back of her hand. I'm more interested in your true relationship with Alice. Anne's pupils contracted slightly, but her smile remained. Just old friends. Is that so? Villemont abruptly slammed Anne against the bookshelf. Lord Kimmer is very interested in Alice and I. He leaned closer. I'm more interested in you. And suddenly chuckled. What a coincidence, I'm also very interested in the evidence of the lords. Her right hand touched the book Wine Appreciation, and she slammed it against his face. The pages exploded in front of Villemont, a blinding light causing him to instinctively close his eyes. Villemont roared and waved his hand, powerful wind elemental energy instantly dispelling the light, only to see and leap onto the windowsill. Stop her! Villemont tore off his mask of hypocrisy, roaring madly. Dozens of guards stormed into the study, and simultaneously, binding runes lit up the ground. And was about to cast a spell to escape, but suddenly, A wave of powerlessness washed over her, and binding magic took effect, forcibly pulling her back into the room. Vilmont approached, and with a sinister grin. "Miss Anna, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We haven't had a proper chat yet." Chapter 644. And was startled, instantly realizing what was happening, and glared at the approaching Villermont. "You shameless scoundrel. You actually drugged the drinks?" Villermont laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. You're right, I did drug the drinks, and not just the drinks, but your food too. But you were too cautious, you didn't touch the food at all, only the drinks." Annie gritted her teeth. She had specifically checked the drinks before drinking, and hadn't found any poison. Villermont leaned down, his right hand gripping Annie's chin. "Are you wondering why you didn't notice the poison in the drinks before? Ha ha ha, that's because I separated the poison into two parts. Drinking only the drinks wouldn't. The poison is taking effect, but if you smell the sin on me..." Annie's eyes narrowed sharply. She suddenly understood. No wonder she felt that Villermont's scent was different from what she smelled at dinner. "That's why," Villermont continued, "this ambergris of mine is specially made. It smells good, doesn't it? I advise you not to waste your energy. This poison will act directly on your body, completely rendering your magic unusable. Even if you can wreak havoc in the Starfall ruins, here you have to obey me." With that, Villermont roughly pulled Annie into his arms. Annie struggled fiercely, but all her magic was sealed, making her no different from an ordinary person. "Let me go!" Annie panicked. She hadn't expected to fall into his trap, and now escaping would be difficult. Ignoring Anne's struggles, Villermont roughly grabbed her wrist and dragged her out of the study, down the dark corridor. Anne's legs went weak, the poison raged in her blood, its effects growing stronger with each breath a searing pain. She struggled desperately, her nails digging deep into Villermont's arm, but he grinned and flung her away. "Save your energy, little wildcat," he whispered in her ear, his warm breath on her neck. "You have your turn to exert yourself later." Anne's stomach churned, cold sweat soaking her back. She tried to summon her magic, but the energy within her was as if chained shut, unable to even stir a ripple. Despair washed over her. She had never imagined she would be in such a predicament. Bang! Villermont kicked open the bedroom door, and threw and roughly onto the black silk-covered bed. He slowly unbuttoned his collar, the candlelight casting distorted shadows on his sinister face. "You know what?" He pulled out a leather belt inlaid with magic crystals. "Alice was just like you back then, but she was luckier. Lord Kimmer took a liking to her, and she managed to escape. But you're different. This time, I'm determined to have you, and I won't make the same mistake again." And forced herself to sit up, suddenly grabbing a crystal vase from the bedside table and smashing it. Villermont dodged, then slapped her back onto the bed. The taste of blood filled her mouth. She tasted the rust between her teeth, her vision blurring from the pain. "I like wild horses." Villermont pressed down on her, his fingers gripping her chin. "The wilder the horse, the more enjoyable it is to tame." His voice trailed off. Anne's fingertips were pressed against his throat, and in her palm lay a sharp shard, the one she secretly clutched when the vase shattered. Villermont laughed. "You don't think this vase shard can harm me, do you? I'm a demigod, a powerhouse of the chaotic origin realm." With that, he unleashed his magic, and the shard in Annie's hand instantly turned to dust under the shockwave, and gritted her teeth. She herself was also at the chaotic origin realm, but due to her light godhood, her current level was suppressed to the peak of the supreme origin realm. Even worse, due to the effects of that unknown drug, she was no longer even a primal mage. Just as Villermont took off his shirt, preparing to climb onto Annie, Annie's hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Lord City Lord, why the rush?" Villermont was slightly taken aback, looking at Annie. She showed no sign of panic, instead appearing remarkably calm. "What? Have you come to your senses?" Annie smiled faintly. "I know you have great ambitions, Lord City Lord, and you won't be content with being a city lord here forever. How about we make a deal?" Villermont looked at Annie with interest. "What are you trying to say?" Annie continued, "I just saw your relationship with Lord Kimmer in the study. If I'm not mistaken, you want to gain the support of the Divine Mountain through Kimmer, thereby finding an opportunity to advance to a mid-level divine servant, right?" Villermont raised an eyebrow slightly. "You could see that too? But so what? There are quite a few city lords who think the same way as me." "Of course." And said, "But if your actions were made public, wouldn't you be hunted down by the Divine Mountain?" Villermont chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that. Lord Kimmer has his own backup plan. He won't let the Divine Mountain cause us trouble." "But what exactly is this deal you mentioned?" And stopped stalling and said directly, I can give you a shortcut to become a mid-level divine servant faster. It's up to you whether you're willing. You mean, doesn't the Wind God Mountain want the Star Scripture? I know where the Star Scripture is. If you can offer the Star Scripture to the Wind God Mountain, then you have a chance to advance, right? Willamant's eyes immediately gleamed with greed, and he sprang up from the bed. Are you serious? And slowly sat up as well. Of course I'm serious. Yes. The Star Codex records 3 types of stellar magic. Once you fully master all 3, you can comprehend the core power of the stars. But since this is a transaction, you have to give something in return, right? Dillermont wasn't angry at Annie's conditions. Instead, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. It seems you really know about the Star Codex. Alright. What do you want? Annie was about to speak when Dillermont interrupted her. If it's about Alice, then don't mention it. I won't tell you Alice's whereabouts. Annie frowned and asked, why? Dillermont said, actually, even if you knew Alice's whereabouts, you wouldn't be able to find her. She's currently in a mysterious place that can't be mentioned. Even I don't dare to casually inquire about that force, so don't expect to get any information from me. Anne's heart sank. It seemed the force Villamont had mentioned was incredibly powerful, so powerful that Villamont dared not confront it, and dared not even allow itself to be discovered while gathering information. Thinking this, Anne slowly released her grip on the note. If the other party was unwilling to speak, this note was Alice's last clue. She had to keep it safe. In that case, allow me some time to think about it, shall I? Villermont shook his head. I don't have that much time for you to think. Why don't you hand over the Star Codex first, and then you can figure out what you want later. Annie, of course, wasn't that foolish. I can take you to where the Star Codex is located. Villermont smiled slightly. Don't try anything funny. The effects of this poison last for a whole day. Even if you stall for time, it's useless. Besides, even if you recover your magic, you're no match for me. Annie shrugged. I know that, of course. Since you don't take me seriously at all, why be so cautious? Coming with me shouldn't be a big deal, right? Villermont laughed twice. Ha ha, good. Let's not delay, let's set off now. With that, he calmly put on his clothes, as if nothing had happened. A short while later, the two left the city lord's mansion, followed by a large group of city guards, heading towards the city gate. On the way, Annie contacted Born through soul communication. Brother Born, do you have any good ideas? Born pondered for a moment and said, This kind of poison that can restrict magic power is indeed rare. Professor Cania should be able to solve it, but she's not here. But why don't you try circulating your spirit division technique, and see if you can force out the poison? Annie shook her head. I don't dare to act rashly now. Once the spirit division technique is activated, its power is astonishing, and he definitely notice. It will take time to remove the poison's effects, and during that time, he can completely control me, making me even more vulnerable. Born scratched his head. That makes sense. It seems we can only rely on others. Rely on others? Annie's heart skipped a beat. How? Born slowly said, Didn't Robert give you some communication talismans before? Now's the time to use them. Try communicating with Cabal to lure him over, then use his cover to remove the restrictions on you through the spirit division technique. But you need to think carefully about how to get Cabal to come. Annie's eyes lit up. You're right. Don't worry, I get Cabal here immediately. She secretly crushed a communication talisman in her right hand. These talismans could transmit over long distances without her having to speak. She only needed to think about the message. Where are the things? Willerman asked. Annie pointed ahead and said, We need some time to get out of the city. Villermont nodded. It was normal that the Star Codex wasn't in the city. He trusted Annie more. After all, she could describe the Star Codex's functions and characteristics, information that was kept secret and known to very few. The group left the city, Annie specifically choosing the route to Wind God Mountain, and traveled for about an hour. Aren't we there yet? Villermont said impatiently, Why don't you just tell me where it is? I go myself. Since Annie currently possessed no magic, their overall pace was slowed. Annie smiled and said, Almost there, and I'm still thinking about my conditions. Villermont curled his lip. In his view, any conditions Annie proposed were useless. As long as he obtained the Star Codex, he would make Annie completely his. What meaning did those conditions have? Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead, their bodies flashing with azure light, and in an instant, they were before the group. Villermont frowned. Zephyros? The newcomer was indeed the low-ranking divine servant Zephyros. He glanced at Annie, then at Villermont, a look of confusion on his face. What are you doing here? Villermont immediately put on a smiling face. Hee hee, Lord Zephyros, how have you been? We were just thinking of patrolling tonight to prevent bandits from threatening passing merchants. Zephyros frowned slightly. He didn't believe the other's nonsense. Banditry around Starfall City had been a long-standing problem, persisting for centuries. If the city lord truly wanted to eradicate bandits, things wouldn't be like this. And immediately waved to Zephyros, saying, "Lord Zephyros, it's been a long time." However, she had only taken one step forward when Villermont grabbed her shoulder. "If you take another step, I kill you immediately." Hearing Villermont's threat, Annie dared not make a move. Zephyros narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on and in Villemont for a moment. He snorted softly, then suddenly reached out and grabbed, a surge of blue magic power flowing out, enveloping and pulling her back. Villermont hadn't expected Zephyros to suddenly intervene. By the time he reacted, Annie was already airborne. "Humph." Villermont snorted, immediately raising his hand and releasing his own magic to abruptly stop Annie. "Zephyros, what are you doing?" Zephyros frowned. "Villermont, Anna is my person. I can do whatever I want with her. Is it any of your business?" "Your person?" Villermont was slightly taken aback, looking at Annie with a questioning gaze. Annie smiled. "I'm sorry, Lord City Lord, I'm Zephyrus' prospective disciple." "A guy like Zephyrus can have disciples?" Villermont explained in surprise. Zephyrus' eye twitched. "Who do you think you are? Those guys just didn't meet my criteria, not that I can't find disciples." Villemont curled his lip. "I don't care about your opinions. Anna was spying on confidential documents in my manor, and should be punished by Starfall City. Even if you're a divine servant, you can't stop her." "Confidential documents?" Zephyrus was stunned. He had already gone to rest when Cabal suddenly found him, saying that Annie had discovered Kimmer's secret and could help Zephyrus bring Kimmer down. Zephyrus and Kimmer had a long-standing feud. After losing the last bet, Zephyrus had also lost a priceless treasure, which pained him greatly. If there was a chance to make Kimmer suffer a great loss, he would definitely not miss it, but just then, Annie, who had been caught in the magical tug-of-war between the two sides, suddenly emitted a golden light, which echoed the rising sun on the horizon, illuminating everyone's faces. Chapter 645. What's going on? A look of surprise appeared on Willemont's face. According to his calculations, it would take at least another day for the effects of the medicine to wear off, but Annie was already able to unleash magic. How could this be? Zephyrus was also stunned. He knew Annie was strong, considered one of the top experts among the disciples of the Divine Mountain, but he hadn't expected her to be able to wield the power of light. The next moment, Annie broke free from the magic of both sides and slowly descended from the air. Taking advantage of the struggle between the two, she secretly activated the spirit division technique, completely eliminating the toxins from her body. If Willemont had paid a little more attention, he would have noticed Annie's abnormality, but his attention was entirely focused on Zephyrus, which gave Annie the opportunity. "Lord City Lord, I'm sorry, I can't accompany you any further in your search for that item." Villermont's face was ashen. He said in a deep voice, "Anna, are you sure you want to do this?" Now that the pretense was over, Annie naturally wasn't afraid. She looked directly into Villermont's eyes, and revealed a strange smile. "Heh, Lord City Lord, we have other opportunities to deal with each other in the future. There's no rush. Let's meet again." With that, she walked directly to Zephyros's side. Villermont took a deep breath, his gaze towards Annie becoming even more fervent. "I like women who offer a challenge. I will definitely find you again." If it were just Annie alone, he would definitely have taken her down immediately. But now that Zephyros was present, their strengths were roughly equal, and the other party was a divine servant, he couldn't directly confront him. He could only retreat for the time being. Afterwards, both sides left, and Annie returned to Mount Wind God with Zephyrus. Kabar gave a wry smile. "I didn't expect to bring you back in the end. Tell me, how did you offend the Lord of Starfall City?" Seeing that no one else was around, Annie said, "Actually, I discovered a secret in the study of the Lord's mansion. Kemmer and Villermont are colluding, allowing bandits around Starfall City to plunder at will. They are also running a human trafficking business, and many of their servants are coerced." Zephyrus's eyes narrowed. "This kind of thing is strictly forbidden by Mount Wind God. Kimmer actually dared to do it. He's got a death wish." However, Cabal asked, "What evidence do you have?" "Without proof, we can't touch Kimmer." Annie said, "That's simple. Just rescue the people they're holding. Come on, as long as they collectively identify these two, wouldn't that be the best evidence?" Cabal shook his head. "Easy for you to say. What right do we have to touch the Lord of Starfall City and a divine servant? If we're wrong, we'd be in trouble." Zephyrus stroked his chin. If all else fails, we can report this to the Divine Punishment Sanctuary, and have them send someone to investigate. Cabal sighed. That probably won't work either. Kema is a member of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary. They wouldn't investigate their own people, would they? Annie said helplessly. So, according to you, this matter is impossible to investigate? Zephyrus shook his head. Let's go back first. The group returned to the temple. Maggie was very happy to see Annie return. She pulled Annie inside, asking her about her well-being with great enthusiasm. Becky, however, had a dark expression, her eyes practically overflowing with displeasure. Lord Zephyrus, what's going on? Why is Anna back again? Zephyrus shrugged. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. Is Barbathon here? Hurry up and get some breakfast. Barbathon yawned as he emerged from the kitchen, pushing a cart laden with steaming food. Ah, it's been ready for a while. The group then sat down to eat breakfast, and recounted the information she had received from Villemont. I saw many documents in the study that directly prove there's an illegal transaction between Villemont and Kimmer. But I can't understand their direct correspondence. The text seems to be encrypted, Cabal said. Such top-secret matters are bound to be encrypted. It's quite remarkable that you've even seen it. Maggie then asked, Anna, do you remember how the secret code was written? Annie directly took out the slip of paper. I just happened to grab one. Zephyrus's eyes lit up. He took the slip of paper, looked at it, and a smile appeared on his lips. Heh, that guy, Kimmer, actually used the Wind God's secret language. Huh? Annie looked puzzled. Maggie explained with a smile, the Wind God's secret language is used exclusively by our Wind God Mountain. It's a secret language used by divine servants to communicate important matters. Under normal circumstances, apart from those above the rank of divine servant, everyone else, including disciples and us, can't understand it. Annie was overjoyed. So Lord Zephyrus can understand the text on this? Zephyrus smiled and nodded. That's right, but it seems to mention someone named Alice. Annie eagerly asked, what does it say? Zephyrus slowly replied, search target, Alice. Mission source, Kema. Target location, suspected Sky Library. Sky Library? Not only Annie, but even Cabal, and the others were astonished. Annie asked, what is the Celestial Library? Becky looked at Annie suspiciously, you really don't know anything. The Celestial Library was built jointly by several divine mountains. It contains all the books and materials of the entire divine plane from its creation to the present day. The structure of the Celestial Library is enormous, its power comparable to or even surpassing that of all the divine mountains. Annie's eyes widened. No wonder Villemont dared not continue exploring after reaching this point. So that's how it is. Zephyrus frowned slightly. This Alice you're looking for. She's really not simple. Not just anyone can go to the Celestial Library. Annie asked, what are the requirements to go to the Celestial Library? To go to the Celestial Library, there are two essential conditions. One is that one must have exceptional magical talent, which is reflected in the perception of magical power, not in the level of strength. The other is extraordinary intelligence. Anyone who can conduct research in the Celestial Library is undoubtedly a person of exceptional intelligence. Annie immediately became excited. Since Alice could enter such a powerful place, there must be no more danger. Where is the Celestial Library? I'm going to find her. Becky scoffed, I think you should forget it. Someone like you wants to go to the Sky Library. You probably won't even be able to get in. Zephyrus added, Anna, I think you're very talented and intelligent, but the Sky Library isn't a simple place. It's fraught with danger, and once you're in, it's hard to get out. This is no joke. Annie retorted, I don't care about that. I'm going to the Sky Library. Cabal pondered for a moment, then said to Zephyrus, Lord Zephyrus, I remember you have a ticket to the Sky Library. Becky immediately exclaimed, that's a reward from the Storm Sanctuary, meant to help Lord Zephyrus improve his strength. How can you give it to her? Zephyrus replied, this ticket, while valuable, is rather useless to me. After all, I don't do magical research, so even if I entered the Sky Library, it wouldn't be of much use. With that, he casually tossed his hand, and a gleaming golden ticket appeared. Lord Zephyrus? Becky could hardly believe her eyes. She couldn't understand why Zephyrus would give something so precious to Annie. Anne's eyes were filled with gratitude. She also knew how valuable the ticket was. Zephyrus's willingness to give it up was already an immense favor. Zephyrus sighed, Ah, Anna, you better think this through. This trip is extremely dangerous. It could even be life-threatening. Annie's expression was solemn. I dared to venture into the Starfall City Lord's mansion. What is there to be afraid of? I'm definitely going to the Sky Library. Seeing Annie's determination, Zephyrus stopped trying to persuade her and handed her the tickets directly, and was deeply moved and bowed deeply to Zephyrus. Lord Zephyrus, I will remember this kindness. Zephyrus waved his hand. Don't be so polite. Didn't you help me too? I figure out how to deal with that guy Kimmer. After breakfast, everyone went about their own business, while Annie followed Zephyrus to his study. Zephyrus was somewhat surprised and asked with a smile, Anna, what are you doing following me? You've been exhausted all night, shouldn't you rest? Annie hesitated for a moment before replying, I almost recovered. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Seeing Annie's hesitation, Zephyrus smiled and directly opened the door, inviting her in. In that case, let's come in and talk. After the door closed, Zephyrus leaned against the table, his long, light blue hair dancing in the wind, a half-smile playing on his handsome face. What do you want to tell me? Can't they hear? Annie took a deep breath, clasped her hands in a standard mage's salute. Lord Zephyrus, I have a request. Zephyrus raised an eyebrow, straightened up, and crossed his arms. Oh! Tell me. I want to ask. How to decipher the wind god's secret language. The air froze. The smile on Zephyrus's face vanished instantly, replaced by a sharp scrutiny. His pupils contracted slightly, and the wind element around him stirred unconsciously, forming an invisible barrier between them. Do you know what you're saying? His voice turned cold. The wind god's secret language is a secret art that only those at the level of divine servant or higher can master. Even disciples are forbidden from learning it. Annie didn't back down. Instead, she stepped forward. I know this is presumptuous, but I must learn to decipher the code it concerns. My sister's life? Zephyrus narrowed his eyes, wind swirling at his fingertips. Alice is your sister? Annie sighed. There was no need to hide it now. Yes, actually I. However, before she could finish, Zephyrus interrupted her. I don't want to know your true identity. Give me a reason. I already given you the ticket to the Celestial Library. Why should I continue to risk everything and teach you the Wind God's code? Annie slowly said. Just now, when you were deciphering the code, I noticed a natural fluctuation of magical power emanating from you. That fluctuation felt very familiar to me. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the power of ancient script, right? Zephyrus narrowed his eyes slightly. You're right. The Wind God's code is derived from ancient script. It helps in deciphering ancient script, but relying solely on the Wind God's code is still insufficient to decipher ancient script. Annie looked directly into Zephyrus's eyes. This is my only chance. Please teach me. Zephyrus's face turned serious. He turned away and remained silent for a full minute. You don't understand what you're touching, he finally spoke, his voice low. The Wind God's code is more than just a code, it carries the true essence of wind. You haven't reached the chaotic origin realm. If you force your way through, your soul will be torn apart by the gale. Annie immediately said, I'm not afraid. Zephyrus whirled around. He stared into Annie's stubborn eyes, then suddenly chuckled, interesting. In that case, I let you experience it for a bit. If you can't handle it, then just give up. He abruptly flicked his sleeve, and countless runes radiating azure light appeared on the surrounding walls. Look closely. His fingers traced complex paths in the air, each stroke leaving a trail of azure light. The foundation of the Wind God's secret language is the 3 symbols and 9 revolutions. These runes appear chaotic, but they actually follow the flow of wind. Annie stared intently at the runes, her pupils reflecting the swirling azure light. Zephyros's voice became ethereal. Remember, the true secret language is not in the shape of the characters, but in the gaps between the whispers of the wind. He suddenly grabbed Annie's wrist, guiding her fingers to right in the air. Annie felt a sharp force surge up her arm and into her brain. The intense pain made her groan, but her fingers continued to follow steadily. Zephyros smiled slightly. How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Want to give up? Annie stubbornly shook her head. The spirit division technique secretly began to operate, and powerful wind elemental energy began to flow synchronously with the movement of her fingers, creating a booming sound within her body. Zephyrus paused slightly, but his hands didn't stop. He continued to inscribe rune after rune with Annie. When the last stroke was completed, all the runes exploded, turning into countless points of light. Annie collapsed to the ground, fine blood seeping from her 7 orifices, but a victorious smile curved her lips. Those once mysterious incantations now had blurred outlines in her eyes. Zephyrus's eyes held a hint of amazement. You actually endured it? It's a miracle. No one has ever been able to withstand the impact of the Wind God's secret language before reaching the chaotic origin realm. Chapter 646. Annie stood up and bowed deeply to Zephyrus. I owe you another favor. Zephyrus smiled wryly. I didn't intend to teach you. I just wanted to discourage you. I didn't expect you to learn it on your own. This has nothing to do with me. Annie laughed. Don't worry, I will never let a second person know that I learned the wind god's secret language. Just as Annie was about to turn and leave, Zephyrus suddenly spoke. Hey, wait. Annie turned around in confusion. Is there something else? Zephyrus's eye twitched. Aren't you going to the Sky Library? Do you know how to get there? Annie suddenly realized that she had absolutely no idea where the Sky Library was. Well, excuse me, Lord Zephyrus, could you please tell me the location of the Celestial Library? Zephyrus was speechless for a moment. Given your understanding of the Divine Plane, even if I told you the location, you still wouldn't know how to get there. Never mind, I arranged for someone to go with you. Annie was overjoyed. If it was someone arranged by Zephyrus, then they were definitely reliable. Thank you so much. Long live Lord Zephyrus. Zephyrus coughed lightly. Long live is too little. My lifespan is infinite. Annie then stayed in the temple for a few more days, mainly to consolidate her newly learned wind god's secret language with Zephyrus, and also to discuss with Cabal how to deal with Kema. According to Cabal, although Kema was a member of the Divine Punishment Sanctuary, Villermont was not. If they started with Villermont, they might be able to make a breakthrough. Zephyrus agreed, and after Annie left, he planned to personally travel to the Temple of Divine Punishment to report on Villermont's violation of divine law. 5 days later, Cabal stared speechlessly at the two standing side by side at the temple entrance. Annie seemed somewhat uneasy, her eyes darting around, her hands clasped behind her back, appearing distracted. Beside her stood Becky, arms crossed, looking displeased. Is Lord Zephyrus trying to cause trouble? He knows these two don't get along, yet he puts them together. They'd probably start fighting as soon as they get down the mountain. Maggie covered her forehead, not wanting to witness this scene at all. I need some peace and quiet. Zephyrus indeed stood before them, hands on his hips, and declared impassionedly, today, you two embark on a new journey to the legendary Celestial Library, where everything you desire can be found. Go! Pursue your dreams. Becky stamped her foot, dissatisfied. Lord Zephyrus. Why do I have to go with her? I don't want to go to the Sky Library. Besides, there's only one ticket. If she goes in, I won't be able to. Zephyrus coughed lightly. Ahem, don't worry about the details. I happen to have something to deliver to Mount Light, and I'd be passing by the Sky Library. You're just going that way anyway. Becky rolled her eyes, thinking, couldn't you come up with a better reason? But since Zephyrus had put it that way, Becky had no choice but to bite the bullet and go along, no matter how unwilling she was. And chuckled awkwardly, Sister Becky, thank you for your trouble. Becky snorted and turned her face away. Don't think I'm helping you. I'm just completing the task Lord Zephyrus gave me. Zephyrus gave them some instructions, and then presented them with 2 storm horses. Annie and Becky then set off. The 2 horses walked slowly down the mountain path, their hooves making a monotonous, drowsy sound. Becky sat stiffly on the horse, staring intently ahead, as if trying to bore a hole through the road. Annie glanced at her 3 times, cleared her throat 3 times, and finally even the horse couldn't help but snort impatiently. Ugh. Annie suddenly sighed dramatically. I bet you're thinking right now, why hasn't this jerk been struck by lightning yet? Becky's lips twitched, but she remained unmoved. You know that's good. Actually, I can read minds, Annie said mysteriously, leaning closer. You were just thinking how great it would be if her horse suddenly kicked up its heels. What nonsense! Becky finally turned to glare at her, only to see Annie had somehow pulled out a small mirror and was pointing it at her. What are you doing? Verifying a friend's academic discovery. Annie held up the mirror seriously. I have a friend who specializes in studying facial muscles and psychological activity. He said that if you hold your breath for more than 3 hours, you end up with a stinky face like yours. Snap! Becky's whip snatched the mirror away, and calmly pulled an apple from her sleeve. Want to try some? I cast a spell on it. It'd make you bark like a dog. You? Becky was so angry her hair almost stood on end, but then, and suddenly tossed the apple into the air. Catch it. Otherwise, it hit something else. Becky instinctively reached out, and the apple landed steadily in her palm. It hit the ground. Annie blinked. Congratulations on saving Mother Earth. Silence. Becky suddenly laughed, then immediately straightened her face. Childish. But her tense shoulders had already relaxed. Annie smiled slightly. This lame joke was something she'd come up with on the spot. After all, she couldn't stand this atmosphere if it continued. Sister Becky, have you ever been to the Celestial Library before? Becky didn't look at him directly, but still answered, "No, ordinary people can't go to places like that." Legend has it that the librarian of the Celestial Library has reached the level of transcendence, far beyond what you and I can compare to. Even the chief god of the sacred mountain has to show him respect. That powerful? A hint of surprise appeared in Annie's eyes. Lord Zephyros said before that there are hidden dangers in the Celestial Library. I wonder what kind of dangers there are. If there are dangers, why would anyone want to go in? Becky snorted lightly. It's just like you. Generally speaking, if you encounter a bottleneck in your cultivation, or have something you can't understand, you can find a solution in the Celestial Library. But the greater the reward, the greater the risk. The Celestial Library has countless monsters and challenges. Only by passing the challenges can you get what you want. Zephyros had told Annie this before, but Annie still didn't quite understand. Since the Celestial Library was built jointly by the various sacred mountains, why are there monsters inside? Why isn't it open to the public directly? Becky chuckled. Looks like you know nothing. Although the major divine mountains have established celestial libraries, they contain ancient and complex texts and secrets from the entire divine plane and even the world. These energies have given birth to those demonic creatures, and even the combined might of the major divine mountains cannot completely eradicate them. Therefore, the librarian of the Celestial Library used magic arrays to divide the library into countless smaller parts, trapping these demonic creatures within and assigning powerful guardians to protect them. Annie suddenly understood. I see. How can I find out where what I want is? Becky shrugged. I don't know, since I never been inside. I only know that the demonic creatures inside are extremely powerful. Even Lord Zephyros might not have escaped unscathed. If that's the case, those demonic creatures must all possess the strength of the chaotic origin realm, making them indeed very difficult to deal with. Annie must find a way to recover to her peak level as soon as possible to have a better chance of success. However, she was currently powerless. Aside from wind and light magic, she couldn't manipulate other elemental magic, completely suppressed by her divine power. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they heard a commotion. Looking closer, they saw a group of bandits robbing a caravan, and frowned slightly. How can people be so brazen near the sacred mountain? Don't the divine servants do anything about it? Becky replied, the divine servants are only responsible to the gods. They wouldn't concern themselves with these things. This is usually the responsibility of the nearby city lords. Annie looked around. This was still within the territory of Starfall City. No wonder the bandits were so arrogant. Becky glanced at Annie and said, I advise you not to get involved. These bandits have considerable power behind them, not only the Lord of Starfall City. It's not good to provoke them. Annie understood. Although these bandits weren't particularly strong, they had been entrenched in this area for a long time. If she provoked them, there would likely be continuous harassment, slowing down their progress. Sigh. Never mind. I can't control everything forever. Truly dealing with these bandits won't be a quick fix. I come back when I have time. Just as Annie was about to leave, a voice caught her attention. You bunch of bastards, do you know who I am? I'm the #1 mercenary in Starfall City. If you hear my name, you better run away with your tails between your legs. A bandit leader laughed loudly. Hollow, have you lost your mind? #1 mercenary? Take a good look at yourself. He then brandished a gleaming blade, pointing it at Hollow. Hand over your stuff honestly, and I might let you pass. We're all just trying to make a living. There's no need to risk your lives here. Hollow's eyes blazed with fury. He wasn't unfamiliar with bandits, but if he were robbed this time, it would be a huge loss, especially since he was carrying all the treasures he obtained from the Starfall ruins. At that moment, a bandit stepped forward, reaching for Hollow's bundle. Hollow's eyes widened, and his giant axe unleashed a cyan wind blade, cleaving the bandit and his sword in two. The bandit leader was taken aback, then flew into a rage. You actually dared to lay a hand on me. Brothers, attack! Immediately, the bandits roared and charged forward, while the other guards of the caravan drew their weapons and engaged the bandits in battle. Hollow alone faced 4 or 5 bandits, including their leader, whose strength was comparable to his own. Hollow cleaved another bandit in two with his axe, but before the blood could even fall, 5 more long swords slashed down from both sides. He roared and spun around, wind element exploding around him, forcing back 3 enemies, but 2 swords still managed to strike his leather armor on the back. Hollow coughed up blood, staggering to one knee. His giant axe sank into the ground, barely supporting his body. He touched his mouth. His hand was covered in crimson blood. That orc bastard's got some tough bones. The bandit leader approached, a blood-stained blade gleaming, his metal pendants jingling. chop his head off and hang it on a tree. Hollow struggled to his feet, but a sharp pain shot through his right leg. A crossbow bolt had somehow pierced his thigh. 6 bandits surrounded him in a fan shape, their blades flashing with deadly light. Come on! He spat out blood and forcefully channeled his wind element. The axe blade had barely begun to glow blue when a meteor hammer struck his chest. With a cracking sound of breaking ribs, he flew through the air like a rag doll, crashing into a small tree before coming to a stop. The bandits closed in, laughing. Hollow's vision blurred. He saw his blood drawing eerie patterns on the ground. In his last moments, he gripped the axe handle, preparing for a desperate fight, when he heard a familiar whooshing sound in the distance. The next moment, a deafening roar followed, punctuated by the bandits' screams and shouts. Chaos reigned. What's going on? The bandit leader was shocked. All he could see was a blinding light. There was nothing else. Just now, a beam of light had struck down, instantly engulfing the bandits. Had the bandit leader not possessed some strength, that attack would likely have killed him. Hollow's eyes lit up instantly as he saw a familiar figure, Anna. Annie hadn't wanted to get involved, but Hollow was there. Are you alright, Hollow? Hollow got up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and smiled. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Annie said. I was on my way to the Sky Library, just passing by. But you, why aren't you staying put in Starfall City? What are you doing out here? Hollow pointed to his backpack and said, these things don't fetch a good price in Starfall City. I heard that the Holy City of Light is willing to pay high prices for these treasures, so I wanted to try my luck. I didn't expect to run into these bastards on the way. At this moment, the bandit leader also came to his senses. He had also heard the conversation, and his eyes darted around. He immediately beckoned, directing his men to surround him. Annie narrowed her eyes slightly. Are you going to continue? The bandit leader's eyes gleamed with greed. Heh, your name is Anna, right? Someone's paid for your life. Annie's heart skipped a beat. Oh, is it Valormont? He's already put up a bounty? The bandit leader chuckled. You don't need to know who it is. Either surrender obediently, and we take you alive for a higher bounty, otherwise, you'd be in for a rough time. Annie slightly raised her wand. Fine, then let's see how you're going to make me suffer. Chapter 647. A whirlwind carrying sand and dust swept across the open ground, the tip of Anne's wand gleaming with a pale blue light. Hollow, clutching his wound, leaned against a tall tree, but his eyes showed no trace of panic. In his view, Anne could easily deal with these bandits. She hadn't even used her full strength, yet she had already killed several bandits with a beam of light. If she were to go all out, even the bandit leader probably wouldn't be able to withstand her. However, the bandit leader was completely unaware of this. He believed that Anne's earlier attack was a lucky surprise. In a direct confrontation, with their numerical advantage, he might not be no match for her. Just then, Anne smiled slightly and asked, by the way, how much did Valormont pay to kill me? The bandit leader grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. 10,000 star coins, not bad. And pouted. So stingy? She gently twirled her wand, a wisp of wind lifting her cloak. Hello, count to 10 and close your eyes, she whispered, her voice only audible to Hollow behind her. Little girl, come with us obediently, and you suffer less. The bandit leader slowly approached, the long knife in his hand gleaming crimson in the sunlight. Otherwise what? And suddenly raised her wand, and a blinding white light erupted. The bandits screamed, covering their eyes. Hollow managed to close her eyes just in time, feeling only a warm breeze brush against her cheek. Damn it! Grab her! The bandit leader roared, his vision blurred by tears, but he still lunged towards Anne's location based on memory. Anne leaped gracefully backward, her wand tracing an elegant arc, creating a semi-transparent wind shield before her. Carlos's twin blades struck the shield, generating a shockwave, but failing to penetrate. Is that all you got? Carlos grinned maliciously, suddenly pulling a small black ball from his waist and smashing it to the ground. Thick smoke instantly billowed out, even Anne's wind shield unable to stop its penetration. Anne held her breath, quickly retreating. She deliberately made her steps appear chaotic, her wand swinging erratically. 3 bandits burst from the smoke, and she hastily fired a wind blade, striking only one of them in the shoulder. She's done for. Surround her. The bandit leader shouted excitedly. The smoke he had just created was a specially made poison, capable of disorienting the victim and unaffected by magical defenses, extremely useful in battles against opponents of higher levels. More than 20 bandits approached from all sides, forming a pincer movement. and panic gave them immense confidence. Hollow, watching from afar, was terrified. "Annie! Watch your right." He struggled to his feet to help, but his injuries caused him to stumble and fall. Annie's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. She deliberately allowed one of the bandits to grab her left arm, then barely used her wand to repel him. The bandit leader, seeing this, gleamed with a sense of victory. "Don't kill her. Keep her alive," he commanded, standing on the periphery, enjoying watching his prey gradually weaken. He was completely unaware that each of Anne's disheveled dodges subtly adjusted her position, causing the bandits to unknowingly gather together. The battle lasted about 15 minutes. Anne's breathing became rapid, her golden hair soaked with sweat. She even allowed the bandit leader's knife to tear her sleeve, leaving a shallow bloodstain on her pale arm. "Boss, she can't hold on much longer," one of the bandits shouted excitedly. The bandit leader licked his dry lips. "Good job, boys. 10,000 star coins are in the bag." He relaxed his guard, even starting to plan his lavish spending spree in Starfall City after receiving the bounty. Just then, Annie's eyes changed. She suddenly stopped, her wand held upright in the sky. The weariness from before vanished, replaced by a chilling calm. "The game should end," she whispered. A nameless fear crept up the bandit leader's spine. "Quick! Stop her!" But it was too late. In the sky, a star suddenly shone brightly. The Starlight Spear! Annie's voice was soft, yet it seemed to explode in everyone's ears. Brilliant starlight burst forth from the tip of her wand, coalescing into a 3-meter-long spear of light. Runes, like a galaxy, flowed along the gun shaft, its oppressive aura causing the nearest bandits to kneel instantly. The bandit leader's knife clattered to the ground, and he was horrified to find his body unable to move. Not from restraint, but from the instinctive stiffness of facing absolute power. Annie flicked her wrist, and the starlight spear shot forth. In flight, the spear split into dozens of meteors, each piercing a bandit's chest with pinpoint accuracy. No blood, no screams, the struck bandits simply fell, their eyes vacant, as if their souls had been ripped away. At the last moment, the bandit leader rolled on the ground, grabbing his fallen sword and parrying with all his might. The spear shaft grazed his ribs. Even so, the searing force felt as if half his body had been branded with a hot iron. He crashed to the ground, seeing his men lying scattered, each with a small, charred hole in their chest, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Starry Sky Arcane Arts? Carlos trembled as he scrambled to his feet, his greed replaced by fear. He finally understood why this seemingly frail woman was worth 10,000 star coins. No, that price was far too low. Annie approached slowly, her wand glowing faintly once more. The bandit leader, no longer caring about his dignity, turned and fled. He stumbled towards the nearest horse, not even noticing that one of his boots had fallen off. Annie didn't give chase, only watching the disheveled figure disappear into the dust. She turned to Hollow, her coldness melting instantly. "Are you all right?" Hollow's mouth gaped open, and it took him a moment to find his voice. "Annie, when did you learn this?" "Shoo." Annie helped Hollow up, gently brushing the dust from his clothes. "Let's find a safe place to treat your wounds." Annie glanced back at the corpses scattered on the ground, sighing softly. The caravan with Hollow had suffered heavy losses, many guards had been killed, and only a handful remained standing. Becky approached, clearly surprised. She certainly wouldn't help Annie, but seeing the Starshine spear had utterly shocked her. And immediately introduced, "This is Becky, like Uncle Cabal, a good helper to Lord Zephyros." Hollow immediately bowed. "Hello, I'm Hollow, a mercenary from Starfall City." Becky merely gave a perfunctory then asked, "Anna, why didn't you kill that bandit leader? Letting him escape back like that will cause endless trouble." Annie replied, "It doesn't matter. I couldn't be bothered to chase him. He's just a bandit, there's no need." Becky shrugged and said nothing more, and helped Hollow to the carriage, and used a healing spell to treat his wounds. The caravan also had some medicine that they could use. "Anna, thank you so much," Hollow said gratefully. Annie smiled slightly. "Why bring this up? Aren't we friends?" Becky glanced at the carriage beside her. "You're really bold. Walking out of Starfall City with so many treasures like that, they couldn't touch you inside Starfall City, but now you're easy prey." Hollow gritted his teeth. "I never expected to run into the Blood Ravens. If it were just ordinary bandits, I could have handled them all by myself." "Blood Ravens?" Annie was taken aback. "Is that the name of this bandit organization?" Hollow nodded. "Yes, it's a relatively powerful bandit organization in the area. Their leader is known as Eye of Blood Raven, a low-level chaotic origin cultivator, a ruthless killer, Even the Divine Mountain is hunting him. According to their usual practice, they wouldn't rob mercenaries like me, so I never expected this. Becky frowned and looked at Annie. And nodded slightly. It should be Villemont. Hollow, puzzled, asked, huh? Right, Anna, I remember you went to the city lord's mansion. How come you're suddenly here, and with the people from the Divine Mountain again? Lord Villemont didn't do anything to you, did he? Thinking of Villemont's lewd smile, Anne felt nauseous. If it weren't for wanting to get information about Alice from him, Anne would never have approached such a person. Villemont looks harmless on the outside, seemingly a good person, but he's done a lot of dirty things behind the scenes. I was with you before. If you appear at the auction, Villemont will definitely investigate you. His investigation will reveal that you already sold 3-star treasures, a huge sum that would be incredibly tempting to anyone. And since you're about to leave the city, Villemont certainly won't let this opportunity pass. He informed the Blood Raven bandit gang of your whereabouts, letting them rob you of your money and pocket a portion of it. But what he doesn't realize is that you actually have many more treasures yet to sell. If he knew that, that guy known as the Eye of the Blood Raven would probably have to come and get them himself. Hollow broke out in a cold sweat. If the Eye of the Blood Raven really came, his chances of survival were slim. Although he trusted Annie's strength, the other party was, after all, a powerful cultivator of the chaotic origin realm. The difference in power was insurmountable. The bandit leader just said someone paid to kill you. Was that also in Villemont? And nodded, probably. After all, I don't know anyone around here, and I certainly don't have any enemies. All right, Becky said. Anyway, now that we've driven those bandits away, let's get going and leave this area as soon as possible. And looked at Hollow. Are you still going to the Holy City of Light? Hollow nodded. Yes, now we can only keep going. If I go back, who knows what Villemont will do to me? Becky said, the Holy City of Light and the Celestial Library are in the same direction. Let's go together. And looked at Becky with some surprise, but Becky had already spurred her horse forward. Hollow was overjoyed. He naturally wanted to be with Annie. After all, with a strong woman like Annie by their side, their safety would be guaranteed. Besides, Becky was also from Mount Shin, a fact that would make any potentially malicious individuals think twice. Deep within a remote, lush forest, a group of bandits leisurely gathered. Some sat, some lay around a campfire, the roaring flames licking at the air and illuminating the surroundings. These bandits were all burly, with rugged faces, dressed in tattered clothes, some wearing menacing masks. They held large bowls filled with fragrant wine, occasionally tilting their heads back to drink it all in one gulp, followed by hearty laughter. The laughter echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds. Sizzling game meat crackled and sizzled over the campfire, its aroma filling the air. The bandits feasted on the roasted meat, chatting and boasting about their past glorious exploits, or exchanging light-hearted banter. Suddenly, the untimely sound of hurried hoofbeats rang out. A one-eyed bandit slowly rose, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Fourth brother's back. 2 other burly bandits also stood up, looking in the direction of the sound. Soon, the group of bandits, who had robbed Hollow earlier, came into view. Their clothes were tattered, they moved hastily, and each bore injuries, looking quite pitiful. The other bandits also noticed the commotion, stopping their actions and turning to look. The bandit leader, who had been brutally beaten by Annie, tumbled off his horse and staggered to the ground in front of the one-eyed bandit. He struggled to lift his head and said, "Boss, you got some tough guys." The one-eyed bandit scoffed, "Tough? How tough?" "She knows the starry sky technique, and she's the wanted Anna." The one-eyed bandit's only eye widened suddenly, his aura exploding. "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely. She used the starry sky technique. We were no match for her. The other brothers are all dead." A bandit with a scar on his face stepped forward, a hint of excitement on his face. "Boss, the starry sky technique is incredibly rare. It's worth more than star coins," said another bandit, whose head was disproportionately small compared to his body. "Anna must have made a fortune in the star ruins. If we succeed this time, it'd be enough for us brothers to live it up for a while." The one-eyed bandit's lips curled into a slight, contemptuous sneer. "Heh, she really doesn't know her place. This Anna actually dares to offend Villemont and show herself so brazenly. Since she's delivered herself to our doorstep, we can't miss this opportunity. We have to pull off a big heist." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding bandits seemed to be ignited, howling and roaring. They excitedly raised their various weapons. Some were gleaming long swords, some were thick wooden clubs, and others were menacing spiked clubs. These bandits recklessly swung their weapons wildly, creating whistling sounds, as if they were about to rush out and tear Annie and her companions to shreds at any moment. Chapter 648. Since repelling the blood-raven bandits, Annie and her companions had traveled smoothly without encountering anyone. They took a brief rest along the way, and continued their journey the next day. Morning mist shrouded the trade route like a veil, and the wheels of their carts chugged over the damp earth with a dull thud. Annie sat on a cargo box, her fingertips gently tracing the patterns on her wand, enjoying the rare tranquility. Hollow was lying in the carriage, his injuries too severe to withstand, and needed rest. Becky sat beside Annie, quietly reading a book. Anne leaned closer and asked, "Sister Becky, what are you reading?" Becky rolled her eyes, and closed the book. "Do we even know each other?" Annie rubbed her nose. "Oh, don't be so cold. We have a long road ahead." Becky snorted and showed the book's cover, which read Transfer and Materialization of Magical Will. What's this book about?" Annie asked curiously. Becky said, "This was obtained by Lord Zephyrus from the Celestial Library. The author seems to be a high-ranking divine servant of Mount Light. He had a very thorough understanding of magic. Later, the book was collected by the Celestial Library. This is just a copy. In the author's view, the manifestation of magic depends primarily on the magician's will." Becky's fingers gently traced the yellowed pages as she continued to explain. The author believed that magic is not simply the manipulation of energy, but rather the embodiment of will in the real world. When the caster's intention is strong enough, magic will spontaneously form the form most consistent with their imagination. She turned to the illustrations in Chapter 3, which depicted intricate magic circle patterns. Take healing spells, for example. Ordinary mages need to memorize incantations and hand gestures, but true masters only need to fully construct the image of healing in their minds, and the magic will respond naturally. This theory explains why some genius mages can cast spells instantly. Annie nodded thoughtfully, a wisp of light gathering at her fingertips. So the reason advanced spells are so powerful is also because of that overwhelming will to destroy everything when casting? Exactly. Becky pointed to a passage in the book marked with gold powder. The author emphasizes that the highest level of magic is often born under extreme emotions. Fear distorts magic, anger burns magic, and unwavering faith allows magic to break through theoretical limits. Hollow poked his head out of the carriage and suddenly interjected, "Doesn't that mean the more stubborn a mage is, the more powerful they are?" Becky rolled her eyes at him. "That's called focus, you idiot." The pages of the book turned gently in the wind, revealing the annotation at the end. "Where the will goes, the magic follows. This is the source of miracles." Just as the three were chatting, Hollow suddenly gestured towards a distant mountain ridge. Several dark figures quickly disappeared into the woods. Clearly bandits spying on the caravan, but none dared to approach. "Looks like the name of the sacred mountain really works," he said, stuffing a handful of fresh berries into his mouth. Becky chuckled without looking up. "These rats don't even have the courage to look the sacred mountain in the eye." She wore a specially made cloak from the sacred mountain, its intersecting mountain peaks and sword patterns symbolizing its authority. The cloak bore the blessing of the wind god, a special aura that couldn't be faked. And took the berries from Hollow, but suddenly frowned. It was too quiet. Just moments ago, she could hear birdsong in the forest, but now only the creaking of wheels could be heard. She subtly released a wisp of wind element, letting her senses spread along the airflow. "What's wrong?" Hollow noticed her tense fingertips. Anne's expression was unusually grave, her brows furrowed tightly, as if a dark cloud hung over her heart. Her voice was low and serious, revealing a deep worry. "I think we're being watched." Becky, who had been looking down, slowly raised her head upon hearing Anne's words, her gaze meeting Anne's. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, and her lips trembled slightly as she asked, "Could it be the Blood Ravens who have come after us?" The Blood Ravens were a group of outlaws known for their cruelty and ruthlessness. For them, the name of the sacred mountain held no sway, let alone a divine servant secretary like Becky, who wasn't even a disciple. Hollow stood to one side, his axe gripped tightly, his palms slightly sweaty. His heart pounded, and his breathing became rapid. He nervously surveyed his surroundings, wary of any disturbance. The caravan was traversing a narrow mountain path, with steep cliffs on the left and a shrub-covered slope on the right. The captain of the guard shouted a warning, "Hurry up, everyone! This terrain is extremely..." However, the whooshing sound came faster than his thoughts. A black crossbow bolt pierced the captain's throat, forever silencing his unfinished warning. A hail of arrows followed, and the last 5 guards fell instantly, their blood blooming like a glaring flower on the yellow earth. Anne's wand was already in hand, and a wall of wind deflected the 3 crossbow bolts aimed at Hollow. Back to back. Becky shouted sharply, and the three immediately formed a triangular formation. Becky, seemingly out of nowhere, held a sharp dagger in her hand, its blade gleaming with a bluish light. Hollow gripped his battle axe tightly, a weapon he had acquired at great expense at auction. More than 20 ragged figures sprang from the bushes, each with a red ribbon tied to their left arm, embroidered with a menacing raven pattern. So it really is Blood Raven's men. Becky frowned, her grip on the dagger tightening. At this moment, the bandits gradually surrounded them. A strong man with a remarkably small head suddenly appeared, grinning maliciously at Becky. "Little girl from Wind God Mountain, I advise you not to get involved. Hand over Anna and all the treasure, and I might let you go back." Becky sneered. "You rats from the gutter?" Another volley of crossbow bolts answered her, and quickly raised her wand, wind elements forming a rotating barrier, but this time the magic attached to the arrows pierced through her defenses. An arrow grazed Hollow's cheek, a burning pain accompanied by a strange numbness spreading. "Poisoned arrows?" Hollow exclaimed, simultaneously drawing a blue arc with her giant axe, accurately deflecting 2 crossbow bolts aimed at Anne. Becky suddenly raised her dagger high, chanting, "In the name of the Wind God." A dazzling blue light erupted from the sword, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped the three of them. The arrows bounced off the light shield, but Annie noticed that Becky's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was clear that the protective spell had consumed a great deal of energy, and must have been given to her by Zephyrus for use in special circumstances. The little-headed man gestured, and the bandits immediately changed formation. 6 shield-bearers stepped forward, their shields strange runes absorbing the shield's energy. Annie's heart tightened. This was anti-magic equipment specifically designed to counter the spells of the sacred mountain. "Hollow, that tree to the southeast," Annie whispered, a point of starlight gathering at the tip of her wand. Hollow nodded almost imperceptibly, then suddenly unleashed a slash. The wind blade spun towards its designated location. The bandits immediately raised their shields to block, but in that instant, Annie roared, "Starlight Spear!" The compressed starlight ray pierced through the gap created by the curved blade, striking the little-headed man precisely in the right shoulder. Black blood spurted out, and the little-headed man let out a howl unlike any other. But even more chilling was the sight of the writhing flesh at the wound beginning to heal at a visible speed. An undead? Becky's brows furrowed deeply. An undead appearing in the divine plane? How filthy! The Blood Raven's encirclement was tightening, and the crossbowmen behind the magic-breaking shields were knocking their bows again. "It really is the starry sky arcane art." A voice suddenly rang out above the canyon, and looked up and saw a one-eyed bandit staring at her with his single eye, his gaze like that of someone looking at prey. Hollow exclaimed in surprise, "It's Blood Raven's eye." Annie's heart sank. The enemy's chaotic Yuan expert had finally made his move. It seemed that Villemont had really paid a hefty price. But in reality, besides Villemont's bounty, Annie's own starry sky arcane art was also a major reason that had attracted Blood Raven here. The Blood Raven's eye's voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. "Second brother, third brother, stop playing around and let's finish this." The small-headed bandit chuckled, and from behind him appeared another bandit, a scarred one, already drawing his bow and aiming an arrow at Annie. "Watch out." Becky's eyes narrowed, and she quickly warned her. However, Annie had already sensed something and reacted swiftly. She pointed her wand forward, and a shield of light appeared in front of her. The scarred bandit smiled coldly. "This won't stop my demon-slaying arrow." Instantly, a thick, ink-like black mist rapidly coiled around the arrow like billowing smoke, as if the arrow had sprung from the depths of hell, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "It's the power of death again." Becky's heart tightened upon seeing this. She gripped her dagger tightly, her palm slightly sweaty, and she made up her mind to report this situation truthfully to Zephyrus, determined not to let these evil forces continue to wreak havoc. Just as Becky was contemplating her next move, Scarface suddenly released his bowstring without warning. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning, hurtling through the air, heading straight for Annie. Anne took a deep breath, her chest heaving like a bellows, then contracting sharply to draw air into her lungs. With each breath, her body trembled slightly, as if every cell in her body had been activated. Blessed by the power of the spirit division technique, the magic within Annie surged like an ignited powder keg, suddenly boiling over. It flowed rapidly through her meridians, buzzing like a swarm of disturbed bees. Anne's eyes were tightly closed, her entire being focused on sensing the surge of magic. When she felt her magic had reached its peak, she abruptly opened her eyes and chanted an ancient incantation. As the incantation began, the shield of light in Anne's hand began to emit a dazzling light. This light, like the rising sun, illuminated everything around, making it impossible to look directly at it. However, the moment the arrow touched the shield of light, the situation changed unexpectedly. The shield of light suddenly seemed to have been struck by a tremendous impact, emitting a violent fluctuation. This fluctuation was like a large stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Due to the instability of the magic, the shield of light's defensive power instantly decreased dramatically. The once indestructible shield now became as fragile as paper. The arrow, carrying the power of death, effortlessly pierced through the shield's protection, hurtling towards her like lightning. And didn't even have time to react before the arrow grazed her shoulder with a whoosh, drawing a splash of crimson blood. What? Hollow was shocked. He never expected even Annie to be injured. Annie covered her wound with her hand, where black mist swirled, clearly indicating that the power of death was slowly eroding her body, causing continuous damage. How are you? Becky asked, frowning. Annie shook her head. I'm fine, but the situation is a bit tricky. Becky took a deep breath. Yes. She looked back and saw that the bandits had blocked their escape route as well. Now, with steep canyon walls on both sides, there was nowhere for them to escape. Looks like we have no choice but to fight to the death. And whispered Hollow, Becky, can you two help me hold off that scarred man? Hollow patted his chest and said, no problem. Becky asked, you want to deal with that undead first? A faint starlight shone from the tip of Annie's wand, revealing her intention. Becky reminded her that undead is not easy to deal with. He's probably the third in command of the Blood Raven bandit group. His strength shouldn't be underestimated. No matter how strong he is, he's just a primordial undead. Under the chaotic primordial, I've never been afraid of anyone. Annie's tone was firm, carrying an unquestionable aura. Seeing Annie's insistence, Becky nodded and said, all right. In that case, I give it a try, but I can only buy a short time. Okay, a short time is enough. At this moment, the scarred man drew his bow again, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Annie. Just then, a wind blade slashed fiercely towards him, forcing him to roll away to dodge the attack. The little-headed undead roared and immediately stood in front of the scarred bandit, preparing to cover him so he could launch his attack without distraction. But Hollow had already charged forward. His giant axe, purchased at a high price from the auction house, was incredibly powerful, greatly enhancing his attack strength. Even the little-headed undead dared not confront it head-on. Just as the little-headed undead's attention was focused on Hollow, another wind blade slashed through the air, bypassing the little-headed undead and striking directly at the scarred bandit. Humph! The scarred bandit sneered, dodging again with a roll. This is endless. Since that's the case, I finish you off first. With that, he switched his target to Becky. And that was exactly what Becky wanted. Chapter 649. Hollow's eyes widened, his hair stood on end in fury, and he let out a deafening roar. His body, like that of an enraged lion, lurched forward with boundless power, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He gripped the axe handle tightly with both hands, veins bulging, and azure magic gushed from his palms like a fountain, continuously flowing into the giant axe. Nourished by the magic, the giant axe emitted a dazzling azure light, as if imbued with life. Hollow raised the giant axe high, using all his strength, and with the force of a thunderbolt, unleashed a powerful vertical slash, slamming it down upon the small-headed undead. The axe blow was so powerful, like Mount Tai crushing an egg. The little-headed undead was terrified. He knew that if struck, he would be instantly cleaved in two. In that life-or-death moment, the little-headed undead had no time to think. His body instinctively dodged to the side, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, this movement completely exposed the scarred bandit behind him. Hollow's lips curled into a sly smile. Without pausing, he flicked his arm, and the giant axe he had been gripping flew out of his hand like an arrow, spinning rapidly through the air as it hurtled towards the scarred bandit. Not good. The little-headed undead suddenly understood. He finally realized Hollow's true intention. But it was too late to stop him then. He could only yell, "Second brother, watch out." The scarred bandit had also noticed the danger. "TSK, what a nuisance. Third brother, what are you good for?" He had been prepared to fire an arrow, but had to abandon the idea, rolling on the ground again to dodge Hollow's flying giant axe. Becky frowned. That must be some kind of evasion magic, really troublesome. Meanwhile, the little undead breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily you ran fast, second brother. It's not my fault, they're just too cunning. However, a cold voice appeared behind him. The cunning ones are yet to come. The little undead felt a chill run down his spine and whirled around. He saw that Annie had already conjured a new starlight spear, its tip radiating starlight, each point containing powerful stellar energy capable of tearing any defense to shreds. Damn it! The little-headed undead realized the danger. He had already suffered a loss once, and now the power of the stars was still raging within his body, making his movements somewhat uncoordinated. If he were to take another hit, he would likely be annihilated. However, at this critical moment, a large flock of crows descended from the sky, enveloping the starlight spear and forcefully intercepting it. Annie frowned slightly, looking up at the cliff. The blood raven's eye was calmly watching her, clearly having been on guard against her move. This is really troublesome. Annie sighed. If a powerful being from the chaotic origin realm continued to interfere, she really wouldn't be able to attack the little-headed undead. The little undead laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Little girl, how about that? Even if you have the Starry Sky's secret technique, you're no match for us. Hurry up and surrender. Annie ignored him, and instead shouted at Blood Raven's Eye, Blood Raven's Eye, as a powerful chaos origin expert, is it really appropriate for you to bully the few with numbers like this? Blood Raven's Eye said with a hint of mockery, what's wrong with that? You're all going to die here anyway. Annie continued, but your underlings probably won't be happy about that. After all, you, a chaotic origin realm expert, don't lift a finger and send these underlings to their deaths. Is that how a leader behaves? With that, she waved her hand, unleashing a beam of light that instantly killed 4 or 5 ordinary bandits. Blood Raven's Eye frowned. What are you trying to say? Annie smiled faintly. Hee, nothing, just wanted to make a bet with you. A bet? A strange light flickered in Blood Raven's Eye's eyes, clearly not expecting Annie to say something like that. How do you want to bet? I bet you can't beat me. Before Blood Raven's Eye could reply, the little undead beside her burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You little girl, have you lost your mind? How dare you spout such nonsense? You really don't know your place. Blood Raven's Eye said with interest, oh, you're that confident? Do you know my strength? And smiled slightly. Just a chaotic yuan expert, right? A challenge makes things more fun, doesn't it? Blood Raven's Eye burst into laughter. Ha ha, I didn't expect this target to be so interesting. I'm quite curious, how did you offend Villermont to make him pay such a high price to kill you? And raised an eyebrow. Are you sure it's okay to be so blunt? Blood Raven's Eye shrugged. What does it matter? You're all going to die today anyway, so what difference does it make if you know? And struck a seductive pose, but there was something off about it. Why do you think he wants to kill me? Blood Raven's Eye twitched slightly, his heart remaining completely unmoved. TSK, that guy Villemont certainly has unusual tastes. But speaking of which, you're quite a looker, little chick rather, interesting. Annie's smile faded, and she asked, so you agree? If you lose, you have to let us go. Blood Raven's Eye took a step forward expressionlessly, seemingly unafraid of the cliff beneath his feet. His body leaned slightly forward, his foot seemingly drawn by an invisible force, stepping into the void without hesitation. However, just as his foot was about to leave the edge of the cliff, a raven with scarlet eyes suddenly appeared beneath him like a ghost. This raven's feathers were jet black, gleaming with an eerie luster, and its eyes revealed a chilling light. Blood Raven's Eye's body trembled slightly, but his steps did not falter. The raven swiftly spread its wings, steadily supporting his body, as if it had been waiting for this moment. Blood Raven's Eye walked on, each step deliberate and unhurried, as if one with the ravens. Finally, Blood Raven's Eye reached the center of the canyon. He slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Annie not far away. Very well. I agree, but in return, if I win, you must not resist. Not only will all the treasure be mine, but the people will be mine too. Annie naturally understood his meaning. The so-called people would no longer be considered people, but rather goods and property. Becky frowned deeply. She was from Mount Olympus. If she were captured alive by bandits and enslaved, it would be incredibly shameful. Not only would she lose face, but even Zephyrus would lose face. But there was no better option now. Being ambushed by the Blood Ravens, victory was impossible under these circumstances. A direct confrontation would only result in death. It was better to see what strategy Annie had. If all else failed, she was prepared to commit suicide to preserve Zephyrus's and her own reputation. Hero, however, remained fearless. He slammed his giant axe to the ground and stood tall beside Annie, and took a deep breath. She now carried the fates of 2 others on her shoulders. She had to win this battle at all costs. But she wasn't nervous, because her body was undergoing a new, unexpected change. The scarred man's demon-piercing arrow had grazed Annie's shoulder, and the violent death energy entering her body hadn't harmed her. Instead, it acted as a catalyst, rapidly integrating into her divided spirit at an astonishing speed, continuously generating more death energy within her, all of which was under her control. With death energy, Annie felt more confident, and she no longer took the mere bandit leader, Blood Raven Eye, seriously. Blood Raven Eye waved his hand, and the bandits beside him stepped aside, making room for Annie and him to duel. And also gave Hollow and Becky a wink. They understood, and although somewhat hesitant, silently stepped aside. Anna, is it? I give you a chance. Make the first move. Blood Raven Eye said calmly, his voice seeming to emanate from the deepest hell, carrying a sinister and terrifying aura. And didn't hold back either. She gripped her wand tightly in her right hand, drew an arc of light, and unleashed a torrent of blazing white arrows of light. Blood Raven's eyes sneered, a jet-black flute appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. The flute was adorned with mysterious dark red patterns, indicating it was no ordinary object. Blood Raven's Eye held the flute horizontally, creating a dark red barrier that swallowed all the light arrows. Is that all you got? He mocked, bringing the flute to his lips. A sharp, piercing sound emanated from it, and dozens of blood ravens burst forth from the barrier, their claws aimed straight for Annie's eyes. And took a half step back, wind elements forming a vortex beneath her feet, her figure darting and dodging like a falling leaf. She was secretly alarmed. These blood ravens could actually penetrate her protective magic. A sharp pain shot through her left arm. 3 blood ravens had torn her sleeve, leaving bleeding scratches on her skin. She gritted her teeth and swung her staff, unleashing a burst of light that vaporized the blood ravens around her. A futile struggle. Blood Raven's Eye's figure flickered in the shadows, each appearance accompanied by a new, altered tune of the flute. Annie suddenly noticed her shadow distorting. Oh no! She instinctively rolled to dodge. The ground where she had stood now corroded into scorched pits. Cold sweat trickled down her back. This guy was also a necromancer, and his attack methods were incredibly bizarre and impossible to defend against. Her wand spun rapidly, and Annie erected 3 layers of defense, an outer wind wall, a middle light shield, and an innermost layer of sparse starlight. The Blood Raven's Eye's attacks grew increasingly fierce. The eerie, dark red death energy tore at her defenses from every angle like venomous snakes, constantly undermining Annie's defenses. Got you. Annie suddenly withdrew all defenses, her wand pointing directly at the ground. The Blood Raven's Eye's pupils contracted sharply, and the ground beneath its feet suddenly collapsed. While on the defensive, Annie wasn't idle. She used wind magic to dig a trap in the ground, simultaneously luring Blood Raven's Eye closer to it. Blood Raven's Eye leaped back, only to see the starlight at the tip of Annie's wand surge forth. Starlight Spear. The spear of light arrived in an instant. Blood Raven's Eye hastily raised his flute to block, the magical collision causing a violent explosion, and the flute sound abruptly ceased. Amidst the smoke and dust, Blood Raven's Eye stood unharmed, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Some skill, but not much. The gap between us is insurmountable. Give up. Annie, panting, raised her wand. Giving up is impossible. Let's try again. However, Blood Raven's Eye revealed a sinister smile. His flute once more emitted a resounding melody, and the space around him suddenly cracked open, countless blood ravens pouring out from the fissures, forming a gigantic death rune in the air. Since that's the case, then let me show you my true power. Let's end this. Blood Raven Eye roared, its runes pressing down, instantly freezing the air around Annie. However, Annie showed no fear. Instead, a slow smile crept onto her lips. Now! At this moment, due to the powerful magic unleashed by Blood Raven Eye, the entire space was filled with a dense aura of death, which was exactly what Annie wanted. With this deathly power as cover, she could do something in secret. Suddenly, Annie's wand emitted a golden light, yet this originally pure light magic concealed a trace of deathly aura. Hollow and the others, who were relatively far away, did not notice anything unusual, but Blood Raven Eye, Annie's opponent, keenly sensed the unusual aura. What? Blood Raven's pupils constricted sharply, and even the flute music faltered slightly. During his exchange with Annie, she had unleashed 3 powers. The power of stars was unique, capable of fusing all magical energy, not surprising. The other 2 were wind and light, which didn't conflict. But now, he clearly sensed the aura of death. Death fused with light? Wasn't that a fantasy? A powerful golden light pierced through Blood Raven's death runes, shooting directly at his body. Blood Raven hastily erected a death barrier, but the instant the 2 forces collided, he was horrified to discover that his barrier was utterly ineffective against Annie's attack. This is impossible! He roared, retreating, his black cloak torn to shreds by the shockwave. Annie's attacks grew even more ferocious, each spell carrying a strange fluctuation of death and light. You think you're the only one who can control death? Annie's voice was icy and chilling. She wasn't afraid of being heard by others, because the surrounding magic had blocked all sound. Only the blood raven eye opposite her could hear her. Annie suddenly changed tactics, 3 golden rings forming a triangular shape to block the blood raven eye's retreat. The most deadly attack was the 4th. A seemingly slow-moving sphere of light, but within it compressed a raging storm of death. The blood raven eye frantically played its flute, but the flock of blood ravens it summoned was instantly devoured upon touching the sphere, turning into a cloud of black mist. Annie gave it no chance to breathe, tracing a cross with her wand. A starlight spear, interwoven with the power of death, instantly formed. This time, there was no room for error. Fear finally appeared in the blood raven eye's single eye, and it cried out, "Stop! I surrender!" The starlight spear, which had been poised to strike, slowly vanished, and the raging elemental forces in the world gradually calmed down. The dust settled, leaving only the heavy breathing of Annie and the blood raven eye. Chapter 650. Anne's eyes also showed some surprise. She hadn't expected Blood Raven's eye to choose to give up so decisively instead of fighting again. Blood Raven's eye put away its flute, gradually calming its breathing, and slowly said, "So we're the same kind of people. In that case, we shouldn't fight each other. I can stop attacking you, but Villermont won't let you off the hook. Good luck." With that, Blood Raven's eye whistled, and the Blood Raven bandits retreated like a receding tide. Soon, the entire canyon was left only with a scene of devastation and corpses. What happened? Hollow was somewhat confused. The battle had been incredibly chaotic, with various spells flying everywhere. The power of death, light, wind, and starlight clashed and collided, the magical fluctuations making it difficult to see the battlefield clearly. Becky frowned slightly. She clearly saw that Blood Raven's eye was unharmed. Why did he concede at the last moment? Did he really think he was no match for Annie? However, only Annie knew that Blood Raven's eye had detected the power of death within her. If they truly fought head-on, the outcome was uncertain, but Annie was confident she could make Blood Raven's eye pay a heavy price. But the final result was also beyond her expectations. "Anyway, we should be out of danger now," Annie said, shrugging. Hollow grinned. Hee, you're right. As expected of Anna, I knew you win." Becky asked, "How did you do it?" Annie feigned ignorance. "I don't know. I just used all my magic, and somehow I won. But there's a huge gap between you two. Blood Raven's eye is a genuine chaotic origin expert, possessing a godhood. How could you possibly be his match? Besides, what did he mean by what he said when he left? Why are you the same kind of person as him? What kind of people are you?" Faced with Becky's barrage of questions, Annie didn't know how to answer. Hollow said, "Oh, why ask so many questions? The most important thing is that we're still alive. Let's hurry on our way." Becky opened her mouth, wanting to continue asking, but Hollow pulled her aside. "Anna saved us. If Anna hadn't fought Blood Raven's eye to the death, we would definitely be doomed today. Have some gratitude, okay? Besides, are those questions really important? Even if Anna has some secrets, at least she won't harm us. Isn't that enough?" Becky fell silent after being told this, but she still said, "Anyway, this Anna is very suspicious. I will definitely find out her secrets." With that, she walked away. Hollow was speechless. He glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground. His caravan had been completely wiped out. It was truly tragic. If it weren't for Annie, he would probably be one of them now. Thinking of this, his gratitude towards Annie deepened. The 3 of them then traveled smoothly without encountering any further danger and quickly left the area controlled by Starfall City, heading towards the nearest teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the Starfall City Lord's mansion, Willamont was processing various documents in his study when suddenly, a soft knocking sound came from outside the window. Willamont looked up, a flicker of delight in his eyes, then walked forward and opened the window. A blood raven landed on the windowsill, a small tube tied to its ankle. Willamont skillfully removed the tube from the raven's ankle, opened the cap, and poured out a piece of yellowed oil paper, blank of all words. Willamont wasn't surprised. He turned and walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small bottle of blue liquid. He used a dropper to drip the liquid onto the oil paper, and soon, a line of small characters appeared. But when Willamont saw these characters, his brow furrowed instantly, and an uncontrollable killing intent filled his eyes. Not even Blood Raven? Villermont crumpled the note into a ball, looking out the window towards the holy city of light. "I won't let you slip away like this, Anna. I make you my slave, forever." The outline of Azure City gradually became clear in the morning light, its towering walls, like the arms of a giant embracing the entire city. Banners bearing the wind god as their main element fluttered on the city walls, their pale blue emblems adorned with swirling wind dragons, representing supreme authority and power, as well as loyalty to Wine God Mountain. And looked up at this magnificent city, far more grand and enormous than Starfall City. She sighed inwardly, realizing the divine plain was indeed boundless. They hadn't even left the territory of Wind God Mountain despite their journey. Finally here. Hollow let out a long sigh, brushing the dust off his pack. As long as we use the teleportation array within the city, we can directly reach the holy city of light. Becky nodded slightly, but her eyes scanned their surroundings warily. Don't let your guard down. Villermont won't let us off so easily. Hollow shrugged. This is Azure Mist City, not his Starfall City. Even if he wields immense power in Starfall City, it won't make a difference here. Becky added, don't be careless. He is, after all, the city lord of Starfall City. He has countless methods. He must have people in Azure Mist City too. We better be careful. The three paid the entrance fee, and the guards let them in without much inspection. After all, Becky frequently visited Azure Mist City, and the guards knew she was from the Divine Mountain. Azure Mist City's streets were wide and bustling. Carriages and horses flowed along the stone-paved roads, and shops lined both sides. Merchants from all over traded here, and the noise was incessant. In the central square of Qinglan City stood a 7-story tower crafted entirely from starlight stone. A massive crystal of spatial power floated atop the tower, distorting and warping the surrounding space. This was the most important teleportation array in the divine plane, the path of the heavens. And stared at the enormous array, radiating a powerful aura, speechless with astonishment. Seeing this, Becky asked, You haven't seen a teleportation array before, have you? Annie nodded, admitting, I haven't seen a teleportation array before. Was it built by the Divine Mountain? Becky shook her head. The Divine Mountain alone probably doesn't have this capability. The teleportation array was built in ancient times by the combined efforts of the major gods. There are 36 of them in the divine plane. To build these teleportation arrays, the major gods spent 1,000 years and used ancient divine artifacts such as the Eternal Ice Crystal and the Star Compass, ultimately connecting the spaces of the 36 nodes together. The spatial power crystal at the core of the array can generate continuous spatial ripples. Combined with the complex star orbit operation device inside the tower, it can open a stable spatial channel at specific times, thereby connecting to the other 35 arrays in the divine plane. Annie explained, This is truly a grand undertaking. After operating for tens of thousands of years, won't these magic arrays break down? Becky replied, Of course they break down. That's why each of the major divine mountains builds a super large city at the location of the magic array, and assigns a high-ranking divine servant to oversee it. Sometimes, even the city lord is a mid-ranking divine servant. Such high standards are to prevent humankind damage to the magic arrays, and to ensure that any problems are detected immediately and repaired by the divine mountain. Annie nodded slightly. That's so convenient. This way, no matter how far the distance, we can arrive quickly, saving a lot of time compared to trekking through mountains and rivers. Becky shook her head, but activating the magic arrays has limitations, and it's extremely costly. Those who want to travel via teleportation arrays aren't ordinary people. At this moment, the three of them had arrived at the teleportation array, where a large group of people had already gathered. These people were clustered together, and occasionally someone would shout out their destination. 10 more people needed to reach Fire Cloud City. 2 more needed to reach Kansa Canyon. 12 more needed to reach Starshell Island. Soon, they found the group heading to the Holy City of Light. Just as the three were about to step forward, a squad of city guards in blue armor blocked their way. Halt! The leading officer shouted coldly. By order of the city lord, we are investigating a group of wanted criminals. Hiro shrugged. No problem, investigate all you want. We're all law-abiding citizens. The officer's sharp gaze swept over them, then he pulled out a parchment scroll from his robes and unfurled it. According to the latest wanted notice, dangerous individuals are posing as members of the Divine Mountain and infiltrating Qinglan City, intending to sabotage the teleportation array. The scroll bore portraits of Anne and Hollow. What? Hollow's eyes widened. This is definitely a frame-up. Anne's heart sank. It seemed that Villermont had indeed made his move. The officer's eyes narrowed. Enough talk, come with me. Becky frowned and stepped forward. I am Becky, Lord Zephyrosa's secretary. These two are my companions. We have urgent business to attend to in the Holy City of Light. There must be some misunderstanding. The officer stared at Becky for a moment, recognizing her. Miss Becky, I'm sorry, but according to the city lord's orders, I must take them both back. Becky asked, is there really no other way? Where did this warrant come from? You're here? The officer replied without hesitation, no comment. Becky took a deep breath. In that case, arrest me too. I want to see how you explain to the Divine Mountain if you can't find anything. Soldiers from Qinglan City stepped forward, intending to handcuff Annie and Hollow. Hollow glared, holding his giant axe horizontally in front of him. Let's see who dares touch me. The officer sneered. Are you going to arrest them? Do you know the consequences of arrest? Becky waved her hand at Hollow. Don't get into a conflict with him here. Let's make plans after we see the city lord. Hollow gritted his teeth, angrily lowering his arms. The soldiers swarmed forward and subdued him. Annie was also handcuffed, but no one touched Becky. The three were taken to the city lord's mansion. Inside the mansion, Qinglan City Lord Loren sat on his high seat, his face cold and stern. He wore a dark blue robe, his long silver hair was tied back, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. Lord Loren, you should recognize me. I'm Lord Zephyros' secretary, Becky said in a deep voice. We've been framed. This is clearly a setup by Villemont. Loren glanced at her coldly. Becky, although you're Zephyros' man, the evidence is conclusive, and I can't ignore it. And calmly retorted, what evidence proves we're criminals? We didn't do anything. Loren tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, paused for a moment, and then said, Zephyros did send a message beforehand saying you would be passing through here. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's. But the rules of Azure Cloud City cannot be broken. Since Starfall City has issued a warrant for your arrest, we can't ignore it. If you're truly innocent, wait until the investigation is complete before leaving. Hollow cried out, but this is clearly a Villemont conspiracy. If you fall into his hands, even without committing a crime, you will be convicted and executed. Loren stood up, his voice low and authoritative. Rules are rules. If I let you go, and you are indeed traitors, how can I explain to the whole city? Becky argued, but by detaining us without any investigation, where does the law stand? Aren't you becoming an accomplice of Villemont? Loren sneered, you keep mentioning Villemont, but do you have any evidence to prove that Villemont is violating the Sacred Mountain's prohibitions? Of course we do. And said, if the Divine Punishment Sanctuary investigates, they will discover his secrets. Villemont colludes with bandits around Starfall City, robbing passing caravans, and plundering their wealth. He also engages in human trafficking, keeping a large number of female slaves in his mansion. Loren narrowed his eyes slightly. According to you, Villemont is guilty of heinous crimes, and the Divine Punishment Sanctuary should have discovered this long ago. But why haven't they made a move all these years? Do you think the Divine Punishment Sanctuary is less capable than a little girl like you? And shook her head. Of course, I wouldn't dare compare myself to the Divine Punishment Sanctuary, but the Sanctuary has many affairs, and naturally there are places beyond their sight. I just happened to discover them. Loren was silent for a moment, then waved his hand, and dozens of elite city guards instantly surrounded Annie and Hollow. Take them into custody for now, and we decide what to do after we find out the truth. Lord! Becky cried out. Loren waved his hand, interrupting Becky. No need to say more. If they are truly innocent, I will naturally let them go. Seeing Loren's resolute attitude, Becky had no choice. In the dark dungeon, the heavy iron door slammed shut. Annie leaned against the cold stone wall, her fingertips unconsciously stroking her wand. That Villemont. Hollow slammed his fist against the wall, using such despicable methods. Although Becky wasn't locked up, she also entered the dungeon. She paused for a moment, then whispered, Lord Loren may be ruthless, but he's not an enemy. He's just too rule-abiding. And closed her eyes, her mind racing, searching for a solution. We have to find a way to prove our innocence, otherwise. Given Villemont's character, he wouldn't just be keeping us trapped here, he must have other plans.